the same shit they see in CGI. Literally have a fucking an hour and a half video of that shit. So please stop talking bullshit.
Yeah, all that space
Don't
fake
believe
shit.
that.
It's not real,
Don't
man.
believe.
It's all an act, you know. These guys are getting paid like millions of dollars, billions of dollars.
Oh
Probably.
yeah, and where's your proof of that? Where is your fucking proof of that? Really?
What? NASA gets paid lots of money. They do. Fuck. It's
Yeah,
like
okay.
in
And where
every
does that money
country.
go to?
They
You
steal
don't
my
have a fucking
fucking money,
clue.
motherfuckers. That's why I'm angry.
I know you
And
don't steal my
where's the
money.
money
That's
go
not
to?
They
America.
still, they don't steal it. Oh, you don't think they're stealing your money? Okay, because you don't pay
It goes to the
taxes, right? Sure.
military-industrial
No, I
complex.
don't live in
They
America.
probably build fucking
Well, it
rockets
doesn't
for
matter.
all these guys.
Any fucking five-eyed country, the taxes that you're paying goes up to these motherfuckers.
Oh,
It's
really? Really?
probably
Yes.
they
I'm
give
gonna
us a
go
then
little
pay
south
that
funny
to the
show,
but that's not what we're
and then
talking
they
about.
pay
and the rest
and
of
then
the
they
money
pay
goes
the
to the
actors.
military-industrial complex. That's all. It's
And
pretty simple, man. They
yeah,
put their money in
why don't
others
they live
other
lavish
accounts.
lives then when they're on Earth? They don't. We're
Lucas,
this physical
you know
wealth
that
we're able to people.
all around me, I can go to any legit business around my neighborhood, and if I buy a faulty product from them, I can get a refund. You know, right? Or if I don't like their service, they'll give me a refund. All right. But can I get a refund from the legit business of NASA? Can I get a refund from that?
Exactly.
What are you on about? There's a fucking big difference between NASA
Because
science.
you know who from who you don't get refunds from scammers. You don't get refunds from scammers. You know that, right?
Yeah, but there's a difference. There's fucking no such thing as a refund in a fucking government running.
Yeah,
Government.
scammers.
Exactly my
Exactly.
point.
Thank
It's a
you.
It's not
scam.
a company.
You know it's a
It's
scam.
a
Listen,
thing.
Lucas,
We
you
should
know it's a
stop taking
scam.
our money.
You know
No,
it
I don't
is.
think it's a
But
scam.
since you have this
Cognitive
religious
dissonance.
attachment to it, you just don't want to admit it.
I don't have a religious attachment to it.
Yeah, you do.
I
You're
really
defending the
don't.
fucking globe. Yes, you do.
No, yeah, of course I'm defending the globe because I have a
Oh,
fucking.
yeah, religious attachment. There you go. You just proved this point.
Oh my god, that's your fucking belief, bro. That's your
No,
belief.
that's your
Yeah,
belief,
it is.
motherfucker. That's the whole
That is your
point.
belief. That
No,
is your
that's your
belief.
belief, motherfucker. That's the whole point. You believe
Nah,
the
that's your
nonsense.
belief.
I don't. You believe the nonsense. I don't, man. You love paying those taxes. I
Oh
don't.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're like, Daddy government, grab more of my taxes, please.
yeah, I pay
Daddy
fucking more tax,
government.
Lie to
bro. I
me.
live in the
Smack
country
me.
with the highest fucking tax rate. Shut the fuck up.
Lie
Yeah,
to
yeah,
me.
exactly. And you love it. And you love it.
Yeah, because we fucking get good benefits from this shit.
Yeah,
What
sure
about?
you do. Sure you do.
Sure you do. You don't
Hmm.
fucking live here.
Yeah, yeah. Where do you live?
I fucking live in Denmark. There you go. Want to find me?
Oh, Denmark. Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
Oh God,
Hey,
communism. Oh
hey,
no.
Lucas, from a scale of, from
Terrible.
zero to, from a scale from 0 to 10, how much you love paying taxes? How much you love it?
How much I love it. I don't say I love it. I just say I approve of it.
So you like? Do you like from 0 to 10? 0 being you don't like it, 10 being you love it.
I
What's
would
the
say
scale? What's the
fucking
number?
have anything against it. I don't have anything against it.
So
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're a
10
of course
you
there are
love.
some things I don't
I mean,
agree with, but hey,
communist cuck.
fucking I ain't fucking communist,
Yes, you are.
brother. Now you're putting fucking labels on me.
Yeah, exactly. You are.
no, no. You
Yeah,
know what? Let me bring it back. Don't worry about that, Lucas. Actually, listen, bro. I was also taught the globe religion in multiple languages. Okay, I speak
bro, it's
multiple
all
languages. I've heard
fucking.
that story in multiple languages, and I figured that it was just a story. Okay, so this is I'm trying to point out to you that that fantasy story that you've been told is that's just what it is. It's a story, bro, and that's it.
Yeah, but the same is for you. You're just a guy on the internet trying to explain something for me, which I
Right.
don't believe in.
But listen, look at
Same for you. I'm a
the
guy
difference
trying
is
to
that I can
explain
point out the
something.
realist level and all that you have for that religion is cartoons in a TV. That's it.
What do you mean cartoons in a TV? Bro, I
Well, where's the
Okay,
fucking
are
reality
you
of
in
the
the
ball?
computer?
Show us the
Hey,
real
are you in
ball.
the computer? Are you in the computer? Put in Google solar system. Put in
bro,
Google solar
every
system.
thing is literally fucking watching astronomy and all that shit.
Yeah, all
Okay, so
CGI cartoons. Point taken.
No, not cartoons.
Well, yeah. What is it? It's not CGI. What you were watching in astronomy fucking videos. Show
What?
me a real fucking thing there. Look at somebody. What? Are you stupid or what? Everything
Nah,
you
stupid,
watched,
stupid, man.
every
What are you
fucking space
doing?
representation on TV or wherever the fuck video you're watching, it's all CGI. Prove me wrong.
It's all CGI. Well, if it's for fucking explanation reasons why, yeah, of
Oh,
course
so
it.
so you admit it's all CGI, right? So they don't have anything real
I
to fucking
admitted it.
show you.
CGI,
So
Mister.
you
I've
so
admitted
well,
to
show
some
me
of
that it's not. Show me that. Well, show me one fucking real video.
what?
What do you mean what? It's such a simple question. Show me one real video in space.
Brother, you'll fucking not believe it.
It's all
Already
CGI
know.
because
Why would
I can determine what
I?
the fucking difference between CGI and not is.
I'm not going for a chicken hunt for you.
look,
You can go watch some.
Lucas,
Oh, okay.
Lucas, do you think that
Uh,
a lack of evidence is evidence for their religion?
I don't think it's a religion. First of all,
well, it is a
second of all,
religion.
there's
You
no
believe
It
lack
is
it.
a religion. You just
of
don't
evidence.
know it.
You just don't believe in it. There's multiple factors in.
Exactly. Believing is religion, guy. What's wrong with
Okay,
you?
flat Earth religion. How about that? You want me to go
Nah,
around
man,
calling?
I know it's flat because it's measured flat. It's observed flat. And when we fucking go outside and use it, it's flat. So
Idiocies
it's
measure.
reality. So literally measured flat. So what do you do when you measure something?
Is everything measured
Real
flat?
shit.
Not hitting
Across
anyone on
large bodies of
TV
water,
telling you
yes.
that.
Across large bodies of water, yes, it is, man.
Intelligence is measured flat, man. Jesus
It's
Christ.
measured flat with lasers, what do you call it? Guiding systems, optic systems, all kinds of fucking things you can measure it to be flat. Well, you got a
I
problem with
don't know
that?
about you, but I remember that one flat earther who tried to do an experiment with the flashlight, and then he was like, "Oh fuck,
That's a fucking dumb shit. You gonna fucking watch a Discovery National Geographic fucking hit piece? You're gonna believe that shit? Oh yeah, I forgot. You do believe everything you see on
yeah,
TV.
proving your own
Yeah,
fucking
that's not us, my guy. That is not us. I can give you a whole
fuck."
fucking video on PDF
Oh,
where they actually used a proper laser and they fucking measured over 40 kilometers of pure flatness, not some asshole with a flashlight.
actual flashlight. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
You
And
need you
you
want
guys
the
are
FE
so
core experiments? No,
no,
are you
no,
gonna go watch the FE core experiments or what?
how the fuck can it
I
be
can give
then?
you the fucking links all you want. But the thing is, I've done it a million
I don't
times. You
fucking care.
motherfuckers still don't watch it. Well, you don't care? Okay, cool. Then leave. You're gonna be a global for the rest of your life. You're gonna be a zombie for a fucking sheep for the rest
Oh,
of your life. Go
zombie,
away.
zombie,
You're the
my
zombie sheep communist that loves to pay fucking taxes. They're stealing your shit, and you still are like, oh, I'm glad, happy that they're stealing my shit.
No, I'm not fucking saying that. I'm saying that the fucking shit isn't the one that you fucking believe in. Honest to God,
You're
I don't fucking
stupid. You
know.
believe in cartoons, my guy. You've been told this a million times. You're just a fucking cartoon believer, bro.
Cartoon believer, bro. You're fucking
Well,
putting
that's
layers.
it.
How funny is
No,
that?
it's reality, man. I'm not late, buddy. I'm telling you what you are because that's what you're telling us what you are.
Oh, I am. I
You're
am.
saying it. You're saying it without saying it, my guy. It's that easy.
Oh, no. I'm
Nah,
only
yeah, yeah,
defending
yeah, 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 yeah. Don't
my
have to be all
genuine
Denmark
interest.
on me, man. Don't have to go all yeah on me, man.
Yeah, man. All you're doing is fucking sitting on the internet talking to a guy you don't even know and having a big
Oh my
argument.
god.
Hey,
Oh my
Lucas,
god, bro. Oh my god.
remember that you said that you weren't gonna tell me your model, but just by speaking, you admitted that you believe in the globe religion, space
Yeah, no
religion.
fucking
Just
shit,
we,
brother. It's
we
just so that argument didn't come up in the first place.
He just
yeah,
says
It's
he
not
and
because I
believes
want
it.
to defend it.
Lucas,
It's not because
listen,
I don't
bro,
want to defend it. It's
it's
just because
not.
I know you guys become some big crybabies about it every fucking time I talk to some flat earther. It's always the big
Ah, so
fucking
you keep
argument
doing this all the
every
time. Okay, makes
time.
sense because you're
I
one of
don't
those
even
cognitive
want to
dissonance
fucking argue
assholes.
Hey, Lucas,
What's your
it's not
interest?
a listen, Lucas, it's
because
not
you're
against
assholes.
you.
Yeah, because you're assholes every fucking time.
He
I'm not
loves to
even
talk to
joking.
assholes. Look at him.
Get
He's a
muted.
masochist.
Everything.
Listen,
You love
Lucas,
talking. You love masochist.
remember
You're
when you
told you're
joined
an
the
idiot.
VC? Remember when you joined the VC and you said that your friend, that shit blew up in your friend's face? Remember the volcano? That
Yeah,
you were
fucking
trolling. Listen,
up in his
Lucas, you
face. It
were.
did.
It's pretty obvious that you were trolling and LARPing. It's we know. We
I'm
get
not
this like
fucking trolling.
daily.
I mean, it was an actual question.
Bro, you told us that shit blew up, that your friend went to Iceland and shit
Now he
blood on
lives
her
in Iceland.
face.
He's fucking Icelandic. Come on, get your
Okay,
facts right.
so Okay, so how can you say that a volcano blew up on her face? Is that
In his face. He was in the fucking aircraft as it was about to land. It fucking blew up. I have a video of it and a picture.
post it?
Amazing.
Huh?
Can you post it
Yeah, I don't know where I can post it.
in the
In the
in the
chat.
text in the chat?
He doesn't know
I
how to
can't.
use internet.
I
Boys,
literally
he's
cannot.
stupid.
In the
I have no
side chat.
permissions to do that.
Yes, you
Oh,
do.
you
I
don't
don't have
have
permission.
send it to me to James to Heaven Earther. Send it to Heaven Earther and I'll post it.
What?
Send it
No,
to Heaven
he has
Earther.
permissions. He has permissions. He's just stupid to fucking figure it out.
No, I don't
Look at his
fucking have
tags.
permissions.
Yeah. You have the tags. Yes, you do.
Actually,
Okay,
there's
what
new
do I
people
do?
that don't
What do
have
I do?
perms, maybe for a few days or something. So maybe he doesn't. That's a possibility.
No, look at his tag. This server automatically
Yeah,
gives him the
what do I do it
promotions
then, huh? Where do I do it then?
in the chat.
Yeah, the fucking VC chat.
Well, the one that we're in.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. It's fucking grayed out.
No, unfortunately, sucks for you then. Heaven Earther, take it over. Send us what he's trying to prove. He's gonna prove the globe with a picture, guys. I'm holding my breath right now. Fuck me. I might need to shut this bitch down soon.
And like the
At 1 o'clock in the night, literally, I was
and
just sleeping because he would land at that time. Fucking thing blows up. It's a big glare and everything. I'm not even joking about that story.
Amazing.
Amazing, yeah,
Proves
literally.
it's a globe, right? Proves it's a globe.
Nah, it doesn't prove it's a bro. It's just that I'm not fucking spouting shit. It was a legit question. I'm not larping. I'm not fucking trolling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'd just tell you I don't know. I don't know for sure. My guess would be pressure.
Hey, he did send me the short videos, and let me post it for him.
Of course, he's sitting in the wrong.
Let's see what he's on. Let's see what he's on. Oh, he's now making
Lucas,
excuses.
Lucas, remember that the claims that you're making are not yours. These were passed down by the globe religion to many nations, and
Videos.
people learned it, and they're just passing it down and repeating it, right? So it's when we argue against the globe, it's not personally against you, but it's what you're saying. It's the
Okay, but
belief,
I say
right?
the
It's
exact
not you
opposite
personally.
about Christianity and fucking any other religion. It's passed down. It's a religion passed down.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
globe space religion.
Yeah, but also Christianity is literally the same.
But there is other chats for those ones, right? Here we talk about the globe religion.
Oh no, here we talk about fucking facts and fucking non-facts. Like that's literally what we're talking
I
about.
mean, just to point out that the globe is fantasy, and then we point out, hey, look at the realist level. There is no globe. The only globe that you can find in the realist level is if you go to Denmark to a retail store and you ask the lady, hey, lady, where are the globes? The furniture for the globes for furniture, and she points to you, hey, it's on this aisle number, and you go to the aisle, you find the globe, and you pick it up and pay at the register, and you put it in your house as furniture. That's the only globe that you
But
can find in reality. The other ones you could find it like in cartoons, like in movies, uh uh Dragon Ball Z, that kind of stuff, right?
So
But there's
tell the
nowhere in reality that you find the globe.
tell the store owner that you're going on a trip soon, and you need to know where you're going. So you need a globe,
My fucking divine's back.
to find your way. You're gonna navigate. You don't have
Like,
tell them you don't have
fucking
GPS. You don't have a nav cam or anything like that. You're gonna need a globe so you know where you're going.
I'm sorry to cut the argument short, but I actually have to fucking go off. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to be a wreck tomorrow.
Hey, Lucas, it was good talking
It's
to
not
you, man.
because I don't want
Sorry for
to
the
be
tonality, but you're cool, dude. Have a good one. Get some rest.
Yeah, that
Take care,
video
Lucas.
doesn't prove that video doesn't prove anything, my guy.
No, it's not to prove anything. You just told me to send the fucking video of my friend.
No, but you
Fucking-
said volcanoes something globe, right?
Nah, I said something to do with volcanoes and how the fuck they fit in the flat Earth model, and then you came up with your explanation. Then I
Jesus.
asked, how the hell does that work with the so-called
How does it
edge
work on
of
a globe?
your
That was the question to
world?
you then,
What
right?
is it exactly you have at the edge of your world? What is it that there is beyond that?
I'll
Like
tell you,
how
Lucas.
does
It's a high pressure going towards low pressure. A high pressure buildup in an area, and then it explodes, right, like a bomb. So yeah, high pressure towards low pressure. That's impossible on the globe. It only happens in reality.
How's that impossible on a globe? I don't see that.
Bro, there is no containment on the globe, and you cannot have gas pressure on a spinning water ball in Fantasyland. You can't have it.
Well, I'm gonna go off.
Listen, Lucas, gas pressure is the force that gases exerts on the walls of its container. You don't have that in the globe fantasy.
No, what you say, man? I'm gonna go off.
Yeah. Later.
Ciao.
So volcanoes, high pressure buildup, kaboom.
It'll
Well,
find the
Now,
volcano.
you,
path
now,
of
now
least
you live on the
resistance,
globe
right?
there, Jamesy. Now you're a glober now.
If the volcanoes are, is if none of us were here, because if humans weren't on the planet, then there would be still the circle of life, right? The volcanoes would erupt at some point, and then it would cleanse the air by putting sulfuric acid, and that stuff cleanses the air after the fallout. Like it's all new Earth. Everything starts to come out of like something that, some sort of eruption with. You give it some time, and you have regrowth,
Phoenix. Yeah, the phoenix, right?
fertile oil or fertile soil. I mean,
The phoenix rises from the ashes.
yeah, I guess it's like a volcanic eruption. There's not really much they can do to calm down a volcano. That sucker's gonna blow. It's gonna blow. Yeah, usually volcanic eruptions to creates new land for sure.
Hey, we have the guy called Flatter Retard. He's unmuted, and he wants to talk to Vlad, the Flatter Retard.
Oh, he definitely wants to talk to Vlad, this guy, eh?
To me that
Oh shit.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, who the fuck is that guy?
Listen, I can't see that you're not. Therefore, you have to prove to me.
Oh, buddy, he's so low. I think I got him on
Yeah, no.
mute or something.
Oh no, I
Flatter
can hear.
Retard. Hey, Flatter Retard, get closer to the
Turn up
mic.
your shit. Turn up your shit, bro.
Sorry.
No, nobody wants to hear. Oh, Jesus Christ. You got
It's
a fucking
muffled.
Dollarama
Well,
microphone. Yeah. Good. He broke his mic a long time ago for being a troll.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, mute his ass up again.
I didn't. He is on the globe, so there is no gas pressure, so we can't hear him because sound has to travel through a medium.
Well, his statement was that we haven't proved we're not retarded yet, so he'd like us to prove that we're not. Well, how about I just don't give a fuck what you think about me? You can think I'm retarded all you like.
But what about the fact, like, okay, so you know that if we were on a stationary plane, which we're not moving, like say we're not moving, and we send up a hot air balloon or like one of those helium balloons, like weather satellites or whatnot. We send it up. Why does it stay stationary in the sky? It's because we're stationary here on Earth?
It's because it's trapped
Just
in the
floating
Earth's
around.
atmosphere that's rotating with the Earth.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
really not stationary.
Goes
And
around China and then comes back on the orbit?
yeah, just, flies around with that rotating atmosphere.
Bro, they conned you, man. They conned your mom, your dad. I feel bad.
They didn't con me.
Well, you didn't go to school then?
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't really pay much attention back then. I don't think I really believed anything I was taught from the beginning.
That's good.
Yeah, man, I'm in Australia hanging upside down off my feet.
Yeah, really. You should be like fucking water should be going up.
Yeah,
It
You're
is.
does. I
down
have
and
upside
me
down
down
shower.
under.
I have upside down showers, man.
That's funny.
In
You
here
guys
right
should feel
now. So
lighter.
yeah.
Or as Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says, you guys are on the pear, on the bottom of the
Yeah,
pear.
yeah, we're the
Fucking
fat ass of the world.
fat ass of the fat bottom girl.
That's funny. You are the fat ass of the world.
Yeah,
I think
that's it.
that was Neil's attempt to make the globe a little more gayer because he has to talk about pear shape, like testicle shapes, instead of perfect
Of
spheres.
course. Ball liquor, bag
He
liquor,
he wants
pillow
Does my
to.
radius look big in this?
It's getting worse. It's gone from Australia being the asshole of the world to the bottom of someone's ball sack.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, I guess now that he can't keep people interested in space anymore, he's moved on to transgender movement. Notice how he was mansplaining the whole transgender. You see, they're like pear,
Oh,
at the bottom. They have their balls and sort of
God
similar
damn.
pear shape.
I'm over here cracking up. T-Dub. Does my radius look fat in this dress?
Talking about Neil deGrasse Smoke That Weed Tyson, have you noticed that he always has like T-shirts with depictions of the luminaries and the sun and the moon? They have like eyes and faces and mouths. Um,
It's
Yeah,
to
he's
just
be
got like
honest, I've
a
the
never
Satanist
really watched him.
devil worshiper,
he's one of those weirdos that he goes full science where they put the ties, the bow ties, the vests with all like, planets and stuff on it. Yeah, we know. One of those
Yeah,
weirdos.
man. Yeah, like Mark Zuckerberg. It's like, what's on the inside of your jacket, Mark? Oh, this? This is my Facebook mantra. Fucking what? That's just probably his metaverse mantra. But
Does my
anyway,
radius look fat? T-Dub. Where the hell did you get that from? That was
so,
great.
so you see, when they're talking about the sun, the moon, they're actually talking about these depictions, these cartoons. That's what he's talking about. They're talking about the actual globe Earth space cartoon anime that they created. And it's like you go to an anime convention and you see the characters and they dress up like characters and they talk about the anime and the movies. That's what the globe religion is. They're talking about their own uh, cartoon.
yeah, it's pretty wild. And it's kind of funny because like these people have the consensus on science, They're the ones that say, "Oh yeah, peer reviewed," and multiple scientists agree on the same stuff, and it's like, of course they have to. I think their
Yeah,
livelihoods depend on it.
they're,
Their degrees were pretty expensive, and I mean, and I'm sure they figured it out at some point. They're like, okay, so it's time for us to go up in the rocket ship, and it's like, yeah, that's all bullshit. Sorry to let you know. You know?
I think they know from the start they're given the premise and then told to work out a story to make it fit. Yeah. Okay, boys, Earth's the globe. Come up with the story. Oh, what?
Lots of NDAs.
Oh, you don't
Lots of
like it?
NDAs.
You don't like it? Fuck off. Get a new job. See you later. It's yeah, just meeting their requirements and making the stories fit. It's not real science.
Well, when they sign NDAs, right, non-disclosure agreements, and then like people like Zuckerberg, they're not going to allow people to whistleblow on them, right? And
Well,
anybody
no,
else.
I
And I
think
think
that
the same thing goes with NASA. They're not going to let people just willy-nilly go out there and just start fucking, right? So they sign a
regard,
non-disclosure agreement, and then if you
regardless
say
of the
anything, they just
NDA,
shoot your ball sack off.
regardless of the NDAs, what usually happens to whistleblowers in these types of scenarios at that level, they're not whistleblowers for very long. That's for sure.
Yeah, I know. And they've been working on a lot of shit too. Like, I just seen some really like old footage of, some of the aircrafts and some of the popular science. They used to have a magazine called Popular Science, and it was good for like engineers, scientists, all these like future people who wanted to like build flying cars and stuff. This magazine ran for a long time, and they had a lot of people created prototypes and stuff like that. You don't even hear about shit like that right now. It's like if there is anything, it's like all military and secret. And they were building stuff in like the 60s and shit, man. They had lots of inventions and everything else. And like nowadays, you got nothing. You got the Tesla, which catches on fire and fucking takes like 5 days to put out. Shit like that. Like the Tesla that drives over the flat Earth.
Yeah. And they love them too. I got a guy that came into work to get signage done for his business. He spent an hour telling me about his Tesla. I still didn't know what sign he wanted for his business. And I ended up saying to him, listen, man, I'm really not interested in your Tesla. Yeah, I don't really care. What do you mean? I can drive this far and I can do this and I can do that. And like,
And a battery,
crazy,
remote
man.
control.
I don't an hour about your Tesla when you come in to get something else. They're off their heads. I don't roll up at a business and say, hey, I got a Toyota, and then talk about my Toyota for the next hour. I go in and get what I want and leave.
Yeah, I mean, the future's going to suck because you're going to be restricted. They'll have kill switches in those things, in everything, and like all of our appliances and everything. They're what do they call it? They're online for
Yeah, I just seen
statistics,
something, I think from last year, and the
and they
guy was
piggyback.
saying that his online thermostat was stuck at a certain temperature for the whole of summer, and he couldn't change it. But apparently, it's all online.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I got a washer and dryer. It's our first smart appliances. It costs a whole hell of a lot of money, but it shuts off. It's able to like tell, when the clothes are dry and stuff. It never wastes any power, and it's perfect. Every like load has been perfect. Um, but then it sends those statistics and all this whatever. I don't know what's in there. It can be a microphone and a camera for all I know. But it's got Wi-Fi, and apparently, when I looked up the video for it from the makers, it shows that it piggybacks off of like there's it's like a developer mode, and it's like free for it's basically free for all appliances. You don't need no like Wi-Fi or nothing like that. Like it just picks up on everything, logs in through all your devices and stuff. Everything. Any Wi-Fi, it picks it up for free. I forget what they call it.
I'll be back. I just got a phone call I got to take.
Now is the time for Globers to provide globe proof. We're ready.
Well, the lack of evidence
waiting.
is the evidence.
Absence of
How do
evidence
smart?
is not evidence of absence, right?
Hey, just get a globe, fill it with Earth, globe Earth.
Yes, pot plant man. Know how to grow flowers in a pot plant.
It's not curving. That's how you know it's curving. It's not in motion. That's how you know it's moving.
I mean, I
Dung
could
beetles.
throw the
Dung beetles.
globe across the room and it'll be moving globe Earth.
That's true. If you go to Walmart or Target, whichever is your favorite store, and you buy a globe, you can spin it, and that's proof of a spinning round globe.
You have to have Earth in the globe or it doesn't count.
Like wet earth, like you add water to the earth and then add the earth to the globe to make it more sticky,
Like,
stickier.
find some grass, go underneath the grass, and put that into the globe and then spin it.
I like it. I like that. Sounds like a pretty good
Like, that's
idea. Actually.
foolproof. You can't go wrong with that.
That
But
sounds
look,
like
that's probably the only time you're ever gonna see globe Earth ever. Okay, ever. And you got to have a clear globe, or you're not gonna see it at all, right?
that's like one of the best globe proof that I've ever heard. Better than most globers.
That's as good as it gets. It's not gonna get any better. Like, I can demonstrate that to somebody in a classroom or something, but look, you're never gonna find it outside, dude.
Yeah,
There's
globe
too many bumps on the Earth. There's too many bumps. It's not a sphere. You're never gonna find it. Okay.
globe Earth equals furniture.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, some of the Earth being inside of a globe, right? That's not all of the Earth.
Actually, technically, if the furniture globe doesn't have the earth, like you're saying, like going to grab the earth, the grass, and attach it to it, it's not globe earth. It's just globe. If it doesn't have that earth that you said you have to add,
Man, you're gonna have to fill it up all the way with Earth, because if you don't, then it's not actually gonna be a globe.
a globe earth. That it's not gonna be a globe earth, but it can be a globe, but not a globe earth.
Now, what if you filled the globe halfway with
Globe.
Earth, right? Then you've got like a little pocket of air in there, and then you can hang out and breathe, and you got water below you and above you. It rains, right? What if that's the case?
If you like make like a cartoon of yourself on a piece of paper and cut it and attach it to the globe with the earth from the garden, does that mean that you are standing on the globe earth? If you drew a cartoon of yourself and you put it on the globe with the earth from the garden,
Make a 3D printed little figurine.
Oh, that sounds good.
You just stick it on the side, and it should just stay there. It shouldn't need any glue or anything like that.
How fast do you have to spin it until it's spinning at the right speed? How fast it has to be going? Because it has to be
Look, dude,
precise.
the fucking globe filled with Earth isn't going to have the correct radius, right? It doesn't match it. We're fucked. Like, it's going to have a 1 foot radius max, right? That's not Earth, okay? Go outside, look down. That's Earth.
Yeah, outside is Earth, but then if you go outside and grab Earth and put it on the globe from Walmart, then you have a globe Earth. Because the Earth
Whatever.
outside, the Earth in your garden is Earth, but it's not globe Earth. But then you grab that Earth, put it on the globe, and that's globe Earth. I
Well, I
think
mean, is it going to have the correct drop over distance? I doubt it, right?
it has to be.
I mean, we've been here for what, almost a decade. Nobody's presented the correct drop over distance yet, right? So it's like, is it ever gonna happen? Why are we here?
Why are we here? Ask God.
What if I can't ask God? Right?
I know we're here, but why are we here? Do we really know why? The why?
I'm here for the free Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Free Wi-Fi. That, that's always a good reason why to be somewhere for free Wi-Fi. Oh, the flatter retard is back. Hey, flatter retard. If you're hanging out with retards, what does that make you? Go ahead, flatter retard. I mean, that's your name, so I'm not trying to just say that.
I am retarded. I just admitted I'm. Checkmate.
Why do you pick those words as your? What was the thinking behind the antecedent to pick that name? What was the reason?
Well, it's very simple. Retarded. Retards. So it's really easy. I don't know why you're making it so complicated. Look, you guys have to prove to me. Okay, because I think you're retarded. You have to prove.
When you say retarded, what does that mean?
Capable of reading a science book, incapable of critical thought, a lot of things.
You said science book?
Yeah.
What is that? Science? What is that?
I don't know, dude. I'm retarded.
So you're not capable of reading a science book because you're retarded?
It's not about me.
He can't even turn his mic up.
About you.
He's a retard.
Listen, exactly. This guy's got it. I don't get why you're not.
Because maybe I'm like closer to that word as well.
You
Yeah,
think you're
and
not
and Mike,
retarded. You
closer to the
think you
mic.
have a
Get closer
round
to the
brain,
mic.
but you really have a flat brain. So you need to prove to me
But
that you
listen,
don't have a flat brain.
even retards know that you must be in the same room as your mic when you're speaking. Retards do know that.
Hold up.
And also, retards know they you shouldn't be swallowing the toothpaste. You have to spit it.
What?
Also, like retards, they know that you shouldn't be swallowing the toothpaste. You shouldn't be swallowing it.
No, dude, I do that all day.
Don't be swallowing that toothpaste.
Look, dude, you got to prove to me you're not retarded. You haven't given me any facts. All you've been telling me is you're not retarded. Prove to me that you're not retarded.
All right.
You know,
Is that it? Is that it? That's
it's very simple,
K-Tal?
dude.
Pretty
Yes.
simple.
Yes, dude. All right, I'll wait for your response.
Response to what?
What did he say?
Prove to
Oh,
me,
what?
provide
Response.
evidence that you're retarded.
What?
Provide evidence that you are not retarded.
Can you remove the mic out of your mouth and say that again?
Oh my god, dude. I'm sorry that you can only afford 8.
Wow, that's so low. Hard to hear.
You guys are retarded. Retards.
What?
You are
Pooper.
retards. You're retards.
Can't hear you, dude. You gotta fix that
Bro,
shit.
you listen. You have to remove the mic out of your mouth before you speak.
I know what the problem is. He's using that destroyed technology.
I mean, this is what happens when you give a monkey a microphone.
It might be the fluoride or something.
Guy's just been huffing an exhaust pipe since he was born.
Globers, take note. This guy is in your team. Globers.
Yeah. Oh, he's back. Oh, never mind.
Hey guy, don't drop out. Listen, bro. Listen. He's dropping out. Got a question. Eh,
Oh, he got put in the LGBT chat.
I was gonna ask him if he has a driver's license,
You
and then
shouldn't.
ask him which state does he drive, cause I'm gonna have to keep an eye open when I'm driving.
The process of getting a license in Australia, well, in my state in Australia, it's I think it's 3 years until you get like your standard license where you know
3 years.
you're not, and you're not, and you're not under any specific conditions anymore. 3 years, yeah. So you start off on a learner's permit, and then during the course of a year, I think it is, you have to fill out a logbook. You have to clock up so many hours, show that you drove in different conditions: nighttime, raining, highway, roads. You have to detail all this information, and then after you pass that, you get a P. You have to sit a actual driving test with a driving instructor who passes you ability to drive, and you get a provisional license, and that starts off as I think it's a red. You're restricted to I think it's 90 kilometers an hour. Within 100-kilometer zones, and so there's limitations on you. Then you've got another year on your green provisionals, and then you can just go for your standard license. Then you're considered a responsible driver after that.
Yeah, they should be doing the same for people that vote. Hey, T-Dub, you saw this post earlier, Earth is Life. Have you seen this? That a lot of Globers
Ball is
post
life.
what
I haven't seen it.
he posted this, the building behind the water. I'm gonna post it.
Post Malone.
He's been posting that for years. He
So look at
claims
this.
Post.
he claims he took it himself. Like he lives
Look,
with his.
Jerry. Jerry. Now
Yeah, go ahead, man.
look what Carnivore posted. You see how the R is tilted behind the curve because it's on the
Wow,
side of the ball.
tilted, huh?
It's tilted, and look at the buildings behind the curvature. They're not tilted. They look 90 degrees to the horizontal. So Carnivore debunked Globe is Life or whatever his name is. Carnivore, you're here in the VC. What happened? You debunking your friend?
Carnivore doesn't speak in VC. He's very shy. But I'm wondering if four people were looking at the same thing, similar to the picture that I posted there, which way would the thing in the middle lean? Like say there was four people looking at that R on a ball. Which way would the R tilt?
I couldn't picture what you said. Can you say it again, maybe?
But yeah, Earth is Life has been posting that for years. They all post the same shit over and over. Is it a hump or is it a drop? They'll never answer that. What is actually blocking the building? A hump or a drop? They'll never answer it.
Stop the cap, Carnivore. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Any Globe believers have any questions?
Yeah, like what's like a cool shape?
pyramid shape.
That is pretty cool. Yeah. What kind of pyramid though? Like what kind of like triangular based pyramid, rectangular based pyramid?
A four-sided, like a cube. Like it looks. If you look at it from the bottom, it's a cube. It looks like a cube. I mean, like a
So like the
square.
pyramids in like Egypt, right?
Yeah, the four-sided one.
What about like an octagonal pyramid, like a low res party hat? You know,
Like
That's pretty cool.
that seems pretty cool.
like a pyramid on top of another pyramid.
Now, is a cone a pyramid?
I mean, I suppose. Like, if you have an infinitely reducible amount of sides on it, then yeah, I suppose.
Infinite? What's
Yeah.
that?
If there's a side, there's a corner. If there's a corner, it's a pyramid.
But you said infinite. Can I grab some infinite?
Only abstractly.
Also, fantasy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But we have pyramids in reality.
I have a more interesting question. How many sides, or should I say, how many corners does a semicircle have?
None.
Do you guys have any other answers?
How many corners does a semicircle have?
Yeah.
2.
So those are two options. Another option you can go is 3. Right?
Options. What can you prove?
Well, it's an ambiguous question, right? So it's a matter of what it's being applied for. There's a video on it that's actually kind of cool. But in like
I say it doesn't have
engineering,
any. Would you
I
define
believe-
a corner as an angle?
yeah, it's like where like two straight lines meet, right?
Well,
So
in that
like
case,
there would be like a continuous angle, and then there's going to be the two right angles you can derive from it at its radius.
So you have a curved arc and a diameter. Where's the angle?
It's a continuous corner.
Oh, is this that imaginary geometry that you're talking
I
about?
know in engineering they use it, so I'm told.
All right. Yeah. Are you an engineer?
Whatever that is.
Are you an engineer?
No, but my folks are.
No, I didn't think so.
I don't know what that really tells you, but okay.
Well, that tells me that you don't know what you're talking about.
How do you know?
Because semicircles don't have angles.
Well, it depends how you define an angle, right?
No.
Yeah. Nothing exists as we understand it without.
Yeah, well, see, imaginary
angles.
geometry is the one where you kind of make up definitions. Yeah.
Well, you make a definition, and then you use the definition. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah, so you could call a dog a cat, and if it works for you, then it works, right?
But words have meanings, and their context.
Oh, now they have meanings. Oh, okay, why don't you look up the meaning of the word angle then?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Now it matters.
I mean, yeah, words do have meanings, right? Because they bounce up contexts of other words and how other people use it.
More.
So how I use words is going to be different, maybe a little different than how you use words, or someone from another culture.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Come together,
So-
and we,
So
semantically
geometry is
intertwine our
culture
understanding,
dependent, right?
impressions of words,
The
and then we paint a picture.
Culture fluid geometry. Is that it?
Social construct.
I mean, you could look into it, right, rather than just like.
No, I already did.
Like, why do you got to be a pessimist? Like, why can't you be open-minded?
Who says?
Explore
Who
new
says?
ideas.
All right, I'll be optimistic and say words don't mean anything. How about that?
Well, that meant something. Words do have meanings. Like, without context, words don't have any meaning.
All right.
Right. So
Okay, so
if you
tell
have
me
a
what the word angle means.
people can agree on.
Tell me
Then
what the
yes.
word angle means.
What's that? What does right
Geometry.
angle mean?
In geometry, yeah.
Yeah,
A right
angle.
angle is 90 degrees.
Angle.
No, just an angle.
No, just
It's an angle?
angle. Yeah, angle.
It depends, I suppose.
Depends, right? Okay.
It does depend.
Right.
You don't think there could be different conceptions of angles?
No.
Depends if it's like weekday or weekend.
No, I would say it's a matter of its use case.
Right. So if you want to prove the ground is a ball, then angles mean anything you want.
Why are you gatekeeping words, man? Like,
Ooh, I'm gatekeeping words now.
yeah, you're gatekeeping words.
Who's being pessimistic now?
Like if you don't understand what someone is saying immediately, you immediately disregard it.
Well,
That seems
I'm asking you what it means, and you're like, duh, whatever you want.
that's not what I'm saying.
What does it depend on?
It depends on its use case. What are you using it for?
Geometry, reality.
Well, I mean, it's all contained within reality, but the focus could be more
It's a very
philosophical
good
or more
troll you got
practical.
going.
But
Very good troll you got going on here.
I mean, I can look into it. Or I give you definition.
Yeah. Go ahead. Look up the word angle.
Sure.
Does it say it depends, or is there an actual definition there?
Well, there's going to be multiple definitions, don't you think?
No.
Why is that?
Just in the scope of geometry.
Yeah, just in the scope of geometry.
Oh, just in the scope of geometry? Then sure.
Pitch, not like a pitch, like you're pitching an angle to you. What's their angle to get you to do something?
Right.
All this is just geometry. That's the only context you should be using right now. No other angles than that. Just the one.
We are waiting.
All right, so I have. Okay. So I'm looking up the semicircle problem. It says mathematically a corner can be taken as a
Wow.
point where two endpoints
Angle.
two
What does the word angle mean,
meet.
dude?
In that case,
Who are you? You fucking
but
trolled.
a corner can also be
Very
where
good.
two
Very good
endpoints
troll.
of any two edges meet.
Bro, are
Like,
you ignoring what you just got asked about like 10 seconds ago? Did you
well,
just forgot about it?
no. So I'm looking up the explanation, right? So there was a math problem that went viral, right? A kid said that the semicircle had
Is
two
that
corners.
what they asked you about the math problem that went viral?
Either there's
Was the
0,
question?
there's 2, 3, or infinite.
Do you have everybody turned down or something?
Semicircle's arc can also be thought of
Do
as
you have like
fundamental
a
polygon
worm in your brain?
as
Do
the
you have like a
number of
worm
sides
that
of
doesn't
those
let you hear
endpoints.
people?
Yeah, so it depends. Does the world need to be absolute?
Is this guy deaf or what is it?
He's absolutely muted. You can keep on talking and imagine people are talking to you, or like responding to what you're saying, or can hear you, but they can't. Is there anyone else who would like to talk?
That was weird. Like, almost sounded like one of those people saying, boys can be girls. Kind of like something like that.
What's the definition of a woman? Well, it depends.
No, your mom.
I mean, yeah. Everyone's mother is a woman.
It's like Hannah got locally muting people. Is that what's going on?
I think so, because he was asked a question by multiple people. It sounded like he heard it and he was okay. Let me go get it. He kind of like replied about it and then came back talking about something else that wasn't the question.
Okay, let's try it. Are you there, Hannah?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I sent the answer in the side chat.
Do you what do you identify as, male or female?
Fucking hell, what is that going to do with it?
So people are just properly
forms.
gendering you because Hannah's generally a woman's name. That's why I'm
It's
asking.
a profile on Discord. What's it to you, man? Are you an inverted blue man? Like, what? Do you think Goose is an actual duck? Like, what? No. It's a
What?
profile. Man.
What the
Come on.
fuck?
Why are you being so pessimistic?
Am I being pessimistic?
Why are you being such a weirdo?
Listen, miss, we just
I
don't
don't
want to.
understand.
Yeah, it's like even okay, this guy's done. I mean, even basic questions about their own identities they can't answer. I mean, just get the fuck out of here. You know, go waste someone else's time. It should be very easy if you should know your identities unless you're unsure. You know, if someone's unsure, just say, "Hey, I don't know. I'm gender fluid or whatever."
I'm getting confused.
But holy fuck, man! Like, damn,
Tito
that's brain work.
mentioned about the 3 years to get a license in Australia. I think they should do that to people like this guy to be near children. They should kind of like,
I think you nailed it, Gemsy, with the brain worm. That this is definitely a case of brain worm.
yeah. There is either it could be a worm, it could be possession, or it could be both.
I know you guys don't care, but I finally got my fucking Path of Exile build going. God damn, it took me forever.
Can you
Thank you very
clone it and
much.
pass it? Can you clone it and give me a clone of it?
You don't even play Path of Exile.
What are you talking about? I can start tonight. I can start right now, and you give me a clone of the build.
Yeah. I can.
Can you carry me
Matter.
to victory?
Yes. Just download Path of Exile. I'll help you. I help
Do they?
Larry.
You can copy people's like save files and stuff, or is it like server side?
No, yeah, you can copy like this thing called Path of Building, and yeah, you can go off people's paths and shit. Yeah, I recommend for all newbies to do that because if you want to reach end of game, you gotta copy people's shit because there's way too much shit. I mean, way too much shit. It's like insane that the amount of shit in this game is just. Whew.
Let's see what Goose has to say. Do you want to try again, Goose? You got
Let's try
something to
what
say?
again? No, I was making a joke though. It's funny.
Yeah, you're muted. Try again.
Huh?
Do you want to say something to the class here? You got the floor. What do you got?
I just wanted to make fun of how you sounded. Thought it was funny.
But you were muted. Nobody could hear you.
No, I typed in chat though.
Oh, this is perfect.
Say, I will vouch. Since I've seen Goose here, he's been civil. So that's for whatever that's worth. I haven't seen him like messing around with anybody. So he's been civil.
Thank you.
Maybe LARPing as a goose, but goose are kind of funny. So
Oh, he's a silly
Do you
goose.
have braces?
I don't.
Oh, crit.
Yeah, you can use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for.
There we
Then
go.
drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make,
I
which will
was just asking if you had braces.
which will be no point whatsoever.
Well, the thing
You
is, like,
literally have no point to make.
No, it's your voice. It sounds like you have braces.
Come on, Goose, bro.
Buddy, your voice sounds like you're a fucking snowflake.
Oh
No,
yeah,
it's
he
for real
definitely.
though.
He definitely wears.
We can all make observations here.
Yeah, he definitely wears makeup.
It definitely wears makeup, 100%.
I look great in makeup. Thank you.
Yeah. I bet you're one of those guys that go to the Senate and get sodomized in the Senate, right? Right in the middle of the fucking Senate.
Oh, I'm not that. I'm not that.
Did you see that video too? Like, holy shit.
Yeah, I've been talking about it all day, bro. I can't fucking believe it, man. God bless America, right? Holy fuck.
I'm like, no way, no way. And then they pan the camera and they show the room. I'm like, holy
The
fuck.
whole fucking room, man. It's fucking nuts.
Hey, Vlad,
Oh,
send me a
Jesus
link.
Christ.
Send me a link. I need to do some research on this.
Please.
It's
I do
only
not
for
have the link. I have
research.
special websites that you need a VPN for where I get all the latest, craziest shit.
But this is for research purposes only. It's not. It's just to.
Yes, I understand that. When I didn't watch the video, I just saw a glimpse of it. I'm like, I couldn't believe it. I don't like watching sodomy. You know what I mean? That's not my thing.
Best thing to do is you go into somebody else's channel and then you post that thing and then you guys talk about it in there and then they get their shit shut down and we're good.
This is a not safe for work channel.
Yeah.
That's a private server, not safe for work.
Dog. I'm not talking about it. I'm just saying it's some crazy shit. That's it. I don't want to talk about it. It's horrible.
Okay, here's a screen cap. It doesn't show you anything, but this is like the last second. They show you what room it's in.
Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one, Crit. Send it to Gemsy. He's curious. He wants to do research. Imagine that.
Where's this at?
It's in the chat.
Where did this take place?
In
Canada.
Oh, okay.
No, United States. No, United States Senate, man. You know where they have all these
Nah,
hearings and shit? Yeah, man.
this doesn't happen in America. Come on.
Gemsy, why the fuck would I look at the
So
symbol?
I'm going to
It
ask
says
one
in
more time. Where
America.
did this happen at?
In the United States Senate,
Okay.
bro. Why the
All right.
fuck?
Okay.
See that American symbol on the wall? See the American flag? This is where they have their hearings
Canada
and
looks the
shit.
same. Canada looks the same to me.
That looks
No,
like the Canadian flag to me.
I don't know. You guys are proud Americans. I don't know why you need to be proud Americans. I mean, there's nothing to be proud about. I don't care about no Canadian shit either, man. I think they're all sodomites in the Canadian fucking politics anyway, so I mean, it is what it is. Crazy shit though.
Hey, Goose. Well, so what do you think about the globe Earth religion? What do you think about that, Goose?
About what?
The globe space religion.
I don't really care, to be honest. I think it's interesting. It's fun to listen in on, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really affect my day-to-day life. So
Yes, it does.
sure.
Wait, you're not American, Goose? Doesn't
No, I'm
affect you?
Canadian.
Canadian
Oh,
goose. You guys got the wrong goose in that picture. You need to put a Canadian goose in there.
You're so angry right
If
now.
you
Why?
click on it, though, there's a Canadian Goose GIF on my profile.
Man.
So
I'd be angry too if there were sodomites in my Senate. But there are. I'm so angry. Why do you guys think I'm angry all the time? Yeah, in Canada, it's terrible. But this is in America, this happened. This is even crazier. I see those every day. I see those every day. Those Canadian geese every day on my walk to work. Flocks of them.
Yeah, they
I
have
talk to
eggs.
them.
They have eggs all over the place over here when it's season.
Yeah. I go, rock, rock. I talk to them. Rock, rock. They remember me. They remember my dog too. One time, my dog, because I off leash walk her when she was a little younger, she didn't know. She just wanted to run at them and eat them. And one of those big geese, male ones, he was flapping his wings, doing his shit. She didn't care. She was running because my little dachshund, she's pretty small. Like she's like a 10-pounder, right? She's running at the motherfucker, right? And the guy literally, you know how their necks are, right? He used his head as a fucking flail and he pow, headbutted her down, and her head fell to the ground. It was so fucked up, and then she started running back to me. And then ever since that day, she never ran after the geese again. I was like,
Hey,
good for
hey,
you,
Vlad,
dog.
but do you know that they said that you sound like an owl?
Whoo, whoo, whoo.
That's not like a goose, like an owl.
Well, that's what I said. Whoo. I thought that was part of the joke, man.
It is. It is.
See, I'm hip to that shit, man. Come on.
But anyways, Crit, do you have braces or no?
You get to pick any answer you need for any purpose you need it for,
But okay, the thing is though,
and then
like I can't
drive
just
on
I
to
can't just
whatever.
assume you have braces.
Okay,
But this
What if you
is
listen.
don't have
all
braces?
inside your head, dude. This
Yeah, it's
whole
not a
event is inside your head.
it's not
So
a dating
follow.
channel, Goose. Not a dating channel. You need to go where your kind are.
But I'm curious. What can I say? I'm a curious goose.
Where your kind are.
Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but
It's funny. That's what it's supposed to mean. It's funny. Go to where your kind is.
I feel like Crit just doesn't want to answer my question. I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey, wait.
that's how I debunked it. I'm authorizing you to use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for, then drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which will be
Yeah.
no point whatsoever.
I'm not
So
trying to
when
make
you
a
say
point.
I'm not answering your question, I'm invoking all answers and all of creation. You get to pick the answer you want for whatever purpose you want it for.
I want the truth.
Hey,
So the
Goose.
truth is, I was being politically correct when I was talking about your kind, so that way I didn't offend anybody.
Can you be racist
Yeah,
towards
Goose.
Canadians? I didn't even know that was like possible.
Oh my god. See, that's why I don't have Canadian friends. I live in Canada and I only have immigrant friends. I don't fucking have Canadian friends. It's because of people like him.
I'm sorry if I set such a low standard for my fellow Canadian brethren.
Yes, you thought. No, I mean Justin Trudeau does that for everybody. So most Canadians are, especially if you're a Justin Trudeau supporter,
Why do you live
that's
in
what you
Canada
are.
if like you hate Canada?
Buddy, I'm trapped in here. Okay, if that's you want the answer, I'm trapped. Don't worry, I'm trying to work on my way out of here.
You can't go back and live in the States?
I'm Yaruski. I'm from Russia, my friend. So
Oh, I see.
yeah. So
What do you live in Thornhill or something?
no, I'm in Toronto right now.
Yeah.
Thank God there's more immigrants in Toronto than fucking anything. Thank God.
Well, I'm not trying to make a point at all. So your argument is invalid about
No, that was
invoking
my
all
argument. You
possible
got no
answers.
point whatsoever. That
I'm
was
not
my
trying. If
my
so,
argument.
why does
Yeah,
it matter if I'm trying
Why
to make
is
a point?
right
Goose?
there,
Why are you
which will
still
be
on this?
no point.
But what
Which is no point whatsoever.
I'm curious as to whether you have races or not. I don't know why that's such a big deal.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So you get
Well,
to
no, why is
use
it such a big
any
deal for
answer you need for whatever purpose you need it for, which will be nothing at all, because you've got no point to make at all.
I'm concerned as to why it's such a big deal whether I know if you have braces or not, since you're neglecting to answer my question.
Yeah, I did answer. I allowed you to use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for, then drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which will be no point. You're going to make no point whatsoever.
Why don't you want to
It's literally
answer
pointless.
whether I have...
I did answer.
You just don't want to answer. If you're a
I
little
did answer.
embarrassed...
See what I'm saying? I
if you're
invoke
embarrassed, it's
all
okay.
answers. Every answer you can think of.
You can't
Hey,
just
Goose.
You get to pick
Goose,
the
do you
answer you
support
want.
Justin Trudeau, Goose? Do
No,
you
not
support
really,
Justin
no.
Trudeau? Better not. Did you sign the petition to get him out of the politics thing?
No.
Why didn't you? So
I
you
don't care
support
enough
him?
to.
Because he's an immigrant as well. Don't you know that goose migrate? He's an immigrant.
Yeah,
But we're
I
native
know.
to Canada, so where am I migrating to?
You migrated from
Damn.
another land to that land and away from it.
No, but like
Migrating. You're
Canadian
a
How do you
people
know
goose.
they are?
migrate
How do you
from
know they
Canada.
started in Canada?
Sorry,
How do you know they started in Canada?
that's where God put them.
How do you know that?
Okay, where are Canadian
Hey,
geese?
Goose, how do you know that your daddy goose wasn't like a Mexican goose?
He doesn't speak Spanish.
Okay, maybe he was Canadian. No,
So according to him, if you speak
Texan.
English, you're English. Then that's how you use. That's how you get a passport. If you speak English, you're English.
Fuck is this? Oh, I just died 3 times in a row. Unfucking fortunate.
Yeah,
What
like if
the
you speak
fuck is
English, you're
this?
English. If you speak Mexican, you're Mexican. And if you wear braces, you're crit.
Amazing.
Hey, Goose, it says here that the goose fly from the high Arctic to the southern United States for winter. So they do go to Canada. I mean, to Mexico.
Interesting. But they're not like from there though. It's like a vacation for them.
But how do you know that your mommy goose didn't meet your daddy goose in Mexico?
Neither of them speak Spanish.
Ah.
So according to him, you can't go on vacation unless you speak Spanish. You can't go to Mexico.
Absolutely.
Man, this goose guy is retarded, bro.
He is.
No,
That
Yeah,
doesn't
but he's an
surprise me. Doesn't
immigrant, so,
surprise
so
me.
he can be your friend because you said you have immigrant friends.
That's
So
why
he,
he's.
No, no, no. Me
Yeah,
and
that
Goose will
makes him
never
a
be
little more.
friends.
That makes him a little more retarded.
No, no, no. He'll never be my friend. This goose guy, never.
That's unfortunate. You seem like a really cool guy.
No, no.
you don't
You,
like
you sound.
sodomites for friends.
Yeah, I definitely don't like sodomites. You know, that's not my thing.
Man.
I'm not one
Is
of
that
those.
like a line for
Accept
you? Is it like
everybody.
if I wasn't, would you be my friend?
No, you sound like
Ooh,
a
you're
sodomite.
gross,
So
Okay, so
dude.
it's not just because I'm a sodomite. There's
you
something else. So
sound like
What
listen.
a
it.
fucking
You sound
weirdo.
like
Do
it.
we have to listen to this?
No,
I mean, he brought it up.
let's move back to the shape of not the goose.
Yeah. Are goose eggs spherical?
They're egg shaped.
Or more like pear shaped, no? A little fat on the bottom.
No, they're egg shaped because they are eggs, not pears. Right, Goose?
Did he get muted? Thank God.
No, I'm not muted. I was just
Oh,
concentrating on
fuck.
something else.
God damn it.
I mean, someone can mute me if they don't want to.
Hey, Goose.
I'm just chilling. Like I'm having.
Do you know the Earth is flat, or you think the Earth is a ball?
I'm like on the line. You know what I mean? Like I'm right on the horizon.
So you're like, do you live in Toronto or close to Toronto?
I just live outside of Toronto.
Right. So you live next to the Great Lakes, right?
Yes.
Right. So you could see across the lakes. Have you ever seen across the lakes?
Yep.
Right. There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth, buddy.
Why that?
Because the lakes are 30 miles across.
And
if the radius of the ball was 4,000 miles, right? The curvature rate would be 8 inches per mile squared, right? So over 30 miles, the drop would be about 600 feet, right? Guess what? I could see the lights right across from
okay,
St. Catharines. Welcome to Flat Earth. There is no curve.
I mean, I'm not a mathematician, so I don't know the math.
Well, there you
on
go.
that.
Well, I gave you the math.
Well, I don't know how to do the calculations.
Well, it's easy. Just look it
value?
up, man. Look it up, man.
I'm doing
It's not
something right
hard.
now. I can't look it up right at this minute.
Yeah, Goose, but Vlad did all of it for you, bro. Because
Yeah, I
on
already
the
did it all
globe,
for you.
there is a drop over distance, right? And it is a specific ratio. So based on that, because the globe has a geometry, has a radius. So based on that, we can do the math to see how much it will be dropping over distance. So according to that formula, you shouldn't be able to see after a certain distance. So in the realist
cool.
level,
that's
yeah.
cool.
In reality, when you go in reality and you see beyond that limitation of the sphere, that debunks the claim of the sphere because you see beyond its limitations.
I mean, cool. Like I said, like I'm not really. I said it earlier. It doesn't really make that big of a difference to me whether there's flat or not. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
So then why the fuck are you in this channel?
I told you, it's fun to be here. You guys are interesting people.
But you do care when sodomites are lying to children and telling them lies, right? You care about that.
Sorry?
Right? You care when people are lying to children and
I mean, I know the
telling
government's lying to
children.
me about a whole bunch of stuff. Like, what's one more thing? You know what I mean?
Oh, so you don't care?
No, I do care. It's just like, what am I going to do about it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, be a free goose, fly away. Hey, Goose, do you think your family takes into account the rotation of the ground and the curvature when they're migrating?
What?
You know, when the goose is flying across the land and across the water, do you think the goose is taking into account that the ground it's spinning and
I mean,
curving?
from what I know, they use the magnetic fields. They follow the magnetic fields.
How do you
go
know
north and
that?
south.
How do you know that?
Science told me.
Science told you it was a ball, bro. Science told you it was a ball also. You believe science like that?
I mean, science also tells me that, like, you know, when I put sodium in water, it fucking explodes.
That's
so
irrelevant.
I mean, science gets some stuff right. You can agree.
The science measured. The science measured the ball, Earth.
Huh?
The science measured the globe, Earth.
No, I think people measure the Earth.
So it's
science
not
doesn't
science,
really have
not
any
science,
capabilities
then.
to measure. It's like,
So that's not science.
someone has
right?
to go and measure it.
So that's geometry, right?
No, geometry doesn't. People use geometry to measure, but the people do the thing doing the measuring isn't geometry. It's people.
Great. So since nobody's measured the Earth curve, why do you think you live on a ball in a vacuum chamber?
In a vacuum chamber?
Yeah, in a vacuum chamber.
What vacuum? Where we have an atmosphere.
Fuck.
Not according to your world view. You live on a spinning water ball, rock ball made of water and air inside a vacuum chamber, which doesn't exist in reality. But some reason you think that exists in reality.
I mean,
Not
I
on
don't know.
you.
I think the sky's blue. Am I wrong?
What does that have to do with your rockets flying in a vacuum chamber?
I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not a rocket scientist. I couldn't tell you.
Oh man. Oh man. Ah, why would it do that?
Like, if the Earth is flat, like, I think that's cool too. That's pretty cool. But if the Earth is a globe, I think that's like they're both are cool. So it's not like I like one more than the other. It's just like, I don't know. I just grew up believing the Earth was a globe. So, you know, it's just kind of
Oh, he's
how we live
bi.
life.
He's
It's the
bi.
same
Everybody,
reason.
he's bi. He just said it. He's bi.
Yeah, he likes both.
Mm.
I mean, I think balls are interesting. You know?
Fucking bullshit mods, man. Why is every mod a fucking bullshit mod, man?
Like, Crit, are you a flat earther?
Why are you so in love with Crit? Every question is like, yo, Crit, hey, yo, Crit, hey,
I
yo,
haven't talked to
Crit.
him in like 5 minutes. I mean, come on.
Bro,
Take it
before
easy.
that, man,
Take it
yo,
easy. Take it
Jesus
easy.
Christ. Why are you in
Take
love
it
with
easy.
Crit? Did Crit hurt your feelings somehow, bro?
I mean, I'm just asking if he's a flat earther. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's a pretty general question. I could ask anyone in the room. Like,
Guess Crit doesn't want to answer you. There you go. You got your answer. He doesn't entertain fools,
he what?
especially the ones that think they're a duck.
That's
Fools.
goose, not duck.
Duck, duck, goose, whatever you want, bro. You're a
Yeah.
bird in the sky.
Yeah, man. That's right.
I mean, how do you name yourself Goose? Like, why in the fuck would you do that? That makes no
I don't know.
sense, man.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
man,
Like,
you're such a weirdo for that.
Fucking weird, bro.
like honestly, I think I kind of cooked when I picked my username.
Well, we all know you're a cuck, so.
Cooked.
That's
Oh, you
not
got
very
cooked.
nice.
Oh my bad. I heard cuck, and I'm like, yeah, I agree. You're a cuck.
Oh, that's not what I said, man.
That's not a cool term.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it kind of rhymes with duck, so that's kind of interesting.
bro, I lost like fucking so much experience for dying 3 times. I'm so fucking pissed off right now.
Maybe you should concentrate on the channel then. And
Dr. Mean, are you a flat earther?
of course,
Okay, do you have braces?
why would I
Jesus
have
Christ.
braces?
I'm just asking. Crit, are you a flat earther? No, no answer. Okay.
I'm done with him. Fucking retarded.
He's retarded. I don't know why he's asking these stupid questions. It's nuts. Do
There
you
goes
have
his other
braces?
retarded friends.
You know, I think he's projecting. I bet he had braces growing up. Now he's projecting.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Whatever.
he was teased in high school, you know. He's still probably a virgin because sounds like one, you know. So he asks other men if they have braces and shit on the internet. It's like weird, man. What the fuck? Then again, he is a Canadian, like purebred Canadian, eh? Thought I'd beat your ass already, man. Fuck that. I ain't wasting my time here. It's fine. I almost leveled too. It's so fucking stupid how I died. Night shift's about to start soon, boys. Don't worry. People are gonna wake up.
I'm off till January 3rd.
Ha! Me too, kind of, sort of. I have 6 days off right now because Christmas, and it lands on my working day, so I don't have to work. I go in for 1 day on Tuesday, and then I got another fucking a bunch of days off. It's fucking crazy. His goose was cooked, man. His goose was cooked.
Why did you need to be unmuted? Let's see who you're going to talk about next.
Oh, nothing. I just don't like having the red mute button next to my name.
Oh, well, that happens a lot with me around.
Oh, okay, cool.
He gets OCD.
Oh, Did anyone here go to university or college for computer engineering?
What do you want to
Or
know
what?
about it?
Well, no, I'm in just finished my first semester, and I'm looking at co-ops to do during the summer, and I'm just wondering like how'd that go for anyone who did that?
What program did you say?
Computer engineering.
What you learn this year?
Yeah.
Digital fundamentals, like basic electric circuits, programming in C, like hardware and operating system stuff. You know, like we did like K maps for digital fundamentals. Like that was like in like flip flops, like SR flip flops, stuff like that.
Amazing.
And we just learned the basics of programming in C, and like very simple electric
Hello,
circuits.
making hello world.
Oh yeah, more than that. Like I built
Print.
a I built a
You learned the
program
print
that
command. No way.
I built a program that manages the RPMs of an electric fan based off of like the temperature. I think was pretty cool.
That's a start, I guess, for you. I don't know where you think you're going to intern at or co-op, whatever that means.
Yeah, good luck.
Right now,
Well, I don't know if anyone had any like experience doing that.
like I'm saying, I don't know where you're going to do it after one semester.
Well, it would be after 2 semesters. So
Go to
Bro,
Google.
get
Go to
into
Google.
software development, guy. Hardware's being fucking exported to China.
It does. You still have to know how to address it.
Yeah, but I already
Well, that's
have
what I'm saying.
I already have a certificate in data science and machine learning from a different school.
Machine learning, just hocus pocus. So, what was your plans with computer science or whatever you're taking, whatever it's called? Computer
What I
engineering.
really want to get into is like microchip design, like designing.
Huh.
I think that would be pretty cool.
Well, that's already been done, so you might want to get into designing shit using those microchips.
Yeah, you're gonna have to find a
You're
research and development
about
firm,
12 to
and good luck with.
15 years away from working on one of those projects where you're designing a CPU for someone.
That's the dream.
Just letting you know. So you might want to start with building devices and designing devices like I've been doing for probably, I don't even know how long now. 10, 12, 15 years, something longer than that.
What kind of devices do you make?
I make IoT devices.
Interesting.
Industrial Internet of Things.
He remotely controls big machinery. Oh shit.
Actually, I can remotely control big machinery, but you're not supposed to do that. So we don't do that because that's a safety hazard.
Yeah, you know what? The machinery it'll always glitch, you know. So yeah. I mean, like my computer is so stable, like very stable. But even then, like once a year, something weird will happen with it. You know what I mean? And you can't really explain what the fuck's going on. And then you just reset it and everything's fine again. It's like, okay. And it's a brand new computer I built.
I built a flat Earth Discord AI bot. That's great. It's in my server, my personal one. I can just go exclamation point AI and then ask it anything you want. ChatGPT 4.0 right now. I can put it on any of them, but I'm using 4.0 right now. See how it works.
That's pretty cool.
That's what I'm saying. Software development is probably the best thing. If you're gonna be doing that shit, you go into because that's pretty much what everybody's doing, anyways, right? Software, like the hardware is always there,
But
right?
I like the hardware aspect of it. Like I like building
I know, me
circuits and such.
too. That's what I'm saying, bro. I graduated electrical engineering where I fucking wire wrap the whole fucking motherboard together on an Intel 88. You know what an Intel 8088 is?
It's like a really old microchip.
Processor, right? The x86, like the most basic x86 architecture, right? Fucking
Mhm.
program that bitch in assembly language. You know
Why'd you do
what
it in
assembly is?
assembly?
I know assembly language, yes. The
But why'd
fucking
you do it
data.
in assembly?
Well, because you have to know the basics of the basics when you're fucking debugging your program. You're reading the fucking memory code, right? And
Oh,
that's
that's
it's
true.
all
Yeah.
hex code and shit. So you got to read all that, right? So you know K maps, all that fucking logic shit. I know all that, man. That's what I'm telling you, bro. You're in the end, what you're gonna be doing is either fucking maintenance, right? Working for some company, driving a fucking car, going around fixing fucking swapping out cards or fucking broken circuits. Right? That's one thing. That's hardware for you, man. If you want to just chill and sit in an office, go into software. Learn software coding. Like that's like some serious, like especially with this AI shit, right? That's it. That's if you
Yeah,
want to do that.
I'd rather actually go in there and like be hands on with like the circuits
Well,
than sit
then
in an
go get
office.
yourself a CCNA certificate. You know what CCNA certificates are?
Nope.
Networking certificates, like how to fucking with
He doesn't want to do
switches,
that.
fucking.
He doesn't want to do that part. I get what he
No,
wants to do.
he wants to do hardware, swapping shit out.
I told him what to. No, he doesn't. I told him what to do. That's different. What you said.
What do you Goose? What do you want to do? Hardware or software?
A little bit of both. Like you don't have to do one or the other, right? You can
Well, I
do a
mean,
job,
yeah,
right?
when you're dealing with, yeah, you're gonna be on a computer regardless.
So he wants to design the CPUs, etc., the circuits, not go into a machine, take a card out, and plug another one in, and get a
Well,
piece
I'm
of paper.
telling you, there's no jobs like this in Canada where you're designing fucking CPUs from scratch. I don't think so, at least.
Intel is in Canada.
Intel, like, are they
We have
designing in
AMD's
there?
is in Canada as well. It's not a Canadian company, but we have offices there.
I'm sure there's other places up there, chip makers. I'm positive of it, since we send our hardware to those
I think
places.
it's all in China, bro.
Our hardware we make is why people can make chips the size they do these days.
That's what I'm saying. I think
Yeah,
I
because
don't
like
know any.
the machinery that goes into actually making the microprocessors is like insane. Like
Oh yeah, you know how tiny the connections are.
You know how many working circuits they get off a wafer?
one wafer,
Yeah, one wafer.
couple hundred, I guess.
So if there's 80,000 on there, they're going to get around maybe 100.
Yeah, because like there's a lot of like what do you call it? Bad chips that you gotta discard.
So our next goal is to increase their productivity for 2024 for those chip
I mean,
makers.
100 out of 80,000. Like, was that like a
I don't know.
0.8% yield?
It's ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, they just throw them out and start another batch. Get the working
You can't
one.
reuse the silicone.
I don't know what they do with it. I don't go there. I'm sure they can. It's just sand.
Let's fucking make sure I don't die now. Back to almost where I was last time. Do this. Make it blue. That's fine. Listen, Goose, if you understand math to a certain degree, you'll understand that the Earth is a flat, extended plane. Topographical, of course. Because the globe math doesn't add up. Like, why does it matter? Oh, it matters, bro. It matters a lot. And then again, why would you want to work for like a company, man? Why would you want to work for a company? You should find your own business because working for someone always sucks. Then the taxes and everything. Where when you open up your own business, right,
I
especially in
could,
Canada,
like, if I wanted to, I could do like an electronic repair company, but
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about anything else. Like, I understand you're into electronics, but like once you learn all that shit, like it's better to have like a sales business or fucking something, right? You'll make way more money. Knowledge is power, right? But in order to make like millions, you're not gonna like
oh, I'm not
these
worried about money.
electrical. Oh well, I guess if you're not worried about money, then whatever.
Rather just do what I love.
See, that's a new thing that I don't know what Gen Net's called, but they would rather, like, say they go to the kitchen and they try to open a jar of jelly and they can't get it open. They'd rather go on an app and order a pizza then.
I guess.
That's a fact. I forget what the name of it's called. That's their. They'd rather live paycheck to paycheck, not worry about anything, and just have only certain things they like and be comfortable only with that, and then everything will be okay.
That's fucked up, man.
Well, no, I'm
That's
not
really.
talking about living paycheck to paycheck. I just mean like I'm not really concerned about making millions and millions and millions of dollars.
I'm not saying millions. We're saying a comfortable life, bro. Easy life. Well, I mean, business isn't really easy, but once you get to a certain point, you'll get a better life, man. Working for someone sucks, man. I'm telling you, man.
Or you work for a private company like me, and then it doesn't suck.
Or you work for a private company like him, and it doesn't suck. Yeah, because if you're going for big corporations, bro, big corporations suck. You're just a number on their fucking thing. And if you're not productive or there's no productivity coming from you, boom, you're easily cut or whatever. And it might not even be your fault. Maybe it's just the management and the company itself is just going to shit. A lot of stuff like fucking was it Nortel in Canada that got fucked, right? You got to think about your future, my guy. Or have a fallback plan, or you know what I mean. There's all kinds of shit you have to worry about. Because you know how much engineers I know that are just like pizza delivery drivers, or like something else, like other than engineering. People go through engineering school and they don't even end up being engineers at the end. Like me, ha!
Well, you weren't able
I
to get an
just know.
engineering job.
Well, I used to work for Bell, but then I got a criminal record, and then long story short, I just fucking gave up on all that shit because I couldn't get around because my car was gone. So I just fucking decided, you know what? find something else. And when I found something else, it actually life became a little bit easier. Less pressure, you know. Easy. You know, I like easy jobs, like just working, you know, just chilling. I don't like fucking headaches. And then I don't like homework either, like, you know, taking shit home and working at shit fucking at home. It's like, no. I go to work, I leave, that's it. Nobody fucking calls me, nothing. I'm done. You know, you'll get to a certain point when you get older. That's what
And I'm at the
businessman.
point, and I'm at the point where when all else fails, then they have to call me whether I'm at home or not.
Oh, you're always on call?
Yeah,
Not always
when all
on
else
call.
fails.
It's just you have to call me in the end if you can't solve the problem. So now I'm not on call. Hopefully there's other guys that can fix it before me.
Right? Too much responsibility, man. Fuck that. So I'm saying, but like, I mean, if you have your own business, right? Depending whatever you choose into, like I said, for some reason, sales is always good. If you learn how to fucking become a good salesman, you'll be okay. You know what I mean? Flipping products, investing
Yeah,
money
but
that
like
you have,
selling, like
and
I've
growing.
done sales jobs before. Like it's not my thing.
Oh,
Yeah, there's too
okay,
much
so
ass kissing in that.
Yeah, I do not like
that's
it.
true. A lot
I
of
know
lying
because
too.
I just got taken out in the past 2 weeks by 3 different vendors because it's the end of the year, and you get to sit there at lunch and listen to the shit that you know you're not going to buy. So it's just a boring thing.
Well, I don't know. There's so many different things, so many different ways of starting businesses, you know?
Do you have a business?
No.
Are you going to?
No. Me, my thing is crypto investment right now. That's it.
Well, good luck with that.
Whoa, it's doing well. I ain't fucking, especially now. Jesus Christ. You see what's going on, the price of Bitcoin?
Did you get that? Did you buy that Porsche yet?
No, but I'm not gonna buy a Porsche even if I get all the money, man. My thing is
You better start taking some of that money out and turning it into cash and investing it into real things since it went up so high.
next year is gonna go higher, bro. What are you talking about, man?
They
We're
always say
talking
that
about
next year is going to go higher. Then it goes to 16,000 or 5,000. Then they say,
that's when
"Well,
you buy
that's the
more.
downswing. That's the
No, you buy
downswing. You got to wait
more.
till it goes up and then sell a bunch."
No,
And
you
then it
buy
goes up, and you
more.
guys say, "Well, no, I'm going to hold on to it because it's going to go up more."
Listen,
And then it goes back
bro,
down.
Rodwin, I never sold. I only compounded. So when I mean compounding is every time it goes down, I keep buying. It's called accumulation.
I
And
know
you're
how to
waiting for
do
that
it.
big jump.
I know how
And
to
guess
do
what? The
that.
big jump's coming.
I
The
know
big
that
jump.
always upcoming.
No. Well, I mean, like, if I sell right now, I'm profiting. That's for sure. But I'm not selling. You know what I mean? I'm just compounding. Especially now, man. I'm up higher by a lot, man. Don't worry about me. Crypto investments. Especially next year. Next year is going to be the crazy year. It's the fourth year, right?
How did those picture investment cryptos turn out for everybody?
Oh no, see the NFTs I never touched. I knew that was shit all bullshit. I never touched the
Some
NFTs.
things
Well,
are
buddy,
bullshit in that
but
world.
NFTs are bullshit. NFTs just art. Art's always up and down, bro. When we're talking about real, like,
It's
actual
not
money,
art.
that's different.
It's not even art. It was shown up to be a scam. CNBC showed it. It was just a scam
Well,
from the beginning. Nothing to do with art.
CNBC, I don't even know who the fuck. I don't watch TV, bro.
It's where all the stocks are at for all the stock exchanges.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't listen to those guys. Those guys are fucking trash.
Fuck fuckers.
Yo. Larry, how you doing, buddy?
Fantastic.
Ready to play some Path of Exile or what?
Come on,
Bro, I'm
buddy.
almost level. I'm almost level 90. Goddamn! I
What?
died 3 times and fucking yeah. No, it's so hard to get to level 90. It's insane. Plus my build. It's just not like I had invested so much current. Like I'm pretty loaded right now, but you should see what I'm doing. Well, you can watch my stream. Get on my Rumble if you can check it out. Like I'm doing 200,000 DPS with my fucking shield. Like blasting tier 6 to tier 16 maps, but trying to level up before I go again.
Where the Globers at?
There's a skybound explorer in here right now.
Globers are gone after I yelled at all of them.
Nope, there's a skybound explorer in here right now.
What's up, Skybound?
Sup, bros?
How's it going, bro?
Good. How are you?
Good.
It's funny you mentioned Oh, sorry.
I just got a few questions for you if you're not busy.
I'm not a Glober. It's funny you mentioned CNBC though. It's I was watching a video on YouTube this morning, and they were talking about cars and how they depreciate in value. And the first two things that they did was define what financing a car means, and then defined what it means to be upside down on your loan on a car. So I was just thinking, like, who do they think their audience is over at CNBC? Like 10-year-olds? Just curious.
Yeah, it's Operation Mockingbird, mainstream media, CIA.
That's right.
That's why I don't take financial advice from people on TV,
Neither
my
do
guy.
I.
You just said stock something with CNBC or whatever.
No,
I'm like,
you asked
bro.
me what the channel was.
Oh man. No, a lot of them on CNBC were like shitting
I
on.
invest in what I buy personally. I don't invest on what people buy on TV.
Thank God. Because everybody on TV was shitting on crypto.
It's more likely that those people are buying more of that stuff than what you're buying of what you're buying, right?
But yeah, they flood the market. They fear uncertainty down, and then FOMO, all kinds of shit. They do that on purpose.
Like a perfect example is like a drug dealer, right? They always say you don't get high on your own supply, right? And that's the same. Like people who own McDonald's, I'm sure they don't eat a bunch of McDonald's from their own restaurant every day. You know what I mean?
Definitely not.
That's food-like substances. Don't eat that shit. So you're not a Glober, huh?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
All right.
He sounds pretty flat earth to me. Globers have like this sound to them, they all sound the same.
Like they ate lead paint chips as a kid or something.
No, like they're wearing perfume and makeup.
Even that. Yeah.
They're like blue-haired Care Bears.
Wait, what's wrong with wearing perfume and makeup?
Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, glamour magic is a powerful thing, but if you think you're a 10, why do you need it?
I don't know. Maybe they just like makeup.
Weird.
Just like the way that some guys like cars. If you have legs, why do you need a car?
Yeah. I love
Why do you
walking
need
8
a
kilometers every day, one way and then 8 kilometers back.
Well, if
16
you're a
kilometers
true
total.
alpha, you wouldn't mind.
I do that every day, my guy. That's what I'm telling you. I walk
Aw.
16
Nice.
kilometers a day.
Yeah, it's hard for me to walk 30 miles each way to work, so.
I don't know how big 30 miles is. I don't understand
That's a
freedom
lot.
units.
I
drive
wouldn't do
about
that.
100 miles a day at work, so I can't walk that. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's true. But you do still walk, Larry, right? You don't just sit in the car. You have to walk, right? You have to
Yeah.
get out of your car, walk to the
Apartment
person's place, and then
complexes.
come back. Yeah.
Plus, I walk at the park.
Right? So yeah, you're still in motion. You're not sitting on your ass the whole time, so you're good.
Yep.
Our connected buildings by a tunnel are about an eighth of a mile apart, and I walk those when I'm there.
Good.
I probably walk that 10 times a day, if not more than that. If I go into work, that's one reason why I rather work where I'm at, out in this side of Ohio, because the few plants I have here are so big that I don't have to worry about walking from building to building. They're just one gigantic structure.
Somebody's watching programming.
Uh-oh.
Neurolinguistic programming is very, very strong. Arguably the strongest weapon ever
Oh, you
invented.
can hear my
TV.
TV. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
Oh, don't worry about it. Just be careful with that NLP. The TV can hypnotize you. These aren't the droids you're looking for. After you hear that like 100 times a day for fucking 20 years, start to believe it. Nothing to see here. Just keep paying your taxes. Well, there's no Globers in here?
Nah, man. I don't think. Let me see.
Nobody's muted.
Well, we were talking about some crazy, stupid shit before.
I can pretend to be a Glober. I've got my little spaceman icon with his little ghetto blaster in the space station.
You don't have to, man. Don't force yourself.
Yeah, but I don't like ripping into flat earthers. I like tearing apart Glober logic. Especially when they accuse me of fallacies. That's my favorite.
Well, don't worry. That guy came back here, the fucking lunatic or whatever his name was. Came in here today again, and I ripped him a new asshole. That's why he's not here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Somebody should send him some preparation H.
Yeah.
Yeah, NFTs I knew from the beginning. Like the only way I would have an NFT is if it was like given to me. I would not purchase an NFT.
I didn't even look into how to get them. I was like, that shit's bullshit, man. I love Bitcoin. That's it. Everything else is whatever, man. I fuck with the altcoins, but only the good ones.
You probably play the altcoins, but you invest in Bitcoin, right?
Kind of, sort of, yeah. Like that's my whole move. Is when the altcoin gets big, I move everything to a secure stable coin, which is Bitcoin right now, because U.S. dollar is not good. The
Not where it's
USD
at.
is so shit.
Yeah, I could post videos of like Ukrainians like scooping that shit up off the ground like it's fucking flyers to a concert. It's
Or U.S.
so sad.
dollars?
Yeah, $100 bills, just suitcases of it. They're just scooping it up.
Yeah.
Over there in Ukraine. Literally scooping up suitcases of $100 bills, just smiling and laughing in their pretty little dress.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man.
And we're paying for it. But it's Trump's
Yeah.
fault too. Don't act like he didn't spend like what, 8 billion? 8 trillion. Sorry. Yeah, so I mean,
Oh yeah. They're all the inflation is because of them for sure.
the whole government acts like it's the only fucking job is to spend as much money as fucking possible.
Well, they got to launder it, right? So they get a cut.
Yeah, the American people get like what, a $1,200 stimulus. Meanwhile, the corporations get like trillions. all a scam. It's a fucking religion. You either are God or you believe in God. So you think you're God, or your state is your God. I'm not a statist. I can't do it. Seen too much stupid shit in my short life. I got an idea. What if we sent like a college plane, a plane full of college students, and say that they got blow up, but they really didn't, so we could go to war with Cuba? Operation Northwoods. Look it up.
Yeah, false flag everything, man.
Mm-hmm. It's so weird having that 24/7 live stream on YouTube. Like, what can I say and what can't I say? Like,
Don't
there's
worry,
no
I'm
free
I'm I'm I'm
speech.
on Rumble and YouTube.
You
I'm on
could
all
just
of them,
admit
and
the
I've been
Earth is a
saying all kinds
globe.
of shit. You can say all kinds of shit. Trust me, I haven't been banned on YouTube in a while. But they listen. It's not that there's people sitting and listening. There's literally an AI bot watching all the streams. Like it
Right.
must be some massive fucking or a bunch of servers with the same bot, and it's programmed to just pick up on words, and then boom, once
Wait a
it picks
minute.
up on some,
Doesn't
they re.
processing AI cause heat? Like all those bots, that thermal energy could be a biodome in Antarctica. If there's cities there, they're computer cities generating heat.
Well, I don't know anything about that. But all I'm saying
What's the
is,
speculation? Go ahead.
I bought a bot for the year, and all my Call of Duty videos, like I'll let the bot view them, right, and it picks up all the action, and it's actually really, really good. Really picks up all the best action. I enjoy that bot.
So
There's a
somebody
lot of
said the Earth is a globe. I got to address that when you're done.
it's the transgender in this channel, right? I'm not wrong about that. You are a trans, right? Sound like one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Don't worry. I used to work in the gay village in Toronto. I can I can differentiate from a trans and a gay.
So you said something about the Earth being on a globe. What do you mean, like on TV or like in your mind's eye? What do you mean?
I think the Earth is a globe.
That's your religion. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah,
I'm
it is
tracking.
my religion.
Yeah. You believe in like dark matter and other people believe in a sky daddy, but you think you have like a superior, worldview and your religion is right and everybody else's religion is wrong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, girl.
Yes, queen.
Yes, queen. Yes. Jesus Christ. You know how much times I heard that shit? Fucking annoying. Buddy, the bar I used to work at, literally, there'd be fucking men dressing up as drag queens, right? And they would have like, what do you call it? One would be dirty bingo. One would be like fucking charades or some shit. I don't know. They had these fucking family fun games, right? But they would all be fucking dressed up as trans people. That's their
I
thing.
don't
I
care
didn't
about none
care.
of that stuff. Just leave the children alone.
That's it. That's it. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying, bro. You guys can have all the fun you want. You guys can have all the alcohol fueled fucking craziness that you guys do all the time. Just fucking leave the kids alone, man. That's it. Buddy. It's not that hard. But no, they have Justin Trudeau parading with fucking kids next to him, right? In Canada during the Pride Parade, and fucking all these dudes just fucking spinning their fucking cocks in front of these children. It's fucking fucked up, bro. And then it's Pride. Yeah, it's Pride. Fuck off. If a
Yeah,
straight man would
Pride
do that,
Parade. They're
no,
lovely.
if a straight man would do that in front of children, that man would be in jail right away.
What are you even talking about?
I'm talking about how Justin Trudeau would take these kids, right, in the Pride Parade, right, while there's a whole bunch of sodomites, right, spinning their fucking genitals in front of these kids.
So I did see like a middle-aged man wearing tidy-whitey underwear, right? Like Walter White underwear. And he's kind of doing like a wide stance with his knees like halfway bent, and he's like twerking and dangling his junk like in the streets. And I'm thinking, like, if that's not disorderly conduct, I don't know what is.
Exactly.
Because to me, like, why would you do that? There's children around. Like, why would you dangle your giblets? And yeah, it's not nudity, but in my opinion, that's like weird to do in public. Why would you do that if there's children around?
Wait, why would I do that? I'd never did
Not you,
anything like
not
that.
you. No. It's the proverbial you. Yeah, I'm not
I don't
claiming you're a
know.
criminal. I'm saying that one guy at the parade was.
Right, so they're using your movement. What we're talking about, they're using your movement, right? There's certain bad actors that are using you guys as a scapegoat, right? To do shit that they're not supposed to do, right? And the problem is there's a lot of people on your side of the community that are ignoring it, right? But there's also this other side which is called gays against groomers, if you don't know about them, right? See, I support the gays against groomers. Let the gays be gays, and do whatever you want to do at home in the privacy of your own home. You guys can sodomite each other until you're all blue in the face, right? I don't care. Just don't fuck with the kids. Don't fucking go and start trying to fucking groom
Nobody's
children.
messing with children, and the only one
Are
who's
you
bringing up children
serious?
is you.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
If we're talking about who's
Where do
messing
you
with
live? Where do
children,
you live? Where do you live?
I
Do you
live
live
in
in?
Australia.
Okay, so in America and in Canada, it's getting out of hand. Let's just say that.
Yeah, we're not
I'm not saying
Again,
you.
the only people
We're not.
messing around with little kids is Catholic priests and Christian pastors.
That's not
See,
true.
not
Now you're painting with a broad brush. The thing that you didn't want us to do to you,
right.
and I specifically said that I wasn't painting with a broad brush. You did it and said it's only Catholics and pastors.
Because they have a history of covering it up.
They do, right? But there are also other people that do it too, like atheists, right?
Like who?
I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein isn't a devout Catholic, right?
I don't know. Is he?
I don't think so.
Jesus Christ, who's yelling in the background?
I'm watching a video. I'm sorry.
We got NLP in the background back there. This one's been thoroughly programmed.
Yes, 100%.
You can tell.
No, he was doing a speed run of a game and he lost it 8 hours in, and he's really angry.
Okay, well maybe I was wrong. But yeah, you shouldn't paint with a broad brush. Stereotypes are bad. Like usually, right? Unless you're like, a woman and you're walking down a dark alley and you see somebody following you with a hoodie on, then stereotypes are good, right? But most of the time, stereotypes, it's fallacious.
Unless it's Russians, you can stereotype Russians all you want, because those evil goddamn Russians, right?
They could really take a slap.
Yeah. Oh
yeah,
man.
let's not, stereotype. I think that is one of the things it's against YouTube policies to do. Like if you say something like all pigs are bad, right? I mean, you could say 95%.
I hate all police.
Do you?
Well, yeah. All they do
happens
is commit hate crimes in America.
What happens if someone breaks into your house and shoots up the place?
You don't sound like you're from America.
They're not going to shoot my place up because we don't have guns.
So why are you talking about America since you don't live there?
You can make a gun with a pipe and a rubber band and a rail and what maybe some sort of sliding pin. Like you can make a shotgun with next to nothing. A really primitive shotgun. What do you mean you don't have guns? You can print them. If you think there's no guns in Australia, I think you're a bit naive.
Yeah. Wasn't it that guy that shot up the mosque that one time in Australia there? Or was it New Zealand?
Yeah, that was a YouTube video that wasn't actually never happened because we got the cut and edits of it, and we got the guy laying on the floor dead, checking his messages or chatting with somebody.
Yeah, I don't think we can talk about. Man, why are we on?
There's a lot of things you can't talk about, eh?
Funny, right? Like if it's so solid information, how come you can't question it, right? Like if someone were to say, Larry, you claim to be 6'3", and I was like, don't talk about it. No, you can't question it. You probably would start wondering, like, is he really 6'3"?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to question things that you see on TV or on YouTube.
That's really
Especially not the
sinister.
Earth, because we all know it's a ball.
See, there
You
you go.
don't know that. You said you believed it. Now you're double speaking. Do you think that you believe it and think that you know it at the same time?
No, I know.
You know what?
I know that it's a ball.
How?
I've been to space.
Okay,
we
just
go.
because you
Get it,
smoked a whole
buddy.
bunch of
Retard.
angel dust, you think you've been to space.
Yeah,
What do you
I've been
mean?
to space.
Australia's, they don't have drugs in Australia. They're not allowed to go in there.
Oh yeah, they're.
We have
Right?
drugs in Australia.
Well,
We
it's
definitely don't
illegal.
have. We definitely
It's
don't have a
illegal,
decent
man.
space agency. That's for sure. Must
I'm
the
sorry.
Australian
Well, I
Space
have dual
Agency.
citizenship.
Let me guess.
The
What,
I
Australian
went
Israel?
to
Space.
England and then went to space.
Oh,
You have,
I've never
you have
seen
citizenship
England.
with
Oh,
England?
the England Space Agency.
Yeah.
This guy, this person is full of shit.
No shit.
Vials of fecal matter, you are.
In the
Well,
U.S.
you
Senate.
asked how I knew the Earth was a ball, and I told you.
A lie.
We
You
know
told
that
me a
you're
lie.
lying because space is fake, so you're just a liar, like all of you guys, or whatever you want to call yourselves, are.
Deep space is fake.
Well, we don't even have to worry about space being a violation of natural law because we know they never went there anyway. And you definitely never went there. That's for sure.
What do you mean? How would you know that whether I've been to space or not?
You haven't been to space.
I told you why.
Write it down. Space, the way that they
All
tell
right.
you, it's fake.
Space
It's fake.
no, it's not.
Okay, do you know what a vacuum is? A partial vacuum?
Yeah, I know what a vacuum is. I've got one.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're not
it's
talking about
totally
like a
fruitcake.
bridesmaid's vacuum. We're talking about like a privation of material, like a space that doesn't have a whole lot of atoms and molecules in it. Do you know what I mean now?
Yeah, you're talking about space.
No, I'm talking about the concept of a vacuum, not a Hoover vacuum cleaner, but a partial vacuum. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Well, you've never been to space then, because
Yep,
space is a vacuum.
that's right. Busted again.
Not so smart, this one, eh? Don't expect it to be.
Well, you're probably dealing with a relative truther, right? So let me ask you a question, my Aussie friend. Do you know that you're not sitting in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now? Or is it a possibility that you could be a brain in a jar? Is there a thing called objective truth? My little Aussie friend who thinks that there's no drugs
Sorry,
in
my
Australia.
TV's yelling right
I don't
now.
care about your TV.
Pay
If you're going to
attention
be...
or get out of the room then.
Yeah, because I would much rather talk with these guys who are actually paying attention.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll mute my mic then.
After I asked you a question. That's cool. I get it. You're scared.
It's running away. It's running away. Fuck.
Why is it that
Man.
these type of people fall for that subjective truth?
Oh,
All
don't
truth is
stereotype.
subjective. I'm talking about the Glover type.
That's still stereotype, man. See, it doesn't matter. The thing is, racism exists, stereotypes exist, and they'll always exist, man.
Who cares anyway?
Right.
Yeah, but the all or
Everybody
nothing fallacy
stereotypes Russians, and everybody's like
the
fucking racist against Russians, you know, and they don't see me crying.
all or nothing
just
fallacy is worse than a stereotype, right?
And how come?
You use the all or nothing to drive them out of their quiet space and onto a microphone. That's how I do it. The all or nothing fallacy. You're all like this until one speaks up and says, I'm not. I like to poke people.
Me too, but I'm all out of rubbers. I'm sorry, I'm being a bit extra tonight.
Oh, that's funny though. I like that. That's funny as fuck.
You should go to
Bro,
Congress.
you should have checked the guild stash, man. There's gear there for you.
Oh, I gotta fix my setup because I got a new chair, so I gotta.
Oh, you listen to me? No way. You listen to me? No way. That's
Yeah, I got a new
crazy.
chair.
That's sick.
I can be taught.
I mean, if you're gonna sit here for 10 hours like I am, then yeah, you might as well get a new chair.
Yeah, I got a nice little leather office chair.
That's sick. That's sick. I wish I could get myself a nice leather. I'm only sitting on one of those IKEA fucking chairs. Sometimes my ass does start hurting. But you know what? I've been sitting on a computer like a big portion of my life, so I guess my ass is like solid steel, you know?
I think every home in Canada is made from IKEA, isn't it?
I think so, bro. It's the cheapest thing.
The only thing. When I was there, that's where everybody went shy. Let's go to IKEA.
IKEA furniture store.
We can take home boxes and build shit for 5 hours a day.
That's funny.
All right, how am I going to do this?
But you know what? I got my tables, my computer tables from IKEA, and I love them. They're white, they're beautiful, and they're just large. And I bought 2 of them to make the corner, you know, and it's just, I just feel so good in it. Because I bought a new computer, right? And then in order to put the computers, because now I have 3 computers, one in behind me, one in the side of me for the streaming. Yeah, one I use just for like watching shit on internet, you know, like it's always on a VPN, and I don't fucking. It's like it's my oldest computer. It's just I either watch shit on it, you know, or download fucking shit on it, and make sure, you know what I mean. If I need to format it, it's an easy format. Boom, there's no data loss, right? My gaming computer that I just built, it's a beast of a machine, so I'm not saturating with anything but games. I don't even open up like the internet, only the internet websites that are for the game itself, and that's it. And then my laptop, I use it as a encoder for the OBS. You know, it's a gaming laptop too, so it has the graphic card in it for the encoding. So yeah, that's why my stream looks nice. Hell yeah! Chow chow. What else is in the guild stash?
Pay $1.5 million to live with your neighbor. Townhouses in Canada.
Right, my apartment, bro. If you look at the price of my apartment unit, man, you lose. I was like, what the fuck? Might as well get a mortgage. But even now, mortgages are shit.
Yeah.
Right. But it's okay. I live here for so long, and they can only increase the price by a certain percentage every year, so I'm still okay.
Wait a minute, I just realized that the anime known as Death Note in English would be called Mortgage.
Ha 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 ha. I actually like that anime. I think I read all of it, or was it? Did I read? No, I watched all of it. It was really
good.
I
watched all of it too. The anime and the live action. Live action
It
CGI
was,
crossover. Yeah.
yeah. No, I liked it too. It was really good. It's something about it was fucked up. I watched a lot of Bleach. I watched a lot of Naruto. I did Dragon Ball Z when I was younger, you know? But I don't do that shit anymore. You know, but it ended at Death Note pretty much. After Death Note, I'm like, fuck, whatever.
I
I'm
just
not interested in anything
watched it
else.
with my children.
But hey, I'm level 90 now. What up? Hells yeah.
Right, I think I got it situated now. Is this stable? I think I'm gonna strap my PC to my table. All right. So I don't have multiple PCs. I mean, I do, but it's like laying underneath my bed, so I'm not using that one. I just got the one screen. Like to keep it simple. Yeah, I might have to strap this down and do it tomorrow. Am I still on?
Yes, sir.
I have to
You're strapping your PC to the table.
Yeah,
Or
do
you're
it.
gonna do it tomorrow.
Yeah, do it tomorrow. Did you know how you buy them cheap shelves and then like eventually they break and you're left with the boards?
Yeah.
So I kind of use C-clamps in those shelves to make my little table like modular. I know it's like really weird, but it actually works out pretty good. I also have one of those lifts that you put your keyboard and mouse on. You can like play standing up.
Oh,
That's how I
that's
play.
sick. Yeah,
That's how
if
I
you
play
sit for
Mortal
too
Kombat.
long. Which Mortal Kombat do you play?
Let me look. Hold on, I'm in the middle of something.
Is it the new one?
No, I don't got that one yet. I got the old one that I got Nintendo controllers I play it with. Oh, I unplugged my keyboard. That's what's up. There we go. Turn off the heater. It's
I got 6 days of fucking vacation right now, eh, Larry?
nice, very nice.
Well, I mean, I was on vacation for like this whole year pretty much, just barely working. And yeah, now it's like cuz the Christmas fell on the days I was working, so I'm an extended vacation. I usually get 4 days off. Now plus the 2, it's gonna be 6 days off work. And then only 1 day on, and then go back to another fucking 6 days or 4 days.
Mortal Kombat 11.
I think I have it, bro, on Steam.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, we gotta play. You want to play right now, man?
Fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah.
Oh,
Let me hook my
bro.
controller back up.
Oh, buddy, I'm so bad at this game, but let's do it. I
Oh
don't.
no.
What character do you play?
I like to mix around, but I usually stick with like Sub-Zero or Liu Kang.
See, Sub-Zero, eh?
Yeah.
God damn it. All right, well, I'm launching the bitch right now. Let's go DirectX 12. I bought it because it was cheap. I had this little bundle with Injustice 2 and bought the fucking like fuck it, because
Like,
I'm
uninstall
okay.
it.
What? How long is it gonna take you? Okay, well, installing, I'm gonna practice then. I gotta choose a character. Choose your character.
Now I gotta back out of this game. Let's see, 100 gigs. Probably take about 15 minutes. Oh, it's Steam.
Yeah,
Maybe 20.
it limits. Steam only pushes up to like 70 megabytes. I think it is. Yeah, 70 megabytes a second.
Alright, I'm at half a gig now. That took about 30 seconds.
So what's
100
the
gigs.
number that it's saying?
106 gigs. My controller is on USB. Yep. Dude, I used to play this game so much when I was a kid. Ridiculous. I used to know like fatalities, babalities. Back when my memory was really good before we had cell phones, I could memorize like 50 phone numbers at once. Dude, the cell phone made us weak, bro. Imagine how good our memory was before we could write shit down. Like, writing shit down is like a superpower, but it also makes you weak. Two gigs. That part is, it would not be faster if I plugged it directly up to the router. But I do remember high punch, low punch. What was it? Low kick, back low kick, high kick, back high kick. I think. Mortal Kombat 3. This was the shit when I was in middle school. I remember playing Mortal Kombat 2 for the first time. No globe earthers in here? Shit. I'm scared. Oh, you practicing, bro? Yeah, my Wi-Fi is not even halfway utilized. Not even. Maybe about 33%. Alright, I must study your fighting style. Dude, I remember when I played this game, like, people would just tell me that I was cheating. Like, how do you cheat at this game? It's just combat. You do what works for you, just like any other creature. You go with what works.
Being better than them is cheating.
Yeah. I took this game serious, bro. I would go up to the store and memorize the move list on magazines that they had. I wouldn't buy the magazine because I was poor and shit. But I'd come back and like write that shit down. Yeah, I got some days off coming. I'm gonna play some Smash Brothers with the children. Good times, man. Good times.
Are you a Christian?
If you mean, do I follow the way? Then yes. If you mean, do I celebrate Christmas and Easter? Then no.
Follow the way. Christmas and Easter, complete mockeries.
Yeah.
Santa.
Apparently, they've never read the book, Jeremiah chapter 10.
They make it so obvious.
Yeah.
Santa, come on, like that's Satan, bro.
Right.
And Easter, do you know why they choose a rabbit?
Fertility. And the egg.
Yep.
Fertility.
But
And they would.
the rabbit specifically, do you know why?
Ishtar? That's her symbol?
It represents the adrenochrome molecule.
Oh, that's right. They were deleting coal miners, right? And they would dip the
Coal
eggs
miners.
in the. Yeah, because we're on YouTube. They would delete the miners.
Yeah.
And they would dip the egg in the blood.
In this fucking.
Sick, bro. Yeah, I never taught my kids Santa Claus. Like, they never believed in Santa Claus. Even before I knew why.
Yeah, I'll definitely not be teaching my kids that. Still young though. Gotta get set up.
Not about what you know, it's about who you know. What you know comes later.
I think I've trolled like every single person in here. Crit, Dr. Mean. I don't think I trolled the Russian though. Larry, I think I've trolled you before. Where I'd come in and I'd say like some obviously stupid shit like, if the earth is flat, then how is NASA taking images of the earth?
Well, you might have attempted to troll me, but I doubt you got me emotional, bro.
Like, well, my trolling is so obvious. The Glovers don't see that and they like agree with me, so. Because they're fucking retards.
See, that's the stuff that we do like, right? Like if you just come in here and you say like, the stupidest shit, we don't really, respond well to like lowbrow trolling. But if you got like some higher level trolling, like we appreciate it. Because we've seen it all.
I love posting like proofs, quote unquote proofs of curvature, but it's like obviously fisheye lens.
Yeah, so do the Glovers, right? They'll post something, see like no fisheye lens, and then I trace the source down. It's the video link in the description. Fisheye lens corrected. And then I trace that source down, fisheye lens. I'm like, oh, these sons of bitches.
Well, that one dude, Lunatech, kept posting that one image. I think Dr. Mean was there. He was the one debating him. Post it, and we all just started laughing. Because the rope attached to the balloon was curved. Like, really bad. I actually have it here.
Not good. Damn, only 10 gigs?
Here it is. If you look in chat, this is what he posted, and I found him later on, and he posted it again.
So you're not a flatty, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a flatty.
Oh, why'd you troll me then?
Why? Because
Or
it's
attempt
funny.
to?
I love trolling everyone. It's just what I do.
I don't
But
troll
usually,
them unless they get sideways with me first. So, like
my
right
trolling
now.
though, it's
Go ahead.
it's so obvious. Like a flatty will recognize what I'm doing. It's basically what my trolling is like me saying stupid shit and having Globers agree to it.
Yeah, I like that. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
That's the problem is when a flat earther says something stupid and the other flat earthers like agree with them. Like the whole we don't know it's the moon blocking out the sun. I don't agree with that. I've never agreed with the transparent moon thing. I think it's weird. I heard B.O.B. say it in one of his mixtapes, but I've never seen stars shining through the moon, so.
I don't really care too much about the moon. I only care about seeing the curvature.
Or the lack thereof, whichever way.
I mean, I'm sitting here waiting to open arms for any proof of curvature. You know, if there's curvature, then there's curvature. But from the looks of it, it seems to be impossible for them to provide evidence of a curve.
The first debate I got into with Spaceman, he was a crackhead, he wasn't very good. The second debate was Zysis. And he was talking about, what is it called? The model where the Earth looks like a potato.
The pear
Surveying what
Earth?
No, it's the surveying that they always talk about. The where they take the
Oh.
data and they attach it to the WGS 84 or something like that. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, he kept, saying that over and over again. And then when we looked into it, we realized that they were surveying, taking the data and sticking it to a model. And every time we've looked since then, it's always something like that. It's always some kind of fisheye lens or baseless assertion, false cause. It's always something like that. Every time. WGS.
When you speak out, when you point out those mistakes, they tend to, do their usual thing. Have their little meltdown. I just don't get it. It's so weird. They'll do anything to defend their position. No matter how stupid it sounds, or even if they contradict themselves, tripping over their own words.
Geodetic surveying. That's what he was telling me. That's
Yeah,
what Zysis was saying.
There's also the Scott Mankey guy. He's like crazy about the surveying. There's a theodolite can prove the curvature if you just look in it.
Except for they're not supposed to be used over those kinds of distances, and objects shrink as they get further away from you. Gotta ignore certain things to make it work, right?
Nope.
And if you just ignore that thing that we all observe in reality, that, hey, that girl's got big, let's say, hair, right, when she's 10 feet away from you. But when she's like 100 feet away from you, her hair gets smaller. Apparently. Not actually. It's like you try to explain that to a Glober, it's like, you just don't understand. It's like, yeah, you don't understand that I experience reality like every day, and they're so desperate, bro. They're struggling. How hard must it be to be a Glober?
The only thing they're doing is imagining. That's it. Imagine a
Yeah.
ball and think it's reality. They don't actually like look with their eyes. The Matrix was a documentary.
Yep. Their mathemagics led to their religiosophy and their theory tales. But all they have, essentially, is thought experiments. No real science.
Yep. I remember there was some dude who came in here, he's like, well, sometimes you have to be a little bit looser with the scientific method.
You mean pseudoscience?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you could just let your wife be loose with her marriage vows, you know.
Well, where I'm at, province on Ontario in Canada, r/cuckolding, it has the most traffic there. Most of the users there are from Ontario, so I mean, I guess that's what they practice. Looser rules with the marriage. Let Tyrone come into their house and fuck their wife.
Not around here, partner. Yeah, that is
And like
weird.
the crazy one is just sort of the general trend. Globers will generally think along with a narrative, such as men can get pregnant or something like that. Homosexuality is just normal human nature.
You know, there was that question that Matt Walsh guy was asking, what is a woman? And to me, like, the answer is right there in the word. What is a womb man? What is a womb man? We just don't pronounce the M and the B. What is a womb man?
What is man? Well, humanity.
And to see all those people, all the way up to like judges, like struggle to answer that question. And I don't know. It's weird.
Well, it's a cult. Esoteric religion.
It's a religion. Let's think about how much faith do you have to say that if I, a cisgender heterosexual male, am not attracted to a trans woman, that makes me transphobic, whatever that means. That's crazy.
Transphobic is not real, or transphobia is not real because there's no such thing as a transgender person. That is not possible. You cannot change your sex or gender. Well, gender was a term coined in the 1980s by a pedophile Jew who did some horrible shit to siblings.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah.
Sucks. Yeah, I forget his name.
John Money.
Yep. Damn. That's weird, bro. Really weird. But so I'm a libertarian, right? Like philosophically. Like obviously I'm a monarchist. I told you I follow the way. But like as a Texan, like I don't care what you do. As long as you're not causing another, man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss, like it's none of my business. I'll handle my business and I'll stay out of your business. You handle your business and you stay out of my business. But when it comes to like taking your dog to the place to get it shaved, like no, fuck all that. That's not gonna work. Not around here, partner.
There's ultimately nothing you can really do to change these people's minds unless you can plant the seed. get them to realize some things. It really is up to them. It is their own fate.
Yeah, I'm not into the business of changing people's minds. I make arguments so that people can make a choice after looking at both sides of the coin. It really is up to other people to change their own minds. And that whole planting the seed thing, it really is a good little philosophy, because it doesn't matter if they heard it. It matters if their subconscious heard it.
Yep. Sometimes though they hear it and they go, "Oh, that's silly." And 1 year down the line, something happens, something changes. They think back to that one moment, maybe multiple moments where the same thing has been said to them. They go, "Oh shit, okay."
It was the same thing with me and my brother. He was, asking me about a certain question that began with the letter J, and at first I was like, "Nah, man, mm-mm." And then, slowly and surely I looked into it, and it's like, okay, now I understand what political Zionism is. But do I think that it's all taxi drivers in New York? And no, that's crazy. Not everybody. It's the Rothschilds and their followers.
I boil it down to Mystery Babylon, the esoteric religion. It's all the devil.
And I certainly don't hate people. I don't hate
Of course not. You're not supposed to
races
hate.
or religion. I love people, everybody, and I hope that everybody gets their shit together.
I have a couple buddies who are Orthodox Christians, and like they just can't get around their head that like if they're hating, they're gonna end up in the same place at the same people that they hate. Like hating's gonna get you to a very bad place.
That's what my brother ended up like. He said something stupid like he wished that Trump would be emperor.
There we are. Fuck me. How long till your game's installed?
I'm looking. Dang, it's only 23 gigs. 24.
So
Yeah.
it's low? Oh, fuck, whatever then. It's okay. I'll start playing Path of Exile. My system I don't know what happened, but like fucking everything went to shit. My microphone went to shit and everything went to shit. I had to restart. Crazy part is what crashed on my main computer, my OBS on the other computer also crashed. What the fuck? They're not connected. I don't know why it would happen. It's okay.
A Russian guy. Russian guy. You're a Sparky, right? Deal with electricity stuff.
I do stuff, yeah.
Fun. How far into electrical engineering have you gone?
Well, I built the motherboard, right? Wire wrapped the motherboard together on an Intel 88.
Oh, dang. All right.
Yeah, I built a robot with that motherboard. Designed my own power supply. What do you call it? The PCB. It's a one-layer PCB design. Did that. Not multi-layer. Multi-layer is a little bit different. Fucking made my own amplifiers with just a transform. What do you call that? Resistors. No, not transformers. Transistor, resistor, capacitor. Yeah, to make your own
Oh,
amplifiers.
operational amplifiers.
Yeah. Op amps. All that kind of shit. Let's just say I got it to the point where I don't need to know anymore. Like if I need to build something for myself, I'll be able to do it. You know what I mean? Most of it is just like fucking data sheets. You know what I mean? If you need a piece of equipment, you need what do you call a part? You go, I forgot DigiKey on that website, and then it has gives you all kinds of shit you need, just the spec of it, blah blah blah, and you can go off, build whatever you want. You know what I mean?
Yep. I'm getting there. I'm doing schooling now, so
Yeah, it's
still
it's good knowledge, man. Let me just tell you, it's really good knowledge. Just to know it, like, but oh, and you can get work with it too. But I'm saying you don't want to get stuck, right?
where I'm at, Canada or North America, our Generation Z, doesn't want to work. So
There's
being a
gonna be a lot
Spartan,
of, well, yeah. I mean, like, if you're gonna, like, it's, well, what is your end goal to that? That's the question.
honestly, rack up enough money and then go live off grid, away from the cities at least.
Yeah,
That's the plan.
I live in
The
Toronto,
cities
but
is
I mean, I
where they're
love
gonna.
Toronto, bro.
Oh fuck Toronto, dude.
I love Toronto, bro.
Cities is
I,
where the marketed beast system is gonna be first place. So
yeah. I know that. But you think I'm a fucking idiot? You think I'm gonna go for all that shit? But I have people I know. You know what I mean? And there's gonna be underground shit going on all day. You know what I mean? Nobody's like the
yeah,
real people there don't fall for that shit. You know what I mean?
of course, there's so many that are gonna fall for it though. It's gonna be.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not my problem, right? I'm not gonna be out there saying, "Don't do it." You know, fuck. You did enough of that shit with the fucking the past 3 years of bullshit they were spreading, right? So I told enough people. Whoever listened, listened. Whoever didn't, didn't. Hey,
COVID.
yo, accept my party, man. I'm gonna come help you.
Yep.
COVID's the thing that kind of made me wake up. I mean, I was 16 when it happened.
Oh
Yeah, if
shit.
you're still asleep after 2020, something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
damn it.
woke up pretty fast. Well, first it kind of like beat me down because I was a retard that still thought we were on a ball whirling in space and that we're just monkeys. Then it kind of hit me. I'm like, wait a minute. The same people who taught me that were the same people who were trying to force injections on me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we ain't talking about all that.
Then you actually research flat Earth, and then, oh wow, surprise, surprise.
Hey, there's armor with 6 link in the stash if you want it in the guild stash.
Yeah, I'll go check that out. Appreciate that. I need to get my numbers up.
Yeah, you need to definitely get numbers up. Oh, but I mean, like this, even where I'm at right now, it's still the beginning of it all, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. This is just fucking ridiculous how big this game is. I'm only not even a quarter to where I'm supposed to be. Where the fuck are we going? Oh, the level 2's here. Did you kill Lunaris?
I don't know. I haven't played in a few days.
Right, because there's one side you go to, then you go to the other side. At least get you to the maps so that you can just easily relax. But yeah, you have to still kind of finish the side quests after for the skillers. But those are easy. Those take less than 5 minutes to complete, especially when you have most of the map unlocked. Zoom, zoom. Wrong way. Oh, maybe this way. Profane. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Oh, I found her right here. This way.
Trying to figure out how to get over there.
To the south. Gotta keep flame dashing, man, to keep up. And I think you have to pick up this thing here. Up here, up here, up here. Did you pick it up? Yeah, there you go.
I don't see anybody with an exclamation mark.
It's another thing I don't like because people are saying, "Oh, you have to go out into the wilderness to survive because the shit's coming." It's like, bro, it's like they're trying to get you out. You know what I mean? The other people, and you don't have to do much, man. Especially in Toronto. Toronto has a nice nuclear power plant right next to it, so chances of us running out of any kind of blackout, there's no way that's gonna happen. You know, try. Um, when you're ready, take my portal.
Right. Get rid of everything.
Gloobing all over the gloobers.
Billy Glover, cartoons are for kids.
Yeah. Oh, look at Mastodon and his fucked up photo. No way. What a fucked up photo. Hey, dog. Hey, dog. Who's my dog? You're my dog, eh? You're my number one. You're my number one dog.
I should maybe give some context to that photo. You remember that lunatic retard you were talking to?
Yeah.
Yeah, he posted this image that I posted there, and that is proof of curvature. I was explaining to Larry what he posted.
Oh, Mastodon, that's you posted, eh?
Yeah.
I thought you
I'll
were a
go.
Glober at that point. I didn't even know I was talking to you. Good to know. Hey, listen, Mastodon, that Boba Fett image, you might want to get rid of it too. That's too much
Dude,
space for me.
I don't know anything about Star Wars, honestly. I just chose it because I like to troll people, so.
So you're a young troller, eh?
I'm 20.
It is.
It's fun.
Yeah. You're a young
I'll occasionally
troller.
do it. Oh, you don't trust the trollers?
Nope.
I do not blame you.
I don't
But I
trust anybody.
promise you, I'm a good troller. I love to say stupid Glober shit and having Globers agree to it.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Yep. I lead the
Crazy.
Well, it's easy to make retards say retarded things. So why not see what levels I can take it to?
Yep.
Anyways, I'm off to bed. You
All
guys
right.
have
Have
a
a good
good one.
night.
You too.
Peace.
Peace.
Right. You said there was something in the stash.
Yep.
I'll take all three.
Well, I mean, if whatever you want, to be honest with you, you're gonna run out of stash room soon. So, in your own stash, like, you're gonna have to do a lot of cleaning after.
Yeah, you're right. I don't really have time for cleaning right now, so I think I'll just leave it here. Put it back.
I mean, one's is like two of them are six linkers, right? Whatever stats you need, right? When you beat the game, you're gonna have a negative 30 resistance hit, right? And you're gonna need to increase your resistances back to 75.
Okay.
And you're gonna see you're gonna have more of this and more of that. So it's good to have options.
Corrupted means it can't be changed, right?
Right. They drop like that. I mean, they were corrupted. You can't really do much to them.
Alright, so what do I do with this item in my inventory? The sun orb.
Which orb?
The sun orb. I don't know who wants it.
Oh, no, you need the Lunaris orb. Come to my waypoint. Keep that in your inventory. You're gonna need to hold it. You're
Your
gonna need the
waypoint
moon
or your
one.
portal?
Portal.
Alright. Other side.
Hit the waypoint. And then come down the stairs. We can split up, I guess, just to find it faster.
Alright. I guess I'll do that.
Yeah, if I find it, I'll portal you into my zone. Jesus fucking Christ. The wrong way.
No Globers in here. They
No.
scared.
It's 1 in the morning, man. Usually there's people. I think it's the holidays, eh?
Oh, probably.
I fucking missed it. I fucking missed it, man. It's up here. I went through the whole thing and it was just one little hole that I just passed by and fucking.
I'm coming.
Yeah, just go to town. I'll port you in because I'm way ahead. You're gonna take them longer to. Yeah, there it is. I already found it. I had a pretty nice speed build though. That's for sure. I'm fucking flying through this.
Did I just go through my portal? I think I did.
No. Take my portal again. My bad. I didn't open it yet. Yeah. Now I did. Now you can come. This way. Are you in here?
Supposed to go through the portal?
Yeah, go through that circle. Right here. You take the craft?
Yeah. Picked up something.
Huh? No, we're good to go now. Alright, Harbor Bridge. Yeah, I'll give you the waypoint, but I'll start running it, and then I'll port you when I'm there, okay? Whatever, fuck the waypoint. You can come to my portal. Come into the shrine.
Oh.
And there's the blood aqueducts. This is just a straightforward run straight through. What's the dealio?
Assalamu alaikum. We're all here.
Wa alaikum salam.
What up, Habibi?
So it's like the flat Earth BC.
Yep.
I
So you
guess,
guys
yeah,
flat
we're all
Earthers, just flat Earthers here.
Yeah, are there any Baltards in here?
No globe heads. No.
No Baltards?
Unless
those
you're
baltards better be praying for when I meet them.
That's kind of funny.
What,
They're
bro? I
they're
came here because I have,
they're globe-tarded Baltards. That's what
bro.
they
I
are.
came here because I have doubts about flat Earth. Can you like help me with my doubts?
Damn, bro, got
Are you serious right now?
Yes, Shubat.
Did you like go through my playlist? First of all,
Jesus.
hold on 1 second. Did you go through my playlist?
No.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't. You didn't.
I don't know. This Sand Dweller guy, I feel like he's like a
Why did the communist NPC
What do you mean?
join?
I feel you feel like I'm a fag.
Why
I
did
live in
this
your,
guy?
I live in your head for
Why
like
did this
free,
guy
faggot.
whose picture I posted in the chat? Why did this guy join the VC?
Man, I live in your head
That's
rent
crazy,
free.
bro.
You're such a faggot.
Wait, you posted a picture of him in the chat?
Now he's followed
Yeah.
Is that him?
He's so
That's
strange.
him, bro.
Post his picture in the chat.
Yeah, I did.
Yo, it's in there.
That's the thing.
It's in
Look, he
there.
left, right? He left.
No, he's not here.
Yeah, he's right here.
Hey,
He's
I'm
back.
just holla.
He loves
But,
getting
hey,
humiliated, bro.
Bro, Abdullah, he's 6'4" though.
Who are all these motherfuckers?
Yeah, I'm 6'4". How tall are you?
Yeah, bro, he's 6'4".
What do you mean, bro?
I'm 6'4". How
Bro,
tall
why
are
do you have that hairstyle, bro?
Oh, is it him on the? Is he open his camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah. Turn, bro. Let me see, bro. Is that even a
Guy
fade?
thinks he's like hot, bro. Guy thinks he's hot, bro.
I can't even see the fade, bro.
That's coming from someone who isn't even turned on their camera right now. So.
Oh.
I'll mog you, nigga.
It's all smoke.
Dark.
It's all smoke.
Darky. You get mogged, nigga.
Show physique, Abu Saleh.
Just quiet,
Show
bro.
physique.
He's literally just looking at himself.
I don't know.
You dark ass nigga.
Bro,
You
how
must
you
be
6'4",
Globers.
bro? Why am I not 6'4"?
You guys must be Globers.
Wait. Right now, what do we have? Giza Collectors there. What is it called? He's a
Second.
Globetard.
Hold up, me and
Yeah, go.
where's that Edeni dude? Did he leave?
No, I'm right here.
Oh, Oogla. So me and Oogla are definitely flat earthers. Sand Dweller is
yeah?
like mostly flat earther, and Yusha is like undecided.
How do you know
Sometimes
it's
it's just
flat?
like how I feel. Sometimes the Earth is a globe with you know, feeling.
How do you
a
know
little
it's flat? For the flat earther that says he's a flat earther, how do you know it's flat?
Because I look
I don't
outside
know
and
it's
it's flat. It's
flat.
like, come on, bro. Like, what is this?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guys.
Bro,
I mean, there's
what are you
many.
gonna
There's
do?
many proofs. There's many proofs.
Like what?
Like space being fake. Like all the footage of space is it's always fake. Right?
Looking up into the sky does not determine what the ground is.
No.
I'm
No,
asking
but
you
we're talking
why
like
it's flat.
the whole
Alright.
theory, right? Like space is fake, right? We agree space is fake.
We ignore all that. We're going straight into reality here. Why
Right.
do we know that the ground that we're walking on is not curving underneath our feet?
Because that shit flat as
Then
fuck.
you see it. Come on, bro.
Because there's no
There's
curvature. There's large bodies of water that are still that they don't like fall down. Right?
Not here.
They're always flat.
Not here.
You're close. What's the curvature rate of the globe, they say? You have to start with that.
Bro, I don't know.
Oh, I know all this stuff, bro. I like 200
what
proofs
is
on
this?
Earth, not
This is
spoken
like a
about.
whole.
Dude, I have like a PhD in Jewish studies. One of the classes I took was the
Are
flat
you
Earth.
Jew? No.
Huh. Jewish studies, no way.
Yeah, PhD in Jewish studies.
I did African
And
studies.
I had to take a bunch of classes on like flat Earth.
Yeah, right.
What do you mean? Wait, yo, Oogla, do I have a PhD in Jewish studies?
Yeah, she does. I can actually like verify.
He has
that.
one on like the Jews and the world order and everything.
No, but deadass. We're wasting too much time trying to figure out who the fuck it really is a flat earther.
What's
Or we
this
should
guy?
just keep
What's this
talking about
guy's name? No, I mean, who's the globe tart? It's one of these guys on the call. Talk again.
Who?
He's scared. He doesn't want to talk. He knows he's a globe tart. Bro, he's a nerd. He thinks he's walking and the world is like curving. That's so cringe.
Who?
Who is?
He's that guy. What's his name? There we go. Link.
Link?
Tree?
Link, bro.
Me?
Yeah,
Buddy.
you're a globe tart.
I'm a globetrot. Yeah, okay there, bud.
You are, aren't you?
Okay there, buddy.
Bro, you're
He's one of those
buddy,
like
I'm
elite.
asking you.
He's one of those like elitist flat earthers who's like, I need to manhaj check you. I don't know if you're a real flat earther. Let me check.
Why? And I did check you. You guys are fucking.
Yeah, he's like one of those
You guys go fuck off.
Okay,
you guys
cool.
are dumb
We're still
fucking
here, though.
shit stains. No, I'll be here, buddy. You guys are gonna start getting muted left, right, and center.
No,
he is a flat earther.
I know I'm a flat earther.
Bro, no, I told you.
Super hardcore extremist flat
100%.
The
100%.
only shit skin here is the page Jizya guy. But the thing is,
that's
like,
weird because
dude, why don't you turn on?
No,
your
he's a
camera
flat.
so we
I
can see
told
that
you,
you're
he's one of those
darker
flat
than me,
earthers.
bro.
Are like, oh, haha, I'm a real. You're not a real. Let me check you.
Bro,
I have to check you trolls. You guys sound like fucking trolls. The real flat earthers don't sound like you.
I've been
you don't
here
even know the
multiple
curvature
times. Why would I
rate.
be a
Not
troll?
even showing physique, bro.
Why would I
Not
be
even
troll?
showing physique and talking all that shit.
Why are you a racist retard?
What is this guy
Why
yapping
are you a
about?
racist retard?
Bro, you're the one calling me a darkie and an Indian and a Paki
Okay,
and all
Link,
that
Link,
shit.
Link.
Like, so what?
Hey, Johnny
so
boy.
what?
We come in
So
peace.
what? You don't even speak Arabic, bro. You literally LARP as an
one?
Arab.
Johnny boy.
online. You're probably Pakistani yourself. You're
Jesus
self-hating.
Christ.
Link, we just want to learn from, like,
Who muted him?
I don't know. He gets
You guys
muted in every
will
call. Look, that's crazy.
bros get muted in this
That
channel,
is
bro.
crazy.
You're either
Why
here
does
to
he get so
learn
upset
or
so
fuck
easy?
off.
We're just all flat
No,
earthers.
he was
Yeah,
actually
I want to
learning.
learn,
I came
bro.
like I wanted to know, like, how do you prove it's
Yeah.
flat?
Well, I know it's flat because we measure it to be flat.
You got to give us some proofs, bro. We're trying to
Yeah.
learn
How do you
from you.
do that?
Well,
You
How
here's
do
the
you do
thing.
that?
Lasers.
Lasers? Like what kind of lasers?
High powered $30,000 lasers. You want the whole PDF file or what? Done by
Damn.
engineers? You
Yeah.
want it?
Yeah, I want
No
it.
problem. I'll give you the fucking video in a second. Hold on.
Damn,
so
you sound like you're on this
Bro
shit.
sounds like he's standing on business, bro. He's
I'm
eating,
telling
he's
you,
Yeah,
drinking,
that's
he's
what I'm
standing on
saying, bro.
business.
He's
Yeah,
Buddy, I
elite.
do this.
he
I
is
do this
standing
with
on
my eyes
business at the
closed.
same time.
Fuck me,
Bro,
man.
this guy's
He
the
got it.
final boss
No,
of
I
flat
remember.
earthers.
You know what? Now that I think about it, Sant Dweller and Yusha, I remember this guy from like my PhD. Like he was in the flat Earth classes with me, bro.
Here.
He was like
In the side
Was he
chat, I
teaching the
posted you
class?
guys the video. Welcome
Yo,
to
was he
Flat Earth.
teaching the class?
Bro, I just feel like he just opened up my eyes, just took me out of the matrix right now.
What is this video?
Greatest laser experiment in history.
Yeah, go watch it. It's an hour
Damn.
long.
Do I have to pay you for this?
Nope. It's
Damn,
free information. Just like all good information, it has to be free.
No, I mean, that's what the truth is.
Wait,
It's free. Isn't that right, boys?
why did Abu Saleh get muted?
Huh?
Well, people that get fucking say stupid shit gets they get fuck muted, man. I don't mute. I don't have muting powers. So we got other people here that will mute you. They're listening. There's a lot of
Wait,
people listening.
No,
Who's the
please,
one
bro.
with the
Abu Saleh
muting
is with
powers?
us. Come on, you don't have
No,
to.
yeah, Abu Saleh. He's actually our like leader of flat Earth.
Yeah, he converted us, all of us, like all of us.
Exactly.
You gotta get muted, bro.
You
guys-
Nobody
He did on purpose.
converts.
You flat
No, you guys are
earthers.
stupid.
How do you not convert? You go from being a baltard to a
There's no,
high
there's no
IQ
conversions.
giga chat
I
fighter.
don't
Before we were
convert.
like we were like soy balls, bro. Now we're flat chads.
Yeah, flat chads for sure.
Flat chads. Let's go.
Do I need a
And
lift?
without that one guy, we all would have just been like soylent, retard, fucking globe earthers. Yeah, baltards.
Bro,
Nah,
that's
real
Fucking
shit.
shit.
I was a little soy boy, bro, until I met Abu Saleh.
Exactly.
That's facts.
I was so stupid, bro. Now I'm a fucking genius.
Okay.
No.
Did you pick up the thing? You must have picked up. Go to town after you pick up this item. Go to town.
Because Abu Saleh got muted. He's like the actual like the most asthma.
The
You
final
actually gotta
boss of
unmute
flat
Abu
Earth.
Saleh.
Yeah, he's actually the.
I like that.
Who's the final?
You might as well call me that. I'm the
Yeah.
final boss of flat Earth. That's right, bitches.
Okay, actually,
Straight up.
never mind. You're kind of giving some soy boy vibes. I might have to take that title back.
Soy boy, buddy. My link tree's in the fucking chat. Go check my Instagram. And you tell me I'm a fucking soy boy.
Bro,
Dumb
you have
fuck.
Instagram? Bro, you're definitely a
No,
soy
don't
boy.
call him the story boy, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
There's a real fucking. You're talking to a real man. Fuck you.
Oh,
Yeah,
whoa, scary.
Little bitch fucks, man. Ой, да, я русский тоже, эй, долбоёбы, ты с русскими разговариваешь, знаешь, ёбаный
Ah,
в
shut
рот.
the fuck up. Slava Ukraine.
That's right. Fuck, no, that's fucking, oh, see, that's, you're stupid when you say shit like that, bro. Don't fuck
What
with
does
the
that mean?
Russians.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Don't fuck with the
Said he's
Russians, that's what it
Ukrainian.
means.
Whatever it means, I stand by it.
He's a Putin.
Yeah, you guys don't even know what's going on that side of the world, you know, it's all good, don't worry.
Bro, chill, nigga. I'm not even.
The Russians will save you
Sure,
all,
I don't
don't
even
worry,
fuck with
my
Ukraine.
friends. Don't worry, the Russians will save you.
Yeah, that's me.
They don't even want to save you, but they will, don't worry.
What do you think about Ukraine? That ass though.
But yeah, buddy, for 8 fucking years, so you want to know the story? For 8 fucking years, right? The east side of Ukraine was bombing the fuck out of the west side of Ukraine because they were ethnically cleansing fucking the people on the east side. Right?
You mean the West was bombing
That
the
was East, yes, it was, my friend. And
Yeah.
nobody knew
That's
about
true,
that
that's true,
because
that's
your
true,
because
that's
your
true.
Western media doesn't fucking cover any of that shit,
Yeah,
right?
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
And then Vladimir Putin decided, hey, I think enough is enough. You guys killed enough people, so he had to save a whole bunch of Ukrainians. And guess what? All the Ukrainians from the east side, they fled to Russia. So he saved a lot of fucking people for stepping in. There
He's
you
a
go.
savior.
Oh, he saved a lot of people, yes. You know, because he didn't want to be in that conflict. He didn't want none of that fucking part of it, right? But too much people were dying, so he had no choice to step in.
Do you think he's a flat earther?
Buddy, most elites know it's flat, my guy.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot.
They all know, bro. You know, Vladimir Shlomovich Putin, man. That guy's a fucking Jesuit.
Duh.
Fuck is a Jesuit?
Duh. He's a big fucking Jew, let's just say.
Oh, that's true. Of course, he went to the wall.
Yeah, he did go to the wall with the kippah and everything. Just
Why
like
you
Donald
talking
Trump.
to that wall, sir? Somebody get that guy a doctor.
God man.
Why the fuck you talking to the wall? That's good.
He has
That's
that devious
fucking
stuff.
good. I love that. That's
It's
amazing.
B.O.B. It's
Someone
B.O.B.
unmute runs this rock. That's our leader. That's our cult leader.
Yeah, he's our team leader. Can you guys unmute him?
No.
Wow,
He
really?
thinks
Why?
the same. He got the same ideologies though. Come on.
I know what,
Man,
come on, bro.
I don't care about same people ideology,
You don't think like
man.
flat earthers have to stick together?
Yeah.
No. That's
That's
bullshit.
crazy. If you don't believe flat
Wow.
earthers have to stick together, then it's just going to be very hard to wake people from the truth. Wake people to the truth.
Bro, is it because Runzis is not like a flat earther medically? Is that the problem?
No,
It's not the
none of that. No, it's just the shit you guys
People
say.
get
You know,
muted
if you
in here for saying stupid shit all the
That's
time.
it.
Like I'm not really big on muting people, but there are people in here that like to keep a real tight ship and have decorum. So if you guys lose your decorum, you lose your speaking privileges. That's just how it is. I'm just telling you like
how
it
it
is.
is.
Bro, I
That's
just
how it
noticed.
is.
Wait, they just timed him out.
Oh, he timed him out. Oh, he
We
left.
timed out our leader.
Your leader.
Dude, if
So
you
you're a
got a
soy boy
leader, there's
bitch.
something
That yeah,
wrong with
that's
you,
so
bro.
fucked up, bro. You guys have a
We have
cult
to
leader.
leave now.
That's
What do
crazy.
you
That's
mean?
our leader.
This
Be
is
your own
our
leader.
team leader.
Okay, well go follow him. Go follow him.
I know we have to follow him. We have to wait in which call he's gonna go into.
Follow him to
Obviously.
the bathroom.
You also hold his cock while he takes a piss.
How do you expect
Your team leader.
like this? This is
You're
not a good
gonna
way
make
to
me
convert
say
people.
something. You're gonna make me say the Slava to the other side, man. You're
Go
gonna make me
ahead.
say
I
it,
don't
man.
care, bro. You're stupid if you say
I'm
shit
gonna
like
be
that.
forced to, bro.
Go say it,
Force in my hand,
man. I
bro.
don't care. Literally, I don't care. Allahu Akbar. Don't
I
worry.
don't wanna. I
Allahu
don't wanna
Akbar.
do. Allahu Akbar. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's
I
good.
know God is great, my friend. Don't worry.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
So don't be a fucking troll.
No
You
one's
know
a
God
troll.
is watching.
man.
God is watching. He sees everything.
I don't know. I thought I'd join and be like welcomed by flat earthers, but you guys seem like I don't know.
Dude,
Or
you're
we're too
totally
real
welcome
for
here.
you.
What the fuck, bro? You're
It's
speaking.
too
aren't
much
you?
of a cult, man. I feel like I gotta like give blood. Join.
Bro, we argue constantly. We're not a cult. We always argue with each other.
That's right.
It's kind of scary. You guys are scaring me,
There's
man.
like many different cliques in the flat earth, right? There's the people that reject the ether, the people that agree with the ether.
What's the ether?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
do you know
no,
anything about 0 point energy?
No.
So you can look it up right now and then look up the Schwinger effect. Or do you want me to cite my source?
Yeah, send a source, because the
Sounds
issue
like-
with flat Earth is when you try to search it up, you just get a bunch of like anti.
I'm not talking about flat earth, bro. Did you hear me say the Schwinger effect?
No, bro. I'm not even fucking. No, never mind. I just
No,
assumed
bro,
that
it's
shit
the
was
swinger
having to do with the
effect,
flat
bro.
Earth.
Like, come on, are
Send
you
it inside
stupid?
chat.
What is this?
What kind of beta male doesn't even know about the swinger effect, bro?
It's a new thing. That just the prediction just came true, so it's okay if you don't know about it. But now you do. So in this article, they're talking about how they created this adaptation of the Casimir effect, right? You know what a Casimir device is, I'm assuming, right? Well, you don't
Yeah.
know about 0 point energy. Okay, so a Casimir device is two metal plates, right? And they noticed that there's this vacuum energy, right? So if you suck all the air out of a container, there's energy in there that can't be explained by the amount of matter that's in there. So they took graphene and made a Casimir effect. And what they noticed is that they were getting more energy out than they were putting in. Now, if you know anything about physics, the first law of thermodynamics, or conservation of energy and matter, you can't do that, right? You can't get more out than you're putting in. So, that leaves you with a dichotomy. Either A, there's the ether, and the first law of thermodynamics is still intact, and you're not pulling something out from nothing, you're pulling something out from something, or B, there is no ether, and the first law of thermodynamics just got debunked. Obviously, it's up to you to decide.
I'm curious how you guys think airplanes work. What do you
Jesus fucking
lift,
Christ.
thrust, aerodynamics, drag?
how does lift, thrust, aerodynamics all work without gravity? I'm curious.
Okay. Do you think that we don't believe that when we drop our cell phone it doesn't hit the ground? Is that what you think we believe?
Sorry, I'll just ask the question again. You must have missed it. How do you think lift, thrust, all works without aerodynamics?
Keep running. The sand pit will suck you up. Keep running. Don't follow me.
Okay, so the
That's the
airplane
answer to my
works.
question.
The airplane works, right? We know the airplane works. And we know that there's little g. Things fall at roughly 9.8 meters a second squared, right? Right?
Sorry, I'll just ask the question again since you seem to be missing it.
If you're going
How
to be a
does
prick,
lift
you're
and
going to get
thrust work without gravity?
muted. Go ahead,
Bro,
Larry.
I just explained. We know that things fall down. What do you mean by gravity? Maybe the problem is with me. Okay, what do you mean by gravity specifically?
Do you think gravity exists?
No, what do you mean by gravity?
You don't think gravity exists? Can
I
you
don't know
explain to
what
me
you
how lift
mean.
and thrust works
Listen,
without
bro.
gravity?
I don't know what you mean when you say gravity. Are you talking about dark gravity? Are you talking about specific
Sorry.
gravity? Are you talking about Einsteinian gravity? Are you talking about Newtonian gravity? Are you talking about gravitas, meaning weight? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Is it the
Yeah.
case that you... Oh, no worries. Do you find it to be the case that you don't believe in gravity? Or do you think it
What
is the
Jesus
case...
fuck.
I
do you
apologize. Could I
mean
clarify? I
by
apologize.
gravity?
I apologize. Could I clarify? Thank you. I appreciate it. Is it the case that the answer was no, I do not believe in gravity? Or is it the case that you want to know what gravity is? I don't understand how you can say, no, I don't believe in gravity if you don't know what gravity is. So could you clarify what your statement meant earlier? Just because I'm not understanding.
Bro, it's real simple. Can you
Okay.
define gravity for me?
Oh, sorry. My mic has been messing up all day, so you must have missed the question. Could you clarify? You said, no, I don't believe in gravity, but now you're saying that you want to know.
Define gravity or stay muted. Larry, this guy comes in here like 4 times a week and he has this shtick where he just barrels on, asks the same thing over and over. So that's why I'm being a prick to him, because he's a prick. So define gravity for Larry or stay muted.
I'll be back in 5 minutes when you guys are done preaching.
You're a prick.
Yeah, don't come back.
I got him. As long as he left before I fucking had to say it to him.
Yeah, Larry, I would have loved to hear you talk to somebody, but that guy is just a dick.
Yeah, I mean it's a real simple clarifying question. You're asking me a question about gravity. If a word has multiple meanings and it's ambiguous, sometimes you have to clarify and define words in order to have a conversation. Because if your boss tells you, hey, go get that pen, and you get fired for insubordination, you might say, do you mean hairpin, a writing utensil, a pig pen? What are you talking about? So that guy was an obvious sophist, and he just kept asking me a question and wouldn't clarify. How the fuck am I supposed to answer you if I don't know what you mean? Like, I don't believe in specific gravity? Really? Like, I never had iced tea? I'm a Texan, bro. Of course I believe in specific gravity. Or did you mean...
Hey, listen.
Go ahead.
Where's your next quest? At the quarry or the tunnels?
Find out. Retards.
Yeah, they're pretty stupid. Don't get stressed about those guys.
Oh,
Right now, we gotta finish.
share
We
my
gotta
screen.
finish
Can I
your
share it?
work. Yeah, you can share it in here. Yeah.
Yeah. I got some points to spend. Lord's Labyrinth, Immortal.
Okay, that extra
Predicate.
stuff we'll do later. Here, try taking my waypoint. Give me a second. Tell me if you can take it. Can you get there?
Yep, I'm in.
Okay. Touch the waypoint.
How
And
do
then
airplanes work if you don't believe in gravity?
we gotta go up north here. Don't worry, the night crew's coming. Oh, it's 1 in the morning, 1:30. Don't worry, they're coming back from the bars. They're ready. I think it's here. Right?
Yep. I'm in.
I'll kill this bitch.
Oh, is that the boss?
Right?
Tornado got me.
Yeah, careful with the tornadoes and shit.
Oh shit. Almost died.
Fuck, I gotta sell this and write the part of me. Give me a second. Go open that belly of the beast. At my last waypoint, there's a we have to go into. Shit, you didn't want to join. Okay. Belly of the beast. Sorrow. This one cast. Yeah.
I got 7 points to spend.
Shit. What do you want to spend them on?
Maybe life. Or maybe I should just worry about that with armor.
No, you need life. You need a lot of life. You need to get up to like at least over 3,000. Let's open up your tunnel tree and see what's going on there.
What about this? I haven't messed with it since I got it.
You didn't even get the ascendancy yet. You can't put points in there until you get the ascendancy, which we're gonna have to do all 4 of them. So we'll do that once we finish the game for you.
Right, I think I was going this way.
Yeah, sure, do it. What about the middle one? What's in the middle? Increased elemental resistances. Chance to gain, no. Minions increase area, no. Okay, fuck it. No, don't even waste points on that. Actually, give me that jewel back. You don't need it. Take it out of there. You know how to take it out?
But it did.
Trade me? Okay. It's actually not a bad jewel for me.
Right.
I'll fucking roll it.
So now I'm looking for health.
Type in life, no. Maximum life. Type in max, MAX, space life. No. Usually you'll know max life is max life when there's 3 nodes. See, okay, so you're connected to it on the go left a bit with your mouse, right there. You just went over it. There's 3 nodes.
Is anybody ready to tell me how airplanes work, or
Yeah,
you
yeah.
guys still
Your
want to?
mother flies them.
Yeah, go watch a YouTube video, bro.
Could you recommend a YouTube video for me?
Yeah, yeah.
You just type
Go
how do
Google it.
airplanes work on Google.
If it is the case that airplanes
Jesus
rely
Christ.
on... Oh, I apologize. Did you want to continue? Continue. I apologize.
Yo, Larry, it's right there on the left side, of the screen, on the bottom left. You see the red? It's highlighted. Yeah, all these nodes are life nodes.
Okay.
So the big one's gonna give you more life.
Is it the case that if I find a YouTube video
1,
that
2.
explains airplanes, is
See
it
the
the
plus
case
50 to
that it
max
will
life? Hit that
be...
node on the side. Yeah, yeah. Hit that. Right, and then you can hit that one. They'll give you a bit more life for now.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Alright, go ahead and ask your remedial question, but if I have to clarify something because
He
you're
left.
being
He left.
ambiguous and you
He
don't
left.
clarify,
He left. Don't worry,
okay.
he left. Fuck that guy.
Mr. Ambiguous.
Fuck, this jewel is so nice. Do you have the did you go into the belly of the beast yet? You must have, right? Oh, why'd you go? No, you don't go to
Oh
descend.
shit! Walk in there and
You went
died.
you went the wrong way. You had to go to the you had to go to the
I'm about to die again.
come back to the come back to town.
Coming.
Go to the waypoint, and then the waypoint the last waypoint I gave you was the quarry, right? And then see if you can open up the belly of the beast. See, it's above. It's not connected. No, the blue dot. Yeah, there you go. The quarry. There you go. Then
Star Trails.
Shut up, Vector.
So mean.
Oh, we need the bacillic acid and the tartan powder. Okay, so I gotta give you the waypoints for something else. I think it's in the foothills. Take my waypoint now.
Alright, let me come back.
Yeah. I don't know where the tartan powder is, man. Go to the town. Go to the town. Take my portal again. Yeah.
Go
Oh
to the
yeah, the
boiling lake.
boiling. I think you have to, maybe. I'm not sure. The boss is like right up here somewhere. Yeah, hold on, I'm not gonna rush.
What the fuck is all this?
This is a mechanic that you're gonna have to learn on your own, kind of, sort of, but it's very good. These two guys just interrogate them for now. If there's an option to execute or interrogate them both. And these are veil items that drop. Right? See that one amulet? Oh, amulet, and the chess piece. So you pick up both the amulet and the chess piece, right?
The tunic.
Yeah. And then talk to June. Talk to her. And then there's an option to unveil items. Right? So you put the amulet in there, and then it gives you 3 options. You're gonna have to learn all of the unveils for the crafting. So every time you see these guys, you have to kill them, pick up the items that are veiled, and then unveil them to unlock. See, they're grayed out.
Uh-huh.
You get to choose. Once you choose one, it's fully permanently unlocked, and you can use that as a enchantment. Yeah, 1 minimum frenzy charges. Chance to gain a frenzy charge on a kill, increase totem placement speed, increase. Okay, the first one's good. Keep that one. Confirm. Now that's a good unlock. Now put the chess piece in there.
Is this the games channel, lads? Or is it Flat Earth channel? Am I on the wrong station?
Oh no, this is the Flat Earth channel, my friend. You have anything about the Flat Earth?
Well, yeah. It's measured. It's measured horizontally and level.
Oh, so you're not a glober. We're all
no.
here flat earthers. We're all flat earthers waiting for globers to destroy, my friend.
I thought they've all been destroyed, haven't they?
Well, then that's it's redundant now. That's why we're
keep
playing
respawning.
games.
Oh, we can just relax now. Oh, great stuff. They're all just like walking zombies. There's some walking zombies left, but that's about it.
Yeah. Choose
literally
chance to block damage.
Yeah, there's not many of them left now.
No, they're all banned.
No, they're not
It's
banned.
good though, isn't it? I mean, it is. This is how I feel about it. They are dead. They are dying, and most of them are dead.
You can throw these in the trash after. You don't need them after. Okay, let's go.
All right, no worries, guys.
No. Hey, we're good. We're good. We're just
No, it's all right. No, I'm all right, mate. I only popped in anyway. I was only messing about. It's all right, mate.
No, we can have conversations all day, man. Not a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good. You want to say something, sir?
No,
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just traveling. I'm in the UK. I'm just traveling at the moment. I'm just setting off my day for work. So it's like 6:45 or something in the morning. So I'm just traveling. So I just thought I'd dial in and see you. Yeah, man.
No problem.
Yeah. Fucking windy here today, mate. We've had storms over here this morning. Fucking trees are falling down. Trucks are fucking getting blown everywhere on the roads. It's a bit weather's a bit crazy. So just taking it easy. Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing we don't have to worry about Coriolis storms, so it should be all right.
Coriolis storms, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, get your Coriolis insurance.
Can we have some Flat Earth evidence, please?
Yeah, go outside.
Vector all the time,
what does
man.
Your eyes
all
tell
the
you?
goddamn time.
Yeah.
What do your eyes tell you? Do you see any curvature?
It's observed, mate. Horizontal level.
You can leave that
area.
area.
You see it when you put it on the TV, right? You turn on the TV and...
There's no curvature. But like...
Well, there is on TV. Right?
I mean, I don't see any.
Yeah, it's not there, mate, the curvature. There is none.
There was a blind guy, and he was talking about the globe, and he said, well, you know, they say that the Earth is spinning and it's a globe. I guess you would have to see it to believe it.
I mean, I've been in this a few years now, but I'm just finding it astonishing that people are still, even when they're presented with what we're saying, they still can actually accept that, even though they'll never observe any curvature. They'll never feel any spin. There's no direct evidence of the claim of this so-called globe model, but they still live in this model. They're not actually living in reality. They're living inside a model.
This is too big to see.
Yeah, well, how did you measure it?
Get out of there.
Right.
How is it measured if you can't see it?
Well, it's like fairy dust. You know, it's too little to see. And if you don't believe it, it's just because it's too little.
They're just guessing.
Guesswork. Leaps of logic, according to Michio Kaku.
Okay, I mean, how else are you gonna do it, right?
Scientific method, observations, empirical evidence, the Zetetic method.
Yeah, but like if you can't see it, like you have to take a guess.
And now pseudoscience is taking over the role of the creator, I've heard as well.
So you measure
Listen,
like
Larry, on one of the quests it says find the tartan powder. You see that?
so
The tart.
So the proper
Where
way
is
to
that
do it
shit?
is to measure like 40 feet and just call it a day, right? It's flat.
No, recurring nightmare. Yeah. Okay. What? You didn't pick it up that fucking time? Hold on.
Listen, the thing about the Earth is you can go to a large body of water that's at rest on a clear day, and you can see too far. And when you come back and you report that to Globers, they're going to tell you that, well, it's because of refraction. So listen to this and see if it checks out, right? Use
Yeah,
your
but it's
discernment
only
here.
sometimes. Not
What do
all
you
the
mean?
time, right?
Hey, come take my waypoint. I mean my
What do you
portal. Take my portal. Sorry.
What do you mean it's only sometimes? If the Earth is a globe and it's causing things to disappear from the bottom up, then that would happen and you wouldn't be able to see past a certain point.
Right,
But we
but
can
like,
see past that point.
why would it be doing that on flat Earth anyway? Wouldn't it just be flat?
It's flat. You can see farther than the globe predicts.
Yeah, but why is it farther?
Because it's flat.
No, I know, but like, why the limit is just farther?
You think you can see forever, my friend? You have special
Yeah,
eyes?
wouldn't you have to?
No, you can't see forever, bro.
Why do the clouds touch the water?
They appear to. They don't actually touch the water.
So what's actually going on then?
Things aren't always.
And why would it look like that on flat Earth anyway?
It's
like,
here.
Bro, you're just spamming.
You have a lot of questions, but zero answers.
Bro,
no wonder you just talk about.
Bro, you need to chill out. You just spammed me a bunch of questions. I answered them, and then you weren't listening. That's weird, bro.
Larry, you went the wrong way. Come back around. Go down and up.
I'm not very good at multitasking like this.
I get you. You shouldn't even pay attention to Vector. He's a fucking soft troll. He's a soft soy boy troll bitch. That's what he is. Don't even talk to him.
That's right. We know that.
Inside.
Yeah, we don't talk about globe shite anymore, mate. We know the Earth's fucking measured flat. Yeah, that's it's just measured flat. It's all horizontal and level. If you want to live in your little globe world, fuck off and live in it.
Yeah, fuck off and live in it, buddy.
Go fuck off and live in your little globe model. We don't ask, mate. We know it's flat. We know it's measured flat. We know the horizon's horizontal. We know mean sea level is used for all elevation profiles. Now, if you want to live in your little fucking model, go and live in it.
Yeah,
See you
go
later.
live in there.
Go live in your model. Because we're in fucking reality. Pal. We're in the reality.
Yeah, the real world is outside, not on TV.
Yeah. You do one, Glover. You've got nothing to offer here. You're useless.
Come to the
piece of shit.
quarry on the waypoints.
All right.
I've never been into the gaming thing. I did try it years ago, but I could never get into gaming. I think it's because I was shit at it. I used to get fucking frustrated and fucking throw me fucking console. I think I can't be fucking doing with this. And then people used to say, "Oh, you get some cheats." So I started using cheats. I'm thinking, well, I'm not fucking playing the game now. I'm just fucking cheating. What's the fucking point of that?
Don't get cheats. Why would you get cheats?
That's what I thought to myself. I thought, why am I fucking cheating myself? I'm just fucking blagging myself. What's the point?
Yeah, man. No. Back. Take the portal out. Go to the waypoint, and then to the core. Yeah, the core.
I'd say what game I did used to enjoy years ago. That I don't know if it's still going, mate. Bit of an old schooler, mate. Metal Gear Solid. I used to like that, mate.
Metal
No,
Gear.
open here. Open here. Open here. Open here. Open here. Come here.
Meryl.
There you go. Now we're in the belly of the beast. We're almost at the end of the game, my guy. In another like half an hour, if we do it fast enough, we'll be able to.
So Metal Gear was one of those games where you have to be sneaky.
That's
like,
right. Yeah, it was
be tactful.
stealth. Yes, stealth game. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't like
definitely
those
enjoyed it.
games. I hate those games. I
I
like
hated
the
it
run and
first.
gun. I have no patience for that shit. It's in the game. Like in reality, it's different because you feel the what do you call it? You feel the stress in reality if you have to be like that. But in the game, it's like nah, fuck that. It's frustrating. See, you got to try multiple types of games. Like maybe you just don't like certain types of games and you get frustrated at
Yeah.
them, so you play something else, right?
Yeah. You might be right, but that might have been the problem. Maybe I thought I liked them type of games, and that's why I was getting frustrated because I didn't actually like them type of games because it was making me frustrated in the end. So, but I didn't really try any others. I might give it another go.
I mean, what else do you have to lose, man? Life is so fucking long. You might as well enjoy it, you know? And games are just enjoyable, straight up.
Yeah.
I don't understand how
But
people
yeah,
don't play games.
I play on me decks, me turntables. That's what I do for my little. I just mix fucking house tunes.
I have a little Pioneer set. I have an Ableton Studio. I make music too, you know, but like, I still play games, you know? I love it. Music, you know, once you know, like, music is such a fucking thing. Once you understand, like, scales, right? You know, it's, oh, the world's your oyster. Now it's just the creative part. Just getting the creative juices going. That's the only problem.
I was sort of. I've just always loved. I don't know what it was when sort of when the old the I don't know the hip hop the house scene kicked off in the late 80s sort of thing in the UK anyway. Just when I first heard mixing, when I first heard somebody mixing tunes together, Chad Jackson was good. He was a good DJ. He used to do the DJ. He was like scratching and hip hop and mixing, you know, couple of, yeah, he was good. So when I heard that first of all, when I was younger, I thought, fucking hell, this is fantastic. And I've always just loved mixing tunes together, you know. And I do my little sets now, like still like house or soul or disco, but just blending a couple of tunes together for an hour or two. There's no, it's a lot easier now than it used to be. But I still just I'll always love that fact. Just listening for that tune coming in when it comes in, and how the other tune takes over, and how you blend it in. It's a simple thing, but I've
You're
always
talking
been
about
addicted
mashups.
to that.
Yeah. I can hear the mashups, but I don't know how to blend it with the software. Because it's the same timing, the same chord progression.
There's multiple ways like to go from one track to another. There's like you can do it like so many different ways, you know.
Oh yeah, you can scratch one in. You can do a quick fucking crossfade bang over, or you can blend it in. You can tease it in, or you can. I've brought tracks in and then took them out, and then brought them back in again twice.
Well, I mean, you loop it, right? Start using the whatever fucking audio effect you want on the loop, right? So then you start what do you call it? Making the loop shorter, shortening it up, right, until it goes and then fucking flip the fader to the other one. Boom. I don't use the middle fader. I use the what do you call it? The volume faders. You know, if you're doing a 2-channel, you're doing the
Yeah,
one
I do.
channel's down, one channel's up, and then just flip it to the other one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
On the drop. I mean, that's pretty. That's what I'm saying. Mixing is not like production. Like once you start producing music, mixing is like, it's all right. I'd rather make like a whole bunch of my own tracks and then start mixing them. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, a friend of mine's got into that now. He's got some nice tracks going. He uses the Appleton and something else, but he's got a few ready to go. He's got a channel on SoundCloud and things like that. We DJ together, but he's got into that side of it where I've not. I'm not that well. He's more
Production,
technical.
yeah, exactly. Music production is really, really like you got to learn a lot. Like it's not DJing at that point. Like you have to understand how. There's meters, VU meters. There's all kinds of shit where the loudness of the track, like your kick, has to sound a certain way. It has to fall into a certain frequency range. You have to cut a whole bunch of shit out. Like it gets really fucking like a surgery when you're going on it. Like it's so fucked up.
See, I love all that, but that's like Metal Gear Solid to me. Then when I go into that side of it, I'm thinking I can't be fucking doing with this. Just give me the track. I like to fucking sit there and play some tunes. But he's my friend who's doing it. He's very techy. He's into security. He's into he's into computers, laptops, and sound. You know, he's pretty good. So he doesn't mind doing all that what you said, and that's what he does do. And his finished product's pretty good. And but I'll just say, well, do your finished product, send it me, and I'll just mix it into a fucking track. Anyway.
And then there's a thing about like genre. At this point, like I have enough technical abilities. Now it's just I need to choose a genre I want to make, and then just start blasting beats from that genre. And, you know, I'm just so lazy right now. Like I have a song that's already halfway made. It's pretty much laid out. Everything's laid out. I just need to find the proper sounds to it. And then my next song is gonna be. I have ideas for my next track, but I'm not gonna start my next track until I fucking finish this track because I'm like that. I can't make 2 songs at once. I gotta go one fully through, and then go to the next one.
Well, he's like that. He gets a track and he'll say, "What do you think of that?" And I think that sounds fucking great. That, but then he's never happy with it.
You'll never be happy with your own music. It's so fucked up.
But it keeps changing. I said, well, what you should do is just do like you used to get on the old 12-inch vinyls. Just do your main track and then do a version of that. So you change it. Just do 3 versions. Do if you're not happy with the first one, maybe change it, but keep the original and then do 2 fucking a deep mix and a fucking whatever you want to call it. But I can see he gets frustrated that way. He likes the track, but then he's always thinking, "Oh, I could just make it sound better, or I could just add this, or I could just take that out," and he just never leaves it alone. And he needs to fucking leave it alone.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta say, "I'm done." I know.
Yes, it's done. Yeah.
And then mastering it's another thing.
Yeah.
The problem is when you're gonna have, like you have your own like sound device you're using when you're building a track or making a track, and then when you put it in a car stereo, it sounds like shit, you know. So that's another problem people run into. You got to learn how to do that, and it's just there's a lot of work involved in that shit.
Are you putting lyrics on your tracks as well?
I have one song that I have a microphone. I should put lyrics on there. I have stuff I'm kind of like writing down sometimes, you know, like one-liners. Like if I need lyrics, it's so easy for me. Like I speak Russian, right? And I listen to a lot of good Russian music, and the lyrics in Russian music is completely like because it's a different dialect, right? So it's completely how I would say like different, but so I just take the meaning and I just translate the meaning and then make it into like a nice rhyme. I could do that and then make full-blown songs with that, you know.
Yeah.
And then what else I could do? Then you can just generate lyrics from an AI bot like on a certain theme and then fucking take those lyrics and modify them to be yours, like put life into them. So there's many ways of doing it. So I'm not really worried about the lyrics. I'm just worried. I'm still like fucking trying to get like a. I'm just lazy at this point, to be honest with you. I'll get back into it after I stop playing this fucking game I'm stuck on right now. No, it's true. Like I've been playing this game for hours on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And because I can't stop. Once you start this game, you have to fucking finish it. Well, kind of like.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to leave you to your game, guys. Nice chatting to you in the morning, and I'll be back. I'll be jumping back on later anyway. So see you later, guys. See you later.
See you later. See you later, buddy. Get inside the no, wrong
I didn't
way.
mean to
Don't
do
go
that.
back.
I
Don't
didn't mean to do
go
that.
back. Get
I was trying to
inside.
click him.
Oh, you already did. He opened the center portal. Yeah, there you go.
Fucker landed on my head.
Yeah, this is the Trinity. That's the mix of those three bosses we put together, and then that comes out this fucking monstrosity. Can't believe we're almost done, bro. I thought we'd never finish this.
You've already beat this probably twice.
Well, yeah,
Since
I
I
know.
have.
Let's get on going. Oh yeah, you talked to Lily Roth, and then sail to a riot. Oh, this bitch, yeah. Lily Roth, sail to a riot. We got the staunch McKay in here.
Yeah, Scott, what do you got for us today? Nothing.
Well, let me guess. He ain't got shit. Yeah, we hear you, Mackie. Drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are bad, okay? It's
Except for
funny, you
mushrooms.
actually, well, and marijuana and LSD, but he looks like that guy from fucking South Park. Drugs are bad, okay? And his name is Mackie, okay, okay. Yo, this way, get the apex. Hey, Mackie, how tall are you? You said you used to play ball. How tall are you? You busted up your knees. Man, you don't need to play basketball. You're too short for ball.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I love it. Drugs are bad, okay. Did you talk to the guy up here up north?
Oh.
There he is. Go back to town after that. Yeah, I played basketball for a very long part of my life. I'm 6'5". I used to dunk that bitch. I used to do all kinds of shit. Oh, I can still get up there, but my knees, man, my fucking knees. But it's okay. I used to get up there for sure. I used to block like crazy too.
I hit my growth spurt really early in life, and when I played basketball, I just rebound the ball and passed it to the black guy, and
Pass it to the black guy.
I'm not joking. And when I played soccer, I was really exceptional at goalie. I guess I was really quick to catch the ball with whatever I had to, including my face. And I could not dribble the ball in basketball. I could not play soccer out in the field, but I could do goalie and goaltending.
I played with all black people, so it doesn't. And we didn't play like full court. We played always American, first to 21, free for all. Yeah, it's pretty much street ball. That's all I played most of my life. But it's crazy. We played dunk, and like it was crazy, man. It was fucking nuts. I mean, yeah, it was nuts. That's what I'm saying. I busted up my knees for sure because of that. Lots of jumping. Like full extended, fucking full blown, like up in the air. Like when you land on your fucking back down, you're actually hurting your feet again. It's like, oh fuck. Like really high. I still can do it, you know, but I just don't force myself to because I know I'll break myself. So, you know, I have a basketball court right outside my apartment that I always play around in, you know, from time to time. And yeah, I try to dunk it a couple times. I can squeeze it in, but it's like fuck that. It's gonna hurt.
Right now, what?
You can take my portal. I'll open the portal right now. I'm just trying to get to that next area for you. Drugs are bad and okay. Marking. Do you see the portal?
Yep.
Okay. Come the other way down, south. You gotta check where I'm at on the map. And then now with my back fucking problem, I mean, walking a lot is good. It's making my back strong, but I still feel it.
Have to go east then south?
I keep going south. Yeah, you're fine. Just keep going south then. Southeastern. Just follow the dot that is me.
You got a bunch of orbs.
Yeah, this guy had a lot of orbs. Shit, let me open a portal again. These guys are actually more your levels. So yeah, you're only 3 levels. You know, that's why we had to rush a bit. So yeah, now we can actually you're gonna be able to level very fast. Just don't go too far ahead of me and we're
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
just need to
okay.
be more tactical.
Yeah. And press your
I was
health
used
potions when you can.
I was used to
Just
being
walking through it
overpowered.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's almost time to actually play the game. Ha! Come this way first. Follow me, follow me. Oh, never mind. You went the right way actually. Shit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right here. Take the waypoint. Now I gotta remember. What's the fastest way to get to this fucking thing? Oh no, it's this way. No, don't go in there yet. Come back out. We have to go to this way, this way, this way, this way. There's like a couple guys we have to kill, and then we get straight to the last boss.
Oh, there's nothing this way.
This way.
I want to know where you went. Oh, there you are.
It's cool that you can skip a lot of the fucking parts in this game. Especially when you're trying to rush.
Or take your time and enjoy it.
You can take your time and enjoy it, no problem. You're gonna have to though. You're gonna have to, trust me, you're gonna have to backtrack. Or I just need you to have your hideout and all that shit. You need your hideout, man. You can build it and stuff. It's fun. You'll enjoy it, I promise you. That's why a lot of people like me enjoy it. Oh look, level. See, I'm telling you, you're gonna level fast in this stage. Ooh, shit. Especially with the speed at which I'm killing it.
Mm-hmm.
And you just see your chunks of experience popping up. Man, why do it? Hey, fuck off. I don't want to sell one chaos for that. No fucking way. I ain't stopping for a chaos.
Oh, shit. This way.
No.
Not that
Fuck,
way.
we missed it. It's there's one spot. It's this way. We missed it. We were right there and we just turned the wrong fucking way. No, I hate when that happens. It's here. It's here.
Okay.
You know what happened today?
Huh.
There was a couple of rank 1 motherfuckers that were there's these new maps that they put into this game where
Yeah, I
if you
picked up
die in
three
the
of those
map.
maps.
No. You have maps that are regular maps. What we're
Oh.
talking about is there's new maps that are tier 17. You know how I said tier 16 is the last?
Yeah.
Tier 17 are new in this season. The problem is if you die in this map, your character gets destroyed.
Oh.
So these 2 level 100s, and you'll see it in the chat. It'll pop up. So and so was lost in the void, and these guys are 2 rank 1 fuckers, and they got killed today. I can't believe it. And you know how expensive that is? That's crazy expensive. Yeah. It's not only like it's time. Time is value, you know, time is money.
Right.
Yeah, so they lost a lot of everything. I bet they were pissed. It's a risk too, like, and the gear that you lose, oh fuck me, man. I would never do those maps. I'd be like, nah, man. Fuck that. Unless I like build oh fuck, you died?
Yeah.
Unless I build a character that's like not that expensive and it's just built specifically for that zone, but it's even there, it's really hard. You literally have to build a like a
Kind of like
turret,
having a backup YouTube channel.
something like that. No, but
Yeah. Sacrifice your low levels.
But you know, you have to go in there as max level. That's the thing. Like, cause if you don't go in there fully leveled out, like you're not gonna kill anything. So that's what I'm saying. These maps are so fucking retarded. Like, you have to go in fully jacked up, maxed out, but the rewards could be great if you clear the map. Like, great, really, like, rewards that are...
Or death.
Yeah. And there was 2 motherfuckers that died, and they must have been pissed off. Like, you can feel it. You know what I mean? You can feel it for them. It's like, shit. And it says level 100, this, that, died in the void. Or got lost in the void. Some shit like that is fucked. Remnant of the corrupted. Chop, 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 chop. How fucking deep. This guy, yeah, this is a pretty long ways to go.
I'm getting tired.
Already?
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll beat the boss in like less than 15 minutes if we keep rushing. Come this way. No, 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 no. This way. You went the wrong way. Going the wrong way. It is 2:30. Yeah, it is 2:30. We're at the boss right now. The one boss before the final boss. Did you pick up whatever he dropped? Yeah.
Yeah, dropping the staff. I'm picking up the staff. Oh shit, I ain't got a room. Alright, that'll work.
Okay, come this way. Back to the waypoint. Go to town. Sell whatever you hold, whatever, all that garbage.
Give me some armor.
Holy, what the fuck?
$2,400. Yep. Oh, I need to sell some stuff. Start. Please. 2,400 life. Maybe now I quit dying so much.
Don't worry, the death thing is gonna change. We're gonna fix all that. Just need to get through this shit. Okay, so take the waypoint back to the Ravaged Square. You got that gold guy pop up and shit, right?
Hold on. Gold guy pop. Yeah, I saw the big gold guy.
Okay, now go to the Ravaged Square.
One more thing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take your time after. Well, the Ravaged Square in the middle there, yeah. You're gonna have to take your time because we're almost done the game. From this way. Well, one thing you're gonna do, talk to this guy. Yeah, open this door. One thing you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to backtrack. Alright. And read all the quests that you haven't finished and finish them. They're gonna be easy, right? Because you're so overpowered for this shit. That's one thing. Next thing is you're gonna have to clean up your stash. I'll help you out with that because I'll tell you which one's good, which one's bad, what everything else. You know what I mean? Come this way. Usually it's just a straight line. Usually it's just a straight line. Over the bridge. Keep using your flame dash. Don't stop. You get like 3 charges of it. It's just a straight line. Keep going over this bridge. What the fuck is it? Oh, it's down here, yeah. Shit. It's this one. Don't die because the run back is so fucking long.
Got it.
This way, this way, this way. You were going the right way.
I know, but I don't want to die.
Oh. Yeah, you should. Yeah, it's crucial not to die. Oh, okay, we got the door here. Where is it? Down here. Up. And then run through this again. This is another fucking portion.
Whoops. I did
No,
not mean to go in there.
that's okay. It's okay. Finish it or do what you gotta do in there.
I can't do anything.
Just keep running and it'll kick you out of it.
Like it won't let me go into the dark.
Just keep running, no?
It won't let me run into the dark.
What the fuck? Here, I think I have to come with you, maybe? Oh, yeah, it's me. Shit,
Yeah.
my bad. Holy fucking long run. Okay, there it is. Literally the Captain America build, you know that? Shield charge. Yeah, well, that's you know Captain America has the shield charge and then he shield throw.
Yeah.
Shield charge, shield throw. That's how I'm doing. Oh, we're there. We're there at the final boss. Let's go talk to this motherfucker. Well, final boss for the what do you call it? For the oh, don't
What
die.
the fuck?
Yeah, careful.
That was crazy fast.
It's okay, just as long as you don't stand in the fire, don't stand in the blood. Just make sure you avoid the shit. Let the minions do all the damage.
Guys, what do you think about the Flat Earth Discord server?
What about it?
I believe that they kind of suck balls.
Who?
The Flat Earth Discord server.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
but
in
we
the
don't
Flat
take
Earth Discord.
we don't take your money like the Globe Earthers do, right? And indoctrinate your children with a bunch of bullshit.
But then again, the Flat Earth Discord server, as an unfortunate price of that, seems to not be interested in disseminating anything rational in terms of moderation decisions.
Are you think you could do better, right?
Crying?
So your butt hurt over the mods? Do you need some preparation H or a teddy bear?
Oh, I would love a teddy bear, but beyond that, I ended up like reporting a pedophile in their server. Like a guy randomly talked about how he showed me his dick and stuff. Like he just admitted it in
What,
VC.
bro? I don't know what you're talking about, but stop.
Why?
This is being recorded.
What you're
Yeah.
saying, and I can't tell if you're making it up or not.
I can send you
Right.
I can literally send you audio of it.
Of a flat earther.
Who?
Yes, a flat earther. A flat earther, not that active to be fair.
What's his
Who?
name?
What's the name?
Okay, name is Prometheus. They are not active. They've been detained, however, they're mostly
I don't
active
know
in
who
our
the fuck
space.
that is. Well, you know, there's a lot of fucking what do you call them? Bad actors that try to make the flat Earth look bad. You know.
And I have no intention to do that. However,
I told you this in the last server. This is a channel on somebody else's server. In this server, if we ban someone, they can come back after 2 days. What you need to do is what I said in the last server. DM the admin. Can you do that? DM the admin if you want to provide evidence like that. You do that then.
Unfortunately, what your admin did was when I sent them a clip, they banned me. And I can send you the audio too.
Excuse me. You've just come from 24/7. You haven't sent a DM to an admin and been banned yet. That hasn't happened. And you've only just got here. I'm asking you politely because your cause seems justified and valid. I'll give you that. But to keep drama out of children's mouths and off of, streams on YouTube and Rumble and whatnot, do the right thing. DM the admins who have the power to do what you're saying. Stop going up to random people.
I went up to your server because this involved your server and people on your server.
Dude, you need to DM an admin. Same with this one. This is a guest channel. Right, we've got no fucking powers here.
That was a really weird way to handle that, the way that you just
Considering your staff seem to be completely focused
DM
on
an admin.
like trying to look
DM
good
an admin.
instead of even confronting
Send a
any
message
issues
to
they
an
may
admin.
have.
Just send
I can
a message
happily
to
send
admin.
you a clip if you believe that you have a different way of handling the situation which may be
I
better.
don't have power to do what you're asking. DM an
Don't you have the
admin.
power? Don't you have the power to DM an admin?
Do you have the power to DM an admin? Is this your cause?
I do too.
Good. Go do that then.
Why can't you?
I've asked you politely to do it several times.
I have tried to.
And then, really? You just come from one
Yes.
server to another?
Yes, I've tried to DM the Flat Earth admins.
Okay, cool. Then they'll get back to you in good time.
It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, bro.
The response came in the form of the live stream, what just happened earlier.
Brilliant.
It's 4
And now
p.m.
you're on
over
another
here.
channel,
Oh,
so
4:30 p.m.
DM an admin.
What?
Now you're on a different channel to DM an admin of this server.
Of this server for a member of the Flat Earth Discord?
Mate, we don't have the powers. Right? In this guest channel, we have only the ability to remove people for 2 days. And then they come back. To get somebody permanently banned, you need to speak to an admin.
I spoke to a Flat Earth server admin.
Listen, there's politics, man. This is a politics server, right? So you talk to the people that own the politics server about this, because there's no way this channel can control that. That's what he's trying to tell you. Can you understand that?
I did not recall asking anyone in this fucking guest room to ban them.
Oh, you're coming in here talking shit. Yeah, you're coming in here talking
Except for
shit.
Creation Bear. I do
Hold
recall
on.
asking Creation Bear to ban them.
Hold
Because
on,
Creation
buddy.
Bear is an admin.
Bro, dude, listen, Jedi.
Creation
What are
Bear's a
you-
moderator. What are you talking about?
Happy. We already talked to you about this. How are you running to another server to do the same shit?
I know, Craig, right?
Oh, hold on,
It's almost like he's got an agenda to
make
all flat earthers look bad because he found one bad actor who's probably his cousin. Because I've never heard of this guy. You ever heard of this guy?
No.
So it's some guy we don't even know, LARPing as a flat earther. Or maybe not. Maybe it is an actual flat earther. Either way, it ain't got shit to do with us.
Yeah. That's like going to another school. Like, oh, there's someone in my class. He's mean to me. Well, what do you want us to do about it? I don't know. Just remove him. Remove him how? I don't know. Just do something. Fucking weirdos, man. Deal with it on your own, Happy. Nobody's gonna do shit for you.
Sorry, ma'am. This is taking place within in this fucking example of yours. This is taking place within your own classroom for one.
No one hasn't. You just said that earlier. I already asked
No,
you. Did it take place, sir?
You actively.
I asked you earlier. Did this take place in our server? You said no.
You are putting words in my mouth. This.
Did this take place in this server?
This took place with a member of your server.
That's not what I asked you.
This took place with a member of your server.
That's
Yes.
not what I asked you. Is it, Bird Brain? Where did this take place?
I'll repeat myself to the cows come home.
Yeah. Where? Here?
With a member of your server. Yeah.
Yeah, we heard that part. But where?
Yep. This took place with a member of your server. Yeah. Can you get the memo?
So not here.
With your server.
Not here.
With your server.
We got that part. It didn't take place here, did it?
No, I said with your server, not politics.
So 24/7?
Yep.
Okay, so where did it take place?
With your server.
So it took place in our server.
Yep, with your server.
All right, so I can go and find evidence in our server for what you're saying?
I can send you audio. Yeah.
From our server, from a Discord call in our server.
Yeah, you want some audio? I can send you an MP3 right
No,
now.
that's not what I'm asking, right? I just want to verify
video.
where this took place.
Can we get video? So we can
I mean, I
see
can
that it
send
took
you.
place there?
I can send you an MP3, sure. Oh, actually, no, I can like get an MP4 too. I can get an MP4 of his face and
Yeah,
everything. Yeah.
let's get the video so we can see it taking
Sure.
place in our server, so we know that it happened in our server.
I can get you like an MP4 of this guy. Why not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I remember the
Provide
first thing
the
you said
evidence.
the first thing you said was that this didn't take place in our server, my boy.
Oh, that would mean he's not honorable.
Hmm.
Right. So now, now he's trying to figure out what the story is. Wait, where did it?
The only reason I interrupted last time when
What I am trying to do is get your clip.
And now in this channel, whilst it's being live streamed on YouTube, and I asked this politely earlier, it's whatever the conversation needs to be had, can you not have it on the live stream, please? Can you DM an admin and speak to the people that you necessarily need to speak to, maybe in a private room or a private call? This type of dirty.
I offered that Creation Bear, and Creation Bear refused.
We haven't quite finished. This type of dirty laundry doesn't need to be here for public view. Whether your allegations are true or not, my friend, I'm not interested in perpetuating this type of story, especially on a live stream. So you need to speak to people if you want to have some action taken. You need to speak to the correct people. You don't need to speak to them on a live stream. You need to speak to them in a private call where you can speak candidly about the information that you're going to provide. You're not going to be able to do that here.
Facts.
I mean, he could say something like, yeah, that makes sense. I can see that you're taking it seriously. You want to see the evidence. I probably should have approached this privately. Because if somebody did something wrong, then yeah, we're going to handle it. But that kind of accusation, for you to be making it publicly like this, kind of weird, bro.
It's cap anyway, but take care, Happy. We know you're just capping, so later, bro. He's gone. I kicked him out of the 24/7. He ran over here.
And I followed him.
I was wondering what happened with that. I saw you come over. I didn't see him join. I was like, all right, we got to join. But yeah, that's crazy. Hank, you picked up on it pretty quickly. You understood what was going on there. I think Jedi also, but it's not slick. I don't have I just removed him from the. I guess there's like a 2-day ban situation here, so he's still in the server, but I guess he'll be away for a couple of days. Just keep an eye on him, guys.
That was really weird what he did there.
Well, he joined the lobby in 24/7 and started putting stuff there, so that's why I was like, yo, yo, chill out.
So I'm thinking that was a tactic. Like that was a smear tactic to make flat earthers look bad. Because they can't defeat us in an argument. And if there was an actual flat earther who was talking about that shit, we fucking identify and eliminate that motherfucker from our presence immediately.
Yeah.
Because we don't put up with that shit. So whatever that was some sort of tactic, I think. And the chance of it, actually being one of us. What did he say his name was? Prometheus or something?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a flat earther calling himself a Greek god. Yeah, exactly. Who the fuck is that? If he would have named somebody that we all knew, we probably would have took it a little serious. But this ghost guy that we've never heard of, and he's supposed to be one of us. No, he ain't one of us. I don't know anybody named Prometheus.
Yeah, I mean it's it's a troll on multiple levels. I'm trying not to go into it because I know Jedi's like, dude, shut the fuck up. So, but yeah, it's
Just
not
enough,
slick.
just enough experience over the years. Just like I said, dirty washing, not for live stream consumption.
Right,
If there's a
right.
problem and it's serious, you go straight to admin and you have private calls. You just do that.
Right. It seemed like a slick way for him to send you DMs of some stuff that nobody wants to see anyway. So it seems like it's like a front on multiple levels. Like, yo, we're not. If that would work on you, that's what's funny. I think it's so funny people give their hand out so easily. Like, what they think would work on you must work on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that would never work on me, bro. So I probably wouldn't go out and like expect it to work on other people. But like it's just funny. If you think that these things would work, or it's like another example would be when people are in the chat saying things like, "Oh, you're scared, aren't you?" Things like that. Like, would that doesn't really work on me, so I don't really try to use that on other people. But the fact that you think it would work on me must mean it probably works on you. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. It's just funny when people do that.
It's weak.
Hmm. Yeah, they don't have an argument. We know it's weird. I don't know how they come up with stuff like this. It's just the desperation. There's such there's literally no evidence, so they come up with these LARP, these performances, and they're horrible. These guys are trash actors to begin with. I would not recommend these folks try to act, but they do anyway. So,
Racist actors.
I mean, there was a girl on the Whatever podcast yesterday, and it was the same thing. She was doing performance art. People at first they couldn't. She was saying some vulgar things and whatever, but like towards the end, people started to catch on. They're like, "Oh, she's LARPing. She's trolling. She's performing. She's acting." Yeah, and so I mean, why was she doing it? There's probably some reasons behind. I mean, she probably hates the podcast or whatever, try to give it a bad rap. So that's no different than what we just saw here as well. So welcome, Cyber. I see you just joined the panel. Just thuds the mic. Nice. How are you? Okay.
Does this mic work? Well then, fuck that mic!
Don't worry, guys. Cyber's shy. Welcome, Shoshi as well.
Don't be shy, Tyler.
Thank you. Hi.
Don't be so shy. Jedi, you.
Yeah, don't be so shy.
Did you like that? That was pretty cool. Thanks, guys. I'm here all week. Please tip your waitresses.
And your drivers.
And your drivers. Don't drink and drive.
That's right.
Smoke drugs and fly.
All right, so Shoshi, what brings you to hang out with the Flat Earthers?
I just like listening to good conversations. I pop in here every once in a while. There's good conversations in here sometimes.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Cyber, I'm just gonna give you one more shot. Do you want to say hello, or should we pop you on mute?
Oh crap! Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, man. I was leaning back. Yeah. I'll mute myself.
No worries. Just wanted to give you the chance to say hello if you want to. So no worries at all. So interesting combos with the Flat Earthers. What kind of conversations have you heard so far? Yeah.
I don't really remember exactly. I do remember that there's been good conversations in here with good moderation. But as far as details go, I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Shit, compliments, man. Good conversations and good moderation. Wow, that's it. My life is over. That's it, man. It's all complete. Good conversations and good moderation. That's a compliment, man.
I'm gonna have to add that to my next rap song. But cool. What do you have like some imagery in mind when you think of flat Earth, Soshi? Like, do you picture a certain thing, or what comes to mind when you think of flat Earth?
An Earth that's flattened like a pancake, I think.
Okay, well there we go. Now we got something. Is that what you think the flat earthers think?
Yeah, I presume so. Like a disc-shaped Earth.
Floating through space, because that's what they programmed you with, where the ships fall off the side, the edge. Isn't that what they?
So a
showed
flat
you in
globe,
school?
right? A flat globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They mix the
Yeah,
models because
I
it makes it.
presume a flat version of an Earth. I presume that's
Flat version of an Earth.
yeah, flat Earth. I just
Well done,
They
man.
like
flattened Earth like a pancake.
Wrong.
Like a pancake Earth.
It's
they
this
like
when
to mix the models because it makes it like ridiculous.
Hey, Soch.
But educate me. What am I missing here?
Did
I
you
hear
ever play?
I hear the music in the background. I got the answer wrong. I feel like I'm on a game show now.
Well, did you ever play like Super Smash Bros. Back in the day?
Yeah, totes.
It's like, so can you think you could load that in an Xbox?
Oh,
did you say totes as well?
Tits.
That's funny.
So like, because those GameCube discs were kind of weird, weren't they? They were small, kind of
yeah,
weird. So
kind of weird. Back in the
couldn't really
day.
load. You couldn't really load that in an Xbox 360, though, could you?
No.
They're not compatible.
No.
Okay.
Get a job, nigger.
So
Hey,
also
moderator.
Yeah,
also,
all right. No
Yeah,
problem.
we're going to take care of that.
Can't preempt what he's going to do. I can act on it though, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
Crime.
just in the same way,
Get a
you
job,
can't
nigger.
load.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Hold on, niggas don't have to work, bro. We slaves, man. We own this plantation now.
Hello?
Mm-hmm. God damn,
Come
dude, you guys
on.
so original. You guys are so fucking original.
Plantation style.
Sorry, master. I'm gonna get back on this plantation now.
Thank
Great.
you.
Get out of here, weirdo. Anyway. So they're not compatible. So you can't load a disk into outer space either.
No.
Yeah, those ideas are not compatible. So flat Earth plus outer space, cap. That's cap. So the only people that think flat Earth is like a smashed globe into a flat pancake is other people who think it's a globe. Flat Earthers don't think that.
Okay.
All right.
It's
Yeah.
extremely ridiculous.
Thanks for letting me know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's what you've been programmed, right? Because you've
Hope I
had
don't offend
TV.
you. Hey,
You've
yeah,
had
I've had
TV, right?
TV.
Yeah.
I've had TV.
Yeah. So
I've
they
been
show you like
programmed.
I have too, bro. They show you like the most ridiculous stuff, and it's like, why would they do that? It's because it makes it more ridiculous, right? It's like when you're learning about something new, right? And you like, oh, that's been debunked. And you go and you like check the fact checkers, and they debunked the most ridiculous straw man version of it, and then they touted victory. And then people who don't understand, you got to do more than preliminary research. They might read a headline and be satisfied with that. Whereas there are other people who are actual skeptics, and they try to find their original source. So you found the source. There are actual, real flat earthers in here. Go ahead.
Ketchup sauce.
You should probably wonder, so she's like, if most people would say flat earth is stupid, right? It's the dumbest thing. And then you ask them, well, what is flat earth? And they say the same thing as you. I mean, do you not see the
Really,
problem?
it's not. Yeah, it's not flat Earth that's stupid. It's the pancake Earth. That's stupid.
There we go.
Pancake Earth is stupid.
And so the only people who quote unquote fall for the pancake earth are people who think flat earthers fell for it. It's like the biggest Uno reverse card of all time.
It's a straw man too. It's not
Yeah.
pancake Earth. Flat Earth. Get it right, fucking globe earthers. Am I right?
I mean,
you get it.
Yeah, but it's just funny because they're coming in calling me dumb for believing in a pancake earth. So what am I supposed to do? Do you really believe the earth is flat? Well, when they say that, they're asking me if I believe in a pancake earth. So what am I supposed to say? Am I supposed to say, yeah, uh-huh? Or am I supposed to flame them for them falling for this pancake pizza planet meme? I'm probably just going to go with number 2. I'm just going to flame them. No, I don't believe this pancake pizza.
Pizza
No one
Planet.
does.
That's a good one too.
Pixar. More programming.
Yeah, shout out to, what is that, Toy Story?
All the Pixar movies
It's
have
funny.
a Pizza Planet reference in it.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah, all of them.
Every single one. Really, knew a few that did. I didn't realise it was everyone though. Oh, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
there's a Easter egg in every single one of them.
Wow.
Referring to Pizza Planet. Yep.
Shout out to Pixar.
And see, your subconscious brain, mind picks up on that, right? And it stores it. Like you see Pizza Planet over and over and over again. So what do you picture when you picture like a flat Earth? Like your brain makes that kind of connections and you're not even aware of it. So that's how powerful NLP is, neuro-linguistic programming.
It's used in advertising all the time.
Well, they were advertising this disc flying through space in the cartoons for the children. Pizza
Brilliant.
Planet.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. Crazy. So it didn't matter if you haven't seen all the Pixar films. If you've seen one of them, that little seed has been planted in your brain. So when you come across flat earthers, you're going to picture like a disc floating through space. And the first thing you ask is one of our best questions. Where's the edge? Right? Because the pizza has a crust. So where's the edge? The Globers come in here over and over again. Where's the edge? And that was a question that flat earthers asked Globers first. Where's your edge? If there's a curve, then there should be an edge. Where's your edge? And how come you don't fall off? It's spinning, flying through space. It's another first that we asked them first. I'm speculating that we asked them first, but why wouldn't you fall off?
I think we can probably ask them very quickly second. One or two.
I don't want to hog the mic. So it's really interesting to think about the actual Earth outside, right? And stop thinking about models. And if you think about what we actually experience outside, it's a flat stationary plane with topography, right? There's hills and mountains and valleys and all that stuff. But when you start looking into it, like the real Earth, and you start studying things like the Great Plains, Canada, America, the Middle East, Then you start learning about the abyssal plains, and then the salt flats, and then there's tectonic plates, and all these things that are just, obviously pointing out, something that's obviously true. And then you go outside and you actually start making measurements for yourself. And it's like, forget models. Like, forget what I saw on TV. The actual Earth is the dirt outside. And we don't see a curved Earth. We don't see curvature. We don't perceive any motion other than the sun, moon, and stars.
Why is that a problem?
Oh, bro.
Well, we can't perceive fairy dust either. Why is that a problem? Don't you believe in fairy dust? I saw it on TV. Like Tinkerbell does her little twinkly tink swish and flick thing, and so there has to be fairy dust outside, right? Just because you see it, why is that a problem? Just because you don't see it, why is that a problem, bro?
Was someone moaning in the mic or something? What was that?
They're doing MSR Star Trails. They've been doing it for.
Yeah, Vector likes to come in every night and start moaning and doing a soft troll, and every night.
That was weird, bro. That was weird. Like, are you good? Like, you all right over there, man? Jeez. The last guy was freaking fondling his featureless balls, and now we got this guy moaning into his microphone and shit. Like, are these guys all right, man?
That's the globe for you.
Holy.
Well, the actual Earth outside is nothing like what we see on TV. And plus, they told you that it was just a model. And then you reified it in your brain, in your mind, and made it like it's concrete, like we live on that teacher's ball on her desk. Like, no, that's just a model. And the slightest amount of investigation on the globe on her desk, if you pick it up and turn it over, it says, not for educational purposes.
Oh shit. I wonder why that is.
Because it's just a model. The real education is when you go outside.
So it should say like for indoctrination purposes only, or what?
Essentially, that's what it's saying.
All right, I'm down with that.
And plus, we know models can be off. I think there was a model not that long ago, within the last decade, from the Imperial College of London, and I think they were off by quite a bit. And,
Oh shit.
I'm glad, because all the people in UK, they seem to be doing okay. So I'm not going to get into the specifics, but they were off by a lot. But they told you it's just a model. Right?
I don't know, man. All the desk globes, like all my teachers, they had like spheres. They were kind of spherical. I've been looking for the one that's oblate, the spheroid. Because, like, since it's a model, we have accurate models that predict reality since it's a globe. But, like,
Oh, okay. You're looking for the oblate ones. Yeah,
yeah.
the globes that you find on your teacher's desk, they're the old ones. If you want the oblate ones, then you need to get a beach ball, but not pump it up as much.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I thought they locked up the oblate ones. Those are kind of rare and special. I thought the colleges, universities have those locked up somewhere.
Collector's items.
Yeah, like they only let the plastic toy sphere globes, like those go out kind of like, for the high schools and stuff like that. I think the accurate models are more, they keep those safe. We don't want, kids knocking
There's a
them off
bunch of
the.
different models, right? There's a bunch of different. There's the WGS 84, right? There's the model of the core, right? All these different models are just models. It's the coordinate system, basically. And there is no one globe Earth model. They don't have a model for everything. It doesn't exist. They tried it with M theory, string theory, and it failed miserably. And when they try to make it work, they're off by an order of magnitude 10 to the 120th. Cosmological constant problem. That's a big miss for the standard model of cosmology. And then they recently debunked dark matter, which comprise 80% of the matter in the universe, allegedly. That's been debunked. And when that went out the door, so did Einstein's theory of gravity. So now they're trying to modify Newtonian's gravity, known as MOND, modified Newtonian dynamics. They're trying to make that shit work because Einstein's shit didn't work. So the globe Earth doesn't really have a model, but they can trick children by saying mass attracts mass, and they can trick young adults with bowling balls and tennis balls on a trampoline. But what they can't do is actually, trick the people that know how to look at things in totality and go, wait a minute,
So what's going on?
this doesn't make sense. What's going on, man? What's going on with the model? How come they're
Oh,
wrong
you
all
can
the time?
actually hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, all right, I tried talking really loudly in the other channel and no one can hear me.
Okay, well, we hear you.
Oh, okay, so I was just testing it out. All right, this is good.
Okay, well, thank you for coming by and testing out your microphone.
Service is rendered. Okay, so the thing about the whole model is that it belongs in the classroom, while the Earth should be your classroom, like outside. That should be where we actually learn things, because we can postulate this is what the sun's doing and this is what the stars are doing, but
What are we
we can't
talking
really
about?
test it. We're talking about cosmology and
Okay.
stuff like that. The Earth. So the problem is the children spent too much time in the classrooms and not enough time actually outside, because what is geometry, right? What does that word mean? Like, studying the Earth, right? Shouldn't they be doing geometry outside? Is that weird? Did I just say that? Like,
No, honestly, as an engineering major, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that children should be doing geometry outside or even practicing or studying geometry outside. I think geometry should be I think that if children could do geometry strictly outside, they would learn more. That's just my
wow,
opinion. But yeah.
you're gonna be a female engineer. You're a unicorn.
I don't think
Anyway,
I'm a
welcome to.
unicorn. I think there's been a lot of female engineers. A lot of my family members are engineers. Females. My dad's an engineer himself.
Well, this conversation is going to be super easy for you to get it. I mean, I think you're just going to get it real fast. So you're an engineer, so you know what a vacuum is.
Yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
you understand that it requires a container, right?
Yeah.
How do you have Jupiter in a vacuum? Jupiter's a
How do
gas
you
giant.
have Jupiter in a vacuum?
Jupiter's a gas giant, right?
Are you postulating that space is vacuum?
Yeah,
I
That's
don't.
what they
space.
say.
I don't get the premise of the question.
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
What?
I think we
How do you
need to
have gas pressure without a container?
How do you have
confirm
gas
what kind
pressure
of
without
engineer
a
she is. What engineering are you studying?
mechanical? I'm not
Mechanical
studying.
engineering.
Yeah, I'm an actual engineer.
In mechanical engineering.
Yeah, I work for Axiom.
Okay, cool.
So, Larry pointed out that to have a vacuum, you require a container. Our question here is, how do you have gas pressure without a container, or a vacuum without a container?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah, we'll ask you. We ask everyone.
Okay, I mean, how do you have vacuum without a container? That's, I mean, it's pretty, I feel like
What
that's
we're
kind of
saying
a lot
is,
to ask.
what we're saying is that you can't have lumpy gas in a container. Whenever you have a volume, the gas pressure is going to reach equilibrium for the most part, right? There's going to be a gradient, but if we're talking about the vacuum of space 10 to the negative 17 torr, that is a really close vacuum to an actual theoretical vacuum empty, right? Empty container. Pretty close, right? I mean, that's one of those things to where you don't want to be in the room when that door opens. That would be a violent shift of pressure, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
how do you have lumpy gas in a container? Like they say that Jupiter, Neptune, all these gas giants are just in a vacuum.
If you require a container to achieve a vacuum to stop the gas pressure outside entering that space you want to remain devoid of gas, then how is the Earth a gas pressure system uncontained from the vacuum of space? Or how is the vacuum of space uncontained from us without one entering the other, without the gas entering the space? Sorry, Larry.
You're good. I mean, this is your argument, not mine. I usually don't make this argument, but since she said she was an engineer,
Do you understand the question, CEO of Bigotry?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of a conundrum, isn't it?
Wait, repeat that question again. I'm sorry. I missed it.
If we understand that to achieve a vacuum here on Earth, we require a container to separate the vacuous space from the gas, then how, if the Earth is declared to be an open system, no container, how can we achieve a vacuum without a container, without the gas dispersing into the vacuous space?
What? I'm so confused.
okay,
Has the Earth
so
got, has the Earth got gas?
how are you breathing right now? Because above your head, right, there's allegedly a vacuum that's 10 to the 17 negative torr, which the gas pressure from the Earth would push into that open volume until it reaches equilibrium. Just like when you have a full gas tank, you run all the gas out, you go to the gas station and you open that lid, the gas cap, and you could hear the atmospheric pressure right in front of you push into that gas tank. Right? You know that sound? How do you have that without a gas cap? You have to have a container. So where's the container on Earth? And how are you breathing right now without one?
How do you, you're asking me how do you have vacuum without a container?
How do you have gas pressure without a container? If the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas particles as they bump up against the container wall.
Yeah. Where's the container? I mean, what's the container that we're
the one that's needed to achieve gas pressure?
I'm sorry. I think I'm a little confused right now. I probably
Let's try
want
it like this. What's the definition of gas pressure? You're an engineer, right?
Yeah.
You put gas into a contained space. What's going to happen by consequent of putting it in that fixed volume? What's going to happen to the gas?
I mean, how much pressure that
They
exert
yeah.
other particles?
Yeah. So when you put gas inside a container, by consequent, the gas is under pressure, right?
Right.
No container, the gas goes away, doesn't it? Doesn't stay there. Pisses off,
What's the
doesn't it?
premise of this argument? What is like?
We are told that we are living in a space vacuum. We are breathing gas pressure. We understand that to achieve gas pressure, you need a container for the gas to press upon. If you don't have a container, entropy will take effect and the high pressure energy will disperse into the lower pressure environment. So there's
Okay.
problem.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So how do you have gas
Next
pressure without a
question.
container?
They tell us
How
the
do
Earth is an open system, right? Astronauts to the moon. Right? That's what they tell us, right? But how could
yeah,
astronauts go to
usually
the
how
moon?
whenever we do, all our calculations and everything, we assume that the Earth and space is an open.
You cut out for real?
What?
You cut out?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was saying that whenever we do our calculations and everything, we assume that the Earth and space is an open system.
Right. So how could it be an open system if I'm breathing right now and the gas pressure here on Earth is setting right next to a vacuum without reaching equilibrium?
The one thing about the open system, what do you call it? Um, you know, uh, assumption is that it's honestly never been proven that the universe is an open system. It could, for all we know, be a closed system, but that's a whole nother argument.
No, an open system's an open system and a closed system's a closed system. An open system isn't a closed system. There are
No,
three types.
Just talking about the universe.
There are three types of systems when we're talking about thermodynamics and energy. Right? Open, closed, and isolated. An isolated system will not have energy and matter transfer between the two systems. A closed system will not let matter enter or leave, but will let energy enter the system. For example, if you've got a can of Coke and you leave it in the car, it's going to get hot over time. Even though the system is closed, thermodynamic heat can enter that closed system. To have an open system, that means thermodynamic heat can freely exchange, and so can the matter too. So when you open your can of Coke, it's
but
hot.
that's assuming that energy,
It's not assuming,
energy
it's
is.
the law of nature.
When you assume that the system is closed, do you assume that energy is finite?
No, we're talking about thermodynamics.
Okay. Yeah,
We're
that's
talking,
energy is thermodynamics,
yeah. So we understand what entropy is, right?
right?
Awesome. So the entropy will be the movement between two systems in this case. Open systems, how energy moves from one system to another. Remember when Hank said if you open the vacuum chamber, that's a lot of energy when the gas pressure disperses into that vacuous space. Entropy, right? High goes to low.
Always.
Yeah.
Hot goes to cold. High
Awesome
pressure
stuff.
to low pressure. High charge to low charge. It's seeking equilibrium.
So if the Earth is an open system, as we're told, and like Larry pointed out, rockets to the moon, so matter transfer and energy transfer, heat from the sun, apart from, to name but a few, then the gas is also matter too, right? Open your can of Coke and it will pop and fizz because the gas is being released. If the Earth is an open system, then the gas is free to move into the space outside. In actual fact, we wouldn't be breathing right now.
And can you tell us where we're wrong? Where are we incorrect? If we've said anything in
Me?
error, please. No. Yeah, you tell us. Have we said anything that's incorrect? That's factually incorrect.
No, not Not necessarily. No. Not really, no.
So what we've demonstrated here, because you've all experienced propane tanks, is that you have to have the tank to have the cookout. You can't just go to the propane salesman and buy propane without the accessories. You can't just put the propane in your hand and bring it home and cook your mother a steak for Mother's Day, right? You have to have the container to get the gas pressure. So how are we breathing right now if the globe Earth model that they tell us is an open system adjacent to a vacuum? How are we breathing right now?
I mean, I can't argue with it. They'd have to make space shuttles to hold air.
But what they told us can't be true, right? It's a true dichotomy. Either the Earth is a closed system or there is no vacuum of space. Unless you see a third option where somehow magically you can cook your mother a steak on a propane grill without a tank.
No.
If there's a third option, please let me know. I could be incorrect. I'm open-minded enough to be corrected.
Wait, was there an engineer here or something? I was trying to. I was looking for. Got my notepad out.
I'm going in and out because it's a weekday and I'm kind of sleepy.
Oh, okay. Well, when you joined, I was like, man, we don't get to speak to people this smart as often. So I got my notepad out ready to go. I was just hoping you could help us out with the gas pressure thing.
I mean, we don't measure gas pressure at our job every day. It's not something we think about. It's something we, study in undergrad and just leave it at that.
Oh,
If you're
okay.
asking me about gas pressure, I probably can't answer every single intimate question.
You said you're an
Okay.
engineer, right? And we don't expect you to know everything. But you understand how internal combustion engine works, right?
Yeah.
So if you take out the spark plug, you cannot get compression. It's impossible. Right?
Yeah.
So that's basically the argument. That you have to have a closed system to have pressure, or in this case, compression. Because without the spark plug being the, bottle, cap to the bottle, so to speak, that all the gas pressure is going to press out the top of the engine, and you'll never get compression. So it's like saying that if you believe that we live on an Earth that is an open system, then it's like believing that you can drive your car without spark plugs in it. It doesn't work.
Okay.
Well, I drive a
It's
Tesla.
impossible.
Easy.
Touche.
It's honestly, it's kind of hard for me to argue without being here from the beginning. I'm
We
sorry.
don't want you to argue. We're not trying to
Or
argue with you or debate with you or gotcha. We're just trying to make you think. That's it. We're giving you a little something to think about tomorrow at work.
okay. Well, you guys definitely bring out some interesting points, and I appreciate that.
Translation: y'all niggas still wrong.
No, I'm not saying that. I think that the point about being what'd you say? The
Gas pressure.
that gas pressure and being in a closed system. Yeah, I think it's an interesting point. I mean, when it comes to science, especially when it comes to, I mean, I think one thing that you have to keep in mind is that science, as you know it, is at a very preliminary stage, and the, the you know, the
What?
point that you're arguing here about things being in a closed system or things being in an open system are things that are still in like their research phase. They're not.
Hold on, Shadi. Hold on.
When
You're the
it comes
one.
to
Hold
engineering,
on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Don't project onto us. You're the one in the research stage right now. I mean, you're still learning this stuff. We're not in a this isn't preliminary science. Like you're trying to say. You're in the research stage. You're still learning this stuff. We've already figured it out, man. We're trying to help you at this point. I don't know why you're trying to come in like, well, there's better science out there. You guys are just on a low level. How do you know that? You don't even know. Like, we're asking you about gas pressure, and you're like, well, I don't
literally
know.
not what I said. That is literally not what I said.
Okay, well,
You
we understand you don't really know much about this. You've
finish
said
my
like it's
point.
not in your field and stuff like that. So we understand this isn't
Not
your
what I said
bag.
at all.
But this isn't science at all, my friend. So it's just I had to stop you from
Right. Okay.
saying this is
That's not
preliminary
what I said.
levels. All right, I'm gonna let you finish.
No, I didn't say your preliminary level. I said that what we do in like the professional field is at a very preliminary level because what the data that we get to go by has to be completely, certified and verified and very like, have to be peer reviewed and everything. So the data that we have access to and that we get to go by to build things is very limited, and the things that you talk about in the public like on a Discord channel and everything are very broad. So when you ask me things about like something being in an open system or closed system, that's not things that I work with in my everyday life. So it's hard for me to answer, but it is an interesting phenomena to think about.
Here's the thing.
That's
Here's
why
the
I was
thing.
talking to you
Let me
about the
just
propane grill. Go ahead, bro.
well, let me just say this. I'm gonna pass it back to Hank. He's not asking because he doesn't know. I think that's the miss here. That went over your head just a little bit. He knows. We're just asking to see if you know. We're not asking from a place of please help us. We don't know the answers. We're just seeing if you know the answers.
Why? Why do you understand?
Because we know that you don't. So
Because
and
you don't.
it's the biggest Uno reverse card of all time. So
Hey, what's the radius of Earth? Do you know that off the
shit.
top of your
Oh
head?
shit.
Don't look it up. Don't look it
Well,
up. Don't Google it. What's the
She
radius
don't
of
know.
Earth?
She don't know. This isn't her forte.
He doesn't
No,
know.
I
He
don't
doesn't
know
know.
because I don't work with the radius of Earth every fucking
Yeah,
day.
I don't either,
Excuse me,
man.
guys. Excuse me, guys.
That's understandable.
Excuse me. Earth does not have a radius. It's measured and observed horizontal and level.
Okay,
Yeah,
let
there's
me
no radius.
let me get in for a second. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything. We don't expect you to know all this stuff. This is stuff that we found interesting, deep philosophical questions that you didn't know that you could ask, but somehow we found out that you could ask this question. And we're just asking a simple question.
Yeah.
How are we breathing right now if we live in an open system next to a vacuum? And this is a super simple question that everybody can understand, that you can't grill a steak on a propane grill without the tank. You have to have the propane accessories. You can't just buy the propane. So in order to have gas pressure, you have to have a container. So what I'm implying here is that not the universe is a closed system, that the actual Earth is a closed system. That's what we're implying. And the reason
Okay,
that we're
gotcha.
implying that is because we're breathing right now. So there's gas pressure. The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's the law of cause and effect. So you
And
didn't
that
know
is
you could ask that. This morning when you woke up, you had no idea that you could ask that question. Right? And we're just showing you that you can ask that question. You can question the authority, even though you're not in cosmology. You probably don't even remember the stuff, really well that you learned in school. but we're letting you know that you can re-examine what they told you because cosmology is more philosophical than it is scientific.
But be sure to look at both sides to that question. We Globers think we have an answer.
Matthew learns.
Yeah, sure, Matthew, if you could just demonstrate gas pressure without a container, I'm sure we could put the propane salesman out of business.
Why is it all? Where do you guys come from, man? It's always out of the woodwork,
Matthew,
man.
can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Because you said you had an answer. Can we see it?
Yeah, our answer is that air has weight.
Air has weight. So can I just weigh down like a bunch of propane in the back of my truck and drive it home and grill my mom a steak for Mother's Day?
How's them clouds doing, Matthew?
The clouds aren't very weighty.
How's that helium balloon doing, Matthew?
Helium balloons have weight.
Put it on the scale. Weigh it out for us.
How's that
you would have to put this-
horizontal horizon doing, Matthew?
Matthew, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? You said you had an answer for that.
Sure. The reason that there's atmospheric pressure is not due to a container, but just because there's the atmosphere has weight to it. So that's enough to keep it down on the ground rather than going off into space.
That sounds like a baseless assertion that you just made. Can you demonstrate that?
The rules of physics would back up what I'm saying.
Okay, sure. Get a container, right? Suck all the air out of it, and then put some air back in there, and make it, stick to the bottom of the container without spilling out into the entire container, reaching equilibrium.
Every container has more gas pressure at the bottom of the container than at the top of the container due to the weight of the atmosphere of the gas inside.
So, Matthew,
that may be true, but you invoked a container. Can you give me gas pressure without a container?
Sure. If you have a container that's 100 kilometers high, and you put gas in it, it's contained. Like, just imagine this big long tube that's 100 kilometers high, and you put a bunch of gas in there. It's contained inside that container, but the pressure at the bottom of the container will be much higher than at the top. In fact, at the top it'll be almost negligible, almost zero.
At the top of the container, the pressure is almost negligible. Did I hear that correctly?
Right.
What? At the top of a container, the pressure is almost negligible.
But the one I was mentioning, yes, it's a thought experiment.
What container are you mentioning where the pressure at the top is almost negligible?
A container that's 100 kilometers high. Where did you hear the first part of what I was saying?
Yeah, no, sorry.
It's just something he's imagining at the moment.
Right.
It's just wrapping a cylinder around the gas pressure gradient on the Earth and going, look, there's a gas pressure gradient on the Earth.
Yeah. Anyway, we don't have to get into all this. I was just saying that, Larry was talking about, these questions, and I agree we should look at these questions, but look at both sides and see which answer seems more plausible.
But Matthew, forget all that. You know the Earth is observed horizontally and level, don't you? And it's measured that way.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not a globe.
No, our eyes and our measurements aren't the final authority and the final truth about things.
Yeah, so we measure things using mean sea level, all elevation profiles. That's not a curve; it's level. The horizon is horizontal, not curved.
Right.
Yeah. So the Earth is measured flat, horizontal, and level. We know this. Yeah. Now you can stay in that globe model as much as you like, but we know for a fact that all maps, yeah, even the globe model, yeah, was measured using mean sea level. Horizontal, flat, level. Yeah, we know this to be true.
Right.
Now, but if you want to stay in your little globe world, that's entirely up to you.
Right, because I say that the mean sea level is actually a curve.
Yeah, well, you can say what you want, but that's not true. It's called sea level because it's level at 0 degrees. It's not curved. The horizon's not curved. The horizon's horizontal. Everywhere you look, Matthew learns, there's no curve. Now, you can stay in your little globe world as much as you like, but we know that the Earth is level, horizontal, and that's how it's measured.
Yeah, curved objects can appear to be a straight line in our vision, so that's not a problem. And I think that there's other good evidence to show that the Earth is a globe.
So when you look at the horizon, have you ever seen it curving?
No.
Right. It's horizontal, isn't it, Matthew?
Right.
Yeah. And mean sea level is used for elevation profiles. You'll need that level for that elevation. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's correct. No curve. I'm out of here.
Good morning.
Hey, Yui, how's it going?
Doing all right, doing all right.
You're not working today, big man. Yui.
Hello, yes?
Hello, mate. You're not working today?
I am home, though, fortunately.
Ah. It's good to see you, though, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you, too.
Hey, Jedi. How you doing, pal? Yeah, what's up, man? Sorry, I'm out in the wind and got cars going past, so...
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? I mean, I woke up to yeah, it's crazy. These wagons blew over on the motorway this morning. Trees have been blown down. I feel sorry for my neighbour. He always puts a big marquee up on the back of his garden decking to open up to his bifolding doors on his kitchen, and he has guests round for Christmas dinner. That's blew away this morning, and in the garden next door to him. So I feel sorry for that guy. But yeah, it's been crazy the weather this morning back in the UK. A lot of Coriolis going on.
Gotta have
It's also windy here as well.
Where is here as well?
Hey, should I flat or should I go now? I don't know why that came to me, man. You guys know the song I'm talking about. Should I stay or should I go? You guys are in the UK. You guys heard that song a million times, right?
Oh yeah.
Should I stay or should I go now?
Depends where you are.
Where
You should stay. You're quite entertaining for my evening dinner.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Good on you.
Good.
Good.
Yes. Good.
Should I flat or should I globe now? Because if I globe, there will be trouble. But anyway, I got to work on the lyrics.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
It's a work. I'm working on it. Thank you, Larry.
Yep. I want to go to the UK.
Let's go.
For fuck's sake.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there, man. It's a shithole. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a beautiful country.
It's a beautiful shithole.
Isn't it kind of cold and rainy most of the time?
It's a
Yeah.
beautiful shithole. Did you say it's a beautiful
women.
shithole? Hey, guess
The
what?
women.
America's a beautiful shithole too, man. I agree.
I
It might be a
agree.
shithole, but
I'm
you need the fertilizer
Italian.
to
And
feed the
Italy,
mess.
it's a beautiful shithole. Likewise.
Yeah, but the women there glow like
What?
angels.
They glow like oranges.
Angels.
They glow like a pasta, like a cute pasta.
Like angels.
They glow like a good pizza.
You ever seen a redhead in the sunlight?
I'm in the train right now.
Yeah, guys.
Traveling.
Yeah, listen. Let's shut this shite. I've got a little poem for you. It's only a short one.
Please.
Yeah, so listen. It's called
Enlighten
Horizontal.
me.
Yeah, quite well. I read it. It's called Horizontal Horizon. Cool. Right. Horizontal horizon, exposing the mean sea level. A nail in the coffin for the curved sea devil. Horizontal horizon, leveling up the sea. No curves in sight for me and thee. Drop over distance, none from left to right. Horizontal horizon, straight and level, right? Horizontal horizon, she tells no lies. Just look at how mean sea level horizontally meets the sky. Paching.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Sounds even better in the Mancunian accent.
Yeah.
And that's all you need. The horizontal horizon is horizontal. Mean sea level is level. It's used for measuring things, elevations. The Earth is measured horizontally and level. It's not curved. It's not a ball. It's measured this way, observed this way. You can think as level as curved if you want, like Matthew Learns does, and bendizontal, as Matthew Learns does. But this is the mind trickery he has to do to keep his model alive. He's living in a model. He's not living in reality. Isn't that right, Matthew?
Whoa, living on a pear.
We're just looking at reality. Reality is reality. The Earth is what the Earth is, and the question is, what best explains what we see?
I would say your eyes, Matthew. Your eyes would best explain that.
Yeah, don't you guys like observational science? Except for when you go outside,
Yeah,
it looks flat.
I like observational science and
Right.
trying to figure out explanations for why seasons happen, the moon phases, that kind of stuff.
Well, sometimes you don't have to explain things, right? Sometimes you just experience it, and it is what it
Oh,
is.
that's true. I prefer to find explanations if they're available, but it's okay to live in ignorance too. We don't have to know everything.
Let me give you an example of that, and I apologize for being a little crude, right? But why are boobs good, right? And it's different for different people, right? A woman might have a different answer than a man, or a baby might have a different answer, right?
Uh-huh.
But boobs are just good. You don't have to explain why. They're just good. Like, nobody on Earth is like, oh, boobs are bad. They shouldn't exist.
Uh-huh.
They're just good. You don't have to explain why they're good. And it's like that with the Earth. Like, you go outside and you experience the Earth. It's just good. Like, take it for what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, I can agree with you there that we can enjoy the beauty of the Earth.
But can I just interrupt? I mean, I've just explained how it's measured flat. I agree with you, Matthew. The seasons are a beautiful part of our life. Yeah, and the moon, the stars, and everything else like that. The sun gives us the seasons as it moves through the ecliptic on its yearly cycle.
Uh-huh.
But that's nothing to do with measuring the Earth. It's a wonderment and it's beautiful. But it's not a measurement of the ground you're standing on or the mean sea level.
Right. If we can get to a correct understanding of the way that the earth and the sky and everything is shaped and the way, how it physically is made up, we may be able to do certain type of engineering things that could be helpful for humanity, like satellite communication dishes and transmitters and like GPS. So that's an example where it would actually be useful beyond just the beauty of it.
You're assuming that the Earth is a globe because of your confirmation bias, and that the GPS satellite works only because the Earth is a globe.
That's
When
according to the people, everybody who ever worked on GPS satellites or satellite TV.
right,
That's what
because
they
they
say.
went to public government school, right? And the government told them so. And if you didn't comply, back in my day, the teachers would take you into a private room and smack you with a tree until you complied.
Yeah, so whether you can pass the test or not isn't important. The ultimate test is whether it works or not. And lo and behold, satellite TV works and GPS works.
Therefore, it has to be a globe, classic confirming the consequent.
Therefore,
Therefore, satellites in the vacuum of space orbiting a globe.
Right.
No one's ever really denied that NASA themselves admit that they put technology up in the sky that's used for communication and surveillance and scientific observations on balloons and so on before they even get to the vacuum of space. They always show that balloons do this. It's just whether you want to believe it or not.
Yeah, the first A in NASA stands for aeronautics. So the fact that they use balloons somehow means that they don't go into space?
Well, if they're using balloons, they're in the atmosphere, right?
Right.
Right. And GPS, like you said, requires technology in the third dimension because we live in 3D space in the vertical up there in the sky, right? Doesn't have it doesn't have to be in a sky vacuum, just needs to be in the sky, right?
It needs to be somewhere that's visible from the ground, yeah. Even in the
Yeah.
mountains.
Yeah, in the sky. It doesn't have to be in the vacuum of space. On a satellite that's orbiting the ball, we don't have to worry about the ball bit at the moment. Just the fact that technology just has to be in the sky.
Right.
Good. So balloons, aircraft, nowadays our equipment is a lot better. Solar powered drones, for example. The balloons can stay in the sky for months.
Yeah,
some of them are geostationary as well, which I find really fascinating. But some of these balloons NASA say that they have and that they use as geostationary. It's interesting.
So who do you think would be the best authority about where those GPS transmitters and satellite TV transmitters are? I would suggest maybe the people who designed them and put them there.
I would say the people that can observe them firsthand and say that they saw it there, and that's nobody. So nobody can tell you where it's coming from unless they have firsthand primary knowledge, right? Like, I've been to Corpus Christi, North Beach. I can tell you what I saw there. Matthew, have you ever been there?
No, I haven't.
So would you be the best person to ask about something that you've never seen?
No.
So neither would these so-called, scientists or engineers. You can ask them, but according to Robert Bassano's video, that guy has never seen the Hubble telescope.
See, again, can I just a quick one? We've just come back round now to we're going to get onto gas pressure and containment again in a minute. Well, we've already explaining that all the maps and the globe model is all measured from level horizontal. Yeah, there is no globe. It's measured horizontal and level. That's the way it works. Yeah, it's flat. Yeah.
No, I don't think it is.
So, yeah, well, but that's how it's measured.
You're
You know how
talking
you
about
got
elevation
you know
above
how
sea
you
level?
got the equator line, don't you? The distance to that.
Yeah, the equator is the subsolar point on the equinox.
Yeah. It's not a ground position, but what I'm saying
it
is
is a ground position.
it's determined from the maximum and minimum elevation angle to and from Polaris. Yeah, which requires a level baseline to get them angle measurements. Yeah.
No, the equator
at
is
0 degrees angle measurement to Polaris will take you to the equator.
Well, I think that is a consequence of being at the equator, but the way the equator is defined is it's the subsolar point on the equinox. So you just go wherever on Earth the sun is directly above.
The equator is defined as the ground position of the star as it moves above the Earth. So, like with all stars, they've got a ground position. So this is the sun's one. It just so happens that it's relatively around the same point at 0 degrees to Polaris. This is why you say in the globe Earth model, the Earth is on a 23.4 degrees angular tilt. So this assessment over the year gives us the seasons. This is just on using these equator and longitude and latitude points with derision from the sun and the stars, for example. Then when we talk about this is just the ground position of the sun, the star, the sun, however you want to define it, moving up or down, north or south from the equator and reaching a maximum divergence from the equator, 23.4 degrees. Latitude. North.
Right. Yeah, the Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah, spot on. 100%. So this is just 23.4 degrees north or south of the equator, derived from the ground position of the sun.
But we're all coming back down to it's measured using level and horizontal. Now, Matthew, if you can give us an example and explain how in life that the maps are derived from, how do we measure that curve? How is it measured? How do you measure Earth curvature, drop over distance? What tool do you use?
I don't think you can measure the drop over distance. It's too big, and so we just infer it based on our assumption that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does have a.
But Matthew, the government school told us that boats go over the horizon, and that's proof.
Well, they do.
That we live. They live. Yeah, I know boats go over the horizon, but is it proof that we live on a globe?
It's probably not. Doesn't rise to the level of proof, but it was why some of the ancients first started thinking the Earth might be a globe. We think.
But we now know that that's fallacious reasoning because it's a false cause. We don't know what the cause is. Could be refraction.
Yeah,
could
refraction
be
is part
perspective.
of it.
Could be that we live on a globe. But we kind of debunked that, didn't we?
I don't think it did, but I would say the boats going over the horizon are a historical fact about why people first started thinking about it.
All right. When you say going over the horizon, what do you think you mean now by over the horizon, and they thought then went over the horizon? What's the difference? Did they, for example, think that the boat was disappearing over the physical curvature of the Earth at its mathematical location, right?
Yeah.
Or have you guys now express it as not actually the physical geometric horizon, but a refraction of the geometric horizon where the boat has disappeared over the physical geometric horizon, but we see it in a refracted position. So not physical obstruction, refraction.
So I would say the boat is physically going over a physical geometric horizon, but refraction can change that because we're seeing a apparent horizon. And so I would say the ancients said the same thing because they noticed
that horizontal horizon it's going over.
Right. They notice, like we do, that boats disappear from bottom up, and we know that perspective alone just makes things smaller. It doesn't make them disappear from bottom up.
That's not true, because you can raise your elevation above a surface, increase your angle of distance, and things that weren't resolvable on that surface from your low angle are then resolvable as you achieve altitude. What do you mean?
Because you can see farther around the ball, that's why.
You see the image that I posted at 53 minutes past the hour, and the two comparisons to eye heights, two camera heights above a known quote unquote flat surface before we start disparaging that the surface isn't entirely flat. All right. So when the camera's low to the surface, we can't see that light on the floor at the end of the corridor. But when we raise our angle, so we change our angle by raising our altitude, then we can resolve the light at the end of the corridor. Now, for all intents and purposes, this corridor is, flat, and we can see further down it with altitude, changing the angle. So when you say, I can't see the bottom of that boat, it's probably because you're quite narrow with regards to angle to the surface you're looking across. The boat is the light, right? So when you raise an altitude, you can see the boat that's the light on the known flat surface of distance. Okay.
Yeah, I see this image. I don't know why the light is not visible when you're lower.
Because we can talk about why, but it's not, is it? And I've kind of explained why.
Yeah, it seems to me like it must be blocked somehow by slight imperfections in the floor or something.
Okay, imperfections in the floor. Okay, before we start disparaging, because I can provide you with, and I have done throughout the years, loads of observations where you change the angle of the camera above the surface, with altitude, and you can see further down it, and things that weren't resolvable along the surface at ground, quote unquote, level are resolvable when you get higher above that surface. This is something that we see every single day.
Yeah, and the same thing would happen on a globe too, because you could be seeing farther around the globe.
Yes, so this is, honestly, I always say this. Doesn't matter whether you think the Earth is flat or globe, further away from it, you're going to see more of it, right? The only thing is, when you're on a curved surface, the claim is the physical curve is the reason why you can't see the boat, the light at the end of the corridor across the sea. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So we have to be honest when presented with information like this. Oh, there does seem to be another reason why things aren't resolvable when I'm low to a surface that I'm looking across that extends into the distance and beyond my limitation of view, because things reduce with angular size, so much to a point where I can't resolve them anymore. It seems to happen on the surface too, which doesn't seem to be directly comparable to, say, letting go of a balloon, watching it rise in altitude, get further away, with consequence gets smaller in angle, so eventually it recedes on all sides and disappears into a point. When we look across the surface, we have to take account for that surface because there's an angle starting across that surface. There's a blockage, so we can't see past that surface, right? Looking across the surface. If you were to imagine in these pictures, right, it's a chessboard, that floor, black and white. Into the distance, you'll understand that when you're low to that surface, that those horizontal lines are going to get closer and closer together. The black and white squares are going to be unresolvable from each other, right? Now, the floor could extend further beyond your limited field of view. But as you gain altitude, those squares will increase in angle as you look across them, right? And you'll be able to see more of those squares because more have become resolvable. But still, at the extent of your limitation of view, you'll have a compression of those horizontal lines.
Jedi and Matthew, just a quickie. See what we're talking about, Matthew. You're talking about optics, yeah? Observations.
Yeah, I'm talking about things where you can actually
I'll only be one second. And then I've already explained to you how the Earth is measured flat, horizontal, and level. Yeah. So we know about observations and things disappearing. That's how our sight works. And we can also tell you that the Earth is measured flat. We can explain how that's done. We've already done that twice now. Now it's up to you now to tell us how, if you believe you're on a globe, where's it observed and how is it measured? Who measured it and what tools are used to measure the radius of your globe? Go.
You can't directly measure the radius or the curvature of the globe. Instead, you can infer it from other observations.
I'm out of here.
And you can calculate it, like with sticks and shadows. For example, Eratosthenes did it 2,300 years ago.
See, this is another interesting one, right?
Bruh.
Because using the same observations, you can using the ground position of the sun and its time that it takes to come back to that point, and distance from a celestial point in the sky, the north up there, the center point of your radius value to get your circumference from. Using that, you can figure out the equator and the tropics and all of those types of things, the circular path of the sun above the flat Earth. Just using the same type of shit. Just reverse the thing that's moving. Reverse the idea just slightly.
Yeah,
It's just the sun.
Eratosthenes doesn't. His observations don't prove that the Earth is a globe or flat. He was asking where the measurement comes from. I said it's not measured; it's calculated.
It's from in this instance Eratosthenes, the circumference of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Which can be as reversely termed as the sun's path across the Earth, the equator. That's why he did this at this certain times of years, right? Apart from the sun being directly overhead, you can do all these measurements throughout the year.
Yeah, it was easier to do on the solstice because he knew when the solstice was happening and how far it was from where he was looking at the shadow.
Yeah. But you can use exactly the same thing to derive an equator.
But yet again, we're talking about observations and angle measurements. Yeah?
Yeah. This is why I keep saying ground position.
We just keep coming back to horizontal, angle measurements, straight lines, and level. Now, Matthew, how do you actually measure the curvature of the Earth without assuming a globe in the first instance?
Oh, I don't think you can measure. I don't think you can directly measure the curvature of the Earth. It's too big.
I'm out of here again.
Okay. Can I ask a further question?
Yeah, go on.
All right. How do we? Okay, outside of the horizontal, do we have any vertical measurements that we can say reference that you would trust?
What do you mean vertical measurement?
What?
Do we have any, say, look up in the sky, do we have any vertical measurements that you would trust? The distance to the moon, the distance to the sun, distance to anything. Is there any distance there that you would trust?
Is there any distance there that I would trust? I don't know, CB. Is there any distance there that you would trust?
Well, what's trust got to do with it? You got measurements or what?
Well, okay, so in the spheric model, we have a distance from here to the sun. We have a distance from here to the moon.
Yeah,
distance
yeah, I
from here
know,
to
bro.
Mars.
We know. We're just asking, do you have measurements or no?
Yeah, we have measurements. We have
Well,
93
trust
million
doesn't
miles
have.
from the sun.
Then trust don't got nothing to do with nothing. So go get the measurements and we can all take a look together.
93 million miles. 93
All right,
million miles.
That's not a measurement.
Hold tight. Before we go on, I just want to point out we don't want the sleight of hand where we change the word measurement for calculation and think it's the same thing. All right.
Well, it's important for the next question I have.
Okay.
Can I just say something quick, Jedi, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go after you as well.
I think Jedi is going to come onto it anyway. All the assumptions that you are going to make from this point on will require a globe Earth with a radius of 3959, which has not yet been measured.
Also, the claim of 93 million miles, I'm aware of that. That's the claim. That's not a measurement. That's not providing a measurement for that claim. That's just restating the claimed distance.
Well, we have bounced lasers off of the moon and back, and
and
really?
taking.
But even if
And,
you have, how's that measuring the curvature of Earth
well, I'm getting to that.
on the
If you
horizontal?
do you believe if you don't I mean if you don't believe that there's a measurement from here to there, then when I ask, okay,
Well, let's
when you're
go
looking at
through it. Let's not
okay,
just do that then. Let's not just not believe things. Let's go ahead and get the let's get the method. I want to see this being done, etc. Let's go post it in the chat. All that. If you got the measurements, let's take a look. Bouncing lasers. Yeah, I want to see that.
And you will need a horizontal baseline for them returning lasers. By the way,
Mm-hmm.
Please make sure to level your equipment before you use it.
Because we don't want to just say things are fake, all right? So we just want to make sure that what is being said is actually true as well. So we don't just automatically accept or deny things. We have to go through it with a fine tooth comb. So if you're saying we did this thing, all right, well, go ahead and show us. Let's take a look, man. Nothing to hide, right? So,
would you like basically a Wikipedia?
oh,
Or
classic.
I know, but
refractors off the moon.
Hold on, I
okay.
thought you said you did it because you said we before. We bounced lasers off the moon.
We as in the royal we, as in we, as in
We, as in not you, not me, not
human
anyone
beings.
either of us know personally. Okay.
Human beings.
How do you know that happened?
How do you know it didn't?
Well, you're the only one saying this happened, and I'm not seeing any evidence of it. So,
I'm sorry to keep butting in. Now, I know this conversation, I mean, we could go now back to gas pressure without containment because the guy's saying about the moon and people have been to the moon. That's in an area they've called the vacuum of space, adjacent to an open system, pressurized. So now we're back to, can you show us gas pressure without containment? And all this is doing is keep going around in circles when I'm already explaining that the Earth is actually measured horizontal and level. There's no actual proof of Earth curve whatsoever. So before we start jumping to the moon and gas pressure with no containment, can the gentleman please tell us, how do you know you live on a globe? Where have you observed it? How is it measured? Yeah. What equipment is used? When was the last time it was measured? Provide some documentation if you can. We'll read through it and go over it with you. Then when we've established we live on a globe, maybe then we can start saying, well, we know we live on a globe then, so let's talk about the gas pressure. But we need to know we live on a globe first, so please provide some information on that for us. Please.
Sure. The fact that the moon appears the same size from two distant cities is the best explanation for that is that these cities are tilted at different angles, and therefore the Earth isn't flat.
So that's an observation again, Matthew. It's
Yeah,
not
the
a direct.
observation.
It's not a direct measurement, is which I'm asking for.
No, it's measuring the elevation angle of the moon and measuring the angular size of the moon, and then trying to come up with the best explanation for that.
So you're going to need a horizontal baseline for that, aren't you, Matthew, to get that elevation angle?
You can ignore the horizontal and just do 90
No, you
minus
can't.
the vertical.
I'm sure Jedi's got a definition of an elevation angle we can all just
Well,
look at.
Well, how far is it from Miami to Beijing? There's nobody's actually sat there and walked it.
I posted in the side chat two different cities that have different angles to the moon.
Yeah, but you're already
It doesn't matter what the distance is; just the fact that they're far away is enough.
If you leveled the floor between these two observers, then you're just going to get them still being able to see.
Say that again. If you level the floor, what?
You level the floor between the two observers. So the curved line between and the Earth that would have, you say, has to be curved for them to look up and see the moon. Then if you level the floor between the two observers, they're still standing there looking up at the moon.
Yes, but one of them is twice as far from the moon as the other one. And the question is,
Why?
why doesn't it appear
Why?
smaller?
What do you mean twice as far? Who's told you how far the moon is?
I'm using a 30, 60, 90 triangle at 0.6 past the hour. That image that I posted.
Can you use that? Can you use that to give me the distance to Polaris?
No.
Can you use that to give me the distance to the moon?
No.
Right.
Do you see the diagram I posted?
Yeah, I do see the diagram. Yeah. You've got a distance in yours.
X, right?
Yeah, you get the distance to the moon, and you're saying that one is closer to the other.
Right.
But even within the globe Earth model, there's a difference that you've put into your little picture there of like a few thousand miles. But because the moon is so far away, we don't see any difference, right?
Right.
We're not necessarily, even though it's a few thousand miles, right? You're saying that we don't notice any difference. Okay, well,
right. It's the percentage difference that matters, not the raw number of thousand of miles.
What's kind of like the minimum distance that object would have to be? What's the size of that moon that it would have to be? Does it have to be at a distance and the size that we're told, or can we work kind of backwards and make the moon maybe a little bit smaller but bring it a little bit closer? But not too.
Yeah, so the point is that the distance between those two cities isn't that different.
Okay. Like 3,000 miles, right?
Right. Kilometers.
Okay, sorry, do apologise, didn't read that correctly. But yeah, 3,000 kilometres. It's not a huge distance, right?
Yeah, it's 0.7%.
Okay, cool.
0.7%.
But how far away is the moon?
It doesn't matter, but it
doesn't matter until it matters.
What matters is the difference.
We should be able to see. Well, it's not necessarily much of a difference, right? If the surface of the Earth is curved.
Yeah, if the surface of the Earth is curved, then the moon could be about the same distance away and still have different angles in the sky. But if the Earth is flat, then the moon would have to be twice as far from one city as it is from the other one, and that's hard to explain.
I don't know if you guys caught it. You guys caught the translation there. This isn't. I mean, one deck has been asking. He's not here, but one deck's been asking for. We're asking about his globe, right? What he's telling us is how it's not flat the way he's envisioned, or the way it can't work flat the way he's saying. Well, what do you want us to do besides agree with you? Because we're talking about the way the Earth is currently, not the way you say it should be.
Yeah, so we all agree that sometimes the moon appears straight above one city and then is lower in the horizon in another city, and the moon appears the same angular size from both cities. So now the question is, given that observation, how could we? What explains that observation?
You're in this thing for explanations, Matthew. We're not.
Right.
I don't think one deck is looking for explanations here. You can explain lots of things. We're looking for things that have more value, perhaps like a measurement or a demonstration. Those things hold a lot more value. So
it's perfectly fine to throw up your hands and say, "I don't know. Look at the moon; it's beautiful," and that's fine. If you want to do that, I would prefer to be curious and figure out and try and see if that could tell us anything about cosmology.
That's Matthew burning you, by the way. Ooh.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying you're welcome to not know. Saying I don't know is perfectly fine.
why don't we see tilting buildings in reality then?
Because the amount that they're tilting would be not noticeable.
But your example is like, well, they would be tilted. Like, I mean, it's just so funny.
When do they become noticeable?
When do they become what?
When do they become noticeable? So when looking across the surface of the Earth, it is curved. Then when do those vertical lines appear to be angled from my point of view above that surface? Right in the buildings tilting?
I don't think that it would be visible at any distance. I mean, maybe
In
1,000 miles, but nobody's going to see 1,000 miles.
Well, there are observations from altitude that show the surface of the Earth 7, 8, 9, getting onto 1,000 miles from like 35,000 feet, and there's definitely no observation of tilted buildings or tilted landscapes. If we're saying that that's the distance, 1,000 miles, before we should be able to perceive an angular distance when observing those vertical lines across the Earth. When do we see it? We should be able to observe it obstructing things over distance, right? Should have to take account for it if it's curving, especially if building on water, dams, piers, bridges, blah 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 blah. Should be perceived. So why aren't the buildings tilted?
Because they're not tilted enough to be perceivable, I would assume.
But you're a mathematician. Is there any way that you would be able to figure this out?
Yeah, so let's say that you can see a building 100 miles away. Let me see what the angle would be. Okay, so 100 miles away, the vertical of that building would be different from your own vertical by 1.44 degrees. So from your perspective, it would be tilting away at 1.44 degrees.
Okay. So if we had an observation over 500 miles away, right?
Yeah, it'd be 5 times that much.
Yeah. So at say 8, 9, 10, we're getting up to 8, 9, 10 degrees, right?
Uh-huh.
8, 9, 10 degrees is quite a change.
Right.
But you can't see 500 miles. I'm not understanding the question. So you wouldn't be able to you wouldn't be able to say, oh, I can see the angular disparity between building A and building B, because again, you can't see that 500 miles.
This is the point. This is why I'm bringing it up. So I said to Matthew just a moment ago, I don't know if you've just joined, but there are observations from altitude, 35,000 feet, because we understand with altitude we can see further across the Earth, where we can perceive with I didn't say this earlier, with infrared cameras, right? High zoom infrared filtered cameras, where we perceive what appears to be a distance of 7, 8, 9, close to 1,000 miles. Now, Matthew's just gone through the mathematics for us, and reaching those distances basically 1 for 1. Right, so over a distance of say 8,000 miles, that should be 8 degrees of angular tilt from the from the vertical.
Okay.
It's 8 degrees.
All right, and you're able to see, so you can see both these buildings at the same time, and
at the same time. No, I'm just
yeah.
open. I'm asking an open-ending question. I'm not saying that here I've got this building here and I've got this building there. I'm just pointing out an observation where we can see across a landscape, and there doesn't appear to be any angular tilt within the landscape that we're looking across, which includes cities, which includes distant mountains.
Well, you're not going to see it tilt in the mountain.
Well,
I wonder why.
When you sorry, CB, when you say you're not going to see, we're trying to figure out when you would see. So there's going to be a deviation from the vertical, the angle that you are going to be able to perceive at one point or another. All right. Trying to figure out where that is then. Matthew said 1,000 miles.
Yeah,
Okay.
1,000 miles, they would be tilted 14.4 degrees away.
Thank you for doing the maths, Matthew. So yeah, that's even more than just the 1 for 1 that I was given earlier. Just because I remember the exact number. But yeah, 14 degrees from an altitude of 35,000 feet, where we can see, and I'm going to try and find a video for you. Jay Tolan has released a new video recently, and it's really good. Jay Tolan, if you don't know, somebody who goes into airplanes with a P900, I think it is, with an infrared filter, and looks out the window and see how far he can see over known landscapes from known flight routes. So he can calculate distance from his observation at 35 or so thousand feet and see what he can see and see where the horizon is. For an observer, if we're just to take the atmosphere out of the claim and not talk about refraction, for an observer standing at altitude, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. From an altitude of 35,000 feet, using this calculation, the physical geometric horizon, where the Earth curve is, should be at 229 miles away. In quite a lot of Jay Tolan's, and this one as well, which he's just released, which I'm going to find in a minute when I shut the fuck up, shows a horizon in the distances of 8, 9, getting close to 1,000 miles, if not a bit beyond, but I'm just lowballing it. But just pointing that out. And then on top of that claim, if the surface is curved, should things be observable to deflect from the vertical, show an angle at distance across that surface, trying to figure out where we should observe that. And 1,000 miles, 14 degrees. I'll see if I can find the video. So we should be able to perceive it, right? 14 degrees. Yes, Jedi. No, Jedi. Shouldn't be able to perceive 14 degrees of tilt.
Yeah, 14 degrees can be hard to see at 1,000 miles away.
Wouldn't light reflect off of those surfaces differently, though?
What? So I think that most you're going to see is like mountains.
Would we be able to hold a contrast between what we always see, no angular tilt, and to what would be observed if there was a 14 degrees of tilt at distance? I wonder what the fuck that would look like.
Yeah, I don't know.
But either way, we don't see it, right?
We don't.
Or would you, in this example, because the Earth is a ball, hope to see that angular tilt because it is within your model that there will be 14 degrees of tilt over a distance of 1,000 miles? That's what your model would predict, right?
Right.
Actually, that's not entirely true. That depends. That's only from a single vantage point.
Well, we've got a vantage point of 35,000 feet.
Well, on a globe, though, you're dealing with, okay, if it's one direction versus another direction, which direction, which
So
way
is it tilting or isn't it? Is it tilting or is it not? Is the question.
By reference, it should tilt, and I'm. It's going to be hard to detect when you tilt away from you.
There isn't any proof that the Earth is flat.
It's measured flat, my friend. Would you like to stick around and talk about that? Or are you just going to chuck a grenade into the room and fuck off?
I'm gonna do the second thing.
Okay. Cheers, man. Take care.
That was awesome. Jumped in at perfect time. They heard that. Hey, great job yesterday, Jedi. You were backcounting these people. It was awesome to listen to it.
Yesterday, when was that?
Last-
9:30 in the morning for me now, so.
Yeah, it was, I guess, like 24 hours ago. It was like 1 or 2 in the morning, my time. It was when I was in here listening.
All right. So, do we have a? Okay. Do we have a distance, say, from
Oh.
from say Beijing to London to LA to Sydney. We have distances there, right? That you agree that we do know the difference. That we do know those distances.
Claim to know.
Yeah, we just shot laser beams off of them. That's how we know. Easy.
No, I'm asking a real question. There's no need to be snarky.
What's your
I'm just-
unit of distance? What's your unit?
It doesn't matter. Pick a measure of unit.
No, it does. Is it statute
Oh.
miles or nautical miles?
The
They're
Earth,
different.
not flat, fam.
It is. It's measured flat.
It's not, bro. It's not. You can
You-
see the curvature. If you go
you
to the
do-
shore, right, you can see the
go where?
curvature.
Stop the cap.
Awesome
No,
stuff.
I'm literally asking. I'm asking a legitimate question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fair.
Cheers, man. Thanks.
We do know those distances, correct?
No, it's claimed. They claim to be knowledge of the distances. How did they measure it?
What's the unit?
So you're not even sure how far it is from
Brother,
the
that's not what they asked
UK
you.
to New York.
We're just asking you because you're saying, well, we already know, right? Well, they're just double checking to see how you know.
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe that we know these things?
But what does belief have to do with
We're
it?
given a measurement, aren't we? We're given one.
Holy. You did
Yes
this
or
with the
fucking
sun,
no?
Luna.
Yes or no?
You did this with the sun, Luna.
No,
Well,
I'm
when-
asking this. No,
it's
I'm
the
asking
same.
this.
It's the same. It's the same logic train, right? You say, "Well, we already know this thing." We'll go, "How?"
Well, I'm asking you a simple question. Do you believe that we know how far it is between here and there?
We would know. We would
my-
find out if you answered the other boys' questions. In what unit?
My question. No, it's not a matter of whether or not I know. It's a matter of whether or not you know.
I'd say
This is the
yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Yes.
My
Okay.
answer is I don't know.
I'll answer the question. My goodness, approximately yes.
Okay. So enough that we could, within say 1,000 miles, we know how far something is. I'm giving this a really broad thing.
Yeah, that's a good margin.
All right.
Yeah, 1,000 miles. All right. What are you going to do to improve with an error value of 1,000 miles?
Okay. So that we can time the moon set, for instance.
Oh, come on.
We can move the moon going below the horizon, even appearing to go below the horizon. We can measure
horizontal horizon.
We can measure. We can take the time. We can take the time.
What's the horizon?
We can take the time.
What's the horizon?
Okay, fine. How about directly overhead? Whenever it's, we can look at, and then at the very same time, we can measure the angle.
Angle
between another point on Earth.
You need a baseline.
An angle to another point on a curved surface. What?
I'm not saying anything curved. I'm saying that you can. I mean, I'm assuming a flat Earth model by doing this.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the moon is directly overhead in, say, New York. At what point is it? What point does it dip below line of sight? For traveling one direction. Where?
After 0 degrees.
So then you can determine from using basic geometry how far away that moon is.
Oh, using the same geometry, and everything would appear to be pretty much in the same distance in the sky.
We can determine the ground position of the moon and get the.
So on a flat Earth model, you should be able to determine from that exactly how far away that moon is.
Not determine.
Between the
calculate possibly. Not determined, calculate possible.
Observe, but using the elevation angle in ways.
Okay, and then you should be able to do the same thing with the sun, correct?
What's the sun?
No, because one, we wouldn't be able to verify it. We can just calculate it based on this triangle. Two, if we were to do this observations from different
You're dancing.
We
You're dancing around.
want to
You're dancing
know it
around.
anyway. We don't want to know it.
You don't get to say that, bro.
I do get to say that. I'm
Not
saying
really.
that
You brought up. Hold
from,
on. We
from
didn't
basic
even get
geometry.
to. Hold on, bud. Hold on 1 second. You don't get to say that, brother, because you brought it. You came in saying that we know the distance of the moon, or sorry, the sun, and then you provided some link to Wikipedia that said nothing about that. So we didn't even get a chance to cook you on this. So you're not gonna sit here and be like, oh, you guys are tap dancing. Well, we deflected way off of your shit like a half hour ago and left it undressed. So we can get to that if you want to, but
I actually provided that link. Actually provides you a distance.
it doesn't provide jack shit compared to what you said. Is I went through the whole thing. It doesn't even refer to the sun being measured, brother. It talks about the moon and retro reflectors on the moon, dude. You said we know the distance of the sun. We've shot lasers at it. Oh, really? Well, let's go see how that. Let's talk about that. And then you talked about retro reflectors on the moon with a link from Wikipedia. Your source didn't even have anything to do with the sun. It mentioned the sun 5 times in that link, and it wasn't referenced to measuring anything.
Hey, stop talking over me, please. You asked me a question. Allow me to respond. I did mention when I said that the sun or the moon.
No, you said sun. 93 million miles. Remember?
And
the moon ain't claimed to be 93 million miles away.
I said the moon also.
You said 93 million miles away. We all know in here, ain't nobody in here thinks the moon is 93 million miles away, dude.
No, I said the sun was 93 million miles away.
Yeah, I know. Then you proceeded to post a link that talked about retro reflectors on the moon and doesn't have jack shit to do with the sun being measured or lasers being shot at it. Determine where you got 93 million from. That was the claim on the table.
Are we still on this subject? You're going to need an R value for your assumption of 93 million miles away, mate. Now, how did you measure that Earth curvature? Because I've already explained Earth is measured using mean sea level, horizontals. Yeah, you don't use it. We don't live on a globe. It's measured flat, mate.
Wait, no, I'm trying to prove a flat Earth here.
No, you're not. That's cap.
Yes, I am.
We all know that. That's the biggest cap. You're lying. Obviously,
You don't have to prove it, mate. You know it's flat. It's measured flat. You observe it flat.
I'm asking you from basic geometry how far away in the flat Earth model is the moon?
You're capping, bro. You don't know. You don't know in your own worldview. You don't even know that currently.
Yeah, I do.
We're bothered about the ground
don't.
we're standing on.
I do from a helio.
What it is.
Sorry, we can demonstrate easily how you don't.
Oh, really? Sure, demonstrate.
Yeah, well,
I wanted to bring this.
Go ahead.
The heliocentric model the heliocentric model is concerned with all these things. Yeah, the distance to the moon, the distance to the sun. We're talking about the shape of the Earth, my friend. Yeah, you keep drifting off into your little space bubble, in your little globe world. The Earth is measured flat. It's observed flat. Yeah, it's not a globe. Explain how it's a globe. Explain how it's measured.
What I'm saying is that in a flat Earth,
you don't know what that is.
The distance from here to the moon.
You don't know what that is.
I wanted to mention something earlier. Can I address
you would
something?
actually probably be able to fly.
Just pipe down, lunatic. Go ahead. Scott.
No. I want to mention something earlier, like to mention something earlier. And Matthew Learns was talking about apparent angular size of the moon. Relates to this too, because he wants to. His idea of angular size, right, apparent size, relates to idea of it being an actual object
Right.
with what they say is a known size, right? For me, right, I don't know what the moon is. I don't know how far away it is. I don't know its size, right?
But you know
So
its
when
angular
I say
size.
when I say apparent angular size, right?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yep.
That's where it stops. That's where it stops. I can't gain any more information from that without making assumptions.
Yeah, so I was just saying, given that one measurement, the apparent angular size, what best explains why they're the same from two cities?
Nothing. No explanation. Because you don't know what it is. You don't know what medium it resides within, or if it's a physical object, some
Sorry,
kind of
just
strange light phenomenon, right? And it relates to what this guy's saying too, because don't know what it is, don't know what medium it is in, don't know what size it is, don't know its distance, don't know anything about it. It's
Matthew.
just an apparent. It's anything, or the same as the sun and the moon, right? We can only describe what we see, and it's apparent, not actual, just apparent.
That's correct. But we do know that the Earth that we're standing on is measured horizontally and level. This is how all maps are created, all elevation profiles. We don't use curvature because there is none. The Earth is flat. It's measured like that.
Matthew, within your claim of the triangle and the curved Earth and distances and shit, is that angular size of the moon observed from these two different cities at this distance? Is that you just saying that, or have you got evidence to back that up?
It's just me saying it.
It's just you saying it.
Yeah, the moon appears about half a degree from everywhere on Earth. Pretty much all the time. I mean, it varies up to 20%, but within on a certain specific day, it doesn't vary more than 1%.
Okay.
It's not twice as big. Like if the distance was twice as much, you'd expect it to be twice as big if it's a physical object obeying the laws of perspective.
If it's a physical object obeying the laws of perspective. How far away does the moon? Because in the globe Earth model, the moon's just far enough away, right?
Huh?
In the globe Earth model, the moon's far enough away where we don't perceive this difference in distance affecting how we observe the moon.
Right, like I said, 0.7% difference.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, if we could just change the size of the moon and bring it closer,
You could use half the distance, and then it would still probably not be perceivable because then it'd only be 1.4% difference.
Mm-hmm.
And all this is proving what about the shape of the Earth?
Oh, it's not proving anything. It's just saying, hey, let's look at this evidence and see which explanation explains why we see the same angular size of the moon from two different places.
At the moment, it appears to be, depending on the relationship between where you observe something at distance, it's going to appear a different size or not. But there appears to be a ratio somewhere where the distance is going to negate your ability to perceive any angular difference.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, I don't know. If you had a really sensitive instrument and you could measure it very precisely, kind of depends, maybe you could tell a difference of 0.7%.
I mean, it would also be great if you had an instrument that could measure the Earth curvature very, very precisely. Then we could assume that, all these things are happening. And we could say, well, actually, we could say, no, it's not an assumption anymore because this very precise instrument, which measures curvature, has just proved without any shadow of a doubt that we live on a globe. But you haven't got that, have you, Matthew?
No.
Has anybody ever stood directly under the moon?
Yes.
Yeah. The stars have a ground position where they intersect with the Earth. It's the same with the sun. And on the equator, you're directly underneath the sun. Same with the moon. It kind of down, right? You're going to be directly underneath.
Yeah, I've never.
That's a great point.
I've never
actually.
experienced that. Never experienced that in
You
my
probably
life.
live too far north. or south?
Well, I've been around lots of other places too, but maybe I'm not saying it isn't possible. I just wondered because I'd never experienced that.
It'd be cool
I
to see it.
almost experienced it the other maybe 3 weeks ago. The moon was almost directly 90 degrees above my head. It was probably somewhere around about 85, something like that.
But then you've
So
only got an angle. You've only got
if
an
I'd
angle,
got
anyway, haven't you? That's all
yeah,
you got.
yeah.
So I don't know how you can work anything else out from that.
Yeah, same for me. One of the last lunar eclipses last year, at the totality, I like my neck was cranked right back. I was like getting stiff and sore in my neck just from like trying to look at it. It was freaking close. Yeah, it was very very close to 90.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
so what I'm saying is if I can triangulate, say the location of an object using, on a flat Earth, I should be able to triangulate the location of the moon based upon the same thing. Yeah.
Well, you go and do that and tell us how far away it is.
I'm asking if I'm asking that in 2,300 years nobody's thought
So
to
this is
do this.
this
No,
is
not
where the claim, this
gonna
is where
lie.
the claim
People have.
Yeah, but you can have
this
two.
Sorry, go
is
You
on.
can
where the
take.
claim of the distance to the sun comes from with regards to a flat Earth model. That the sun is close and local. That some people say it's at approximately 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth, and
Which
using that measurement is also a variation. So it appears to ascend and descend over the period of the year. But using that trigonometry, using a triangle to figure out the height, then yeah, that will be the distance to the sun above the surface of the Earth.
All right. So
Yeah,
at
but you
3,000 miles, we can actually fly that distance.
Or up directly from the surface of the Earth.
Yep.
Yep.
So we should be able to. So we should actually have. So you can actually make this model.
Sorry. We can go 3,000 miles. What's the sky in between us and the sun? In your flat Earth model?
We can go straight. We can fly 3,000 miles up. Yeah.
Can we? How far
I
away from
can't.
the surface? How far away from the surface of the Earth? And the globe Earth model is the International Space Station.
I don't know. Actually, I don't know because I haven't looked it up ever.
Approximately 250 miles.
Okay.
So
Good.
you're saying we can go in a flat Earth model. We can go 3,000 miles.
Sure. Why not?
Sure.
What would
You
stop
tell
you?
me.
What would
You tell
stop
me
you?
one. You tell me one. What's the sky?
Well, for you, it just goes up into the ether.
Up into the ether.
The
Sorry,
firmament.
up into the ether.
Ether?
The ether. Sorry, the
Or,
ether is like
or
fucking.
firmament.
Oh, it's an
Sorry,
etherite.
dude. The ether is like the force. It surrounds everything. It's not up there and not down here. What? Up into the ether? Dumbass.
you mustn't
I'm
forget.
asking.
You mustn't
Meanwhile, we've
forget
got no.
that the last job
Meanwhile,
that
we've got no
lunatics had.
physical Earth curve measurements at the moment. Yet, still.
So you think the moon is 3,000 miles away?
No.
Who
No.
said
Oh
that?
my god.
No, that's not what I said. I said using this triangle, just that
Right.
trigonometry, using that formula, this is where apparently the sun appears to be. To use better
Okay.
language, I definitely didn't say the sun is this. I've got no
Then,
way of verifying that
For the
claim, for
moon.
example.
well, I'd say in the moon, which would be a little bit closer, wouldn't it?
I
Oh my
don't know.
god!
I don't know the distance to the moon.
But
I
listen,
haven't come.
The same
using
method
his
has been used.
using his triangular method, what he's talking about, we all know it's not going to work. So you got 2 angle measurements of your moon. You're measuring. You want to measure the height of the moon for some reason, and you're going to get 2 different angle measurements. So will the height of the moon change at say 80 degrees and then at 10 degrees? As the moon height altered in your world?
What I'm saying is that that I'm just trying to establish if you know where the moon is.
You don't know what the moon is, even, Luna.
I forgot about that.
Well, it's got to be a physical object of some form or a projection on a screen or whatever it is.
Why is it only those 2 options? Why is it only what you say it has to be?
Because the whole point of
Because I don't think the answer is it's not what you say.
it's an
It doesn't
object.
have to be what you determine it to be.
All right. Well, you're digressing from your.
How am I digressing? You're saying the moon has to be this thing. It has to be like this. You don't know.
All right. So from the height it has to be. Then
What do you mean it has to be?
What
do
do you
the
mean
height
has
it
to
has
be?
to be? This is what I'm saying, bro. He's like, I just want to learn more about the flat Earth, and I want to you talk about your model, bro. All you're doing is, I don't know what you're doing really. Trying to
Meanwhile,
say that the flat Earth must be the way you say.
Me out.
Meanwhile, you were using mean sea level for elevation profiles, and that the horizon is horizontal.
I can determine because in a flat Earth, I don't know if it's above a certain height.
You don't know.
I would be able to. I would be able to see.
You don't
Can
know
I
what
ask you a
flat Earth
question?
is.
Can I ask you the question, mate? Just serious. I'm not trying to. Why do you want to know the height of the lights in the sky? What will it alter in your? What will it alter for you down here?
Not shit. He's just trying to strawman flat Earth. But go ahead and answer that.
I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to find out why can't I see the moon from Sydney when I can see it in New York?
Why can't you see a new moon? Why can't you see a new moon currently with your worldview?
Why can't I see something that's over there that isn't over here?
Well, technically, you can see the absence of it. If it's above me, if it's above me and it's a new moon.
If you can see it, you can see it. If you can't see it, you can't see it. I mean, come on.
What do you mean?
You don't see Jack. You don't see a new moon, dude. And that you don't think the Earth is. You already think the Earth is a globe currently, and you don't see it. So, but like, if it's flat, then we have to see it. Like that's what.
Can you see a person? Can you see a? Can you see a? Can you see a person against against a?
Listen, that doesn't matter. You don't know what the moon is, but you're saying on the flat Earth,
You
I
see
should
them.
see it.
You
Relax.
no, you're.
You don't know what flat Earth is. Stop trying to say it should be like this. It's not the way you say. We're just dealing
I'm asking why can I not see it?
You're not asking. You don't really.
It's not visible.
He doesn't. He's not asking questions like he actually wants the answer. We know you don't.
Can't see flat Earth.
Sorry,
It
guys.
just is.
Sorry, mate. You can't see it because it's not visible. What do you need to know?
Why would it not be visible?
Why?
Because you can't fucking see it.
Earth is too flat to be noticed.
This other guy moaning into the mic. Can you just chill out for a second?
Meanwhile, let's talk about all the lights in the sky when nobody's presented any measurement of this fucking so-called globe we live on.
Again, with the moaning.
Listen, Earth is measured horizontally and level. Yeah? That's how it's measured. That's how it's observed. Lights in the sky are great. You know, they serve a purpose for seasons and time and things like that. Over here for Beret. What a day. But the Earth is not a globe. It's not measured as a globe. It doesn't present itself as a globe. Never has done, never will do. It's level. It's horizontal. That's how we take measurements. That's how we operate.
Yeah, and one deck is talking about the Earth outside, the way it is now, currently, not some other idea that lunatic is trying to present. Well, if it's flat, then the moon has to be here, the sun has to be over there, it has to be like this, these things have to work like that. No, dude, we're not dealing with your sloppy ideas that you're trying to present here. We're just dealing with the Earth the way it is right now, currently. So
we have to
we're
use
not
levels.
dealing
We
with.
have to use levels and horizontals. We have to, even in engineering and surveying, everything's leveled up and set to a horizontal. You observe horizontal when you're looking at the mean sea level. This is what you perceive in your life. It's measured that way. It's reality.
And understand that people will have questions naturally. They will want to ask these questions because they thought they already had answers to it. But if it's not the way that they've been told, they're going to say naturally. You're going to think, well, how does it work then? How does these other things work that is told work this other way that it can't work that way? If it's not a globe, so how does it work? That's natural to want to ask those questions. Then we've got to gauge whether it's being asked with sincerity or whether it's like being presented as it's a slippery, slimy argument just in the form of a question raised as curiosity. Right?
Yeah, what informs me about Lunatic the most is his last job he told me about, which was psychological warfare. That informs me most about what I listen to when I hear him. But maybe you could explain to him how the Earth is measured flat. I think he's just another one of the sophists around here.
Well, they think they're slick because they're going to pretend and mask this rhetoric behind questions. But I'm just asking questions. No, you're not. We've
Look,
seen this before a million times.
it's real easy, dude. If flat Earth, or let's say, if it was the 25,000 circumference oblate spheroid that they have told us it to be, if that was true, none of these Discord servers would fucking exist. It would have been like fucking arguing that you saw a leprechaun riding a fucking unicorn along the rainbow. No one would fucking come listen to that because it didn't make sense. You don't believe it. Obviously, it's fucking bullshit. Because there's validity in these debates that have been for now over a decade, or actually like they hide it, but it's been fucking for hundreds of years. They've been arguing that it wasn't the fucking ball that they were saying way back in fucking years ago. And the fact that these people still come here and they're instead of asking questions to learn the truth, they come here to spew the lies to try to derail the conversations when we are talking about the truth and sharing it with people. It's fucking retarded. It's who the fuck comes to a Discord server day in and day out to argue something that you don't believe in. It's fucking retarded. All right, I'll shut up. Sorry.
No, that's facts. Honestly, you should think about that if you're one of those. Okay, because some of y'all be here way more than me. Okay, and that's not even comics. I'm not even here that much. Like, y'all be here more than me, man. What's up with that? You got to ask yourself something. I mean, I don't hang around like Bigfoot, communities. Yeah, I'm gonna go and try and learn about them and I don't know. The fact that you're here says a lot to me, at least. I mean, I've got 0 minutes, 0 seconds in servers that. Oh, well, we're Globert server. Like, okay. You think I'm gonna go find myself over there? No, I'm with my boys, my people here. So, I mean, glad you guys are here, man. The only reason why this place is popping off and so popular and stuff because you guys show up. So, shout out to you
From the
guys.
door, we opened the door, right, and they're like, "Have you heard the word of the globe today?" Which here, take this leaflet.
Sorry, I
can't
don't want
imagine me waking up in the morning and thinking, today when I go on Discord, I'm going to an LGBT channel because I find it quite funny that they believe this confusion, and I'm gonna have endless conversations with them about how wrong they are. No, that's something I
It
would never
seems
do.
it seems weird to me that you'd sit on a Discord where you all agree with each other rather than where you disagree with people, though. So you guys like to sit and say, "Yes, the Earth is flat." Yes, yes, it is.
Oh, forgive
Nah, see
us for
that's
being social.
Brit, that doesn't even happen though, bro. I don't know if you've been like hanging around the flat earthers a lot, bro. I mean, there's a lot of
When the
variety.
globe origin
I'll call
debating,
out
are
a.
you all
I'll
just
freaking
like,
call. I mean, he
yes?
starts interrupting me immediately mid sentence. Holy, while I'm trying to correct you, we don't just sit around and hug each other and jerk each other off. I'll call out a flat earther fast. I mean, I was flaming Bev in here last time. We don't just sit around and play hootie da and tickle each other. Like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. Any group of
And
people, you're gonna find some variety, even amongst the globe earthers. It's not like you guys all
by
sit around
this
and agree with each other either. So
I
and
think
by
Bev.
this standard, Mr. Dewey, by this standard, you should go to all the other channels that are created down below this one when you have this on favorite, okay? And ask them why
I don't.
they meet every day, like the LGBT channel, the political channel, all the other channels. I bet you there are people that meet in there every day. So that's literally
Well,
what you
they
just
don't
brought
talk
forward
about.
as an argument is
Yeah.
just
Well,
completely obsolete, man.
they don't talk about. Well, there's two things. First of all, they enjoy a debate, and two, they don't talk about LGBT stuff there, right? They just talk. Whereas this chat is
Why
dedicated
are
to flat
you
Earth,
not
right?
there?
Oh, because I'd rather listen to some whiny babies, you know.
He's come to the Flat Earth Social Club. Just get in with it, man. Everybody does it. You know, you admit there's loads of people want to come to this Flat Earth Social Club. I don't know whether they're curious about themselves or the Flat Earthers are the people that are in
You
it.
too.
It's hard work,
You
isn't
too,
it?
Bev. You're here. Man.
Yeah, I'm studying. I've always said I'm studying the human condition. That's all I've ever been doing.
He's studying us.
Yeah,
With his
go and check on Twitter. You'll find 5-6 years ago me saying exactly the same thing.
What have you
That's
learned,
what
Bev?
people are curious about.
Bev, what have you learned?
What have I learned?
Yeah, about the human condition.
There's all sorts of people in reality, and some people, right,
That's brilliant.
have managed to purposely destroy logic within their own mind. I think it's educational. I think the education system sets it up, but you do it to yourself eventually.
Like just self-destruct yourself.
Yeah, we call it a nut sacking. It's a weird thing that happens. Watch many cases of it.
Education system that you didn't learn the globe in.
And so is there a
Do you want to know that story or not?
Is there a fallout from this self-destruction?
Yeah, you go mad.
When?
Just look around you. Look at society. See what's happening. Not just within these rooms.
Okay, what am I missing?
I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, but I do believe it's as well as what you're saying. And there is such, and I've looked into a bit. It's Satanism. What's controlling all this? When I say Satanism, it's not people who believe in a person or a sort of being with horns and red horns and a fork. You know, it's an actual cult, and it's been going many years. And they know how the brain works in detail, and they know how to brainwash people and condition the minds at different levels. And like Bev said, eventually you don't know you've been.
How do you know that you're not conditioned?
Well, I probably have been at some point.
You have people around you to keep checking you, don't they?
Yeah.
Keep challenging you. You make sure that you are still open to those challenges and the discussions involving it.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of delusional people who will have arguments but never change their mind.
But really, I don't think they're arguments. I think that's where you might be missing it. They're not structured arguments. They're what you call arguments, but they're not really arguments.
What is an argument?
Part of the delusion, the illusion. An argument's a couple of statements that can be placed together for you to come to a conclusion.
We're not in a debate.
No.
Here. And I think an argument doesn't really have to have any structure. You can just fucking say what you want and
have any
shout.
structure.
No, you can shout and fucking
The
say what you want.
yeah,
I've had enough
the modern
arguments in my
argument
fucking...
has been changed. It's been turned into a shouting session, but that's not actually what an argument is. You'll never come to a conclusion by shouting at each other, but an argument is meant for you to come to a conclusion. Sort of like the scientific process. There's a purpose behind it.
Well, can you have a word with my missus about that, please?
Yeah. No, no. The simple answer to that is no.
So, I mean, some arguments can just be very persuasive. They don't have to be right. This is what we now know, right?
If you're just dictating to somebody, by whatever means you want to try and do that. I mean, but that's not an argument.
What do you do what do you do when you're pointing out to somebody that like horizontal is level? You know, you can show that and you can explain it.
Yeah, you can prove it.
Yeah, you can prove it. But then the other person that you're trying to
I say that I can. I've proved it to myself. I don't know whether you can.
No, but what I'm saying is, so you get to that point where you explain to somebody that horizontal is level, and you can demonstrate it and prove it. But they cannot see it for some reason, or if they can't see it, or they're not accepting it, or they're not believing you. They're not taking this on board.
Yeah.
So you start getting. I find it difficult to understand why somebody is not seeing this, what I'm seeing, and I can demonstrate, and is the truth.
It's called the bridge of asses.
It's just hard when I see that some people.
It's like a logic leap bridge of asses, isn't it? Where logic is on the other side.
Well,
they just can't get there.
When people reason something into being the case, that's fine. But I think a lot of people are under the impression that a position means that you're critical, right? I guarantee, if I asked one deck to show me the proof for why horizontal is level, he wouldn't be able to do it because he was told that he doesn't know why it's the case.
Well, then proof is just a word that people throw about, right? It has no meaning, and that's because the logical structure has been lost. Which is what I say. I think it's a societal thing. It's been educated. Well, you've been used to get educated with this stuff, but now, obviously, there is no logic education. It's even been turned into like a computer thing. So they've changed the term, if you will. People don't deem of it of any use when really that's what everybody has to use to reason anything.
Do you think you can reason into an incorrect position and be quite a good critical thinker?
Absolutely not, right? How would you possibly do that?
You ever debated politics before?
The only way, well, that's politics. That's not something that can incorrect position.
Philosophy.
You think you can debate philosophy?
I sure do. You think you can?
Okay, that's interesting.
And do you think?
Could you express a philosophy? Like, could you express your philosophy?
Well, you could, but
in order for you to be able to debate that position,
but then you would
make an argument.
Exactly, you would make the claims, put them on the table. Like, for instance, if I thought maybe I was a fan of free will or whatever, right? I would put the argument on the table, and someone would
give us an example, right? It's that easy to just say it. Give us an example of an argument that you would put on the table.
What, a philosophical argument?
Just any argument. Like, if you were going to go into a debate, rather than just saying you would present the argument, actually present the argument. Just,
so if I was going to say
horizontal level,
all neurological states are biological states, all biological states are chemical states, and all chemical states are physical states, and all physical states are deterministic, then there's no free will. That would be an argument.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Well, that's a premise for an argument. Obviously, you'd have
Chemistry
to
to free will.
Well, that did you follow the premises?
Yeah, I was watching the chain. Right, you went through all of those things to end up at there's no free will.
So if everything is
it's interesting,
if all of my,
but that's not where we were going here. We're talking about you trying to present an argument for making the case that you could debate like a philosophy or that sort of stuff.
That is
when
an
you came
argument.
up with one second. When you came up with that argument, did you were you forced to came up with that argument, or did you have the free will to come up with that argument?
Well, it would have been deterministic based on the premises, right? But the idea.
Well done, that man. Yes, you came up with that argument by free will, or
well, it would have been determined. It would have been determined.
According to him, it would be forced, right? And if it would be forced, I would wish to know how that works with you, because in my paradigm where I live, I can freely choose to do things.
Well, that's not an
actually an A or Emma, isn't it? Really, humanity has just found something that's been lost for centuries, right?
That's not an argument. Like
it's a self-refuting statement. It's not an argument. Well done.
I just said that it was determined. You're saying it's self-refuting. So how is it self-refuting?
Because you had the free will to make that argument, like your man just said, but your argument said that there was no free will.
That's just
stated as a conclusion.
You're not arguing with the premises. You're just saying it is so.
Argument that leaves you in aporia, an aporema.
That's a just so story. You need to argue with the premises.
Come on, guys.
Do you disagree with any of them?
Stop arguing, please.
I'm not arguing. We've just stated you've got a self-refuting claim.
How is it self-refuting?
There's no more argument. We've just said.
You just said, but you do have free will. You're not arguing with anything I've said.
Yeah, no.
Why it's problematic.
Your argument that you made stated as the conclusion that you do not have free will. There's no free will. Yet, you had the free will to make that argument yourself.
How do you know? Like, if I'm saying that was predetermined based on all of those premises, you're just saying, well, no, but you do have free will. That's all you're saying.
It's a broken mind. This is how you get here. Like, this is how your man here was just saying, how do you deny something? And you're showing us now how this is exactly how you deny it.
Exactly.
If I say...
No, you don't
just call me dense. It's not going to work, is it?
If I say all neurological states are biological states, and I go down that chain of logic again, then me thinking of that argument, coming up with it, was predetermined based on the premises. You're just saying, but no, you do have free will. You're not engaging with the argument. You're just saying, no, it's stupid because you do have free will. That's not an argument.
Okay, listen. My argument is that you had the free will to choose so. And what do we do now? Because this is going to be
not an argument. It's a claim. What is free will?
Prove me wrong.
Prove me wrong. What's free will? Tell me that.
You're not going to answer my question, but instead ask another question.
You said prove. You made a claim and then said prove me wrong. The burden, my friend, is on you. What's free will?
No, prove me
What's
wrong.
Free will?
You need to prove to me that you didn't do that you were forced to do the argument you just did.
I just gave you a step-by-step, premise-by-premise argument for why it was determined.
That's not proving anything. It's just
you now need to tell me what you
assumptions.
think free will is, so I know what I'm arguing against. Because you obviously have some different sense of free will than I do.
Listen.
Your ability to ask the question was your free will.
It's just a claim. You do have free will, okay?
You said it was. You said you had free will.
He's forced to be here. Listen to what he's saying.
The problem is that if it's determined, you need to go and find out who's pulling your strings and have a word with them.
He already knows that. That's why he's making this point. He's just
Yeah,
letting us
well,
I don't think you
know.
really. I don't think you really
That's
articulated what I'm
That's
putting
Dewey's
down.
problem.
So,
Dewey,
is there
Dewey,
anything in
that's
this
your
universe?
problem, man.
Is there anything in this universe that doesn't follow a chain of causation? Can you name something? Anyone?
I don't know. I think you
Is
need to
that
sort out your
Nick?
free will
I
problem.
don't know. Jesus
It's
Christ.
Dewey. You know Dewey.
I think, yeah, he sounds like Nick.
I think he's here. He's
Who's
here
Nick?
trying to confess that he's got somebody
It's not
pulling
an argument.
his
You guys,
strings,
you always talk about how you're critical of
determining his
thinkers
free
and
will.
rational. And I've been waiting for like 5 minutes for a fucking argument.
You're a sophist. You are a sophist. You've
I
already
gave an
told us you
argument,
have
and
no
all you're
proof.
doing is talking about
You
me.
have no
You're
proof.
talking about me,
You're
Erdebear. You're the
here just
sophist
for
here.
fun.
You're
It's all
the sophist.
determined
You're
already. He
talking about
knows what's
me.
going to happen. It's like
Is he getting angry?
You told us
He
already.
knows what's going to happen. He will lose.
You're not to be
right? That's the
trusted,
issue.
Dewey. You're not to
being
be
a sophist
trusted.
and you're
That's
accusing
it.
me of it. You haven't laid an argument down. You're just talking about me. That's
We
sophistry.
discussed it with you before. You said
This
you
is
have no
an
proof. You said you lie, and you said you're only
Sophistry.
for fun. Well, to use up
Yeah,
somebody
so you're
else's
just here to
time.
talk about me. You're a sophist. Yeah,
Could you
okay.
fucking
Anyway,
put people's heads up? I told you
anyone
before.
wanna-
You're just here trying to mess with people's minds. Go away.
yeah, that's what I tried to do. You know, look, your voice is quivering again. Anyway, so all I've heard so far is that I don't have an argument that other than it must be free will, and that's all you got.
What are we talking about?
You still
He's
haven't
talking about how he's
given
controlled.
You still
Tis
haven't
free
given
will.
any
Tis
fundamental
free will.
proof of the ones pulling your strings, dude. Show
gave
us
you
how.
I gave you an argument.
No. Yeah, an argument, but how should I believe that it's true? Everybody can do that. I can say
Which
fairy
premise do you
dust that it
disagree with?
falls into my room that I'm breathing in is making me
you got free will.
superhuman.
So
That's
do
an
you think
argument.
there's all right? Let me test the floor then. Do you what if you didn't have free will?
It's not
Sorry, if you
going
didn't
to
have
prove
if
it,
it
right?
wasn't
It's just
determined,
gonna make up.
if it wasn't determined, would it be random? Would it be random maybe? Because I don't think random gives you free will either. So I want to know what you think free
Are
will
you
is.
being
so I
forced
know how you
not to
arrive
answer
there.
questions right now?
I'm answering your question. So you're either determined.
Yes,
it could be
he is.
random. It could be randomness. But
I'm doing it.
randomness, a thought popping into your head,
Stopping him
isn't
from-
free will, right?
How does
You
it?
can't
feel?
employ
I'm
logic.
confused.
I've stopped him from doing that too.
So if randomness doesn't give you free will, and obviously determinism doesn't, what do you think free will is?
How does
Because
it
I
feel
think
like being confused?
I think it's stupid, right? So you want to give me an argument what you think free will
Yeah, I
is?
can tell
Ask
that
your
for
boss.
sure, man.
Ask your boss what free will is. Ask him if he's got it, if somebody's determining his free will.
You're not.
Try
you
and
just
get to the
can't
root of
argue.
who's in
These are the-
charge of, who's in control.
Yeah,
always want to call other people
Of
sophists.
you.
You always,
Who's in control of
you
you?
always say
That's what you
you're
want to be
the
doing.
sophist, but you can't give an argument. You're just talking about
We
me
don't have
more.
a common controller, do we? Or
You
do
can't
we?
and even you,
Is this a religious thing?
Erdebear, and you, Clay.
Yeah.
One of you, tell me what you
Is
think
it?
free will is.
Is he
Tell me
talking
what you think
about
free
his
will is.
deity here?
I don't.
What do you think free will
Maybe
is?
Yeah,
it's
I'm not a
demons.
You
controller.
don't know. You can't answer.
Maybe it's demons
Yeah,
that are controlling him.
it's the ability
Yeah.
to tell you that you're a sophist. That's
You're
the
doing
free will. And to tell you that you obviously have somebody determining your free will, which I wouldn't have in my life. But you like
Yeah.
masters, you
No,
like
but
Oh, well,
daddies.
it's worse than
depends.
that. It's determining that he can't have free will, right? That's what he's
Yeah.
arguing
What
for.
do you
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Free will.
free will
You can have
is?
free
I
will.
mean, that may
Can have
sound
free
like
will.
an
Mess.
anti sort of thing, right? That's like
It's so
literally.
bad how you're doing.
Sounds. Is it a
sophistry.
religious thing? Is
Sounds
this a
really
religious
good.
thing? Because I
can
don't,
give
I
you
don't want to be
demonic
going
You
after
still won't
people's
answer what you
religions,
think
right? We
free
keep
will
it within the
is. You still
argument.
won't answer what you think free will is. You still won't
Should we
answer.
cut?
demonic
Should we cut to the chase and blame
Any
God
of
and
you.
be done with it?
Any of you.
Yeah.
You just think you
Let's
have
blame
it.
God
You
and
want
be
to
done
Some
with it.
gods hand out free will to their
What
people,
is
but
free
you seem to
will?
be
What
under a
is
different
it?
governance. I
I
don't
don't
know.
care where it came from. What
Mhm.
is it?
Well, but how can we find out? We haven't got one to trace it back.
You don't
Hang on a minute.
know. So why are you
Hang on a minute.
arguing?
Because I've got free will. I haven't got anybody to answer to.
You're being
Certainly
a
not you.
sophist and irrational.
No, I'm following your logical argument. Your free will is determined by someone or something. Then
I
you need to go
don't
and find out
have
who that
free
is.
will. You tell me what you
Well,
think
then
free
go.
will
That's
is.
your problem. Go and sort it out. I have free will. I don't need to
Oh, you
describe it. I
guys
know I
are
have.
some dense
Okay.
motherfuckers.
You go off and find.
You are some
Yeah.
dense
Oh, I see.
motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Projection.
It's
My
just
free will is
because they don't
technically
play
a
with your
projection. It's
game.
just
Right, go Google
Yeah,
what
it's
free
free
will is and
will.
come back to me. Google what free will is and come back to me. Tell me what you believe you have. Because
Google
you know
it.
what you believe you
Is
The
have.
that
great
is that your
source of
determiner?
knowledge.
Well, you clearly don't
Is that
know.
the
You say
first?
you have it, but you don't know what it is. So go Google
Is
it.
that the
Try and find out
first
what you believe
person
in.
you go to see who's determining it?
Yeah.
Google.
Do I have free will? Ask Google. Go on. Go and see.
Yeah.
No, it's funny how you all sit here like going, haha, he's so stupid. I believe I have free will, but I
No,
don't
we've
know what
not
it
said
is.
that.
That's perfectly fine.
We didn't say that.
So get on with it.
Did you pick that up as an
Know what
anthem?
free will
I don't know.
is. You can't say you have it if you don't know what it is.
Well, what are you doing? You don't know it either.
What do you mean I don't
I
know what
know
it
what
is?
it
I've been asking
is.
you for like
Well,
20
otherwise you would have
minutes.
worked it out and you'd know whether you had free will or not.
He
And then,
knows he doesn't have
that's
it.
it.
He does.
Yeah.
He does know that he doesn't
He's
have
found
it.
out.
Yeah, it's
He
been
found
told
out
that.
he hasn't got
I
it.
think my argument hasn't actually been contended with. All you've said is, but you do
Within his doctrine, I think.
Yeah,
I
you
know what
self
free
you
will
do have
is.
free will.
Maybe
I
he
know
has
what
it.
free will is.
Yeah, but he might
You
just not
do.
use
I
it.
know.
Tis free will.
Yeah,
Tis
but he
free
might just
will.
not
I
want to
know.
use it.
I
Tis free
know.
will.
I know what free will is.
Oh,
Free will.
You know why I know what free will is? Pretty simple.
Free will.
So there's two options. I can further on entertain a conversation with a confused person, or I can just leave the conversation with a confused person. You know what
tell
I'm
me what
gonna
free will is.
choose? You
You're
know
gonna run
what
away?
I'm gonna choose through my will? It's pretty
Run
simple.
away.
I'm gonna leave the conversation with the confused person.
Run away, yeah.
That's
See
free
how
will.
he's using his determining tactics to try and keep you away from your free will.
It was
he says,
predetermined that
run
you would
away.
all be
It's
stupid,
like a
yeah.
way to try and taunt you just to keep control of you. That's
It
the
was
way it works,
predetermined
determining
that you
people.
are
Exactly,
You're running
man.
away. You're running away.
You were
Oh,
never
you
going
poor
to
little
win.
boy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You were never going to win.
Let's pull on your mummy
That was
trigger. Oh,
predetermined.
come on.
It was predetermined
Yeah.
you would always
Well,
lose.
Meanwhile,
that's what you think. That's
there is people who think the horizon is
These are the
curved.
critical thinkers. These are the critical
Yeah,
thinkers,
we
guys.
did.
Just
We
remember.
learnt from you. We learnt from you, Joey.
Yeah, well, good. Yeah, it was determined that you would. Yeah.
Have you been
we
been
did.
taught that you can't have self-critical thought? Right? Has that been taken away from you?
No, but
with your free will.
I don't think you have that. You definitely don't have that.
No, I'm saying you.
No, but this free will thing.
Well,
Like, so, listen, does your free will? Can you control your free will to tell yourself that horizontal is actually curved? Does that
to
count?
gain knowledge?
Free will?
He doesn't have free will to gain knowledge of
What
his own
is
accord.
free will?
It has to be
Well,
taught to
Ben,
him.
tell me what
Everything
free will
has
is,
to be
please.
taken.
Joey,
Please
just think about it
Ben.
logically. If free will wouldn't exist, why is there people who actually take words for what they are, which means level
Do
or
any of
horizontal
you
is
know what-
indeed level and
You're
horizontal?
just saying.
Why are there people like you who would actually start such a conversation about free will that would never be started by us, the people who actually say that horizontal is horizontal, level is level? Why would
Well,
it
I
ever
was
happen
asked to
with
make-
people who are confused with words and
So,
would choose rather to
Clay,
believe
I'll
level
explain what
actually means
happened.
as in slightly curving around the
Clay,
globe, or would actually interrupt someone before actually listening out what he is trying to say?
I'll
That's
explain
just
what the
something what
argument
a
was.
confused person would
Because
do.
you're confused about what the argument was. I was
No, you're
asked to make
confused,
an
dude.
argument.
We're not confused.
I was asked
I
to
just
make
want
an
to see a
argument.
curved
You're wrong.
horizontal.
And I gave an argument,
You're
and then
just
they were
wrong,
like, "No,
man.
you do have free
You're
will."
wrong.
And then
No,
Let
we
him speak.
You said you didn't have free will.
rebutted your argument
You didn't. You
by
just said
pointing
you do have
out
free
a
will.
fallacy within the form.
What fallacy? Name the
We
fallacy.
even told you
Name the
it's
fallacy.
called an apoema. The reason it doesn't make sense is because it is a nonsense statement, a self-refuting statement. And now you've gone on to show that the lemma that you've placed there within that fallacy leads you to show that you haven't got any logic at all. You
What's
can't.
the nonsense statement? What's the nonsense statement?
We
That
explained
all
it.
Neurological states are biological states. Is that a nonsense statement?
No.
The only way to put it right.
Are all biological states chemical states? Is that a nonsense statement?
The only way to put it right
Are
is
all
to go
chemical states physical states? Is that a
LGBTQF.
nonsense
Just add the
statement?
F by the end of the alphabet. F. Free will.
You don't
There you
know
go.
what a nonsense. You don't know
And now
what
that's
argument is.
real. Now F is on there. It's real. That means it's
You're saying
validated
it's
now.
a fallacy and hoping it lands.
LGBTQTFD, but determinant. Some determination on there as well.
Yeah, I don't want to speak
Yeah.
to sophist over here. You know, the sophist.
Well, we're just listening to your argument. It's self-refuting,
You just started talking
and
about
you just called
LGBT.
out.
Like,
You
what's
just
that? How
called
is
out.
that relevant?
Spend your day going to look to see who your boss is and question them as whether they, whether you actually trust them.
It's not an argument.
See if you trust them.
You are a
And then ask.
sophist.
Yeah, and then ask the one above that and see if you can get your way back to the source. And then you might find where your mind got broken.
So no argument. A bunch of stupid people who think they know it all. That's all it is.
We don't know it all, that's for sure.
Imagine trying to talk about something that is self-evident while not being able to actually provide any physical.
You don't even know what it is. What is self-evident?
He's lost it.
Obvious evidence for a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball.
The
only reason why he's here and making these debates go into nonsense is because he has literally nothing to say about the topic. He's just like any other glober. He tries to sound intellectual by bringing up this nonsense.
Yeah, but
it has no value to bring forth to the topic.
I agree with you.
That's why this topic is dangerous.
Bev, this is how it started. Me and Bev was talking about people being brainwashed and controlled. And I came out with, I can't sometimes understand when I explain that horizontal is horizontal and level is level. Somebody will say that it's curved.
Yeah, and their minds just leap into action.
The Earth's flat?
At that stage, how do you know that you're not an NPC?
That's how you know you're dealing with a mental issue and not like an argument issue.
Exactly.
I mean, have I got?
You should write that one down and remember it because that definitely applies to you.
Got to let
you
defend himself, gentlemen. Let Yui defend himself. We've been snipping at him for ages. Yui, defend yourself, man.
I was just saying that at some stage, after asking how do you know you're not an NPC, Bev and I started talking about what an argument is. And I said, you can argue philosophy. And he said, no, you can't. They're just statements. And then I was asked to make a philosophical argument, or just a argument in general. So I gave him one. And then we spent about 20 minutes where he said we have free will, 'tis free will. And then he didn't really tell me what it was. And that's where we are now.
Oh, he said he got free will. He didn't prove any of that. You said you hadn't got free will.
Can I ask a question real quick? How does a mental ill person ever understand that he's mentally ill?
Ask yourself that. Look in the mirror.
I'm asking you.
Define mentally ill.
I can't cure you, Clay.
You need good friends who are honest with you.
Someone who's living. That's right. Someone who is living in confusion. Someone who is obviously seeing things completely the opposite, right? When he observes reality.
Sounds like you.
Normal people.
No,
the thing is,
I observe horizontal horizons. You observe something as in spirally curving around the board.
The globe model isn't reality, is it? It's a model.
It doesn't observe anything different.
The globe model isn't reality. So once you're believing in that model, you've come out of that
dogmatic globe.
Yeah, you've come out of the reality at that point
into another model.
You know, you've gone into another realm, really, a globe realm.
It's no different though. There's only one reality, right?
The mentally ill and the normal. The mentally ill and the normal or the mentally stable person, they both stand on the beach shore. The mentally ill person will tell you it just looks horizontal, but actually I know that I'm living on a board. The mentally stable person will say, yeah, it is horizontal because that's what you're going to see everywhere.
Okay, and now put that in a Discord server and go round and round and round in circles for years. Where's it going to get you?
I disagree with that statement.
Clay, would the mentally stable person say, when you look at the moon, even though it looks solid, it isn't solid?
What?
Always to the lights in the sky.
The thing is, Dewey, we had a discussion a while back, and you said you had no proof. You said you lie, and you said you come here just for your entertainment. That's all that I told you, that you're dead to me in that sense. Okay, might
That
have a
sounds
few
very
words
mentally
with you.
stable.
I don't
Very
engage with you. I don't engage with you on any depth at all because you're just here playing. All right,
That's
and
funny.
that just
You,
informed me about who you are. Same as Lunatic, he said that he'd studied psychological warfare. So I figure, well, he knows more than he's saying. He's playing some games here, quite possibly, and it just informs me. All right, just gives me a little note. And you've already been given yours, Dewey. Doesn't matter
But
what you say. I
I
know
don't tend to
who you are.
attach how I feel about someone to an argument. So I don't hate you, De Bear. I think you're just crying too much.
I don't hate you either. That would be waste of energy. But I just put you in the place where, in my mind, where you'll need to be. That's fine.
We'll be best
Anyway,
friends one day.
we can go back to the going round and round in circles was the
I
argument
was just
before I
asking
got.
him, if you look at the moon, does it look solid to you, Clay?
Why do you need to look at the moon?
Does it? Yes or no? Because you're saying mentally ill people see things, but then believe it's not that.
yeah, if you were to make a
So does it
statement
look
about,
solid?
yeah,
Would you be mentally ill for saying we don't know it's solid?
No.
Oh, that seems like incongruent with what you said about horizons.
A rational person would say that there's something up in the sky, and it's glowing, and it sometimes changes phases. Which, have you ever seen a solid object changing its shapes?
I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
Everyone has.
I know, but I don't think you can compare it with the horizon.
no, you can't. This is why I was going to jump in. Why is the moon being compared to the horizon?
Well, not in the sense that I think Jedi's thinking. I'm saying that there are some things in this world where I believe you can look at something and it not necessarily be what you immediately observe it to be. And that's why further investigation is required. It doesn't make you mentally ill because you suggest maybe it's not exactly what I'm observing.
Yeah, but this is part of the argument. When we look out at the horizontal horizon, we can see it's horizontal. Yeah. On the other hand, we're told that that's the physical Earth curve. Now, if we're wrong in saying it's horizontal, then surely somebody's proved that it's not horizontal and it's actually curved. Has anybody done that?
It's as sensical as saying surely someone's proved it is
I'll force
definitely
him to not answer that question, right? What's this? Don't answer that question.
Yes, he's
well,
being
I don't know
forced.
I don't know the history of when to prove something.
Poor guy is being forced to be here.
Not a pub quiz over here, okay?
He doesn't have a proof of his own, right? He's got nothing tangible to hold in that place where you place proofs.
I don't have
forced
proof,
to be in the flat Earth Discord.
But I'm not the one asserting that it is something by way of knowledge.
But you don't even know what you're looking for, right? You've got not even an idea what a proof could possibly even look like.
But I'm not asserting.
Not even smell it. You don't even have a clue.
You're saying it definitely is horizontal. That is a knowledge claim.
No, I'm just making a statement that you do not have a proof. Therefore, you don't even know what you're looking for. So, if anybody else here knows that they do actually have a proof, this man has not got a clue about that. So how do you engage with them?
So if you don't have a proof,
he's only here for his own entertainment, after all. I mean, he doesn't need to pretend he's even got a proof. He could just sort of
How
sophist.
can this be his own entertainment when he's forced?
Oh my lord!
If you don't have maybe demons or something.
Yeah, it must be. It's nothing like you could ever go. Like you can't even comprehend it, right? Because you might have a proof.
Just keep attacking me. Just keep attacking me.
Nobody's attacking you.
With an argument. Not engage with an argument. That's what you do. I mean, like if I was going to say to you, Bev, right? I think you can critique someone else's proof without having a proof of your own. You would think that's stupid. That's because you don't have two IQ points to rub together. Clay, you're taking pop shots at me, but all you do is say, "With the Bible," right? You don't actually have an argument. You've never put an argument down, so you can't attack me either.
I think you have some kind of demons because never have I said
that was well structured. Well done. Use your time wisely there from Jedi, I see.
Yeah, you have.
It's very weird. He hears things
do you
that
think,
I have never
why
said.
do
Isn't
you
that
think
interesting?
the Bible? Why do you think?
Look
Why
at
do you
this,
think
man. It's
that?
demons, man. I
Yeah,
told you.
let
He's
me.
being
All
controlled
right, Bev.
by
Why do
demonic
you think?
entities. That's
Why
why
do
he
you
needs to
think
attack the
you
Bible now.
can't
That was
critique someone
not even
else's
mentioned
proof?
once the whole
Demons
conversation.
and Bible play. Let him talk. Let him get it
Why
out.
do you think you
No,
can't
demons get
critique
angry
someone
about the
else's?
Bible.
Why do you
I
think
know.
you can't critique someone else's proof, Bev, if you don't have proof yourself? What's the argument?
I think there must be a great controller, right? You know, maybe not like a deity as you guys imagine it, but at the top there is a great controller, one that lays down the law. The big shadow giant, right? Like some monad or something. How about that?
That has nothing to do with what I asked you.
Well, you don't know what proof is, do you? Just like you don't understand what the monad is, the concept of it.
What is proof?
How about this? The all-encompassing point at the center of everything. Imagine
do you
that.
think there's no?
That's the monad for you.
Do you have
And
any
it controls your mind. You haven't got a clue because it's such nonsense.
Do you have any non-mathematical proofs you can give me?
Yeah.
Logical proofs, or would you call logic a form of mathematics? I would.
I
mean,
give you
me a logical,
non-mathematical proof.
Really?
Say logical, mathematical. Sorry. Correct that.
I want something a bit more.
mathematical.
I want something a bit more concrete though than the law of non-contradiction. I want something a bit more substantive.
What, as an argument?
Yes.
I mean, you can demonstrate and show that water always seeks and finds level. That's not mathematical.
I can add heat. I can add heat to water, make it boil. That's not mathematical.
I would say that's inductive.
You can show that gas pressure does require
Not deductive.
Gas pressure does require.
Yeah, I'd say that's.
I think it was absolutely a statement of deductive reasoning. What Jedi just said, not inductive.
Yeah, Brittany, we've had this conversation before. You said it's deductive. Seriously.
He hasn't got a clue what a proof is, so it's obvious he doesn't understand deductive reasoning.
I would say if you were
no concept of proof.
If you're going to say, for instance, all water boils at X temperature, right?
You didn't say that.
There could be some unknown condition
gets warm
that we haven't accounted for.
God,
I would say that when you get the set of evidence together, you're using it to support the conclusion. You're not using it as proof of the conclusion.
No, I've boiled water with heat.
Is this guy in denial or something?
Well, I'm accepting the conclusion. I agree with it. It's just that I don't think it's a deductive conclusion.
What about gas
you don't
pressure?
think that you? Sorry, you don't think you can deduce cause and effect. You don't think that you can deduce cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world.
Well, I think the laws of thermodynamics are definitely inductive.
It's got no concept of proof.
They're not the same about what
Imagine
I'm talking about.
Imagine axiomating there being no parallel lines.
I didn't even talk about parallel lines.
Yeah, I know, but this is the consequence of that sort of mind. That's what happens. The moment you allow a contradiction into your logical system, then you're exploding that logic. The result is a wrecked mind, broken.
Well, I don't know, because I once had a conversation with you, Bev, where I talked about the principle of explosion, and you laughed at it because you thought, that's stupid, that doesn't exist. And then 5 minutes later, you were like, okay, yeah, fair enough, it exists.
No.
You're not logical,
we
bro.
were laughing at it because you had the nerve to tell us about the principle of explosion whilst you have an exploded mind.
And he only knows about the principle of explosion because I've told him that he has an exploded mind and detailed the principle of explosion to him to, underscore that I'm actually serious about what I'm
when
saying.
you have the densest motherfuckers talking about like, oh, I'm logical. I only use
Is that an
logic.
ad-hom?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Blatant insult. Like, make your mind up.
argument.
But it didn't. Well, unless he's going to point out the verification of his claim that we've demonstrated his claim to be true, that we are demonstrable idiots.
I don't think you're stupid, Jedi. I think Bev and Saraguki and Erdogan are.
Yeah, it's because we don't have the power to mute you. That's what it is.
The guy who can't read the nickname off of a Discord screen and read it out properly is calling people stupid.
team.
Nah.
I got banned from your server, so I don't think it's the mute thing that's here.
He's a liar. He didn't get banned from anywhere.
Well, I think Mr. Fusili Jerry can clarify.
Oh, from this server, maybe. I don't know. If you got banned from here, that makes sense.
Clarify what?
That I got was it banned or kicked from their server?
Not banned, which is what you said, which is why I spoke up to call you a liar, because you didn't get banned.
You're saying mod powers are why I'm being nice to Jedi, but I clearly didn't care about them when I was talking to you, did I?
So was that banned or kicked? Do you want to make your mind up?
Still a mod action. We'll call it a mod action.
Not banned. We'll call it not banned.
I've not tried to rejoin, so I wouldn't know.
No, it was fine to say banned as if he knew, but then when it pointed out that that's a lie, he's not banned. He just admitted that he hasn't even checked. He doesn't actually know. He just baselessly claimed that he was banned. Now he's just talking all over me to get away from, you hearing the fact that he's a lying sophist.
Kicked. Does it matter? The point is that it was a mod action. Saraguki, all you talked about is me as well. Like, you and Erdogan really are just like Bev's little lackeys, aren't you?
Not working out too well for you today, Dewey.
Yeah. No arguments, only yes, Bev. I will suck your cock.
That's crazy.
What I would actually want to know? What happens if he would just agree simultaneously to everything that Dewey says? What would he do if we just keep on agreeing with him?
To be fair, you guys are all being nicey nice.
Would he ever come back? Would he ever have his enjoyment if we would just all agree to what he says? I agree, Dewey. You're 100% right. You're right, man.
Bev,
exactly.
I know that you're all being nicey nice here, but I know you were talking about Jedi and others in that server and saying some horrible things about them. So,
which server?
In there.
What?
Yeah, come on. Where's your recording?
Yeah, go on.
Recording.
Yeah.
Well, if I DM Jedi what you said, he'd know that I was being truthful.
Is that? I think there was a 6-hour conversation. That one. I'll put that one out. When do you want us to put it out? And we'll show you.
If they have nothing to say, they're just gonna try to spread hate.
Cut to the part where one of your friends.
I called it the Sophists' Playground.
Yeah,
it'll be coming out soon.
Cut to the part where you start talking about Jedi. When I first joined.
Let's just give the liar a clap and say, yeah, you're right, Dewey. You're 100% right. You're always right. Yeah, you're right, man. You're right. You're 100% right. You have anything else to say about you being right?
You're just defending them because you're a little baby cuck.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
He's got some solid arguments, hasn't he? You've got to give that to him.
That's always
right. Get more solid as the day goes by.
So, Bev, do you want me to say what you were saying out loud, or do you want me to just DM Jedi?
You can, go off. You go. Like I say, it's on video. Like I'll be putting it out.
So Bev and his friends Jedi were saying that. I don't know if you actually want me to say it out loud, Jedi. Do you want me to DM you?
Come on, say it loud.
I really don't care, my friend.
Make sure it's not.
I don't know. They're spreading it around.
I'm definitely not interested what other people in the flat Earth community have said about me, mate. Seriously, it's probably nothing that I haven't heard before, so I'm not really that bothered.
Yeah, it's not really on the form of the argument, is it? I mean, is this an attempt for you to remove yourself from an argument, or
it's an attempt to say
providing anything?
It's an attempt to say when Saragaki was saying, "Oh, you're being nice to Jedi because you don't want him to meet you." I'm more curious about why you're all buddying up when you say horrible things about him. So it's curious.
We just listen.
Can you tell
We're
me
all
what you
just
said? I
discussing
wanna
with a
hear what's
sophist.
horrible.
Very
curious.
You know what I think is horrible? Someone who is obviously trying to create division and confusion and makes it, and that's very demonic. That's very weird. People like you I have met a lot in my years, and they just they're just always there to make people feel bad and try
Clay,
to separate people and so
You're
forth.
acting like I'm lying, right? So if I say to you that
then just
Bev and his
say
friends
what they said, man. I haven't heard anything yet.
Say it.
I want to
All
hear.
right, yeah. Like so, Bev and his friends have been going around saying that Jedi's been he had some trouble, right, where he was tricking girls into giving him money and scamming them, and then they were saying, "Oh, we've got loads of people who know about this," and Jedi had to disappear for a while because he'd been doing this sort of scamming sort of thing with women, and they've been spreading it around to people who barely even knew anything about it. I think that's a pretty shitty thing to do, especially when I kind of went, I don't think I want to put myself into it, but they were saying, but you're still friends with him, you still like him, right? That's a weird thing to do to someone who's friends with Jedi.
You gone, Demon.
So I wasn't lying.
Always.
It's a really good argument, bro.
Be careful of who you have for
I'm starting
friends.
to think that it's a globe, right? I mean, that's a really good argument for a globe.
Tis globe. Preach it.
What should happen now to you? What should happen according to you, man?
What, me? I just think that they shouldn't be two-faced.
But didn't you say they're stupid?
Are they
people,
doing?
so
Are they
it doesn't
doing
really
that in this venue? Britt, are they
No,
doing
not
that
in this venue.
Okay,
But
then leave it. Then leave it. Then leave it.
Okay.
Drop it there. Let's go back to the globe.
Anything you say.
Yeah, it's a dirty globe scam. How about that?
Maybe we just need to agree for like 3 days with Julie, and then he never comes back. Hopefully that.
I haven't been on for a
what we
while.
just need to do. Yeah, but what would happen if we would just all agree on everything you said? Would then your whole scheme of entertainment be destroyed?
Possibly, yeah, it could be true.
Yeah. So who's the one with the delusions again?
The issue isn't
you get
the
enjoyment out of this, man.
No, I don't get enjoyment. I don't get enjoyment out of the flat Earth thing in and of itself. Like, I think there are some people who are very intelligent. Obviously, they know if I think they are or not. There are some people who just sit in the background and say they're intelligent, say they're critical thinkers, and when it comes to actually putting down an argument, it sounds like they're just telling me what someone else has told them, and because they think they're intelligent and critical thinkers, they're funny to mock, right?
20 minutes ago, you just said we're all stupid. Like, you can't be even consistent.
When I say
with
all, I was talking about you, obviously, Bev, Saragaki.
Yeah, sure. Then be more consistent and precise, okay? Be more concise next time.
Well, no one else is talking. Why would I call the other, like, why would I call fucking Jerry or Tyler or Thrillster stupid when they weren't even saying anything?
You said you're just all stupid, so be more precise next time.
Yeah, when you were talking about free will, you will demonstrate yourself to be stupid.
He's letting the audience know that if you ever speak up, people like him will be willing to come in here and just call you stupid just for speaking.
I'm more than willing.
Yeah. I mean, that's honesty for you.
If you say
okay, but he's got some he considers weaker than him. And then he thinks he's got some prowess of kind of mind, but you just demonstrated that you just lost it.
If you go around,
you just lost control, Yui. You just lost control. Okay.
If you go around saying you're really intelligent, then yeah,
that's the weak part. That's the weakest part. The bit where you lost control.
What, when someone goes around saying they're intelligent and they're clearly not?
No, the part where you just lost control.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, the one where you have to bitch a bit.
You
bitch, and, just to try and get back at somebody. That childish thing within you.
Don't go around talking about people. Then if you want to grow up, just be quiet.
From.
Just be quiet.
The bit from your childhood. That
Heretic said, "Don't talk about it. Just be quiet."
Yeah, I'm just pointing to you about your childhood.
Yeah, just be quiet. Your voice is quivering. You're nervous.
Yeah, I'm an emotional guy. So what?
Yeah,
I told you
Channel.
that. I don't give a shit about what you think about me.
I think he thinks that's a weakness, being emotional.
You
Yeah, he does.
obviously
He
do
does. He's
because you
already
follow
said
me.
that.
You follow me
I,
everywhere. You obviously do.
no way. No
You
way.
care
Just
about
happened
me.
to be in
You
the
care
same
about me.
place as you.
You
No.
care about me. It's fine.
Just, I told you before, when the little child in you starts talking to you, listen.
All right, are you done now?
Sophist away.
So how do we know that the Earth is flat?
Bev, you can pick this one up.
Yeah, it's not flat, obviously. Just like you can conceive of it within your mind as being flat, but it's obviously not flat. No matter how much the new tagline is, it's measured flat, it's measured not flat. So it's going to make flat earthers look really stupid.
I don't know.
But I guess you've got to do what you've got to do.
Looks
when the
pretty
gurus
flat to me.
state.
So you never have seen a hill or something, or topography in general?
Yep. Not flat.
I want to live in that world. Do you live in like what is it called? Do you know how you can make when you make a video game, you have like this empty box of endless plane? Is that where you live in?
I don't. I live on a coastal plain.
No, not
and
you,
that's
man.
not
I'm
flat
asking
either.
Vector.
There's hills, yeah, obviously, but it's
So it's not flat.
not like that, but like.
There you go. You've helped yourself. Well done.
All right.
We've all
Good job,
learned. Yeah.
You learned something today. Woohoo! It's not flat.
Well, it's not round, is what I meant to say.
Exactly. It's well, I mean, round.
It's bumpy flat. It's very bumpy.
Bumpy
right?
flat.
Yeah.
Do you imagine you could have a proof? Like, I know you may not have one at the minute, but do you ever imagine yourself holding a proof of anything?
Holding? Like
Yeah.
Little Earth?
Like, just any sort of proof. Do you have a conception of what that might be?
Yeah, like if I saw a rocket go into space, but I never seen one.
So it'd be visual.
How can anyone see a rocket go to space?
I don't know.
I can see a car driving in a garage. Yeah, I can see a train passing me, but I can't even see where the train is going if I'm not inside of the train.
I mean, like just taking off, you know. I never
So
seen
how
one.
was there
I think it's all
anybody in
CGI.
the world ever who has seen a rocket going into space?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you've
answering my question.
You mean you've not? Have you never actually seen that?
Yeah, I never seen one.
Okay. Well, so you don't have the proof. You would just say like that would be how you envisage gaining a proof, would be to actually see a rocket taken off.
Mm-hmm.
And what that would be a proof that rockets can take off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
But they can't even do that, you know. Like, I think it's all fake, like CGI.
You don't think rockets can take off?
No.
No. Do you think you can jump like yourself?
Yeah, I can jump.
Have you ever seen fireworks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a rocket taking off.
What if you build a big firework?
No, it's a firework.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but what if it's big though? What if the thirst is more? You know, what if that's
What's the
case?
difference between a firework and a rocket? What's
Well, I mean,
the size?
There's a big difference. But
The
I
science.
see your point, though.
Size, like it's very small.
I mean, essentially, a rocket is just a stabilized firework. You could say, you know. You
Yeah,
could
but
change the direction and
a $1
degrees in which it flies.
firework can take flight, but $50 billion research department can't figure out how to make a big rocket takeoff. Yeah, because but a $1 firework can go off,
Yeah,
go
because
pretty high.
it's small. It doesn't weigh too
How
much.
did you came to that conclusion?
It's small.
Right, I'm gonna leave you guys. It's been good. Have fun with rockets. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Later, bye.
Ram.
Is that where we? Why is it actually? Okay, this is just a fact. Okay, why is it actually that we always end up in these kind of discussions and the specific topic of this Discord with Globers? Either if we have free will or not,
They have
or if it
no first order proof, dude. They have to go to something derivative and try to reify their story through that because they have nothing first order that they can go to.
like so far what I agree, and so far what I have is, if the Earth is not a ball, it's simulation. If the Earth is not a ball, I'm probably
Who's they?
controlled and I have
Who are
no
we
free will
talking
to
about?
find out. If the Earth is not a ball, then I'm just gonna argue and argue about non sequiturs the whole day. If the Earth is not a ball, then maybe my life is actually just meaningless.
Well, maybe they invested
What
too
did I
much
miss?
ball. That's what you did, Glovers. You invested too much meaning in that ball that someone gave to you. It's not even your own idea. Why do you care that much? Play with your own
Just don't
ball.
let them talk about the ball anymore. Just don't let them talk about it. Just tell them it's measured fucking flat, and that's that. That's all they need to know. We're not talking about your ball because you haven't got one, but we know how it's measured and observed.
They know that too. That's why they
Horizontal.
defer to refraction. That's why they say refraction. It's because they're conceding that they say that they see the same thing that we do.
Who is
I'll
they?
agree. We're talking about Globers in general at the
Oh,
moment.
okay.
We're generalizing you guys right now, yeah.
Them. Yeah, I know.
Just generalizing you, yeah.
Me? I'm a flat earther.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You convinced me.
I knew it.
Don't need convincing. It's obvious.
I know.
Are you guys actually flat earthers?
Of course.
Of course,
How many
dude. Don't you know that?
Really?
The
How
Earth is
many
flat.
times a day do we hear this same line? Are you guys actually flat earthers? That's not even your question, dude. Are you actually asking that? No. You lifted that question from probably 3.5 billion other people.
It's measured
I
flat,
thought
mate.
this was a troll server, but
It's,
okay.
no, it's measured flat,
Convince
mate.
me too. Convince me too, please.
It's measured flat, mate. That's how it's measured.
You have to see it for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please
outside,
convince me. Yeah,
look.
I'm a glober, whatever you call it. But yeah. Please
Okay,
convince
ask this question. Ask this question.
No one wants
Why?
to convince you.
Globe believer.
No, but ask yourself why. Why are you a globe believer? Dig into that.
With no proof whatsoever.
It's not us you need to be asking the questions of. It's you.
Yeah. Why do you believe in a globe? With no evidence. And it's not even measured that way. It's measured with horizontals and mean sea levels.
He's got nothing. Mute him.
No, we won't mute him.
No, not yet. You're right.
He hasn't done anything mutable.
Yeah, he
No,
hasn't.
I'm just
actually, what we
asking you guys to convince me. But if you guys just want to say, "Oh, okay, we'll just demean him,"
We're not here to convince you,
pick
mate. We're
on
not here
him.
to
You.
Excuse
Not
me,
trying
mate.
to
We're not here to
being honest. I'm being honest. I'm not trying to demean you though. I'm sincerely saying, ask yourself what convinced you to fall in the first place.
I
it's
mean,
convincing, mate.
This should be good.
allegedly we shot rockets into space and we took pictures of the Earth, and it turns out it's a globe.
We
That's
didn't do
how
that.
time works. That's how the
We
sun
we
sets and all that.
we didn't do that. You
Wait,
and I
what?
did not shoot any rockets into space and take photographs.
We
Neither of us.
shot rockets into space, and we figured out that the Earth was a ball when we shot rockets into space, and that's why sunsets when we shot rockets into space, because we didn't know that before then.
Right. Yeah, we didn't know before we sent the rockets into space. Yeah, it's completely non sequitur.
Wait, what?
But we didn't do that. You and I didn't do
No,
that.
you were
Somebody
asking him
else
what
claimed
convinced him. Not
to do that.
whoa, guys! When you stop piling on him,
We have to
you
build
asked
a
him what
rocket.
convinced him, and he's telling you what convinced him. He said they allegedly went up in there and took
No.
pictures, and I saw those pictures, and I believe in those
I
pictures.
know he's telling us
That's
that.
what he believes, right?
And
Not
he's
what the
not even
world
telling us.
believes, and
bro.
how we came
We,
to
we,
this
we left
conclusion.
I
reflectors on the
know.
moon. If you have a
Stop.
laser like strong enough, you can like
God,
aim
you
it.
guys pile on people. It
Stop.
seems
Everybody
it's a
stop.
shitty plane.
Stop running over the VC. I know that he's saying that. I know that he's offering us what he found convincing. We're responding, okay? That's the way this is going to go.
Thanks.
I'm listening, so you guys go ahead. We're gonna go down to
Okay,
ad
so number
hominem
one, there's
whatever.
no, we're not going to ad hom you. I'm just pointing out that there is no we. Neither of us did that. I didn't do that. You didn't do that. Somebody else did that. They sold you on the story, and then you lumped us all in with that story. Number two was that we already knew sunsets happened before they launched rockets, like Jedi pointed out.
Yeah,
Also,
I mean, but
also
we figured out
your
how the sun sets, how the sun is there, and we revolve around the sun, right? As a ball. That's what
Story
we
about how it
discovered,
would
right?
work on a ball. No, it wasn't discovered. It was decided
it's
that it was.
refraction.
Refraction? What?
Vector, just stop.
We can't stop.
No, listen. So you have this idea that somebody went out into the field and discovered that, hey, this is a giant spinning, curving ball. Man, okay, so that's how sunsets work. Is that sort of where you're at?
Didn't they like put like a
Yeah, I
polar
mean,
in the ground and like
things
measure
just made a
shadows?
lot of sense.
All
Yeah,
shadows now. Sunsets and
they
shadows. This is going to be fun.
but they didn't do that though. They didn't go out and discover that it's a ball. What they did was
Okay,
they decided.
so the guy earlier was saying that all of rockets are fake, and we never went to the moon. We never went out of, we never went to outer space, basically, right? That's what the
Right.
last guy was saying. What do you guys? We never went out into space. We never took pictures.
Correct.
NASA's all a scam. All right.
Correct.
Um,
Correct.
Well, I'm willing to
No.
keep an open mind. So if
It's
you
all
guys are
fake.
willing to enlighten me,
Yeah, would you like to know why we claim
yeah, that's
that?
why I'm here. I'm
Yeah,
asking.
yeah.
Yeah,
Jedi is going to tell you that there is no space, but he'll do it very eloquently. Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, he'll just
right.
fail.
Okay. So when we are presented with the argument that they, NASA, for example, have been to the moon and halfway there have turned around and taken a picture of the Earth from the vacuum of space and it is a ball. With regards to that story, right, and other stories along that similar line, anything in the vacuum of space, we understand, no matter what the evidence that they provide for us, that they can't actually provide solid evidence for their foundational claim. Their foundational
Yes, they
claim.
can.
No, hold on, I haven't told you what the claim is yet. Do you know what? Do you want to tell me what the claim is that I'm going to mention?
We already know.
There's
Right, so
there's foundational evidence that they've been there.
Hey,
Like
Mr. Big Bang, Big Bang Frank, please hold off. Jedi is trying to respond to. Sorry, I forget the other guy's name at the moment, but it's him that we're talking to. Try not to derail. Just let him get his response in, please. You're part of the audience at this point. In other words,
their claim that you can defy the second law of thermodynamics, 6 gas laws, including Boyle's law, parts of Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law, to name but a few. With regards to natural law, their foundational claim that breaks this, they tell us that the Earth is a gas pressure open system to the vacuum of space. This leaves us with two problems, two violations of laws of nature. One, the definition of gas pressure is by consequent of containment. When you contain gas within the volume, by consequent, the gas is pressing on that container in that volume and under pressure. If the Earth is an open system, there is nothing solid for the gas to press upon, so not able to achieve pressure. Problem number two, with specific to gas movement and the second law of thermodynamics. High pressure, high energy states disperse into lower pressure energy dynamics. If the Earth is high pressure gas, uncontained from a space that is empty, then the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. It's as simple as bursting your tire. So that's why rockets from the vacuum of space, moon missions to the moon in the vacuum of space can't exist, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. And if you don't have a container, the gas will fuck off.
Makes sense.
So, are submarines fake too?
Submarines.
I'm just asking. Are submarines all? Is that a lie too?
So, based on what he said, why
Why'd
would
you
they?
switch topics?
Yeah, based on what he said, why would they be?
Well, pressure, right? Because like you said,
Pressurized environment.
if we could,
The submarine goes into a pressurized. They have a container. Sorry, go ahead. I'll just say really quick. They have a container.
Submarines don't exist.
No, dude, stop. I'm gonna meet. They have a container for the ocean. It's called an ocean basin. That body of water is contained. He's talking about pressure requiring containment. So that doesn't violate that. Go ahead.
Want to use the same comparison, I'll give you submarines, right? Why does the water that the submarine is surrounded by not occupy the space that the submariners are in? Why is that happening?
Because we create a space that is able to withstand the pressure surrounding it.
Because there's a container, the submarine.
Right.
Right. So there's a container, the submarine, that's stopping that water wanting to get into that space. Now let's swap the example for gas and there being a vacuum that the gas wants to get into. We'll call this a vacuum chamber, right? Where there's gas outside the chamber and no gas inside the chamber. We understand that the only thing separating these two dynamic environments, like the submarine, is the container. If the Earth is an open system and we have gas pressure and out there's a vacuum, then by that claim, you're going to need a physical boundary to separate the two dynamic pressure environments. One, to achieve pressure in the first instance, by definition of the how gas pressure works, fixed volumes and the amount of gas within that volume, the volume being defined by the container, and obviously how gas moves. Gas is going to fuck off.
So if the Earth is flat, this question, if the Earth is flat, why do we fly from LA to Tokyo and we go west, and then from Tokyo to Europe, like Berlin, and then from Berlin to New York, and then keep going round and round, right? It makes sense if it's a ball. So
No.
how does that make sense?
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten dinner around a round table?
Yeah.
Cool. Have you ever played as a child and swapped your seats and moved in a circle around the middle of that table?
Right.
Right. So if you're circling a point and you call that, I don't know, east, because you're using that point as a north, and if you were to travel east or west in comparison to that central point, that north, then you'd just be traveling around in a circle. If you put a magnet on your dinner table and put a compass to it, the compass, because of proximity to the magnet, will face the magnet north. That will be its north. East or west will be a circle around your table. I mean, the magnet, the table, and the magnet.
Okay, so we're all circling around the same point.
But that's what a pole is, right?
So where is the pole? Down south or up north?
The magnetic North Pole that moves around. I think it's somewhere in I don't know, northern Canada at the moment. Depends what north you're talking about. Celestial north, that's up in the sky. Geographic north, that's underneath a preconceived ground position of Polaris.
So that would be the center of the Earth, right?
In comparison to its size, or where things seem to be located, because these norths are not located in the same actual area. They have proximity to each other, but what do you mean by center of the Earth?
Well,
Maybe
I mean, if the Earth is flat and if we're going in a circle, it makes sense within the circle there is the midpoint, right?
Where going? Why is the Earth itself having to be a circle when we're talking about things that?
Oh, you
seem to
described
have,
it because well, I thought that's what you were saying with the round table analogy.
Well, I guess with the table analogy, but it's not making a claim to the shape of the Earth. It's pointing out that you're just circling a point. That point can be anywhere, but this one just happens to be magnetic.
So it's that. Is there an edge, or does it go on forever?
Well, you've only got two choices.
If it's flat, yeah.
Yeah, well, you've only got two choices: either infinite or finite. When you say finite, what would we even have to understand about where reality stops? I mean, within the heliocentric model, right? The edge of the universe. The universe has been expanding since the Big Bang into whatever the fuck it's been expanding into, but by definition, a limitation and an edge of its expansion. Right. So what's there then? We're kind of comfortable with kind of ignoring that question, but when it comes to the Earth being flat, I don't know, mate. Wouldn't even be able to give you the idea of what a limitation to the environment would be.
Could I cut in and say one thing? I just feel like people who believe in flat Earth just can't afford the DLC. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they just can't afford the DLC, man. Like, come on, man. Like, this is, bro. It's like free content upgrade, bro. Like, dude, what? Expansion pack,
Well,
bro.
I'm trying.
You
well,
waited
I'm,
that long to
I'm,
speak.
I'm willing. I'm willing to think outside the box, and I'm willing to hear what anyone has to say, and try to see where they're coming from.
Yeah, man.
The thing is the globe is the belief. You don't experience it, but you do believe it.
So, what is the truth? Is that if the Earth is flat and we're all kind of like, okay, so from a certain point, if you keep going east, right? So let's say you're in Germany, right, and you keep going east, then you're going to go through the rest of Europe, through France, through Spain, maybe Portugal, and then fly over the Atlantic, and then if that, and then the U.S., and then Asia, and then back to Germany, right? So if we're all just going around a circle, kind of like circling a certain point, then
Right.
if we were to head north, then we would go to the center of the whole flat
The
Earth,
magnetic North Pole would be the central point of all of that.
right? So if we from the North Pole, right, from the central point of all that, right, if we were to keep going south away from it, then we would end up where? Where does it end?
Somewhere that doesn't get a lot of sunlight and has really tall ice.
That's the big question. Where does it end? I don't know. Heretic, do you know where it ends?
But
No,
sorry,
I don't know where
guys.
everything ends. And if anybody does, they haven't passed it on to us. That information, they haven't passed it along. Sorry.
But guys, Jedi and Heretic, it's all very good at this. I mean, I keep saying this. Now, we were just talking about flying around in aeroplanes and everything like that. Now, we know for a fact that when we're measuring and do maps and measuring things, we're measuring from a flat Earth. That's how it operates. Yeah, mean sea level is used for elevation profiles. Yeah, horizontal baselines. It's used in celestial navigation. It's measured flat. That is how it works. The Earth is not a globe. Yeah, it's actually measured flat.
Well, this kind of goes. kind of ties into the first thing that I said to him, which was, why do you think it's a globe in the first place? What convinced you of that to begin with?
Well, I mean, for one example, the artillery bombers in World War II, they took into account the curvature of the Earth when they were calculating their target.
That's something that's been said to you. Can you show that that's actually the case?
I suppose I could take you to a museum and show you the actual computers they used, where they incorporated.
Yeah, but you never did that.
I'm going in a minute, but I've just explained to you.
Wait, really quick. I'll let you
How
go
do you
one
know?
day.
How do you
I'll
know
let you
English?
go really quick. But you said you'll take me to a museum and show me they must have used to perform these calculations in the 40s. But let's face it, you didn't do that. So if that's what it takes to prove the claim, then you haven't yet proven the claim for
So
yourself.
how did you learn English?
Still in the category of belief is what I'm trying to say. One deck wanted to say something and I tripped him up to say that. So go ahead.
It's all right. It was only a short one. I've just explained how it's measured flat and how we do that. And then you went on to say that the military have to account for the globe. No, they don't account for any globe because we don't live on a globe. It's measured flat. That's how we measure it. Mean sea level is used. The horizon is used to gain a horizontal in celestial navigation. Yeah, that's how all elevation profiles are mapped. The globe itself, the model, is derived from flat Earth measurements. So there's no globe. If there was a globe, we'd be measuring a globe. We don't measure a globe, we measure a flat Earth. And then you jump on and say, well, we account for the globe. No, we don't. We don't live on a globe, else we'd be measuring a globe. And if we was measuring a globe, you'd be able to explain to everybody here now how it's measured. What tools used to measure the globe? When was the last time it was measured? Please explain to us all. Put a document up if you want.
All right. Give me a second. Let me pull this up.
He's Googling, bros. Give him some time to Google.
I hope it's not Sticks and Shadows time, for Christ's sake.
It will be if he's.
Oh, God, I'm not having a Sticks and Shadows for a day or two.
He's in the same position that most people are going to be in at this time. Most people are not familiar with the information that we are, so give him a chance.
Eratosthenes of Cyrene was a Greek
Yeah,
polymath.
Clay, you called it. Yes.
Mathematician, geographer, poet. Anyways.
Nice Google, man.
See. He is best known for being the first person known to calculate the circumference of the Earth, which he did by using the extensive survey results he could access in his role at the library. His calculation was remarkably accurate. He was also the first to calculate Earth's axial tilt, which has also proved to have remarkable accuracy.
That's brilliant. I love hearing this more and more and more. That's awesome.
Yeah, so this was 2,300 years ago.
Not quite. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to presuppose that the Earth was a ball and by mathematics use the calculation of a divergence of distance primarily from the central point of that radius out to where the edge of the Earth is, by comparison to where the Sun is, then yeah, you could conceptually get a circumference value to that sphere if that's what you thought it was. If, for example, you were using the Sun, which you are, and its angle to you on the surface of the Earth, you could also derive an equator, the ground position of the Sun as it passes overhead throughout the day and throughout the year. I say throughout the year because we have tropics, right? 23.4 degrees north and 23.4 degrees south of the equator. The ground position of the Sun as it passes throughout the year overhead of the Earth. So it's the same thing. Aristophanes has just decided to use maths to figure out the circumference of a ball. You can use the same math and the Chinese did, and we have, to figure out an equator and latitude lines in derision to the Sun and other celestial bodies.
And you did use. I mean, Jedi picked up, and we all did. In your description, he's calculating. It. That isn't a direct measurement of curvature. He's calculating it by, like Jedi said, knowing a distance between A and B of say 500 stadia, then obtaining an angle of 7.2 degrees, and then dividing that 7.2 degrees into 360 degrees. Now that was the presupposition, the 360 degrees, because he's saying if the Earth was a sphere, because back in them days, if the story is true, they actually thought, well, the moon looks spherical, so we reckon the Earth's spherical. Now, if it was spherical, how could we calculate the circumference if it was a sphere? And that's what they did. I mean, I've actually done these measurements in my kitchen, and I've turned my kitchen into a sphere just by taking angle measurements from the light fitting and knowing the distance from the light fitting to the door, and then doing some maths. So my kitchen is a spherical kitchen.
That's the really simple way to debunk what Aristophanes did.
What?
If you got a light source, right, a light in your room, and you stand underneath the light in your room, then you will cast no shadow either side of you, right? Like Aristophanes. Yeah. If you go over there, because you are not underneath the light anymore, you will watch your shadow increase in front of you. Right? You will produce a shadow because you're no longer directly underneath that light source on a surface. Right?
Right.
So when Aristophanes was in one place, directly underneath the sun, and then he fucked off over there 500 stades away where he was no longer underneath the sun, and he watched his shadow increase and then measured it 500 stades away, it's not proof that the surface of the Earth is curved. It's proof that he's fucked off from underneath the sun. Because he wasn't underneath the sun, right? He was, and then he wasn't. In this location, underneath the sun, underneath the light source, there's no shadow. But if I go over
if
there,
we keep walking one direction, right?
Yeah.
Then what would happen? Away from the center.
Okay, but before we go on to back to the edge of the Earth again, and what guess have we got? Do you understand that there are many ways to disassemble Aristophanes, but it's as simple as walking away from being underneath the light?
I'll accept your argument. Yeah. So if the Earth was, flat and everyone was just full of shit and the Earth is actually flat. So if we went from the center toward the opposite direction, and if there was an ocean or whatever, we'd just fly over it. So if we were to keep going, what would happen?
Like I said, you're asking me to guess about the limitation of reality. You said you wanted to go south earlier, yeah?
Yeah, so if we were to go south away from the center, I guess it's the north, then
in the globe Earth idea, what happens when you go south? Where do you end up?
I don't know. You just circle the planet.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you where you end up when you go south. There's a place. It's cold and icy. Penguins live there.
Right. What if we just flew over Antarctica?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to an understanding with you. Stop asking other questions that are on slightly different tangents.
The Earth is flat. Accept it or not, the Earth is freaking flat. Okay.
Okay, dude.
Can you accept that?
What, the Earth is flat? Yeah.
Okay. Kind of. I was ready for it.
Okay.
But Jedi, just sorry to just the interruption. Just a quick one, Jedi.
What if we funded
a flight? Excuse me, mate. Excuse me. We were just talking. You keep saying, well, we've already explained how the Eratosthenes is not proving measurement of physical Earth curve.
Yeah, so we're past that.
We're past that, and we're explaining that it's actually measured flat. Excuse me, it's measured flat.
Sorry.
But then, that's we measure the Earth flat, level, horizontal is used in every application, in engineering, in surveying, everything you want to think of. It's measured flat. Yeah. Now, you keep saying, well, if I walked, we're telling you it's flat, mate, but you just keep dismissing this point we're making. But this is how it's measured. So
Yes,
you say, well, if I walk
What are
this
you
way,
talking about?
keep walking south, but won't turn it back into a globe.
Okay, he's asking what we're talking about, sir. Do you know what measurements are?
I mean,
There are
yeah.
things that
Okay,
are
so
like
what's
Okay,
so if
in
the
your
Earth
own
is flat,
words. No, 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 no,
if
no.
the
If
Earth
the
is
Earth,
flat,
no,
does
no.
it have a
If,
center?
no, 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 no,
Does
no.
it have a
Tell me
center?
what? No, 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 no. Tell me what are measurements? It's not a gotcha question. It's very simple. What are measurements, and how can you do them? For real, dude. Have you ever like built like
Jesus
a
Christ.
shelf? Have you ever built a shelf in real life? Have you ever like, level a shelf so you can like, make one screw in the other and then you can build it? Like, dude, have you ever measured like the distance of something, your table or whatnot? Can you explain what measurements mean?
What's your
Crickets? Really,
IQ?
dude?
What's your IQ?
Is that you dude, that's not a gotcha question. I'm just for
Probably
real
like
wanting to
70 or
know.
something.
Can you explain what
Holy
measurements are?
shit.
Yeah, my IQ is whatever you want to believe, man. It's a non sequitur. It's not what I asked. Did you really job? He couldn't, dude. This is what. See, guys, this is how you do it, man. He literally left because he was challenged to explain a question that a 5-year-old can explain to you if he has the right parents. What are measurements? Okay, can anyone else in here explain to me what are measurements? Any other glober maybe? Because I know the FV knows. Hello? Did my internet broke? Did the world end? Hello?
I'm here for round
Hello?
2, Clay, don't worry.
So are you a glober that's also going to dip and be asked what
Hey,
measurements
go
are?
ahead, Britt. He's asking what measurements are. It's up to you to answer. Go for it.
Alright, okay, I'll do it. Measurements for what?
Oh, golly.
Golly.
What is measuring something? What are measurements?
What are measurements?
Yeah.
What? Then they're digits you get from tools that you use to approximate.
No, the function. I'm talking about the function. How do you get the digits?
Well, it depends on what you're measuring.
Not the outcome.
Well, it depends what
How
you're measuring.
Do you
Are we
measure
measuring
something? It doesn't matter what we're measuring.
What? Yeah, but
How do you measure something, dude?
You take a tool, and I'm going to be
Yes.
vague because I don't know what we're measuring here. You take a tool, you have, it could be a force, could be distance, could be height, doesn't matter what it is, right? And then you use some sort of mechanism to test the method of measurement. But I can't tell you what that method is until I know what we're measuring. Because if I say a method of distance measurement,
table.
that's different from
How
force.
do I measure the size of the table?
You take a ruler out.
Okay, and then what do I do?
If you're measuring the width of a table, you take a ruler along the width from end to end and see what number it is.
All right. Thank you very much. So at least one person could answer it from the global side.
Well, who were you arguing with before?
A guy that I asked what are measurements, and he ended by actually running away, and then he said you have a very low IQ, probably of 6, and I said it's a non sequitur.
It's at least
That's
7.
when he left. Yeah, if you want to think that, that's okay. I don't have insecurities. I don't need to defend that. You can think I have an IQ of 1 if you want to.
I think you're quite intelligent, Clay. Don't worry.
I know. That's why I really don't care if someone says anything about my IQ. But I don't boast of my intelligence. I think many people can be intelligent, but many people are just stopping themselves. They're blocking themselves off from the intellect.
The only thing I'll say, and I said it earlier, just Just don't assume that because someone's a glober, that therefore they're not intelligent. Because people can arrive at correct.
That. I just said the complete opposite, right?
I'm just saying that
I just said
people can
many
arrive
people
at
are blocking themselves off. I don't really think that there is really stupid people. I think many people are just misinformed. And many people just chose to fill themselves up with information that is just not going to suit them, serve them, sorry.
Yeah, everyone in here has probably an incorrect position, but they reasoned it logically. Everyone here. Just the logic wasn't strong enough.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, man, I don't think that you're dumb or stupid. But I would say maybe you're blocking yourself a little bit from experiencing to gain more knowledge. Standing in your own way, so to say.
So how do you know the Earth is flat, Clay?
What?
How do you know the Earth is flat?
You didn't know that the Earth is flat. Is that what you said?
Wait, how do you know?
How do I know? It's very simple, okay? That's why I talked about measurements. You can measure the surface of Earth, and then you figure out what the measurements are showing you.
Can you show me a measurement of the Earth?
Have you ever seen well, I can only show you measurements which falsify a supposed claim, right? Sorry, I forgot that. So there's a baseline which we use in order to make our measurements, which is we use the claim of a spherical surface of roughly 4,000 miles. And upon that, we make our measurements.
How do you,
Does that make sense?
how do you falsify them? Because falsification is a kind of knowledge claim, I guess. It's just disproving something. So, well, how did you falsify the globe?
One second. I'm playing a video game. I'm a global right now, so okay, now I have attention again. So what? Can you repeat that?
How did you falsify the globe?
Laser test. Dude, you know that stuff. Why are you asking it again? You definitely know that. It's not the first time.
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it. That's why I want someone to like post it in the chat.
You haven't seen anyone post any observations or direct measurements that falsify radius of roughly. Can anyone else agree that that's a lie?
Well, when you say,
I'm pretty sure that's a lie.
When you say distance, if you're talking about, like, for instance, the black swan, I've seen that, but I don't think that's a measurement that's very accurate or very reliable.
Actually, Clay, I don't think it's a lie. I think that maybe somebody should look.
Yeah, I've not seen a laser test. That's for sure.
But you. Oh, okay. That's what you're missing. Do you have the link for the laser test stuff, Clay?
What?
You got the link for the laser test stuff readily available, or should I go get it off of the other server?
I like one particularly. It's made by Taboo Conspiracy.
There you go, man.
I'll take a look at it, and if I have any objections, I'll come back to you once I've seen it.
You will have objections. You will always have objections. That's the very reason why you ask for any.
Well, that's a good thing, though, isn't it?
You have already looked at them. It's not the first time.
I've not seen the laser tests. I've seen the black swan, and the black swan doesn't persuade me.
There's so many laser tests. I can't believe that you have never been shown one.
I've never asked for them.
Plus, there's unlimited black swans. It's like way more than just the one. There's like anybody can go get a black swan that does exactly the same thing that one does.
But I'd say the black swan doesn't matter which black swan. I don't think any of them are persuasive.
I get what you're saying. You know, the classic. You know, you're talking about the classic, like the black swan. Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, like the way in which the black
rig
swans...
one.
No, not the image itself. I'm talking about the argument. The argument for the black swan. I don't agree with it as being persuasive, but a laser test. I mean, I don't know much about laser tests over distance, so I could look into it and then see.
That argument's not an argument for or against the flat Earth. That argument is just simply pointing out that the horizon is not a physical thing; it's optical. So any claims based off of a physical horizon are null and void.
I'd say the horizon's always apparent, but it could be affected by something physical.
That's true as well. But a lot of people miss the point of the black swan and what it's trying to point out, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, this and that." And they get hyper fixated on shapes instead of an understanding of how the eyeballs work and what the horizon actually is. It's not a physical thing; it's an optical phenomenon based off of the observer's perspective and various, aspects of the situation, various variables. The question in play has to do with physical measurements, as Clay was saying before. Which is why I really would like him to share those. There's a couple laser thingies. Let's look at that.
Yeah, I don't know much about the laser test, so.
Yeah, you can watch the
Well,
video.
the world
That's the
record
great
for
thing
the
about a video, right? You just need to watch it.
There's also a world record for the longest photograph ever taken, which is a very interesting amount of distance there.
That's just coincidence or miraging.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. Shows you an entire city.
I need to be right back for like 2 hours. I've got a conference.
Have fun, man.
Stay blessed, man. Have a good one. Really feel like the corporate version of science that exists today is not science. It's just lobbyists getting funding for projects, but it's not true science anymore the way most of it is. It's all politics. I find it interesting that according to the National Science Foundation, that babies are born scientists. So from that perspective, my thought is most people stop doing science. So my only question for them is, when and why did you stop doing science? Kind of like a reverse ask to the first, well, are you a scientist? When did you stop doing science?
Flat Earth is science.
Science is about pretty much just effing around and finding out. That's like the true form of it. Now, you want to find the truth, but still you got to kind of experiment. You come up with an idea and a concept like, hey, if I test this, this is what I hope will happen, what I think is going to happen, and it may not.
No, Vector
And
nailed
you kind of
it.
recalculate again and try again.
Hey, yeah, I think Vector nailed it there. Flat Earth is science. Because
Yeah.
you see the cause and effect that this topic does to people.
Right.
Like you raise the topic, flat Earth, and some people it just
in my
causes
defense,
them.
I neither positively nor negatively said anything about that because I wasn't sure if he was being sarcastic and cheeky. But I do agree that flat Earth is science.
Yeah, of course.
I just woke up too, so.
That's how we know it's not a globe. Test stuff.
Well, my thought is this: just believing somebody because they said something is very unscientific. So, and since we're all naturally born scientists as babies and we forget how to do it because we stop effing around to find out, I say everybody needs to just go the hell outside and F around and find out. Do some science. Doesn't matter what, just do some science. Learn some shit.
Totally.
Surely it would make things better.
That's what Newton had wanted for humanity. He wanted everything to be solved by experiment. No more war, no more violence, no more the right of the king to impose its will on other people. Everything is settled by experiment. And then you start to debate. You conduct your experiment, I conduct my experiment, and now debate, and then the best result, the best framework in science wins. And then you move forward from there. Because then both sides are operating a good faith relationship about determining the best possible result using cause and effect. If you're outside of that, it's just a fucking opinion at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So the globalists walk in here with an opinion. They have an opinion that the Earth is a globe, and they haven't validated it. They haven't done any experiment on it. They heard a story that they like, and then they use that opinion to try to force their will on other people, control the conversation. And when that doesn't work, then they sometimes roll to victim status. Flat Earth is harmful. It's misinformation. It's X, Y, and Z. Therefore, they win the debate again because they've used these logical fallacies to sort of dehumanize and demonize the other side. At the same time, you ask them what flat Earth is, and they can't even tell you what it is. You're like, well, how is it misinformation if you can't even tell me what it is in the first place?
What they will tell you is a straw man, and then they'll ad harm the hell out of you really fast. But they really can't tell you what it actually is. They're just good at colors, shapes, and sounds. Or they might talk about Pizza Planet. Welcome to Pizza.
Yeah,
you are clear to enter. Welcome to Pizza Planet.
They'll tell you Pizza Planet is not possible. It is impossible in the heliocentric.
Oh, really?
And that's a debunk right there because I was told anything's possible. It's all
NASA actually has a they released a thing about a disk planet. It was like a flat. This is spinning so fast that it's like a disk, and they showed a picture of a disk in space that was a planet. So they do have Pizza Planet crap in space too, I guess.
Yeah, which is why it highlights a contradiction. They contradict. They'll tell you possible and not possible at the same time.
Yeah. But it'd be impossible to live on, though. It's just moving so fast, so that's why it's possible. But you couldn't land there.
Yeah, like what the hell?
My issue isn't with the phenomenon either. If there's actually pictures of random things that people go, okay, and because every description of what's going on there is pretty much an assumption that's intangible. You can't reach it. You can't go test it yourself. What I find to be interesting, though, is the Bose-Einstein condensate. The description thereof actually almost perfectly fits with the classical description of what aether is. Crossover. Like, what is this, a crossover episode between quantum and aether? Damn. But it does describe the same exact thing. Down to the whole permeates the universe, that too. All of it. Aether's real, according to modern science. They just rebranded it.
They call it dark matter now.
Well, then no, that's one thing they're referring to. But then now it's Bose-Einstein condensate. Like at temperatures lower than what we can conceive, all matter acts the same. I'm like, well, that's pretty much what Aether was kind of talking about, and then how everything is connected and permeates through. If you take what they say about that, though, and you run it through ChatGPT and limit it to actual laws of physics standards, the descriptives of the universe are pretty interesting. Because it's just telling you, like, as though you're making it inside of in a lab, like in a container. Then you apply what it says to what's above, and it's actually pretty interesting. But also a huge grain of salt, ChatGPT. Not trustworthy.
Yeah, they're just guessing.
Well, there was a lot of science in what it said, but there was also some kind of jumbled shit. But the pressure differentials and temperature differentials between Bose-Einstein condensate or concentrate or whatever, condensate, between that and, the states where solid, liquid, and gas would exist, it creates a weird perspective that would explain how, like, nebulous shit above us functions. It described like that as being normal. Anyway, you see these quantum effects or whatever, and it's just normal. I'm like, huh, cool. I also don't subscribe to the we can never leave here mentality. I think that there's a limit, but we just haven't reached that limit, and we've reached our current limit. But there's a higher limit that we haven't reached yet. I don't subscribe to the you can't land on the moon thing either. And here's my reasoning. A lot of flat. I've heard so many flat earthers say, "Well, the moon turns into like aether or some crap and it disappears." Here in North Carolina, I've seen the moon glowing where there's a sliver on it, and then you see like this huge black circle where it is not glowing that is clearly what would be illuminated if it were a full moon. Like, it's obvious that there is something there.
Yeah, I don't believe anyone anything.
Well, it's like I've heard people say like the moon is a holographic projection or something. I'm like, okay, but I live in North Carolina on the coastal plain, and from my perspective and angle, I can see a physical object up there that I could explain how it could be up there as well. Pockets of gases. It doesn't have to be solid.
I
Bubbles
think what
make
they're
things
talking
float too.
about are like government experiments. Like there was experiments NASA did, or at least patents that you could find for a false sun.
True.
There was if I recall correctly, China was working on this false sun program, like a second sun program, to send some kind of reflective satellite. Yeah, I forgot about that until you mentioned that.
I only remember NASA, but I do remember China. Something about China being mentioned sometime. But the patents for NASA can actually be found.
You're breaking up.
I need to get my microphone. My other one. But it's like they work in competition, but at the same time work together. Like, it's weird. All of these space forces, they'll work against and for each other at the same time, which is bizarre.
Yeah, like they can't tell anyone, but they're like fighting between each other.
Well, I mean,
you have two countries fighting against each other, though, and then you'll have a bunch of people and like they're hugging and. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. If you don't keep the facade, then nobody's going to kill each other for it. Like, today's time should be the most peaceful. It shouldn't be as bad as it is.
They're all hiding the same lies, so even if they're like in war, they would never like give it away.
Yeah, I don't know the exact reason, but they do work together.
Yeah,
it does seem like a cult the more you look into it.
Yeah, right.
All wars require funding. And since every war requires funding, that means that all wars are banksters' wars.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of money in the globe.
And there's a lot of money in
There's a lot of money
in general.
Yeah, I was just or human nature. There's a lot of money in human nature to be deceptive and cover their weaknesses because of fear. Because fear would be the most. Honestly, I think fear sells better than sex. You know, they say sex sells, but fear sells better.
True. Like, I'm scared most of the time.
Oh, I've already almost died so many times, I'm not afraid of shit. The only thing I'm afraid of is not living. Like, I want to do things so I can feel like I actually experienced life and had fun instead of sitting in a room until I die. The only fear I have, I'm not living. Not dying, just not living. Life's meant to go do things, live, enjoy it, and have fun, learn shit from it.
The issue is when they actually sanction everything, so you don't get to do any of that. Then there'll be anarchy and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of anarchy either.
I mean, when your neighbors turn on you, like they get whatever you own, whatever small little bit that you have. Not fun.
I understand that perspective, but here's why I'm not afraid of anarchy. On a long enough timeline, most people don't actually know how anything works. So if the world were to fall into anarchy, those who don't know how anything works will either submit to somebody who does, or they're going to die because they don't know how anything works. And then on a long enough timeline beyond that, more governments would form because people will hate governments so much that they'll go form another stupid government.
That's actually a pretty interesting perspective. I agree with it, as long as it's on a small scale. Because even in anarchy, I feel like all of this is directed. So if anarchy happened in the first world country, it would be directed by the central government, is what I think. I don't think there's going to be a separation there.
See how they orchestrate pockets of anarchy, and they'll allow it. Like, we'll permit this, like the autonomous zones a couple of years ago. We're going to do what we want, and they set up little areas that the city couldn't even take out. I think they allow compartmentalized anarchy as needed. Like, yeah, let them get it out of their system, and we'll get them under control next year.
Honestly, I still think it would be organized even in the anarchy stage. For America specifically, they have the CIA, FBI, they have so many experimental programs, for lack of a better word, that they've actually tested out, like scenarios, yeah, that they've tested
MK
out to
Ultra
prepare for
contingency.
just in case.
Yeah,
MK
like
Ultra
contingency
is used
plans.
on every yeah, that's what they're called. Yeah. And so I feel like every single direct or every single way that anarchy could potentially happen within the country, it would still be completely controlled. It's just the civilians wouldn't know anything. So for them, it would be anarchy. But for the leaders, it would be all according to plan.
My thought is this, bro. As long as real parents exist, there'll never be anarchy because there's still that compartmentalized government of the family unit of mother and father. So it's somewhere in the world at all times there's going to be some kind of order. The true anarchy would be literally everyone for themselves. Parents wouldn't even care about their children anymore.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Honestly, targeting the family unit was how they ended up completely decentralizing everyone from reality. It's to the degree that if you grew up in a first world country, then you definitely experienced or was exposed to some form of brainwash throughout your life.
Before my father died, he told me about this kind of, it's sort of like a town, it's a municipality, but not really. More like a giant trailer park that's not connected to electricity or water, and it's like a third world country. Here in America, and the entire area is like that. There's children running around filthy as hell. And I'm like, there's places like this in America that are that effing bad. He's like, yeah. He told me what the name of it was, but I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But I started looking into stuff like that, and I'm like, holy shit, we're supposed to be like the best. Like that's what America's the best, and yet we have third world country areas in our nation. What the f? There's no reason
Yeah,
for this. It's the same thing
yeah,
with the
that's
Flint
true.
water situation.
Yeah, that's completely true. Like, you can't call yourself first world country if you are not separate from third world countries. I think the
Yeah.
biggest issue
So
is
for
the
my
way everything is created is based off of destruction itself.
dude, it's like it's like in time where they have the time zones, and she said, "Why do you think there's time zones?" It goes to the next time zone, and everybody's living a little bit richer. It's what
I
they
don't
do to
really
the world.
follow.
On In Time, the time zones are actually a metaphor for a caste system instead of being actual time. So for their time zones, you have to cross a border that takes you into another place where people are likely a little bit more wealthy than the slums that you just came out of. And then there's another time zone that takes to the richer people who there's like this guy who has 1,000,000 years stored away in a vault because their time is their literal currency. You have a clock on your arm, it runs out, you're dead because they solved aging. So everybody ages to a certain age and it stops. And in order to balance out the population, they give a death command to people who can't earn enough money.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I know which movie you're talking about.
The metaphors within it are actually quite true. I like the parallels that they use, the metaphors they put in that storyline, because it is what it is.
It actually really is strange because I was starting to learn. You were talking about ether before. If you look a little further, you can find ether under the name of Orgon energy. It's something that a guy
Hmm.
named Wilhelm Reich, he named it Orgon energy, but it's just ether. And ether itself has many different
I'd,
names.
and I would like to clarify from my perspective, I stand on the etymological meaning of what ether or aether is. It's something that has the capability of burning bright or shining within the upper atmos. It's high sky, like way up in there, and has properties that allow things to burn or shine brightly. The etymological description is pretty vague. But then when you get into the other descriptions of how people actually believe in that, claimed what it is, and their descriptives sound very much like the Bose-Einstein condensate. Well, that's interesting. It operates the same way.
Well, I'm right. One of the properties is shining. You can't do that. That this is well, maybe 20 years ago or something. There was like scientific experiments with trying to develop things using argon energy, and they were able to do it. One
Oh yeah,
thing that they were able to create is actually something that you can find today, but I forget the website name. I have to like go and
dude,
find it again. But what they were able to create was pretty much a miniature sun, which is really cool. Like the
that's
light was
interesting.
as white as the sun is when the sun is at its full, like 12 o'clock p.m. Like when it's in the center of the sky, as bright as it can be. It was the light that they were able to produce from Orgon energy was as bright as that, or as white as that. It wasn't as
I'm glad you
bright,
brought that
but it
up
was as white.
because if you ask the average person what's in the air that you're breathing in, they're going to say like oxygen or some hydrogen, isn't it? But they don't. Most people don't know that argon is almost just as plentiful in our atmos.
Yeah, yeah. So Wilhelm Reich actually, from what I could gather, he was saying that the thing that got him was the blue halo that's in the atmosphere. If you go in high altitude or see high altitude shots, you'll see this blue glow. And it wasn't just in the atmosphere, it was also around blood cells, blood cells, living organisms in general on a molecular level. Every single thing
Yeah,
had this blue aura to it, or this blue halo to it. So it can be observed at every aspect of life, if you would.
yeah. Something like I'm honestly absolutely convinced about this kind of electronic connection between everything. Like there's certain things can either amplify or reduce connections with stuff, but everything interacts in a way where this thing is clearly like some kind of machine. Like Earth itself operates like a machine.
No, I mean, machines aren't alive.
That's true. It operates like something more than a machine.
Like it's living. Yeah.
But then there's the clockwork of it as well. That's why I like to compare it to the machine. It's the sun, moon, and Kokab.
Oh yeah, the perfection of it all. Yeah.
It gets weirder when you find out that just about everything has something that it can interact with drastically. If you put a certain thing next to something else, it'll do something interesting. But we don't see that normally just because of the way that the objects around us are formed.
Are you talking about resonant?
Well, it's more like just how things work kind of thing. The average person can't even build a potato battery, man.
True. Yeah. I mean, like, there's no real reason to do that though, because we're fed what we are to say, we're fed what we are to think. Like the way the science works and the way that it's taught to us, if you go against it, then you're a conspiracy theorist, which is like
Yeah.
very strange. The whole point of science is for it to be debated, and if there is something that is proven to be inaccurate, then it should be questioned or changed.
What's up, losers?
So you're gonna say noobs.
How's it going, Bindi Fascist? Welcome to
What's
the
up?
chat.
What's up, flat earthers?
You here
Finally
to
seen the
chill or
light.
push buttons, man? Just wondering.
No, I just wanted to know, like, what's the market for souvenirs for flat earth?
It's never been about the money. I could have billions of dollars in a pile and I would burn it like the Joker. It's never been about the money.
But it can be.
Well, if you want to be a shill it up, man.
You know
Go
what
ahead.
actually
You
Behindi
gotta
means in
have.
German? Do you know
What
what
does it mean?
Behindi
What does it
means
mean?
in German? It means
What does it mean?
disabled. Behindert.
Oh,
Disabled. It's a
disabled fascist. Oh,
well, yeah, that's dude, I can't do anything about it. That's what I read every time you join here, right? Just a disabled fascist.
oh.
Well, what should I do, man?
See, you gotta have.
It's just what it is.
You gotta have a billion. You gotta have a billion before you can burn it.
So behindi would be something you would have say to someone to say behindert.
So,
Behindert is the original term, but as
dude,
young people we say you're behindi. Du bist behindi.
dude. Nobody cares about a language where one word can end up in like fucking 365
No,
letters that nobody's
not
gonna
300.
pronounce. So
It's
please be
literally what
quiet.
we say as young
Please
people
be
to
quiet.
each other.
Please be quiet. Please be quiet. There are no young people in Germany. It's
Anyway,
an
yeah,
aging
just keep your
society.
name. Just keep your name, bro. That's all.
Just keep your name.
All right.
Okay, see, what I'm saying is
I'm
the
gonna ask
market
this
for
one thing, guys.
souvenirs in
Listen,
flat earth, how
Bindi,
big
1 second,
is
bro.
it?
No one cares.
I just like to be able to hear everybody talk like one at a time so we don't talk over each other, and I really don't like muting people. I just don't want to. It's not my style. Like, can we just chill and talk? Please.
Sure. So the market for souvenirs. The market.
I make things. Well, here's the thing, man. You're looking at it about money, and I'm looking at it about messages. I'm willing to make people free T-shirts and stuff and just give it away because I don't really care about the money. Don't really need it.
Where you gonna get the money?
Don't need money, and there's other ways to acquire materials.
It's a
What I'm
matter
saying.
of practicality. Steal it?
You can acquire resources. You can Minecraft the real world effectively. You can acquire resources in other ways than money. You just have to go get it.
Okay, where are you
There's
gonna
also a
get the
barter trade thing.
cotton for the shirt?
It's more like a where there's a will, there's a way thing. It's just what I was pointing out.
Ah,
Ah,
Well, like money's not an accurate measurement of the value of your time.
when it's mad, when it's
You lagged out there, buddy. I wonder if he'll come back or if he just dipped. Why does your name say "Get yourself a name"?
Somebody gave it to me on this Discord. I couldn't name myself, and I was begging for a name, not actually. Somebody just gave it to me, and that's exactly what I was trying to get for like the longest. So I have no complaints. I'm just glad I have a name now.
That works.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, I thought you could trust the adults. So when they were feeding me all of the because I was big on the Earth when it came to space and everything, made sure I got everything right. But when I could see the moon in the sky with the sun, that was like really weird. I couldn't figure it out. I mean, I was like, it's pretty cool.
As a teen or young adult, it kind of really messed me up when I knew more about science and how the world functions than most of the people who are twice or even four times my age. And it kind of triggered a lose all respect for people sort of thing. Like, unless somebody has that level of intelligence and the will to know. Like, it's more about the will to know. I don't like willfully ignorant.
Yeah, that's borderline brainwash. Like once you are
Yeah.
brainwashed with the way in China, if you get brainwashed, you go to a different country and you can tell that you've been brainwashed. In America and a lot of other countries, mainly first world countries, but America does it a certain way to where you don't even know that you're brainwashed. It's very, very, very subtle. And the only time you ever can realize it is when, well, you don't really realize it yourself. That's the messed up part about it.
Yeah. Oh, part of
Somebody
the
else has to
brainwashing, man.
really beat it into you. Like, you're
Think
actually
about it.
wrong here, and then you'd end up just having to face it.
It's praise and worship. Part of that propaganda is basically effectively a form of praise and worship, like, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And people sing that stuff over and over and over and over and over and over and over until the pride just fills them.
Well, I don't think a person could maybe support for the country, but I'm talking like full on brainwash the moment you bring
Yeah.
up certain um like keywords, they have an instant response that's pretty much
Oh, the trigger.
programmable. Yeah,
Yeah.
trigger words, stuff like that. And you can see that with multiple people when you bring up certain topics.
Well,
And when
my point
society
was that
is
they.
trying to be so when the government is trying to push a certain thing in society, you can see the people within the society actually support it in a very strange way. It's not really
They're afraid
natural.
of anything outside of. Yeah, they've been given a boogeyman idea of if not this, then bad. So they're afraid of going
Yeah,
outside of it.
they don't even see anything outside of it. That's the thing. Like they don't consider
Yeah.
because it's more like it's very subtle. It's like it's targeting the subconscious directly because the a command is given, then the programming is already there, and so they just it's like the script just runs continuously. And if anyone
Yeah.
goes against the script, then there's something else to block out what the other person is saying. So they don't think rationally about whatever it is that's been considered. And this isn't just about flat earth or anything. You can this is something that happens even when I was like even if you know that the brainwash is real and it's pretty much it happens to everyone who's in the first world country. They grew up there. They've been exposed to it to some way, shape, form. even if you know that could be a thing, you never really think it's you. Like that's how I was. I thought I knew that I thought I could see the brainwash if it did happen. It was only later that I like found out through the stuff that was happening to me that you really can't, it's really difficult to see the brainwash. Like it's always someone or some other external force forcing you to actually see a certain thing or think a certain way or something like
Yeah.
that, or something just stands out and then you realize it and it's just like, okay, that's weird.
To me, I regard the word government as being more offensive than the word brainwashing. Like to control or guide somebody and steer them by their chin, force them to look at what you want them to look at. It's a little more overbearing than just cleansing the mind. Like put your brain in a washing machine. But to me, the word government's more offensive.
That's understandable. Brainwash itself is it's so subtle that like
Yep.
I argue, and this is what I think from like I haven't actually looked into it too deeply here, but I feel like if a person was born into a first world country and they watch TV or listen to the radio and just grew up, into young adult, the golden years are the 1 through 10 years of age. But if they were exposed to TV, radio, and any other form of propaganda, then they've been brainwashed unknowingly. But if you can keep them away from things like that, then they will grow up normally without any
Yep.
issues. That's what I think.
Here's something interesting that most people don't know. Bill Gates wouldn't let his children have phones. He didn't let them use the internet growing up.
Who is Bill Gates?
A big tech nerd guy owns Microsoft or whatever.
Oh, that
Started it.
guy. Okay,
Yeah,
I follow.
he got these big glasses, and shit. But he wouldn't let his children get. And a lot of other rich tech type people, they do not let their children go online. Now, if they don't let their children go online, but the vast majority of people are, that speaks volumes about the state of the state.
Yeah. Honestly, I find it
Smart.
strange too, though, because I feel like Bill Gates and the other people who make a certain amount of money, they're all in on
Yeah.
certain aspects of society that aren't really known to civilians. How
Well, he
far
was
that
part of the
goes, I
practice
don't
run.
really know, but it just
A couple
seems like
years.
they all work together
They
once
do.
the paycheck gets to a certain degree.
A couple years before the Rona, or the year before that, there was a LARP that they did that was pretty much the same exact thing, like identical to. And old Billy Gates was there for that convention.
Oh, Bill Gates has a lot of dirt on him, like a
Yep.
lot of dirt.
His fingers are in everything, or tentacles rather, are tied into everything. In the same way that Apple's getting their hands on everything that they can too, and both of them bend the knee to the government, the feds anyway, not states. Fed.
Yeah,
Even Zuck
it's the
bends the knee to the feds.
Oh, he does much more than that. Like Zuckerberg
He's
and
yeah, he's CIA.
Microsoft, it seems like they it's like the things that they promote through the things that they build, the potential. Like Zuckerberg actually going into what is it called? Yeah, virtual reality
VR.
and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, his VR is shit though. I mean, I guess it could be better right now, but when it first came out, holy crap, it was bad.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's starting a precedent, and then from there, because people will automatically think a certain thing if you show them a certain thing, they've already been programmed. So they will already agree to something that could potentially kill them later on, and without even asking why is this a thing and why, if it's potentially dangerous and if it can potentially kill us, then why are we doing it? If it can potentially enslave our
Yeah.
minds, why is it being promoted? No one asks that. They just say investment of technology is a good thing, even though I argue that it's not advancing, it's degressing because no one's
Yeah.
benefiting from it. I feel like advancement is actually, actual benefit in general for the populace and for the earth because it also seems like the further technology advances, the more efficiently Earth dies, which is very strange.
I don't that dude, yeah. And God will destroy those who destroy the earth. I hate lithium mines. They look like toxic pools of bullshit. And then there's so many other things that people have done to the earth where it's like, why? We didn't even need that. Why?
What's funny is if you actually look deeper into the Oregon thing, if you look really, really not too deep, you start to realize that through, I don't know exactly, but Oregon is more of a catalyst. I'm not going to say a complete catalyst because there's more to it, like a lot more to it than just one thing.
Kind of like lead affects other things. Like on its own, it's just lead, but it can amplify or affect things in a catalytic type or catalyst type way. It's an amplifier, I think. And argon is probably the same. As a gas, it's an amplifier for other gases.
Oh no, Oregon isn't
And
a
an
gas.
insulator. Well, I used to work for a windows and doors company, and we put argon between the sheets of glasses to increase the insulative properties of the windows.
Hmm. Wait, but did they purposely know what they were doing, or
Yeah, because we put a
okay?
certain thing that was this really gummy glue rubbery piece around the edge of it, and then you'd have to stick this kind of a needle type thing where the gas could go through in between it once it's sealed to get the air into that pocket, and then it would be sealed shut around that.
So do you see Oregon as air?
It's a gas. You don't really see anything when it fills in there. It just kind of tells you it's full.
I mean, like, so I'm saying Oregon, but when you consider Oregon, are you talking?
Like just the element argon. Like they'd get in big tanks of it. They're just pure argon and put it between the windows. I didn't work there that long. I just know that they use argon to put between windows to protect stuff, to increase its insulative properties. I think it has something to do with protection from the sun or some shit, but it's mostly about insulation.
Okay. Well, if
The
you
windows also
get
were
deeper
treated.
into that, you actually get into being able
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
water or certain other things, and it goes by resonance, frequency, so on and so forth. It gets really deep, and Oregon also has something to do with the golden ratio. And the golden ratio, if you look into that a little bit deeper, like I'm still trying to figure out all of this. But Oregon, I feel like if people knew about it and made use of it, then there would never be a need to depend on any government. It would actually go against all relying on government or governmental systems for food, water, basic necessities. All of that would go away because you'd be able to supply that for yourself without any issues. Also, it's
Yeah.
ancient cultures knew a lot about Oregon energy as well, and they could use it properly. It's just
I think one of the
you try to
reasons why a
look
lot of tech
into.
and stuff. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say the moment you try to look into like ancient culture, there's so many weird things. Like they like to focus on Egypt and stuff, but it gets weird really quick. Honestly, that's the
Oh, I
ancient
don't believe the official
thing
narrative
that
for
they were
Egypt
doing.
either. Like what we see from Egypt, right? The stuff that's there was reconstructed back in the Middle Ages. Like there was a group of people that went there to reconstruct a bunch of stuff. The foundations for that was set then, and then all the lore was being built about that time, like some Crusades level shit. So I don't believe anything that comes out of Egypt. We're like, oh, we're this. Yeah, right. Egypt was part of an empire. It has nothing to do with a race.
Okay. Well, I don't know anything about that, but all I'm saying is like all of the ancient cultures in the past, they all knew about Oregon energy. They had different
Yeah.
names for it as well, and it wasn't called either. It was called something else. They also had different ways to use it, like the things that they made resonated with certain things of the earth, which I can't really explain because I don't fully understand that. Like I have a very, very subtle understanding of it. I just know that Oregon in general is essential if you want to get off of the everyday conventional technology.
That's interesting. Looking at argon in light bulbs, laboratory applications, medical uses.
Yeah, yeah, it actually does. So if you look into Wilhelm Reich, one of the benefits of condensed Oregon energy was like medical healing. I don't know how you would say that, but people their ailments would be healed. So one thing that he created was like a little box. It was actually a big box, but the whole purpose of the box was it gathered the Oregon energy into a single area, and you can sit inside of the box. And if you do this for like 30 minutes a day for a certain amount of time, you'd get health benefits from doing it. And the health benefits were to the degree that and this was in 1950, I believe, something like that, 1950 something. But the medical practitioners back then, at least one person at the very least, he said that this is essential to the medical industry, and if they do not recognize this, then something's wrong. I forget the exact thing that he said, but it was pretty much that. And that's it was. I don't. They do still have. Well, if you look into Wilhelm Reich, you'll see that all of his books was burned. He was thrown in prison, so on and so forth. A lot of people who say things like this or find things like this end up in weird scenarios that shouldn't. Like it's really strange. He was thrown in prison. He ended up dying in prison. He was in prison for so long. His assistant was thrown in prison, and after he came out of prison, he killed himself. And then they did like the U.S. did a public book burning for everything. Wilhelm Reich looked into. He had multiple books, and they went and burned all of the ones that they could get their hands on. But you can still find his books. The guy's name is Wilhelm Reich. Subject matter is Orgon energy. He's German, by the way.
What is Orgon energy?
Why? Kim, I mean, that was actually kind of the base was kind of cool, but why? Come on.
As far as what it is, I can't really say myself. I don't understand enough. I'm just throwing it out there because I know it's very important, and that's what I was given. Like,
I've read a little bit about it before, and it's interesting because Orgon energy is human energy. energy that is produced when people are having a sexual encounter. And it's the harnessing of that energy.
I mean, that is a part of what Wilhelm Reich said. That's true. But the orgone energy that I'm talking about is pretty much all over the place. You're enveloped within it, and in the scientific sphere, it was known as dark matter.
Dark matter is not
Yeah.
something that has been measured or in any way validly proven to exist.
Just like
Orgone
flat
energy.
Earth. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess I don't know much about dark matter. I do know from what I've seen, if you match dark matter with the accounts of orgone energy, then you get a parallel where dark matter, the things that they say about it, you can see it if you look at the universe through whatever they look at it through, then you can see a blue glow around planets, universe itself, so on and so forth. And that glow they call dark matter or something like that. And it's the same with orgone energy. The Wilhelm Reich's what he what interests him was that blue glow that he saw in the atmosphere, and the blue glow that he saw around cells and other things that he was looking into, which I don't know the complete list of things that he looked at, but you can see it around cells, so on and so forth.
The sex act was a way that he saw that people actually could generate this living energy. And he had sort of like a capsule in which he claimed that he was able to gather this energy and utilize it sort of mechanistically. Uh, what would you say? Confine it within the diameters of this machine. You know that? He
Yeah,
did that?
it wasn't
Yeah.
a machine per se. All it was wood, metal, wood
Right.
layered together, and it was in the form of a box that you can sit in
Right.
that could fit a single
Exactly.
person.
Right.
And you could still
Now
buy it today. Some people still make the thing.
yes,
Uh,
they do.
but I only know of one site, and I don't have that site written down, and I don't even know if it still sells it. But from 2020 was the last update that I saw that he posted. So he may still make them, I don't know. But you could also use that same box to preserve food and water, so on and so forth.
Right. So I have no personal knowledge about anybody who's bought this or used it or um, tested it out. So I know it exists, but uh, the premise of it is very interesting because in yoga, there has been a branch of yoga called Tantra that uses the sexual act as a sort of conscious platform in which to launch into deeper aspects of one's internal being. So it was always interesting to me in that regard.
Yeah, I don't know how far you can go with the sexual side of it. Like I know there was one aspect of what he did get into. He did say things like that. I don't know how deeply he got into that though. And I don't think he was, sleeping around to figure it out. But
No, of course not.
Yeah.
But the subject is a very ancient one. You know, the power of sexuality.
Yeah, yeah,
And
it is. It's
the
even in
idea that you
witchcraft.
can scientifically harness that power is where Wilhelm Reich was renowned, or that was his premise, was that the act itself had um, a power that could be isolated and harnessed. I don't know if
Yeah.
if
It
he
sounds
managed to
like
do it or not.
he probably, I mean, he did get thrown in prison under kind of a BS tag, so I think he did manage. But and this wasn't the only thing that he experimented with. There was
No.
something that he made called a, what was it? Cloud Buster? Something like that, and some other things that I can't remember by name. But I feel like what he discovered with the sexuality thing was something that's what is taken advantage of a lot in satanic rituals. If you
Oh yeah.
hear, it gets really weird. But one thing that they do is have a lot of people sleep with each other in a single room. Then you have one guy collecting the energy from that,
Yes.
or
Yes.
a group, or something like
Well,
that.
the difficulty with tantra in yoga, um, in its history, was that it made um, power of sexuality uh, available to those who had ill intent, because it's a neutral force, can be used for good or for evil.
Mm.
So it remains to be. That's why tantra in yoga was never really pursued, because it had this very dangerous aspect to it.
By taking advantage of, are you referring to like sexual abuse, or
Oh, to the
Satanism
power to
itself?
uh, the power, the pure power of
Oh, that being taken
sexuality
advantage of.
to be
Okay.
harnessed towards evil intent, so you could use it to. Um, well, I think it's actually been done. You know, culturally,
Oh yeah,
sexuality
yeah.
has been
I mean,
used to overwhelm the population and to degrade their consciousness.
yeah, that you're literally describing one of the biggest problems within first world countries.
Exactly. So that's why sexuality um, is almost an off limits area for spirituality. But nonetheless, there have been uh, religious sects that use it to
Yeah,
advance a person's understanding of themselves, and how to achieve higher levels of consciousness. So
I
anyway,
don't.
I do like Reich, not only for his boldness, but his you know, at the time, human sexuality was quite, was on the table for psychologists like Freud and even Jung and many others. So it was being explored, and he was just one of those um, psychic explorers, shall we say?
Wilhelm Reich.
Yeah, Wilhelm Reich.
Did either of those guys figure out that the Earth is a ball or flat?
I don't think he cared about that, to be
Amazing
honest.
how many very smart people have never even thought of it.
Yeah, that's like one of the smallest things because in the things
Hey, get
within
yourself a
the
name.
earth.
Guess what? Once you know the Earth is flat, because I heard you talking about planets, all your shit thinking will go away.
I don't believe you.
Well, it's a fact because then you know that it's created, and then you know don't do fucking crazy things because you're going to have to deal with it later.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's an arguable point because there's people who believe the earth is flat just because they would say the globe doesn't make any sense, and but they don't point to God, per se.
I can prove the Earth is flat without pointing to God per se.
I mean, honestly, yeah, one guy did it earlier. He was like, "How can you contain what was it? How can you have air
Air pressure.
uncompressed?"
Air
Yeah,
pressure
that.
is how I'm going to do it, and I can do it live in here in like I don't know whenever I feel like getting up. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, but I could go out in my garage and turn on my vacuum chamber and put a water in a cup in there, and then close the lid and turn on the vacuum chamber. And under 30 seconds, that thing will turn into a bursted cloud of moisture, and it'll eventually dry up if I let the vacuum pump run long enough. Because if you don't have air pressure, you don't have water.
Yeah,
And
stuff
if
like that.
you live in the
Yeah,
vacuum of space, that stuff would all fly out into the vacuum, just like in my vacuum chamber, which is a mini universe with a planet water inside of it. And then I turn it on and make the universe a vacuum like they say it is, and the water goes away. And
yeah,
I
it's
did
stuff like
that.
that
Yeah,
though. That
I did it. It's not a
when
natural
you're
reaction. It's
speaking about
something
the
that I
way.
did.
Yeah, I get that. But I'm saying I don't disagree with you. Like that was actually a valid point.
That's my proof. Besides, water is flat and level no matter what size it's in, unless you put it in a little teeny thing, and that doesn't count. And you're not going to fool anybody with that. As a child, you learn how water sticks to the side of a cup, so that's nothing to do with, and that's going up. So unless you want to say it's some kind of weird up shape everywhere, that's
No,
doesn't
honestly,
work.
I avoid making excuses when I don't understand what's going on because it's pointless. It's a part of brainwash, in my opinion. So I like hate that doing that personally.
So knowing that, like I live by Lake Erie, and you need the shores of the lake in, so it doesn't just go in everybody's yard. Uh, the oceans are the same. They all have a shore, and it's one ocean, and it has a bunch of different shores. It has islands in it. One's like North America, that's an island. There's all kinds of islands in it. Australia is an island. Big islands, but they're all islands.
So do you believe there is a God?
So you guys have different pictures of that. I just know this place is created by someone, a person, probably way bigger than us, and that's all I can tell you. And because I know that, I totally changed the way I do things because we're not just put here as some kind of spec amoeba made by chance. And because of that, because I know we weren't made by chance, there's something else going on. So I straightened up.
I mean,
I'm not religious. I don't read the
point.
Bible or anything like that.
Okay, so you do believe there is a God. Like I can't fault you with that. That's a
No, I
valid
said
point.
there's a creator. A God is somebody who is invisible and hears all your stories and can grant you wishes when you ask him to. That's not what I do.
I mean, but if you put it to those standards, then an alien could be your creator.
Nope. I don't ask for people to grant wishes. Wishing is a form of like worshiping. You're doing a ritual when you're praying. So that's all ritual stuff, all made up for people to do rituals.
Well, I mean, if I drank a beer at 3 o'clock every single day of the week, it would be my ritual.
You're right. That'd be a ritual to your alcohol god.
Oh no, it's like
Hey,
time or whatever.
doctor, do you take
Consistently, you
showers?
can consider it.
Doctor, do you take showers?
Of course.
Okay. So there's this distinctive point where you gotta take a shower ritually, right?
What time?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, well, you got to eat too, dummy.
I know.
Okay, good. I know you did. I know that was a nerve for you to hear, but don't come back to me with it because we'll have a fun time in here.
Yeah, I don't get it. You just pointed
Don't
out
worry
that there's
about
a
it.
certain ritual.
Don't worry about it.
Eating is one of
He
them.
asked me if I believed in God, and no, I don't believe that you can pray to something and have wishes granted like a genie. Okay?
That's not how it works, dude. Not even
Well,
how he
well,
works.
this isn't a religion room. If you want to go down there, we can talk about it.
Well, you make the statement as if you already know what's up.
Yeah, this place was
created.
I know this place was. I know this place was created. Can you argue against that?
No, that's
Okay,
true.
it is true. That's what I say.
But you sound like as if you're sure.
I'm
as like a
positive it
religious
was
person is
created.
Sure. No, you sound like a religious person when you say that you know something about the creator, like that you can't pray to him or stuff like that.
What? Listen, what's the point? Does he
You
grant
tell me.
Does he grant wishes?
No.
Okay.
It's not a genie, man.
No kidding. So don't treat it like a genie.
No one does. It's not what praying means. You just don't pray
I've
to
heard people pray before.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not praying, "Oh, you're so cool, God. You're just awesome and stay awesome. Goodbye." None of that. It's, "Hey, this guy has cancer. Can you cure this? And I need money this week. Can you grant me money because I can't pay my electric bill?" It's all over the place. That's not genie wishing. That's not genie wishing.
No, that's very vague. When I pray,
My wife is Roman Catholic. I know all about the stuff.
Oh,
I got to go to church on Sundays when there's
That's
baptisms
religious.
and everything else. I don't participate in it.
Me neither, man. I don't go to any church.
I don't participate in it. I go to make sure, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. That's the way I look at things. My wife's not my enemy, but people around her, I think, are. She knows how I am, and she only goes along with them now because she no longer does all that ritual stuff. She thinks like me, but everybody in the family is like that. So she goes there, does the thing, and gets out.
Yeah, I don't do that either. I don't go to church. Have you ever prayed, by the way, in your life?
No.
Never.
Not once.
Interesting. So how can you make conclusions about praying if you've never done it or tested it?
You can ask others who've done it and tested it, and there was fail rates.
Well, that's the thing, because he is not a genie. He is not going to do everything you
So
ask for. It's his will.
That's like saying in Cavendish, if I do it 100 times and it fails 50 times, 50 times I probably didn't do it right. So I probably didn't pray right, or I didn't do something right.
Can you imagine that the creator has free will, so he can choose to either do something or not? Maybe because he has some superior knowledge.
I would have better things to do if I had terrariums in my yard than to grant wishes to things in my terrarium.
So you think he just created this to be?
I don't know.
Be on our own?
I don't know, but that's how I see it, because that's how reality works. I can't just
That's kind of sad,
start
man.
bumping up. There's a book that was written by a mystery person that came from a mystery person that everybody reads that solves the mystery.
Well, but the book is telling something hopeful.
I
in
know.
contrast
I'm
to what
telling
you're
you
saying.
something hopeful too.
No.
Don't fuck around. Be good because you don't want to deal with consequences because I'm sure this wasn't created to just turn people into dust. You
Well, I
don't know
can agree
why
with
this
that.
place
Yeah,
is.
that
You don't know why
there's a
this
day of
place is
judgment.
here. You don't know why this
So
place is here.
you agree that there's a day of judgment by the creator.
Yeah, because we're full of energy, and I don't think energy can really be destroyed. However, I want to put it.
If the creator is perfect, how can we ever, as unperfect beings, how can we stand before the creator then?
I don't know.
Or how
I don't know.
how
I
can we
can't
actually?
answer your question.
Okay. But there's a book that tells us how. But
Yeah,
you
it
say it's
also
wrong.
talks about other things in there. People making giant oceans separate and everything else.
You know, that's actually
Okay.
possible.
Everything is possible with a creator.
I mean, like splitting the ocean or a river or something like that, that can be recreated. From what I was seeing with the Oregon and stuff, things like that can be recreated.
Well, we should be doing that instead of building bridges and using ships to lay wire. We should just walk across everywhere. That way people would be safe.
I don't know about the walking on water thing.
Walk across the bottom of the ocean, build cities and stuff, keep it open. Be fun, have a wall of water next to you.
Awful quiet in here today, guys. What's going on?
Good morning.
Good
Or afternoon.
afternoon. Oh, it's afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Yeah, just.
I thought about it right while I was saying it. Like, well, it's probably afternoon for him.
Yeah. Well, where are you? Are you in the east
I
or
hope
the
all's
west?
well. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm in North Carolina, USA.
so you're in the east. Okay, 5 hours difference. So it's about 7 a.m. for you, 8 a.m.
Yeah, it's getting close to 8.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Just working on a project that's kind of non sequitur to the subject of this room, so I won't really get into discussing it.
Yeah, but no one's talking at the moment. We can get back to the flat Earth, but no one's bloody talking, are they? So.
Oh, not you. I mean, I'm working on something that is non sequitur to what this room is about, so I'm not really.
Yeah,
I'll go back to my silence. Feel free to bring up a subject, though, if you want to talk about something, then. Like, yeah.
I know you said that. I'm just saying that while no one's talking, it doesn't matter. Like if there was like a heated debate between two globers, two flat earthers, and then you interjected with your, I really like ramen noodles, then right, it's different than
yeah, completely non sequitur. Well, right now I'm working on something that has to do with United States law, and that's kind of nothing to do with the science related to the ground.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I just realised that ramen noodles contain water, which is flat and stationary, so I guess it's kind of not entirely.
Oh, there you go. But you got to put the ramen in a bowl, so does that start bringing up some concave Earth vibes?
Yeah, good point. Maybe we've been fooled and it's actually all three. Like the Earth is flat, but we're actually in a ramen noodle bowl, so the Earth is concave, and there's a dome above us. So when you consider the dome and the ramen noodle bowl, it's a globe. So it's actually all three. Maybe that's the only way to finish the debate.
Yeah. Well, the way I look at it, I don't think that any of us are going to go to the far reaches of existence, and most people won't even go to Antarctica. So the debate and discussion about the edges of the Earth or whatever, it's kind of non-productive in a lot of ways. It gets weird. It gets all like, well, imagine this, and then, or what if? But it's possible. The ground itself is clearly not curving like the official narrative about a globe states. So I like to say that Earth is Earth-shaped.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, for sure it's Earth-shaped.
If you were to put out like a poll asking like 100, I don't know, like asking every globe earther whether Earth was Earth-shaped, I guarantee some of them would disagree with you. Just because, a flat earther's asking the question, it must be wrong.
Well, I've had hard-headed people completely ignore the concept of what the human heart looks like versus the heart emoji, and the fact that heart emoji is not what my heart looks like. And so if I were to say that a heart would be heart-shaped, but not that heart-shaped, but it trips people out when you're trying to explain that to them that way. Certain people can't get that for some reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, that comes down to the nature of categories, doesn't it? People don't understand what a category is. A category isn't like identikit copies of something. Because, I mean, a good example of that would be like, say you've got, I don't know, a Ford's Camaro or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know if they do a Camaro. Is that a thing? But every single Camaro or whatever they produce, there'll be different variations. Some of them will have slightly bigger rims, others will be different colours, others will be different. I don't know. One will have like a 2-litre engine, one will have a 1.6-litre engine, whatever, right? But fundamentally, they're all still in that category. So you don't like. There'll be a
Mustang would have been a
variation
better.
of heart shape. Sorry,
Like all of the Mustangs are Mustangs, but their shape changes drastically over the years.
Right. But there'll be certain things that can't be Mustangs because of their shape as well, right? So a pickup truck will never be a Mustang.
Yep. Because it's a category error. It's not a car, it's a truck.
But it's not just because it's a category error. It's because the shape as well. Like you can't be shaped like that and be a Mustang, but you can be shaped many different ways and still be a Mustang, right? So this is just how people don't understand categories. This comes up a lot with like taxonomy and genetics, but also with just logic generally.
It's kind of like a lot of folks think that this is a flat Earth versus globe Earth discussion as though it's all shape. But flat's not a shape, it is a property that shapes may or may not have.
Exactly. Like a hexagon could have many flat sides to it, but the shape is hexagon, not flat.
It's kind of like the difference between a triangle or a triangle with rounded sides. Like you have to add extra words to make it what it actually is, because triangle by default is very specific shape, like square and circle.
Right. Exactamundo.
It's kind of everything else. It's like everything else is qualifiers or explanations for things. Dude, I think the funniest thing that I've realized about reality itself or society when interacting with so many different people is a large portion of the population is triggered by colors, shapes, and sounds.
Yeah. And categories, actually. Just categorizing things.
It's the most.
It just triggers people.
Yep. It's the most kindergarten level thing, though. Like, let's never graduate kindergarten and just get triggered by color, shapes, and sounds and try to categorize everything that way forever.
Right. I mean, the amount of times I've heard someone
Primitive
say...
science.
Like, the amount of times I've heard someone say that, for instance, like, I'm a white person, right? So, but I'm not actually the same shape. I'm not the same color as a sheet of paper, but I know what that means. And like the amount of people I've said, I've never seen anyone who's the same color as a sheet of paper. It's like, that's not what that means in that context, right? So, like a white rhino also isn't white. It's just not a black rhino. It's just what we call that type of rhino. That it could be called a, I don't know. We could call it the Mexican rhino. It would still be the same thing. It's just a name for that thing, right? Thing X has that name.
The average person is neither black nor white. Like if you were to take those words literally, they're politically divisive categorization terms anyway, like from like the 1800s. But the average person is literally not black or white. They're like some kind of peach or like brown, like or somewhere in between.
Exactly.
But you have albinos and like kind of the. Like, go ahead.
I was just saying exactly. Carry on.
Oh yeah, you got the extremes. So somebody has like a lot of melanin or whatever. I almost said melatonin. I think that's the shit that makes you get to sleep. But or they have albinism, and those do look white or black, but usually they're from like Africa or something. So,
but even albinos, dude, even albinos don't look entirely white. They just look a lot whiter than I do, right? So it's just. Isn't it funny? We've got this category called white that isn't entirely white, but then the one that's almost entirely white isn't called white anymore. It's just the shit
like
we
a
say.
cover for a book, though,
Right.
and it doesn't define what's in the book. Sorry.
Right. Well, it's just a name for a thing, right? I don't know why people get triggered by this shit. It's so dumb.
Well, it was originally used to segregate people based off of their, like in a caste system, due to wealth and certain wealthy people not wanting their crap to be, inherited by those people, whoever those people may be. They would use these as divisive terms to keep people separated. Didn't want their sons going around trying to do that or get their daughters pregnant by those people, whoever, that mentality. So that's where those terms come from, is complete and utter division. And it actually, there's references to it that go all the way back to the Roman Empire and the Greeks too. Like it's just been a thing. Like humans just do that, separate by black and white.
Yeah, but they separate by all sorts of different ways, man. Like, again, it's just about categories, isn't it? Like, as a European, it's like I understand that we don't really see that in the same way as you guys do. Like, Americans love to talk about because America's only got 400-year history.
To me, the noticeable thing, though.
Let me just get this in right. You guys like to talk about your history, but such a shallow history, right? Because you've only been around so long, right? But as like Europeans, we've got thousands of years of history. So when we hear about something that happened 200 years ago, constantly, it's a bit like, oh, you're still talking about that, okay? You know.
Like we get it. That happened like 200 years ago. We get it.
Right.
Like, let's move on.
For me, it's like, oh, we're hearing about that again. Oh, wow. Okay.
Like, wait, did it happen again? Oh, no, you're talking about that one that happened 200 years ago? Come on, man.
And also, as Europeans, we've enslaved each other. We've enslaved other people. People have enslaved us. Like, we had bloody North Africans coming to try and fuck us up in England many times. And it's just like, we got over that shit. We stopped talking about it years ago. There's like the Spaniards trying to come and like sort us out. The French have tried it on. We've tried it on with the French. You know, the Norwegians tried to come and screw us over. The Swedes come to try and screw us over. It's like, dude, if the English were to talk about all of the times we got invaded, we would never stop talking.
Oh, geez. Too proud to have a victim mentality like that, huh?
It's just like, it's the opposite, isn't it? Like, cool, yeah, so we got fucked up by a bunch of people, and then we fucked up a bunch of people. I mean, what else is there to say about that?
The difference with slavery is, yeah, the British slaves didn't come to Britain. They went to the West Indies, whereas the American slaves went to America. So that's why it's more of a talking point. We never saw it in the UK.
It never came here, did it? Yeah, we never actually had slaves.
But the British people owned so many slaves, but they just never came here, whereas the Americans brought their slaves to the same place. Right. So it's like it's much more. It's the same
colonies.
Thing. Yeah.
Oh man, I was kind of.
He's right. Because a lot of the colonies would have kept things separate, so the folks back, quote, home over in Europe would have never actually seen the scope, like the magnitude of what was actually happening with the slavery type stuff, because they're just getting resources imported in from merchants.
Sure, but it also isn't new in our history anyway. Like, it might be new in America's history because America's not been around for that long, but in terms of like European history, like there's been so many slave trades of so many people.
Yeah.
Across Asia, across North.
The Silk Road was mostly run by slaves, like the way that they used it, connecting everything.
But do you see what I'm saying? Okay, let's put it this way, right? Let's just say that you owned 10 guitars.
Or powered by.
Sorry, am I still coming through?
Yeah.
I hear you now. You said something about guitars. I'm sorry. I'm excited about the conversation because while I'm very much against the slavery, I have a lot to say about why that shit happened.
Yeah, I think everyone's against slavery, dude. I don't even think that needs to be said, really. But for me, it's like if you got 10 guitars, then you would be like, oh yeah, this guitar's kind of cool, and this guitar's kind of cool, and this guitar's kind of cool. But where you've only got one guitar, you would like obsess over it. And I think that's where America is. They've only had one slave trade, right? So they're like obsessed with this one. Whereas when you've got a history,
well, then there's the cog disc.
when you got a history like the Europeans
The
have,
free range slavery,
and the Asians and Africa,
sorry.
we've been doing slavery with each other for thousands of years. And I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's like you're obsessed with this one because it's the only one you actually know about.
What's weird is
humans do in war.
Less bothered about it like 30 years ago than what they are now. It's like getting pushed on them all the time to be like, for reparations and things.
Right.
It's like some sort of narrative going on.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's obvious ulterior motive, but it's like also, does anyone really need to say that they're against slavery? Is that really a thing that anyone needs to say, just in case they weren't sure? Yes. Like, I wasn't sure if you were pro it or not.
But the reason why I said that is to preface something else that I'm going to say, because like what belief is or what somebody acknowledges exists, because people are in denial of it. Like, I don't believe in slavery, as though it doesn't even exist. And it's like, but it does. It's there, and it's something that needs to be dealt with.
Sure. But, I mean, like, what does that mean? Are you talking about, like, because the thing is the way
free-range slavery, and the way that they've got these third world countries running certain things and getting paid, like these companies have worked things out, so they're pretty much indentured servitude type slaves. They have no choice but to work or starve.
Yeah, but you have
got
that
like
as
freaking suicide nets out of buildings and stuff to prevent people from jumping. It gets weird, man.
Yeah, but you have that too, right? Obviously, it's not as bad as, say...
We do not have nets in America preventing people from jumping out of buildings, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not letting me... Dude, if you're going to let me elaborate...
You're right.
If you're not going to let me elaborate on my point, then of course you can cut me off halfway through and it's going to sound bad. But let me actually make my point and then you can respond to it.
I'm sorry. No, go. I'm sorry. I think I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to Dubai, right? So I go to Dubai most years, and they have awful working conditions for, say, Pakistani, Bangladeshi workers there. That's not obviously the same as what I experience in the West. I'm not saying that they're the same. But we all have that to some extent because of the financial system. Like, we all don't have the option not to work. So what I'm saying is, where do you draw the line for indentured servitude? Because I mean, like, you can define it how the UN defines it if you want, which I don't have to hand. But I would guess it would be something along the lines of working for no material gain against your will. It would be something like that, right? A lot of people in the West find themselves in that position. They have to work 40 to 50 hours a week. They don't actually see any of that money because it all is squirreled away in the financial system via rent, bills, whatever. And yes, it may be more comfortable, I would say, than, say, like a Bangladeshi worker in Dubai, but you still are a slave to that lifestyle because of the financial constraints you are forced into, right?
Yep. Exactly. And it's like different types of systems that all do the same thing.
Right.
What you said is on point. Yep, exactly. And they adjust how the system operate based off of the society and what they're willing to receive. Like, a message has to be delivered a certain way for it to happen.
Right. And so, I mean, the question has to be then, what do you do about it as a population? You've got these kind of financial overlords who are forcing you to waste most of your life at work doing jobs you fucking hate as a population, but they don't care because they make money off you. So what are you going to do about it is the question.
I don't believe that protesting or running around with a megaphone or holding a sign saying the end is nigh is the way to do anything. That doesn't work. My personal opinion is be that change, just do it yourself. And other people, if they recognize what's going on, the first follower is the second leader. They'll start helping in doing things, and everybody else will be like, we don't do that, and they'll be afraid, like the insane people that they are. But my thought is this too: don't use it for evil ever. Always use it for good. Your knowledge should always be used for good. Make it better.
Yeah, it's a good start. Certainly a good start.
I can't do anything. I can't make anybody else do anything, but I can make myself do things. So that's all I can do. That's my thought.
This came back from a conversation about categories, right? So, again, I think in the European context, I don't know if Super Spinning Monkey Ball's still there, if he's got a different opinion or whatever. But my opinion is that these categories already existed anyway, and they were just abused by financial overlords. But I don't think that I don't think that the people in power actually have the capacity to force people to understand categories. They certainly are trying their best to force people to not understand categories today, right? With the whole LGBTQ kind of push, right?
And their distorted version of evolutionary timelines. And they make really weird categorizations that, yeah.
Well, no, they're just trying to erode categories. Like they're saying, "Oh, well, men. What is a man? What is a woman? Oh, it's if you feel like a man." Well, that's very circular, meaningless, right? Oh, if you feel like a woman, you are a woman. No, I can't feel like a woman. Just like I can't feel like I'm a tree. I can't just, today I'm a squirrel. No, that's not how it works. You are already, it's already within you that you are what you are. You are the bundle of, genetics that you are. And, you can be butthurt about that, but you can accept yourself, right? And I choose to accept myself. I've got flaws. Everyone has flaws. But you don't cry about your flaws. You either work on them or you just accept there's nothing you can do about some of them. And that's fine, right? But then that doesn't make a category irrelevant just because some despotic dickheads decided to abuse categories.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, I don't think some dickheads in the 1800s invented race. I don't think that happened. I think they chose to abuse that, but I don't think they invented it.
My fault is this, bro. I don't think that the terms black and white actually have much to do with race. It's more so about greed. The race is like a secondary aspect to it, but they're using that system is rooted in their greed.
Yeah, but again, it's like, is Kanye West white because he's rich?
Green privilege, gold privilege. Whoever has the gold makes the rules. That's their golden rule.
Right, but I don't think it's like. I mean, is Samuel L. Jackson white? Is LeBron James white? I don't understand the logic of this argument.
My thought is this, bro. These old money type people are the ones that I was referring to that influence certain things. It was their will that encourages the use of these terms, and it still is today. These old money, wealth, billionaire people like Soros and others, they throw money at situations and they cause problems that they can fix.
Oh yeah,
it's just power, control, and greed. Like that division, dude. Like I look at everybody like they're my cousins. Like these are my cousins from other branches of the family, but they look just as weird as I do, and we're all one big family. They just don't know it yet.
Right, but I don't think that they need to. Like, I'm struggling to see the link between categorizing humans and controlling humans, because they seem to be
preventing certain. It has to do with preventing the descendants of certain families from interbreeding with other families, so that the wealth isn't separated between those two, inherited by people who are of both families. It keeps it isolated in a specific region, and the control is thus isolated amongst those people.
But those people pushing that categorization are neither black or white genetically. So why would they care to segregate those people?
Multiple levels of segregation due to they can harness energy off of the division. They come in as being some kind of savior with their political plans and shit too. It's a us versus them mentality when you compartmentalize everything that way, and it makes it easier to control a population.
I don't disagree with any of this. I just don't know what it has to do with the categorization based on observation of people groups. Like I can look at, say, a Maori and say that guy's a Maori, and then I can look at a woman and say, oh, she's Indian. then I can look at another guy and say, "Oh, that dude's Chinese or Malaysian or whatever." And all I'm doing.
That's really what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with those categories at all.
But I'm just observing them based on the characteristics they have. Like I'm not. There's no. I don't understand how that then therefore means that Chinese people are now oppressed. Like you can only oppress them through either physical action or some sort of financial control mechanism.
Politics.
Sure, but that can be done to anyone. You know, the working class in this country, for instance, have always been under the thumb of the middle class, and everyone looks white.
One thing that I found to be interesting is the statement that you can't have pressure without containment applies to this political world and the way all of these borders are set up legally.
Yeah, I agree.
And they generate energy off that pressure.
Yeah.
This is the power for like the power generation system for the quote matrix. Like, and the matrix is like governmental systems interconnected together. We're not in some simulation, though the government systems do simulate what people think life should be, and that's not life.
Right. I think, generally speaking, my
You changed your name too much, Joe.
People groups will get into self-hating and blaming them. Sorry?
You changed your name too much, Joe. I'm like, I put my glasses on. I'm like, let me, because I thought I recognized you. Damn it.
Yeah, it's me again. The thing
I hope all's well with.
Yeah, you know, I'm good. I'm good. I enjoy this topic a lot, but I find I have a very different view to most people on this topic.
Sorry, go. I didn't mean to throw off your train of thought, bro.
You're roboting?
Well, I'm glad you observed that super monkey ball because I was assuming it was on my end and I just couldn't hear him.
Say something, so no one said anything, so I just said, yeah, he's still roboting, mate. Can't hear you. It's not working.
That certain groups on actions they didn't take. Am I back?
There you go.
Yeah, sorry. There's a dead zone that I always drive through, and I always forget, and then I always robot, and it's annoying. So my worry with this whole conversation, right, is that certain groups of people are browbeaten into self-hatred and blaming themselves for actions they didn't take. So, for instance, if the British government does a bunch of stuff that I don't approve of, like, why should I internalize that as my fault or my problem, either currently or historically? You know, and so people say, "Oh, the British did X, Y," and it's like, well, I didn't do that, and I wouldn't have wanted to do that had I had the option, right?
I know he wants to apologise. I mean, to apologise for Zealand like hundreds of years ago. I was like, no, what he's talking about has nothing to do with me.
Exactly.
Just think how bad the Germans have got it. Like today's generation of Germans, they can't even speak about it.
Yeah, they are really in a chokehold politically, aren't they? Socially as well. And what's funny is that, I definitely shouldn't say this on the politics server, so I won't say it. I'll say it in a very roundabout way. There are certain parts of history which I don't believe are reported accurately.
Say less.
Do you mean the Holocaust? Are you talking about the Holocaust? I'm gonna stop.
Let's not go there in this server.
Okay.
Yeah, I may or may not be discussing said event in history.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
But of course, that is
long enough time.
used as a way to browbeat people, right? So it's like, this thing happened. Now you should apologize. Like, what the fuck? How about no? Why is anyone apologizing today, even if it actually happened? Right?
Instead, people just respond, well, this is news to me. Who the F did it? Let's go kick his ass. Then they have to explain, no, this happened a long time. Well, then what are we talking about?
Yeah, it's like, dude, they talk about it like it happened last week. It's like, dude, it didn't. It's like, if it happened last week, let's go around with baseball bats and break his legs. But if not, it's like, dude, that's a long grudge.
Yeah, I think slavery is a bad one for the browbeating. It's like hundreds of years ago, the 1% of the 1% bought slaves from African slave owners, and now they want all white people to pay reparations for that, which is insanity.
In a way, for like warring neighboring tribes and groups, it's kind of like banning somebody from a region without having to actually end their life. Like they were using it that way for political purposes in a lot of ways. Like just, we'll send all these people there and now this land's open to be used. Don't have to fight them. Just capture them and send them off. I think that kind of stuff was common. Then they would just grab the land, use the resources. It's all greed. And then it would be more profitable for those people because they'd also make money off of them selling them.
Yeah, it had existed in Africa for a long time, hadn't it?
Okay. Obscenely wealthy, you're either hot micing or doing that on purpose. Please don't be a troll.
Yo, what's up?
How's it going, Run?
Yo, what's going on, dude? What's happening?
Just hanging out.
Yo, how long did it take you for you to
Chilling.
be leader?
What was that?
How long did it take you for you to get the politics leader level?
Not sure. I just kind of hung around here for an extended period of time. I couldn't give you an accurate estimate, man.
Did you join in September?
About 1 month, something like that.
About 1 month?
I think so, yeah.
I'm level 3 right now. I'm trying to get... I think like you need level 5 to make your own VCs, right? Or level 4? I'm not sure.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah, you need like... Yeah. You can make your own VCs at some point. But definitely not at level 3. It's either 4 or 5.
No, sorry, my bad. 3 months, I think it is, because I got mine a couple of days ago.
3 months, and you're level what?
The
level 5.
politics leader.
Yeah. Yeah, he's also been in the server since September, right? So it's been like...
Yeah, 3 months it is.
3 months. 3 months for level 5. Yeah, makes sense. That's not too bad.
Yeah, man. That'll time flies. Just hang out and chill, and you'll level up quick.
Is any ball tards in here? No.
It's mostly a quiet room. We're just kind of...
There's a guy called El Globus. Like, who's El Globus? Is he like a ball head?
Lamau believing in a spinning globe in 2023.
Lamau? Did you just say out like
Yeah, I'm a big time
Yeah, like LOL.
Lamau? No, LOL is an actual thing. Lamau, not really. It's LMAO. Yeah.
What? No. You got one can't be true.
I mean,
and the other one false.
for you,
They're
it's
the same thing.
probably like a BC, right? Because brain cells. You probably you laughed all your brain cells out. It sounds like.
I mean, next time when you try and insult someone, try and make it at least funny or cutting. That wasn't either.
It doesn't have to be funny, dude. Like, I'm talking to a person who cites the current year for their argument. So, like, I already know.
Make it like
I already know I'm dealing with a low IQ person when you cite the current year in your argument. It's the current year.
Oh, right.
How can someone believe in something in the current year because it's the current year?
So you don't understand jokes or insults, right? Okay.
No,
you don't.
that's not a joke. It's a meme. You've been memed.
You are
He's gonna talk about manual breathing now. Watch.
You are all now manually breathing. All of
Hey,
you
what
are
did I
manually
say?
breathing. You're all
going
manually.
to
You're now all manually.
Yeah.
So
you're now manually muted.
Do you want to have a serious discussion, or do you want to just like come really, really badly? How do you want to progress this?
What's your top globe proof?
I don't believe in a globe.
Globe proof, and then give me your top space proof.
I don't believe in a globe, bro.
You don't believe in a globe?
No.
Didn't you say Lamau believing in flat Earth in the current year?
No, I said Lamau believing in a globe in the current year.
Okay, don't ever represent flat Earth by using the current year next time. But anyway, all right. I thought you were a globetard.
Why not? There's nothing wrong with them.
So it was a joke that you didn't get, and you now have too much ego to just admit that you didn't get a joke. That's fine.
No. Yes. No. I admitted that, I was wrong about you being a flat earther, and then you have too big of an ego to admit that I admitted that.
No. Every single person
you decide to just carry on being a child.
Every single person in this room apart from you has heard me talk about this for years. So clearly you're new. That's cool. But
no,
I don't.
Not new, bro. Not new, bro. Been a flat earth for many years.
Cool. I don't understand.
Also been to this VC many times.
I don't understand how you think talking over me constitutes a good conversation, but also I don't really believe you because I've been on this scene for probably close to 10 years now. I've no idea who you are.
All right. Yeah, just don't use the current year anymore. Since the argument doesn't work.
Yeah.
Here, let me show you the meme. Let me find you the
You need
meme.
to understand what a joke is. You need to understand what a joke is.
No, it's you've been memed. Let me find the meme for you. Give me a second.
Yeah, I understand that it's a joke.
Right. No, you have been memed. That's the thing. You have been memed.
This is really cringe, bro. Just drop it.
Actually, this is a funny outcome of this conversation. I've been ported back to 2015. That was a funny meme, bro. I just looked it up. Anyway, conclusion: there's no Baltards in VC. Fine. Bro, into the break. I'm not your son. I'm your daddy. That's what you forgot. Anyone gonna talk? Yo, Canadian atheist. You there?
That guy was a right weirdo. I don't know if any of you guys have talked to him before. But...
No, never seen him before in my life.
Yeah, me either.
But it felt like he was trying to pick a fight with anybody.
Yes.
He was like calling people's names out the list,
Kind of...
you know, telling people what they can and can't say. Yeah.
Antagonistic.
Yeah, that's why I just stopped talking because I was like, oh, he wants an argument. Cool. Have fun with that.
Crypto, man, you got to come around more. Your British accent's getting worse. You talk American some more.
How's it going?
How's it going, man? How you doing?
So I sound like I wear a monocle and a top hat now.
Yeah, pretty much, and like you're swinging a pocket watch.
Fair play.
Bro.
It's not even untrue.
You know, they should bring back pocket watches, man. They were badass, classy. But they don't have the pocket, the watch pocket anymore. So,
I could invest. It's very possible for me to invest in a pocket watch, but I'd need to get a pocket first. I haven't got a pocket up there. Like a breast pocket.
they have the watch pocket, man. The one that's like, you know, right above your belt and your vest. A product for you, man. It's like a cell phone / pocket watch, right? Basically, like a cell phone with a screen, but it's in the form. Looks like a pocket watch, but you flip it open and it's actually a smartphone.
You flip it open and
that sounds.
you flip it open and it's the flat Earth model. You can just show people.
There you go. That'll be your screensaver.
Do you remember that one bloke who came to 24/7 one day and he was like, "Oh, you guys are all flat earthers, but the PFP of the server is a globe." And it was like, "Dude, you are retarded."
Yeah, there's a person on Facebook trolling with that. We got like a Facebook. I don't know if you know. There's a 24/7 Facebook page. I just go on there to spam memes and irritate Globers like a couple times a week. But there's one he's been like, "You gotta your server logo is a globe." Like, dude, you're blind, man. It's the sun and the moon, man.
Blind and retarded.
Especially because on the Discord, our server logo rotates, right? So, you know what I mean? The sun and moon move. It's animated. So, like, if you just can't figure it out, you got issues. But Globers not be able to take their frickin' L lately, man. They just can't take the L. They got to keep going no matter what.
Right, I'll be back in about half hour, guys.
No Globers in here, man. Quiet.
Not right now.
Anything lively lately? Anything I can clip?
Not really. We were just chatting about random things earlier, and then there was that one guy that came in that was trying to be antagonistic. Boring, though.
Am I antagonistic?
You?
I wouldn't say so. I'm selectively antagonistic.
What's 18 USC section 242?
Your mic's really quiet.
Deprivation of rights under color of law.
Oh God. That law is a trap, man.
You heard about the Trump case law, India?
Oh, him getting banned from Colorado or whatever.
Yeah, but they're citing federal law. That's the shtick there.
Yeah, it'll get flipped.
I don't know. I mean, probably if it went to the Supreme Court, I reckon maybe.
It'll probably get flipped at the appellate level.
Really?
Well, I mean, okay, so there was Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys ran for fucking president and after the Civil War, and they were part of an actual rebellion. Right, they participated on the side of the South during the Civil War.
Weren't they pardoned though?
Well, yeah, there was. I don't know if it was like a mass pardon. It could have been, but it doesn't matter really because Trump has never he hasn't been convicted of anything.
Yeah, I agree on that.
So, if that's the standard, right? Like, you were convicted, but you have to be pardoned for it not to apply. Well, Trump's never been convicted in the first place, so that's the problem, right? He's basically. That's why it's going to be flipped, in my opinion, is that because he's never been charged with it, right? He's never been charged with insurrection, rebellion, treason, or any of those things. You can't just oh, it's my opinion. I think that, I believe what he did was treason, or I believe what he did was insurrection. Now he can't run as president. That's not good enough, man.
Did the court assess the evidence on insurrection, or did they just say it was obvious? Because I'm sure they would have had a case on.
No, you got to have a trial for that. Unless Trump stipulated to the facts, but there's still no judgment, right? You could have a summary judgment or a default judgment or anything like that, or a judgment from a trial. But there's
no criminal trial.
Yeah,
but
well, I mean, there's no civil trial either, so no trial. It's just like someone's opinion. I think this dude did insurrection. I want to stop him from being on the ballot. Well, why can't anybody say that? Like anytime someone says anything against the United States government, try to get them canned from the ballot because, in your opinion, that was an insurrection.
How would you say? Would you say that if there was an Islamic community in Oklahoma and they declare independence and they take over a city, would you say the leader of that rebellion would be able to run for president?
Well, I mean, is that really a rebellion?
I mean, an insurrection, if it was crushed, as an attempt.
I mean, an insurrection is when you're trying to overthrow the United States government, trying to just go away from it isn't really
insurrection could be for independence causes. I mean, a coup would be like toppling a government, right? Replacing it with something else. But if you were I don't know, Texas, and you wanted to be independent, that would, and you used arms to get.
Well, what the courts would do is they would look at when they drafted that, right, at the Constitutional Convention, what they meant at the time when they wrote it down.
Yeah, and I think they would qualify insurrection as trying to break away from the United States or toppling the government.
Well, that's the thing. At that, the people that signed the Constitution when they constructed the Constitution, I don't think that they would qualify a state. They didn't put it this way. they wouldn't have considered the Civil War an insurrection or a rebellion. What Lincoln did was totally fucked up. The Union was completely voluntary, right? They never thought the people that, because there were times before the Civil War that certain states wanted to secede from the Union, and nobody said a thing about it, right? And we're talking about the people who actually wrote the Constitution. They didn't say anything. They weren't like, this is an insurrection, this is a rebellion. It was like, you can be part of this club. It's like being in the United Nations, right? Oh, I'm in the United Nations. Well, I don't want to be in the United Nations anymore. Okay, it isn't an insurrection because it's a voluntary organization. It wasn't.
Do you think states have the right to leave the United States?
Of course.
Oh.
They got to give back all the shit, though. You know what I mean? You can't have all the stuff that you accumulated from the federal government and then be like, yeah, but we're just going to leave now that we got a bunch of stuff.
I don't think that right's stipulated anywhere in the Constitution. So it is up to the Supreme Court, in essence, either way. If the Supreme Court say no, I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's another thing. The Supreme Court also never ruled whether the secession of the South was legal or not. It never went to the courts.
I think the Supreme Court in America has too much power. I mean, like in the UK, our Supreme Court will say something like Parliament must legislate on this issue, and until they have, it's not legal or illegal. It's like an alien, right? So, for instance, slavery in the UK, there was a trial just before you went independent, and it was a Somerset case where they said that, they said that slavery is too odious in this land, but there is no this is not based in common law, so Parliament will have to legislate on slavery for it to be lawful, and then Parliament just refused to legislate on it. So then slavery basically ended in the UK. I think your Supreme Court doesn't do enough of like saying Congress must legislate on this. They just make decisions, right?
The Supreme Court's only supposed to interpret what the law is. They're not supposed to do anything other than that.
Yeah, but they have in essence the power to legislate. The Supreme Court do, because they can decide with interpretation what is meant in the Constitution.
Yeah, well, I mean, but they're applying like a standard, right? So they're applying the rules of judicial interpretation, and so there's a thing where when a legislature makes a law, right? When they write a law down and then pass it, and then the president signs it, and it becomes law, they're supposed to know, right? They're supposed to know what it means, right? How that statute's going to be interpreted. They're supposed to know. You can't plead like stupidity. And the Supreme Court assumes, right? It has the presumption that they did everything that they wanted to do. Right, so there's the assumption that when the legislature made the law and they wrote it down with these words, right, in this structure and all this crap, they knew that the laws of statutory interpretation were going to be applied to it and what the consequences of that was. Right, so it's the way it is. The Supreme Court decides what the law means. Someone has to
and they legislate.
I mean, not
effectually,
really.
they legislate.
I would call it like, I wouldn't say they legislate. I would say the legislature didn't do their job well enough, and the Supreme Court fills in the blanks.
Well, let's take gay marriage. Now, I don't want to hear your opinion on gay marriage, just for an example, right? Gay marriage is not protected wasn't protected in law, right? And it wasn't protected in constitutional law explicitly. But there's things like when you say all men are created equal, there's no discrimination, that sort of stuff, and all of these sorts of things, clearly stipulated in the Constitution. When the Supreme Court makes a decision on gay marriage, they're legislating because that wasn't stipulated in law or on the Constitution. That is something that they've willed into existence, right? And so they basically legislated gay marriage, right? There's no other way you could really look at that, right? Because they're not wrong to have made that decision, but they're sort of using their own sort of they're using words that are vague in the Constitution to mean things, right? That beyond what they say.
Well, the states could change their legislation to make gay marriages unlawful.
But once it's been determined that it's a constitutional...
Well, they would have to because when they made the laws, they didn't make the law. See, the state can always do something if they can show that there's a necessity to do it, right? So they can violate your rights to a degree. So, like, there is no right to marriage.
Okay? Yeah.
Okay, it's a secular state marriage. State secular marriage is not like a public right. You can't say I have the right to get married, and the state has a duty to recognize it. No, they don't. They've created what would they call a franchise? Marriage is like a franchise, and what the Supreme Court basically is saying is, you can't offer this franchise to some people and not others.
Yeah, because they have like benefits entrenched in them, don't they? In the institution of marriage.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you have the benefits of the domestic laws of the state, whatever state you're in, such as, like, there's rules. There's set rules when you get divorced, right? How you break up the family, like, all the benefits of marriage, all the, inhibitions of marriage, right? They consider them, rights and duties, right? So you get some rights with the marriage contract, and there's some duties with the marriage contract. You're supposed to obey them all, yada, yada, yada. Right? But you don't have to get a state marriage. You could have a ecclesiastical marriage, right? You just get married in a church, no marriage license. And in common law, it's only 3 steps to be married. Three, what do you call it? 3 requirements to be married, right? You have to cohabitate, put yourself out as if you're man and wife, and you have to have consummated it, right? You have to have had sex. So live together, have had sex, and put yourself out as man and wife. That is the only requirements in common law. You don't need any other thing.
I mean, you would surely agree that the framers had no sense of what the purpose of the Supreme Court was. It wasn't until Marbury v. Madison in the 19th century when they said, look, the Supreme Court says, well, we're going to have this power. We give ourselves this power because, that was not stipulated. They couldn't. And it was a reasonable sort of decision. Ever since then, because the way the Constitution is framed is sort of vague, right? It's not a case of saying what the interpreters literally meant, because I don't think we'd have access to that. It's just about how expansive or inclusive or exclusive are those words to certain cases. And in that sense, the Supreme Court can legislate. And that's a very powerful, tool for an unelected body to have, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't agree that they're legislating. They're not making new laws. You're just interpreting how a particular law that's already been made, how the law is applied, and how in a particular case.
I mean, I'd say, like, in a technical sense, they're not making new law, but in effect, they are, right?
Well, hold on a second. When someone says, yes, the Supreme Court is legislating, that just means that they thought the law meant one thing, and the court said the law meant something else.
Yeah, I get it.
It didn't legislate shit. You just think you know better than the Supreme Court.
Yeah, like, so, for instance, I think what you're saying is, the way that the decision's arrived at, the Constitution, in effect, always meant what they're saying it meant, as far as the Supreme Court are concerned. But I'd say, in effect, new laws or new, I don't know what other. I'm trying to avoid using the word law or legislation, but new sort of. No, I have to use laws. New legislation is basically created in effect de facto by the fact that they can
Yeah,
introduce
in a way.
something like gay marriage or abortion or whatever, right?
Yeah, in a way. I mean, but the abortion thing is, people misunderstand the abortion Roe v. Wade. What the Supreme Court held wasn't that abortion's legal. What they said was they have to pick an arbitrary point in time in which someone becomes a legal entity. Right? Is it at conception?
No, they said it wasn't a federal issue. It was a state level issue.
Yeah, now, but I'm talking about Roe v. Wade, not the new one. Not the new finding, the old finding, the Roe v. Wade in the 70s.
Yeah.
Okay, in the 70s, they said that when does a human being become an entity the law recognizes, right? When it's an embryo, at 6 weeks. What they said was when it is viable outside the womb of the mother is when it starts to have legal rights that the law can recognize, right? And that was something like 6.5 months or whatever.
Yeah. I mean,
but medical technology, right? If medical technology had advanced to a point where, like, you could be 2 months pregnant and make the baby survive, abortions would have had to once, right? It depended on whether the viable fetus, when the fetus becomes viable to be a human being outside the mother.
I think there's another interesting thing about the Supreme Court, which is that it wasn't until late in the 19th century, so we're talking like 1860s, 70s, when the Supreme Court could actually make a judgment about state law. Up until that point, the conventional idea was that Congress shall make no law abridging the rights of freedom of speech, for instance. And so if you were North Carolina, you could have a law that said you could be sentenced to death, which did happen, sentenced to death for publishing pamphlets on anti-slavery stuff, right? So up until that point, until 1836, I think North Carolina had the law where you would be hung if you spoke out about slavery. The Supreme Court didn't really legislate on those sorts of things until much later. So it's increased its power, right, over the course of the. So it's not even like this was its origin. It's over the last century of the first century of America's existence. It did.
Well, that's because at that time, people weren't citizens of the United States; they were citizens of states. There was no. The United States wasn't considered a sovereign in regards to a citizen. So right now, since the 14th Amendment, there's been this thing called dual citizenship. You're a citizen of a state and you're a citizen of the United States. But prior to that, you were just a citizen of a state. Like I was a citizen of New Hampshire. No one said I'm the citizen of the United States.
Yeah, that would be. I don't know if that was in law, but I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you would have still been classified as an American citizen or U.S. citizen.
You're in a foreign country, yeah, but not within the United States itself. So there's no legal mechanism, right, to even challenge that. So North Carolina makes it freaking illegal, or makes it so I get hung for publishing anti-slavery stuff. I can't sue North Carolina in federal court to not do that because I don't have what do they call it? I don't have standing to sue.
Yeah.
I don't have a federal right to stop the state from doing that. And the federal government didn't have the legal authority to do it either because it wasn't in the Constitution.
Yeah, so like, I mean, when I always have like issues with people when they say like, oh, the Constitution should be interpreted by the Supreme Court as it was when it was written, or people go the other way and say it's just completely up to interpretation. It has to be somewhere in the middle because nobody wants to go. I think most Americans would agree. We don't really want to go back to a state where each state has no oversight by the Supreme Court, the federal Supreme Court, because a lot of people use it to their advantage, right? It's a good thing to have, right? But there are some things where you might say, well, it shouldn't just be, pulling out decisions from the Constitution, which are vague and unconvincing. How you got to that conclusion from the Constitution? I think when people like pick one side, you don't have to pick either side. You can be somewhere in the middle, right?
I mean, that's kind of a slippery slope. I mean, the federal government circumvented all that shit anyway. I mean, it's kind of a moot point. I mean, states. The federal government is like an octopus, and it's in the states through other methods. So the states have rights, dude, but the federal government offers the states things to convert their right into a privilege. Okay,
Yeah.
so one particular method is like the Department of Education. And when the state takes Department of Education money, they have to abide by certain guidelines. And some of those guidelines are you have to teach this or you have to teach that, right? Then
Are you a lawyer, by the way, India?
No.
Oh, I
No.
thought you were.
I could be.
You're just a know-it-all. That's all, I guess.
Yeah, I know when it comes to like, yeah, I mean, I know a lot about the legal system and the law. I mean, studied it for. I stopped studying it probably like 6-7 years ago, but I studied it probably for like a decade or something. Or longer than that. I mean, I think I started like 2004-ish, 2003. Yeah,
No.
somewhere in there. Because I'm not even gonna get it all. There's a case called Mellon versus Massachusetts where this all comes from. And what happened is the federal government was giving the states money to record birth certificates. And then Massachusetts didn't like want to give up the information. The Supreme Court said, "Well, you took the fucking money. Do it old." Right? So they didn't realize that they like turned their right into a privilege by taking some benefit from the federal government. And the federal government does this with a lot of things, right? It can't force the state to do it with legislation. So what it'll create some sort of benefit vehicle where it go, hey, we'll give you some money, but if you take the money, this is like part of the contract, right? You have to do all these other things. And the federal government couldn't force the state to do them, but it can get the state to do them voluntarily.
Yeah, I think that is common. I mean, even in my country's not even federal, but we usually bribe our regions like the Northern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales to do as we want them to do. We give them money, they give us stuff, right?
Yep, and like in that fine print, man.
Yeah, confidence and supply. It's called.
Yeah, there's always some fuck shit in that fine print. Yeah, the legal structure of the United States is very strange, and it's not what it appears on the surface. Like, it's incomplete. It's not like it's really very, very incomplete.
I wouldn't say incomplete. I think for me, America has it's designed. It has design flaws. I'd say.
Let me tell you what I mean. Driving without a license, driving around without a license, I don't have plates.
Yeah.
That issue has never been taken to the Supreme Court and litigated, whether it's lawful for the states to require you to have a driver's license. That issue's never made it to the Supreme Court. It almost made it to the Supreme Court. Almost. The litigant was AAA, the Automotive Association of America. At the time, it was the largest voluntary association in America.
Yeah.
So this is a little. So driver's licenses weren't always required, right? They became required. First, they required chauffeurs and people like that to have driver's license because they're driving on the public roads, right? And they're getting a benefit, right? So they're doing it for profit. But when people started driving, driver's licenses weren't required. Like in Wisconsin, people would get a driver's license to be cool, right? Said to the state of Wisconsin, you didn't need any. This is like in the 20s, right? You didn't need like a picture ID or any of that stuff, right? Like, oh, they would get like a 15-year-old or something. Oh, send in for a driver's license. Thing is, when you get a driver's license, you're agreeing to abide by the vehicle code of the state. But the thing is, people would give it like as if it was a novelty. They didn't even own a car because not a lot of people even owned a car in the 20s.
Yeah.
People would get like try to impress a girl. Look, baby. Come with me. I got my driver's license, right? And they go, ooh, wow, I got a driver's license. I've been riding around the horse and buggy for the last 30 years, man. This dude's got a driver's license. He's a stud, right? So, like, people, they kind of trick people into getting driver's licenses. So what eventually happened is it did go to the Supreme Court But while the case was pending, the case was settled. And part of this settlement, you can call it a coincidence. It wasn't overt. So, do you have something called international driver's licenses? Have you ever heard of these?
No.
So there was a treaty. So there's a treaty the Treaty of International Road Traffic. There's a treaty between the nations. There's a 1928 and a 1943 version. It was like there's a 1928 version had something like 50 countries, and 1943 version had some more countries. There was some more stipulations. Well, to get an international driver's permit, so I can drive, like say in the UK or some other country, a government agency isn't who gives them out. It's the Automotive Association of America, the AAA. Now think of how fucked up that is.
Kind of
That
retarded.
a private nonprofit club is what I have to go to get an international driver's license to drive in a foreign country. Not the government, not the state, not the federal government. This was part of their settlement, why they would drop the case. Because they wanted to license everybody in America. They wanted it to be, like I said, it's never been litigated to the Supreme Court whether the states ever have a right to do this. This is why I said the law is incomplete.
Yeah, when you said it was incomplete, I thought you meant like in terms of how the bodies of government relate to each other, not so much the actual law itself. Because the law itself, I mean, it's always
incomplete is that
incomplete.
there's laws that have
Yeah.
never been litigated to the point to see if they're actually lawful or legal. But there you have a large swath of the population obeying what they think the law is, right?
Yeah.
And if someone litigated right all the way to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, well, driver's licenses, those are unconstitutional because you have the freedom to travel. People would say, man, look at it, the Supreme Court's legislating again. No, they're not legislating. The issue, you get, like, someone has to actually take the issue before the court for you to know what the law is. Like
Yeah.
call them test cases sometimes, right? That like someone will go do something, get the cops to do something stupid, and then they'll sue the cops, and then they call it a test case, where someone will test whether some particular practice of the police or government agency or something, whether it's actually lawful. They'll intentionally get the government agent to do it, and then see what happens in court, whether
I imagine the reason why it hasn't gone, because I imagine people have tried, right? But I imagine the reason why it hasn't gone to the Supreme Court is just because they take like 90 cases a year, and it's functionally not that relevant. I mean, like I've never heard an American complain about this particular issue, so I feel like it's just something that you all just function with regardless, right?
Well, I mean, it'll never go to the Supreme Court because the state would just drop the case. Think about this. I sue the state I get pulled over for driving without a license, right? They charge me. I sue the state for deprivation of right under color of law, and I take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Do you think that the state is going to risk a negative judgment, and then everybody in the state no longer has to get a license? Or would they just drop the case? And the court just goes, well, it's a moot point.
I agree with you. I think if people think the law is X because the state have fined you or warned you, they might behave in the way the state wants without them even having to legislate on the issue. So if they drop the case beforehand, I don't know if it necessarily always means that the Supreme Court won't pick it up, but I think functionally they wouldn't, right?
Even if it's pending before them and the litigant drops the case, then it's a moot case. They won't rule on it. That means it's not binding on anything because there's no case.
Yeah, but if you're suing them, they can't drop that, right? You can only kind of say, yeah, all right, we'll get rid of the fine. And practical purposes, you probably wouldn't end up suing them anymore because, like, what's the point?
Well,
you got what you
it's
wanted.
Criminal law, right? So they could just pardon me or offer me some compensation.
Yeah, you would drop the case in effect because you wouldn't care anymore because you got what you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, the closest case to it is a case called, in contemporary times, it's called Delaware versus Prouse. But the main part of the case isn't actually the right to drive. The guy got pulled over. The guy said it was an unlawful seizure because, like, it was just a traffic violation that he was being unlawfully detained, right? Detained without a warrant. So when it got to the Supreme Court held, or not the Supreme Court, when it got to the state level, I don't remember. Oh, okay. It said that they didn't have the same burden because he was on the state's roads, which implies, right, that the state owns the roads. But it's one of those things where the Supreme Court the Supreme Court will state things. Okay, so you have a case, right? And one of the litigants makes a statement, and that statement is unrebutted, right? So stay in the trial of Delaware v. Prouse. The state of Delaware says, we own the roads. And that shit goes unrebutted. That's a fact of the case, right? And it's going to go all the way through all the appellate level. It's a fact of the case no matter what. So when it gets to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court says the state owns the roads, well, that's a fact of the case. It doesn't mean they're agreeing that the state owns the roads. It's just saying, yes, the state said that they own the roads and that you need a license to be on them, and you didn't contest this, so that's the way it is, right? They don't litigate. You only litigate things in controversy. You don't litigate things that you agree. And silent acquiescence is agreement. So if you don't object, you agree. That's how courts work.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Most cases are lost for this one reason: failed to file a timely objection. 99.9% of cases, they realize like 3 weeks down the road, like, that fucker said this, man, that's a bunch of bullshit. They're like, oh, I'm appealing this. And they're like, no, you're supposed to complain at trial. Yeah, but I personally, I don't think licenses are lawful. And I don't
Do
say
you
this.
think Donald Trump did do an insurrection in effect or no?
No. Come on, man. Come on, man. There wasn't an insurrection. Look, he said we're going to go down there and peacefully protest or whatever. That's as soon as he said that, that's it. That's what he said on the podium. There's no other way to really construe that. He didn't say go down there and frickin' don't let them vote, or go down there and and assassinate Mike Pence. He didn't say any of those things. So I don't know how you can. It's just a narrative. That's all that is, dude. It wasn't an insurrection. It was just fucking a large crowd of people that got out of hand.
Yeah.
And some fucking agent provocateurs and some probably actual insurrectionists. I don't think that it was a organized thing. It was just a bunch of people going crazy, and each person going crazy
It's
for their
definitely a
own
problem
reason.
it's a problem that why would they wait 4 years to decide this, knowing that he was going to run for 4 years, and then when the election season comes, then say, no, can't run? That seems politically motivated, not legally motivated.
Yeah, listen, I don't think Biden could win under any circumstances, man.
I don't know about that.
I think they could get. Man, he's bad. I don't. He's
Sure, but you got to think about the advantages that he has. I mean, like in a realistic sense, the incumbent almost always wins, almost always, with a notable exception. But statistically, he's got the advantage. I'd say just on pure statistics alone.
Yeah, but well, he's also has like no president's ever been reelected when their approval rating is under something like 40% or something, and he's at like 37. I mean, that could have changed. But he also, like, listen, dude, the last election was fucking rigged, dude. Period. The mailbox thing, the mail-in voting, all that stuff, that was horseshit.
The mail-in voting.
Yeah, the mail-in voting.
Oh, you contest the election, do you?
Yeah, that was rigged, dude. Seriously.
I don't know. I tend to think
I vote in America.
it's very
dude,
unlikely.
So, well, I don't vote anymore, but I did. Let me give you an example. Like a personal experience. I go to the voting place. This is back when it was Gore versus. So Ralph Nader is who I voted for. Gore was running against Bush, or no, it was the one before that. I think it was McCain against. Think for a second. No, it was Gore. I think it was Gore v. Bush. Anyway, so I go to the vote, and what they do is you go in, they ask you your address. So I tell them my address. And they look like for each address, there'll be all the names of all the registered voters of that at that address. Well, there was 8 people at my address. 5 of them voted, and 5 of those people, nobody lived there. Nobody that lived there actually voted except for me. Right? So there was me, 8 complete strangers that don't live at my house, and 5 of them voted. Okay? So American elections, even like it's not even the mail-in ballots. It's rigged at every level. And with mail-in ballots, it's just like 10 times worse.
Well, wouldn't they have to know it, like your address, your name, in order to vote your name?
Well, I mean, it's easy to like. You can just register to vote and say you live anywhere here. They can't stop you. That's why, like, there's a thing like voter ID thing, like that they want to pass. I think they passed it in Georgia, and whether that's constitutional, because you can't restrict the right of somebody to vote. Someone is born in the United States, right? Natural, quote unquote, natural born citizen. Don't mean what people think it means. That's why they hyphenated it in the Constitution, because it doesn't have a actual fucking meaning in the common law. It's a statutory construction. But that's neither here nor there. So if you're a natural born citizen, you have the right to vote in the United States. So back in after the Civil War, right? They had this thing called a poll tax, and they tried to make it expensive to vote, so that black people couldn't vote, right? Or poor people couldn't vote. That was ruled to be unconstitutional, and that's that, right? So they can't they can't make any barrier to you voting. So any freaking person, they can't require an ID. They can't require that you prove you're an American citizen. They have to err on the side of, basically, they have to presume this person, if they're here in front of me and they claim that they're registered to vote, I'm not allowed to inquire whether that's true or not. I have to have evidence that they're actually committing voter fraud. Otherwise, I have to assume that whatever they're saying is the absolute truth, and here they're registered.
The reason why I think rigging is kind of unlikely is because it's usually, rigging usually follows the case that the incumbent has rigged the election. Very unlikely the one who's not in government
Both sides are
has
rigging
that
it.
power.
Well, I mean, both sides are rigging it. I'm not saying like the Democrats aren't and the Republicans aren't rigging shit. Both sides are rigging it. The thing is, the election's being decided to who rigged it better. And the mailbox shit. We know that Mark Zuckerberg is the one that stuck mailboxes. All the key states, right? All the key states that were in contention were the states that incorporated the voting boxes, right? Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, right? things that never existed before. Now they exist. Mark Zuckerberg's the one that funded them through some freaking stupid nonprofit called freaking Citizens something or other. And there's video of people ballot stuffing hundreds of ballots and shit. I think in Arizona, I think their state Supreme Court said a bunch of votes were illegal because what the fuck? Oh goddamn! It was a story. Oh, it was a Rasmussen poll where they polled people and asked them if they lived in the state they voted in when they voted. 10% of the people polled out of something, I think it was like 2,000 or 20,000 or something, said that they voted in a state that they didn't live in. And then something like 30% said they filled in a ballot for somebody. And dude, it was rampant voter fraud. You got to remember, the election was decided on a sliver vote. But I think we had like a 10% push for Biden. There's no way Biden got more votes than Obama. There's no fucking way. Because you got to think about it like this. There was less registered voters from Obama to Biden. So the total pool of voters is smaller. Biden gets a larger overall number than frickin' Biden. Dude, that just don't even make sense, dude. On a numerical basis. And there's a hockey stick. Look, I don't vote. That shit's corrupt as fuck. It's like asking me what's my favorite cancer, Trump or Biden. Look, they're on the same team. It's more, the way I look at it is, this guy's going to steal our money and give it to his group of friends, and this guy's going to steal our money and give it to this other group of friends. Either way, the money's getting stolen. It doesn't matter. Trump, Biden, who fucking cares?
Yeah, I agree. I think I have the similar sentiment in my country. It's not really like you have much of a choice.
Yeah, which is why I voted for Ralph Nader. When you vote for the lesser of two evils, you still get evil, right?
Well, I guess India's proven the Earth is a sphere, so.
Oh yeah, how'd I do that?
You voted for a glober.
I don't even know how you can prove the Earth is a sphere. I don't even think it's possible. I'll be right back. I need to send a drink.
Hi, Guy. You got any globe proof for us today?
Did you rage quit earlier, Britnet?
No, I had a conference. I'm at work right now, actually.
Oh.
I did get mad though because it's like I got mad at a couple of things. The whole free will thing is just like I don't know how many times I was going to make a clip of me asking what's free will because I think, and I got like to the 10th time in the stream me saying it. I was like, there's no point because it's just, I mean, it's annoying. The thing that got me mad was it was 5 of them, and they all agreeing with each other, but none of them were making an argument. It's like, what do you do? It's easier to take them one at a time because then you can kind of like focus in on the fact none of them know what free will is. But when you have 5 of them going, haha, free will's when you ask your boss. It's not an argument. The fuck is that? Right? And the latter part was kind of me like getting mad because they were saying stuff like, oh, I just suck up to Jedi because he has mod powers. When they don't like Jedi. So why are they like doing this thing? Right? Where they're pretending that they're not being friendly with him just because they're in the same room as him. It's hard to do that when you have 5 people that you're arguing with at the same time. It's hard to kind of get your point through. That's what irritates me usually.
Yeah. I've heard this free will determinism thing for a few years now, and it's only from internet people. It's never anything that I really thought of.
Yeah, it's not. It's just waxing philosophical. I mean, like, as far as I'm aware, when I was doing philosophy at school, free will in the libertarian sense, it's just garbage. It means it's nonsensical. We don't know where it comes from, what it is, you know, and no one does. They just assume they have it because they think, you know, I'm a free agent. People have other concepts of free will, which is why I asked them, because maybe they have like a some sort of combination between indeterminism and free will or compatibilism, something like that. But you know, just saying we have free will means nothing to me, right?
Well, did you learn these arguments from being an internet hero, or did you sit around and ponder these things and come up with them yourself?
It was at uni. I did philosophy in my undergrad. That's where I came across the whole debate. I had to do a few papers on it. But then, you know, I don't think people really like talking about it on Discord because it's very hard to defend free will. Like, typically, it's one of the hardest things to defend, I think.
Is it hard for you to defend?
I would struggle. I think any of us would struggle. Unless you have some sort of Kantian noumenal sort of idea of the world. It's very hard.
So you think everything is, what, predetermined?
I don't think that's the case. I think there's arguments for that being the case that are way more powerful than anything a free will person could say, but I don't think I would say everything's predetermined. I'd say there's definitely no way we have free will in a libertarian sense, because I mean, you've got to ask questions like, what would it look like? Is it randomness? I don't think randomness gives you free will. Like a random thought coming into your head, isn't free will, right? You know, it's something. It's kind of like you have invasive thought, if anything, right? Determined stuff like what doesn't have a chain of causation in the universe that you could name. I don't think any of us could name that. And so, if I say something like, "Oh, neurological states are biological states," we'd all agree on that. No one's going to disagree on it. All biological states are chemical states. Again, not something anyone here is going to disagree with. And all chemical states are physical states. That wouldn't be disagreeable either. Where people might have a disagreement with is whether all physical states are determined. But if they're not determined, they might be random. But where's free will in that? It's not there, right? But some people say that free will isn't libertarian. They say that if you're on, let's say you're going to get an ice cream.
Talking about this.
Well, you just indefinitely. Some people say that if you're waiting for an ice cream and you're in the line, the fact that you wanted the ice cream is a kind of compatibilistic free will. But then, like, if you're a deterministic,
hey, listen, you're not gonna get a pass in
I'm talking to Jerry, Clay. Mind your business.
You're gonna get a pass on accountability, man. We're all accountable to our actions. There is no one controlling you. You choose to do what you do.
Accountability is question begging because if you're saying
it's what you run away from, man.
If you're saying blameworthiness, if you're saying blameworthiness demonstrates free will, you'd be question begging.
You're kind of scared of accountability
regarding your actions. If you say, but if you say, Clay, if you say accountability demands free will, it's the other way around, right? You have to demonstrate free will first for blameworthiness to be a subject of discussion.
Anyways, man, you heard me.
You don't have an like, this is what I don't like, Jerry. I think if I could demonstrate to you why I get annoyed, that is what was happening for a good half an hour. It's like, oh, like what is the argument? There's no argument.
No, but for someone who plays it off so cool, you get pissed off. Like outwardly, you seem, okay, you could deal with it, but it's like you're seething.
Yeah,
underneath.
When I'm smiling, I'm not smiling because I'm happy. I'm smiling because I'm going
right
through my teeth.
So, all right. So let's say I'm driving and the light turns red. Now, for you, what's the difference between determinism and free will in the context of stopping for a red light? Like, what is the? I don't know. Like, what's the interesting thought about that?
I mean, I don't think free will and determinism is an interesting debate. I think it's quite settled. But I think that what's interesting about it is that people have, let's say, an intuition about free will, right? They don't. That example you gave, for me, and you and everyone else in this room, in a very sort of logical sense, we could see how all of the causes, how minute they might be, have led you to stop at that point, right?
I see.
Whereas other people in their everyday lives, they have this intuition that them stopping came from some sort of mystical realm where they had some sort of free will, right? And I don't know what that is. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how they describe it. They can't. It's just an intuition at best, right?
All right. So what about in the context of murder? Somebody kills somebody. Could they get out of it by saying, well, it was determined that I should do that?
No, I think we operate under the assumption that we do have free will for practical purpose. That's just it. It's just a pragmatic thing. I mean, no one's going to say, like, no one should be guilty of any crimes because it was always predetermined. I mean, there's other reasons why you convict people, because they're dangerous, right?
Can you convict people of murder, but the firing squad, the reason why they put blanks and multiple shooters is so that nobody can ultimately think that they actually did the killing of the guilty party? So isn't that, in effect, legalized murder, but an attempt to consciously subdue the ramifications of it?
Well, that's a slightly different type, more like on capital punishment.
Just saying that murder is murder and it's bad, but yet murder in this case is good.
Well, we're talking about the accountability. If you kill someone, would a philosophically astute lawyer be able to get you out of it?
No,
by saying, really?
I think it's been tried before.
Isn't this Euthyphro?
It was tried in court. I can't remember the case. It was tried, and it was obviously rejected because the court has to presume free will, even if it's not there. Whatever that means, they have to presume that intuition. And I think it's a good thing that we do that because, like you say, a murderer, even if they didn't do it out their own free will, I mean, we could all bet they're probably going to be more likely to do it again if they're not incarcerated and separated from society. The punishment aspect of prison,
we're just discussing Euthyphro,
is a question of blame. Do we have to punish them in prison? Not necessarily.
Plato's already done this. You're just discussing Euthyphro.
All right, I've heard you 5 times. Yeah, we get it.
Why do you need to discuss it?
Well, thank you.
Done.
How is it Euthyphro?
This is exactly the Euthyphro dilemma.
So you want to elaborate?
Go
Yeah, how
read
is
it,
it?
and you'll be like, "Oh yeah, it is."
No, Euthyphro is God good because he's God, or is God good
Not
because he has to be good from something else?
well. No, it's a question of is something good and just because God wills it, or whether God wills it because it's good and just.
Right. But so
Which one
what
is
does
the
that have
cart
to
and
do
which
with?
one is the horse? So when you do
But what does
something,
that
is it
have?
good or bad?
No, I'm saying what does that have to do with doing something?
Just supplant God with society. Welcome to modernity.
Oh,
No, we're
by
talking
the way,
about free will versus determinism.
by the way, Jerry, I mean,
Yeah.
I just want to add one thing because I think some Christians in the chat got pretty mad, like Clay, right? But there are Christian sects that are quite content. In fact, it's in their doctrine that everything's predetermined. Take Calvinism, pre-double destination,
Right. Yeah,
right?
Calvinism. Yeah. Yeah. All right. It sounds to me like it's pretty much just mental chewing gum.
Yeah, but it's chewing gum for the determinists because it's just fun to bat around at someone who thinks they have free will and has not really thought about it too hard, and it doesn't take that much thinking to really come to that conclusion that it's probably whatever our intuition is hard to it's hard to rationalize, right, about free will. Then you get the people in there earlier, just I don't know how many times I asked what is free will, and they were not going to answer that question because for them it is just an intuition. They haven't rationalized. They don't know that they have free will at all.
Ask them a more important question. Do you find free will erodes or diminishes the longer you live in a society with a moral framework? I would argue the most free will a person has is at birth. And as they get constrained by morality or whatever bullshit that comes along with being alive, you got less free will because now you limited your actions.
But there's a few issues with that. First of all, a hard determinist would say, look, right, you are going to be born and do every single action right up to a chain of causation to the Big Bang, if that's something you believe in. As for when...
No, just the person being born
as
today.
for free will diminishing, you'd have to assume, because these aren't just we're not just talking about social causes, we're talking about every tiny atom, physical thing, neurological state that you've got is making you do something. And so there's so many causes, so minute, right, in the way that it works. And because everything has a cause, if that would be an assumption you have to work off.
No, but there's a deterministic aspect, which is the billiards on the table, but then there's the indeterministic, the metaphysical, which is the bottle flying from the bar and landing on your table and fucking the old plan up. That would be what free will is.
Wait, you think indeterminism says free will is what?
So if you think you have a universe, and it's going on, and it's basically like a billiards table. So you got some kinetic action, some potential action, but you could basically calculate how everything's going to end up at the end. Cool, got it. The thing with free will is where it fucks with the deterministic aspect on the first layer is that you can determine where all the balls will be going and all that. But if some drunk dude throws a bottle from the bar and lands on your table and starts hitting a ball, well, your whole order or deterministic outcome is going to deviate.
I don't think that's
the free will is the bottle coming from the bar.
I think you have a very strange understanding of what free will is then.
What I'm saying is that if everything is a cause and effect, like if gravity pushes that ball and that ball pushes the other one and so on and so on, the fact that a human mind, a conscious, has an ability, if you want to call it that, has an ability to do movement, kinetics, apply potential energy in ways which are not going along with the flow, with the current of the universe.
Yeah.
Just the simple fact that we can organize energy within our body and expel it at certain times. This is not the billiards ball philosophy anymore, because now it's you have a weirdness. You got bottles flying from the bar.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, weirdness in that sense, I don't think that was, I guess, an analogy that made much sense to me, because it sounds like you were talking about some sort of randomness that had no antecedent cause. And if that was the case,
it's an outside thing from the flow.
I don't think that I mean, that might be what some people think free will is, but I don't think that even makes sense to call it free will. There was another thing that you said though. I'm trying to remember it now. It's what was it?
The erosion of free will?
No. It was your last comment.
Deterministic?
No. You said something and I wanted to pick up on it, but it's gone out of my mind because I said the other thing.
Yeah.
Like, Britt, go to work, dude. Shit.
I'm at work. What was the thing? Oh yeah, some sort of noumenal space in your mind, right? Like the idea that there's this mystical area of your brain where free will resides.
Oh no, I don't believe in that. No,
I don't think you did. I don't know if you are an indeterminist, but that's what some people think free will. That's where it comes from. But you know, how do you prove that? You know, you can't.
That's why I said there's a single layer deterministic and multiple layers. So, like, what are we talking about when we talk about deterministic? It means we could calculate at the end how all things will go. Okay, but what are we talking about really here? Like on the first layer is, well, we could have a billiard table, and if that's the entire system, there is no bar to put into the equation. So we could calculate how things will all end up. Cool. Okay, got it. Now we have humans in here with alleged free will and all that, just on the assumption that it exists. Okay, cool. So we have a human who's able to eat something, hold some energy, and then expel the energy at some point in time that he determines due to his conscious. Okay, got it. So this is the bottle coming in from the bar. But then, what if we kind of analogize that the deterministic nature of the universe is a second tier deterministic? So we understand that there's billiard level 1. But we're not children anymore. We understand that there's a higher level. So we also take into account how maybe the deterministic aspect was that maybe time isn't exactly how it is, and we already knew that bottle was going to come, and that whole thing was going to end up like this anyway. And it's a weird like iteration bullshit going on.
That's fun. I think what Jerry and I were talking about was more like there are people who I think, at least anyway, have this libertarian sort of sense of free will, right? Now, I think libertarian free will is gobbledygook, right? I don't think anyone knows what it is. Don't think anyone knows where it is or what it is or how they would even articulate it in any sort of like intelligent sense. It's more of an intuition, if anything. And there was a few people in the VC earlier who were trying to stand for it. But, you know, I asked them like 8 or 9 times, what's free will? And radio silence, right? They
Good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, we don't even know where consciousness comes from.
It's hard to defend libertarian free will. Like indeterminism, sure. Determinism, sure. Compatibilism, sure. You can do all of those. But libertarian free will, it's a tricky one. I don't think I've seen anyone do it successfully.
Until we get to the point where, you know how humans will build pulleys and cogs and gears, and we'll put things together and we'll make a machine. Okay, got it. Okay, now we're doing this AI kind of thing.